All right, so good morning, everybody. Welcome back. It is day number 5 here at Surfest in Merewether, and we are picking up where we left off yesterday. And it's Nicholas Squires is in the red singlet from the south coast of New South Wales. Cooper Chapman from North Narrabeen is in the black. We've got Jesse Mendez from Brazil in the white, and that was Ian Crane from the USA in the yellow. So this is heat number 9, round number 3 of the Maitland Port Stephens Toyota Pro. And right now watching Cooper Chapman gliding his way through the inside, as I am joined by Matthew Hoyer. Morning, mates.
Morning, Tez. How are you? Surfest is go.
Surfest is go. Yeah, Eddie is go.
Eddie is go. Eddie's on too. So what a day for surfing all over the Pacific. Newcastle, and I just saw on this morning, just watching a couple of surfing on the heat, a couple of heats in.
Oh yeah, how's it look?
Yeah,
big?
It looks big and messy, like here.
Oh, nice, awesome.
Small and messy here, big and messy there.
As a tribute to the Eddie, Hoyer and I have decided to wear the Hawaiian shirts just in as a tribute to the fact that the Eddie has gone.
Yep.
So.
Exactly.
So I hope you're having fun. There we go. There's looking fixing his little hair up on air. So Tez McKenna and Matty Hoy taking you through the first couple of heats of the day here. It looks like we will go, I think, finish these men's heats and then we'll slide straight into the next round of the men, I believe. Yeah,
that's right. I thought they might have put the women's in to break it up there. And the swell, look at that. That's Merewether today.
Oh, it's looking a bit like a dog's breakfast.
I'd like a dog's breakfast. I'm starving. The Sudley. What time did the Sudley hit? Like
5 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, I thought
because
it was
I live in Newcastle Beach, and my window faces the south, and I had it wide open. The big sliding doors open last night because it was really hot here. And next minute it just looked like poltergeist. It's all like paperwork flying around the room and stuff. Out of control. 5 o'clock in the morning.
What are you doing?
It's come through, and it will coincide and pretty much collide with a northeasterly swell that is coming down the coastline. I know we've been talking about it for a couple of days now, but the majority of that swell, in fact, won't hit until tomorrow. Tomorrow's the real big day here in Newcastle. It will climb and steadily rise throughout the day. Judges just feeling their way through the opening stanza here. It's the first heat of the day, so they do like to get the benchmark set properly.
Yeah, exactly. They take a while to put their first scores in. Yesterday, it's sometimes a disadvantage to get the first couple of waves in the heat in these first heats, especially if you rip the bag. They usually score it a bit lower just to get the scale for the day. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, that's an age-old sort of it's an old wives' tale, isn't it?
Oh, well,
is it true?
Well, I don't know either. That's what I'm just.
It feels like that, though, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, you can't give someone a 9 first wave of the day.
What about the start of the very first wave of the heat, as well? Sometimes they do that, and then the last, do you reckon they score up a little bit at the end because it's exciting?
Well, they got something to compare it with. That's what I figure.
Aha! Now we're getting to the bottom of it.
Yeah, that's how I figure it works.
Okay. No, that makes sense.
This is a good wave. Nicholas Squires does a nice turn out the back.
Yeah.
So there's still going to be some good, clean waves here today because it suddenly sort of blows from behind the right.
That's right.
So, look, does a nice snap on the end there. He ripped in not yesterday, the day before, did he surf?
Yeah, he's had a really good couple of years, Nick. He's been on an absolute tear, and of course he represented Australia. Had a couple of ISA World Games back to back and did really well. Made Australia proud, and he won the event at Merewether, the QS 1000 event there. He won that one, so he's an absolute bulldog when it comes to contest surfing, and very very tough competitor. This bloke's pretty tough as well. This is Ian Crane from the USA.
Yeah, a couple of good snaps there, sitting off the rocks. The rocks is going to get fun as against it. I keep saying it, but with this Sudley, I think the Sudley's supposed to blow strong this morning and drop off this afternoon, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then another big one hits tomorrow.
I think you're right, mate. I think that's exactly what the forecast is saying. So here's the replay of Ian Crane, the goofy footer, and as I said, Merewether handles this wind. I mean, this wind anywhere else makes it almost unsurfable, but the little southern corner here at Merewether perfectly suited towards a bit of protection here from these very strong southerly winds. So it's the first heat of the day. Judges look like they've set the scale, and we've got some numbers coming through, so hang in there, folks. We've got more action right throughout day number 5 here at Surfest.
Yeah, the southerly, it's making it look so much more choppy with the southerly blowing and the north swell hitting it. If it was a full south swell and south wind, it would look a lot smoother, but it's just making it look so choppy. And it's just hit too. It's just like blowing. Just started hit like 3 hours ago, so it's looking real choppy out there at the moment. But yeah, the rocks sort of smooths it out. Is it Jesse Mendez? I thought it was him, yeah.
Yeah, Jesse Mendez got a really nice backhand on him, this kid from Brazil. So these heats, once again, are absolutely chock-a-block and stacked from top to bottom. Coming up in the next one, heat number 10 will be next in the water. We're going to see Jack Freestone, Joshua Menez, and Ezekiel Lau from Hawaii. And, of course, the Spanish surfer Aritz Aaron Baru will be out there as well. So really have some of the world's best surfers on show here today at Surfest, folks. And swells are rising throughout the day. So action guaranteed, pretty much.
Yeah, that last wave of Jesse surfed really well. Got a couple of good turns in. He's only had a 4.3 and a 3.93. First wave of Nicholas Squires, a 6.33. That was a good start for Nicholas in these conditions, for sure. And the other boys have just had a 4.83 and a 0.67 and a 0.43 and a 1.13. Here's the last one just coming in for Ian Crane too in yellow. So maybe around a 5.
Yeah, well, that will put Ian Crane, maybe put Ian Crane into second. He's chasing a 5.21. He only got a 5. You're right on the money there, Hoyer. So, yeah, so at the moment, Jesse Mendez in the lead with a 4.33 and a 3.93. Might be a little short-lived there because Nick Squire is sitting on a 6.33 on his opening wave. There is another score coming through, actually, for Jesse Mendez right now.
They like that one of Jesse's.
Yeah, they did, and, you know, rightfully so. It's just that kid ticks all the boxes as far as surfing goes. And Merewether is a national surfing reserve, which means for the next 100 years, they can't touch it.
100 years? Yeah. Can't wait to see that.
You reckon you'll be around?
Shit.
You might be a little bit of you sprinkled out there.
Maybe.
Is that where you think you're going to end up?
Here or Blueies.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. I'm going to head back to Boxy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's me little hidey hole up there at Port Stephens. All right, well, there's yellow just coming unstuck on that one. So
don't say anything about it today, though. Boxy.
Yeah, don't mention the word. No way. And a very good morning to all the Mikulaks and the crew up at Port Stephens. Hope you're enjoying the webcast, fellas. Been getting a few messages from Chris and Luke throughout the day. They run a good surf school up there at Fingal Bay. All right, so that was, of course, Cooper Chapman just locking in his third wave. So we're going to let these numbers filter on through, and we will be able to give you an update. But as we said, it is day number 5 here at Surfest. A big fresh southerly change has come up the coastline, and this is going to be the start of, things, some very interesting things happening both surf and weather-wise, with the big swell coming in throughout the day. There is Cooper Chapman tagging that one. This is very smooth operator, this kid, isn't he?
Yeah, he rips. It's very smooth. That was a good little wave there. Back, and he needs a score, so yeah, that's going to be his best wave of the day for sure. Best wave of this heat anyway. And then there's a score coming for Jesse Mendez in the white. A 6.67 on that last one where he did those 4 snaps. So that's a good score. Just needs to sit out there and back that one up. Or not back, make that a backup, really. Would be the way to do it.
Yeah,
He's in Crane on the inside. Tries to do a big boost. Nothing on the outside. That's what they do. If there's nothing on the outside, go for an air.
That's how they roll these days, the kiddies, don't they? So, yeah, about 16 and a half minutes remaining.
I don't think the wind's that good for airs today for him today, though. Ted's taking selfies.
I'm going to put it on Facey,
so
as we can talk to people again.
Oh, yeah?
Perfect. Yeah, and say, to tell...
How you doing?
Tell Hoy and Tez where you're watching from. I might have to edit it, though. My head looks humongous. I'm going to get face tuned out and just like...
Look at mine. Do another. Delete.
Yeah, let's do that again. All right, we'll take more selfies in a sec when we do an update.
There's no scores going in anyway. Everyone's just paddling around out there.
Yeah, that's
in the whitewash. So we're just having a bit of fun in the middle here.
There's not much going on right there. All right, here we go. Woo. Look here.
Yeah. Caught us.
Yeah, you'll be able to see that. You got us, you cheeky little buggers.
We should have just taken a photo of the telly. Double selfied it.
Hey, that would have been a good. That would have been a good one.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it?
So just a couple more scores coming in there. Just a 3 for Ian Crane on his last one, and a 1.07 for Nicholas Squires, and a 0.43 for Cooper Chapman. Yeah. We're still waiting for a score of Cooper to come in, I think. Or was that it?
No.
4.83 for that last one you got? Maybe it was.
Maybe it was. All right, looks like, well, at the moment, Jesse Mendez in the lead, Cooper Chapman in second. You got Ian Crane from the USA sitting in third, chasing a 4.66 to go into second. And Nick Squires Still sitting on a pretty good score there. He's got best wave of the heat at 6.33, and here he is up and riding.
Yeah. Just taking off out the back of the rocks. Nice roundhouse cut back at the start. Little snap there. And then it just fades out. Yeah, I didn't really look at it this one. I come straight into the booth. I'll get out there, check the scene and see. I reckon it's pretty low tide, right? Isn't it still? Yeah, it's not high tide till midday today, so we're not even at mid tide. So I reckon it's going to get a lot better as the tide comes in today. And then this afternoon, as the swell kicks, I think it's going to change completely. We're going to get two different swells, I reckon, too, like a wind swell from the south and then that solid nor'east swell. So
okay,
it's going to make it interesting.
It will be very interesting. So Nick Squires, well, Nick's sleigh was a 3.03, needs a 3.33. So Nick Squires scrambling around, he'll be able to find something like that pretty easy. Let's have a look at Cooper Chapman. He's got a couple of 4.83s. Here goes Nick trying to get a little score, the 3.33. He's only going to have to hit the lip a couple of times and he'll move in a second. But Cooper Chapman with a couple of 4.83s, he's got a lot of room for improvement right there. But Jesse Mendez, current heat leader, sitting on that 6.67 is the best score so far. Ian Crane, well in the mix at the moment too, folks. The American people watching. Ian Crane's needing a 4.66 to go into second. Big shout out to those folks watching the Oceanic Cable in Hawaii. Thank you very much for watching and hope you're enjoying the contest here today live from Australia.
They're not watching this, sorry to tell you.
No, are they watching the Eddie?
The Eddie is like the biggest contest there. I saw a photo last night that there was people lined up at 9 at night back at Pipeline, parked, ready for today.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what I said to the boys. And I don't think many people will be tuning in to us today, Tez, but I know I want them to. You know what? All the fans of QS surfing will be.
Yep.
But big wave surfers will be watching that.
Why wouldn't you? It's pretty cool. Pretty cool contest.
Sorry to say, I'm not, it's no.
Not trying to put it down.
No, I'm not trying to put it down on anything. Just being realistic.
Just being Matty, tell us how it is. Or again, that's what we love about you, champion. Well, we're down to half time in this first heat of the day. It's 12 and a half minutes left on the clock. Jesse Mendez in the lead. It's Cooper Chapman in second, needing a 6.18 to take the lead. Cooper's got a lot more, in the tank there. He's only got a couple of 4.83s. Nick Squires in third, chasing 3.33. Ian Crane in fourth, requires 4.66. Very early days, folks, and there's the overview of what's happening at Merewether, and you can see it's a bit of a windswept kind of an ocean today. Bit of a mishmash.
Isn't it? Howling subtly with a north swell trying to come in. Just makes it so much more choppier. If the swell was with it, it'd look much nicer than that.
Yeah, absolutely.
With the wind?
Yeah, when you got a nice big southerly swell. But what we have is a collision of swell and wind directions.
Yeah, exactly. So, it's all over the shop. But the rocks today will get fun at a certain tide. It's just got to.
You reckon that right on the high, or maybe mid or something?
Mid to high, and then high to mid again, probably. Just because the swell direction is good for it, and then the wind will smooth. There'll be some really rideable waves, really fun rideable waves at the certain tides today for sure. There'll be people out there. How much harder is it to get up when it's a? I don't really get up early.
Sure.
I'm not an early riser at all. I don't, should I say. But how much harder is it to get up on an overcast day than a sunny day?
You're absolutely spot on there, Hoya. I felt a little bit like that this morning. There's Jesse Mendez, current heat leader. He's looking to replace a 4.33. He may well, in fact, do it on that one. And Nick Squire's only needing a 3.33, trying to explore his options on those smaller inside waves here at Merewether. So heat number 10 coming up next. Jack Freestone will take on Joshua Miniz and Ezekiel Lau from Hawaii, and also Aritz Aaron Baru. But right now, this is the replay for Jesse Mendez. He's got a bit of work on this one, Matty.
Yeah, two nice snaps on the outside and just gets a foam floater on the inside. He needed a better 4.3. It's probably just over that or just on that, I reckon. He didn't get much of an opportunity to do any more turns, that last one. You got to finish better than that, I think. Two nice turns on the outside, so we'll see.
Okay, well, the plan at the moment, folks, is to go through and finish the round of 48, which has 12 heats in it, so I guess that would give us 3 more heats after this one, and then to roll straight into the next round for the guys. So I guess it's the round of 24 coming up next. So we'll find out exactly who is in that round. And I tell you, there's going to be some pretty incredible surfing throughout the day. So hang out with us, folks. This webcast would not be possible without our strong partnership that we have with the crew from Telstra, who supply the digital capacity for the broadcast, which effectively means they plug us into the internet and do all that sort of stuff. And that's why it's such a good stream, because it's coming from the #1 internet people and communications company in Australia, Telstra. Thank you very much for their support. Nick Squires, way downtown.
Yeah, he come from really deep then, like off the ladies nearly, into the rocks. Well, look at that.
And he's gone for the old Larry layback on the inside, but he couldn't handle it.
Had to do something.
Well, he did. He was looking for something to at least capture the 3.33 that he needs to go to second. You can see Nick, off the ladies. This is the rocks here where you can see White paddling on the corner of that one there. Nick almost thought he might have made the connection here, but he's just gone up, dropped the wallet into that one, and he just couldn't recover. So no change to the situation. That's only 1.17 for Nick Squires. He's chasing a 3.33. And Ian Crane chasing 4.66. That's the situation. 9 minutes left on the clock, and you're watching day number 5 here at Surfest.
Yeah, Jesse's last one just came in too at a 5.77, so he extends his lead. They liked that one. That 2-turn wave, that was good.
Yep.
So he's got a 6.67, a 5.77. Here he goes again, trying to better that 5.77. Flicks straight out. Yeah, they gave him a good score for that one. I thought it was going to be just on a 5, but half a point better. Good. 2 turns, no worries.
I'll be looking forward to seeing this swell arrive, mate. It's been talked up a couple of days now. I'm starting to think it's just like one of those little heat hazes that you see on the road, when you come up over the hill and then you get a bit closer and it's not there.
What are they called? Illusion?
It's an illusion. It's a mirage.
Mirage, that's it.
It's a mirage. That's what it is.
Yeah, well, you know what? This wind's not going to help it either. The swell pushing in it. It's
probably not. It's coming directly into the wind, so but it is a pretty substantial, long-range swell. It's got a bit of oomph in it, so I'm hoping it will make its way. Here's yellow up and riding at the moment. Ian Crane had second priority, and he's used it up on this little inside wave, and Ian gets a little mini hit on the inside. Looks like the boys are kind of struggling in that first heat of the day. There's Nick Squires. Once again, he got off that one pretty quickly, so it looks like he's trying to get back out there to get the score required. That does push Cooper Chapman up into the lead. Here's the replay, Hoyer, of Ian Crane.
Yeah, he gets a little turn on the outside there. This wave just flattens out. Nice little cut back. Another little cut down, and then a little tap on the end. That's not going to be much of a score. He's got a better 3, though, so he has to do something. They're pretty low-scoring heat, this one. He only needed... Nicholas Squires is in the box seat, I reckon, here. He's got a 6.33, and he needs a 3.33. So he needs a lower score out of everyone the last 2 anyway. Here he goes too. Cooper Chapman, the guy in second place. Nice little cut downs.
Wow.
He's only got a better 3.83. So it's a low scoring heat. It's a guinea pig heat, isn't it? Always the first one.
It's
with the surf, with what they're doing and how they're going to score, everything about it.
Absolutely, yeah. It is always the first heat of the day is sacrificial to the field, is how I like to put it.
The lamb heat.
Yeah. Is Cooper going through the motions? Lovely stuff. Even got a little mini ramp there and gave it a love tap to finish off. So that's going to be his best wave. You've got to be thinking that's going to be his best wave. He needed a 7.61 to take the lead. I don't know if it's going to do that, but what it might do is raise the bar a little bit for Nicholas Squires. Prior to that, needed a 3.33, and we'll wait and see. Ian Crane's last wave was a 3.83, so Ian's still chasing a 4.66 to go into second. So Jesse Mendez in the lead, Cooper Chapman in second, Nick Squires in third, Ian Crane is in fourth, and judges
the same.
Judges are going to that's not even going to go in the top 2 for Cooper.
No, it's not either. Wow.
All right, so that's a 4.0. No change to the situation. White first, black second, red in third, needing a 3.33, and Ian Crane chasing 4.66. There we go. Finally got it out. So hope you're enjoying the action, folks. We've had a big week here in Newcastle in Merewether. It's been incredible weather. Summer weather, but what we've got now is a big, cool southerly change. Look, I love these southerly changes, Hoyer, and one of the best things about living here in this part of New South Wales is that we get those fresh southerlies, and they have a substantial effect on the waves here. They push the south swell into Newey. It picks up really quickly, cools things down. You can get a jacket out and put it on and that. And I couldn't stand to live in the tropics like full time.
Oh, no chance.
That's what they mean by going tropo, right? I did 6 weeks in Bali once, and I remember all I dreamt about was having a freezing cold shower and standing in a southerly nude. You know what I mean? Like,
that's a weird thing to dream about, but yeah, okay, I'll give that to you.
Well, maybe just with the pair of boardies on, but you know when you just want to get cold and you can't.
Yeah. It's harder to get cold than it is to warm up.
It is. That's right. Because you can just put a couple of jumpers on and off you go. Yeah, that's right. And that's a frustrating thing for me. I, being a big man, I always run hot. So we'll just wait for the numbers to come in. Looks like everybody has got 6 wave apiece, and with all those scores locked in, Jesse Mendes still in the lead. The boy from Brazil in the white singlet. Cooper Chapman in second. Looking to ditch a 483 to better his situation. You've got Nick Squires needing a 3.33 and Ian Crane 466. This is really just going to be one decent set. Could change the whole scope of this heat.
Yeah, exactly. There hasn't been many. The swell, I keep saying it, still really hasn't kicked in. I thought I was going to wake up this morning, Howden suddenly and be 4 or 5 foot of north swell. But, I mean, you can see it out there, but it's just going the complete opposite direction of the wind. Here's Nicholas Squires just not getting around that one. That looked like it had a little wall on the end too.
Well, that's why he picked it up. He thought this thing might eventuate into something, but it's kind of a pretty low tide here this morning. I'll just check the tide here while we're having a little muck around. And
I think, 12 o'clock high?
High tide 1.6 metres, 11:30.
11:30.
So that's the
1.6. So it's getting. I mean, the high tide's getting lower and lower. So
is that off the middle?
That's out the middle, yeah.
All right, so
good option for the goofy footers today. That left and right in the middle.
And then you go right on the inside. Yeah. That left out the back, and then you come right through the inside. Does give you some nice variety of options. And Ian Crane, well, yep, he's put the finishing touches on that one with 3 minutes to go.
That might be the best way of the heat.
That may well be. And here's Nick Squires. Nick has been constantly, you know what he's, if Nick don't get this through this heat, the mistake he's made is that he hunted around for a 3.33. Never get that. That's only an illusion. Yeah. That's only going to take you momentarily to second. Here's the replay on Ian Crane.
Yeah, nice big carve there. Gets a little stuck in the foam, but little slash speed turn. Bounces through this, but he gets another turn in here and then hits the rocks and then gets 2 nice turns on his backhand. Nice one there, and then a little ending. Yeah, maybe.
And then he goes over this little lumpy bit and goes kapow. Little hit on the inside. So that is Ian Crane from the USA. And
Cooper Chapman doing 1-footers then. Must have got stuck on his leg rope, I reckon.
the old leg rope around the big toe number.
That was nowhere near the best wave of the heat. I think if that's the wave that just come through, a 3.83.
No, that's the previous wave.
Yeah, okay.
No, that's definitely previous wave. We'll just wait for that score for Ian Crane to roll on through. This is the replay of red. Nick Squires got a little mini ramp here, and he threw it up once.
Yeah, you're right. He's going for a 3-point ride instead of waiting for a good one.
That's right. No, all you got to do is just play it cool, and you can see Nick with his hand in here. Really going to be pushing to try and hear the beach commentary today. That wind is super strong outside. And we're right now down to 1.5 minutes remaining in its first heat of the day here at the Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota Pro.
There it was, Ian Crane on that last wave, a 4.97, just under a 5 there. Goes into second place with that score. Now Cooper Chapman needing a 5.14 and Nicholas Squires needing a 3.64 to go into second. Jesse Mendes still out in the lead. Yeah, 5 point right, just under a 5. I thought it might have been a little better than that, but yeah, I thought he got another turn. That first turn, I thought he got one in between, but he obviously didn't. So yeah, that maybe made the difference.
All right, well, it's enough to get Crane into second, so it did change the situation. Yeah. Cooper Chapman down to third. Requires a 5.14. Keep your eye on black, and Cooper Chapman is in third priority. Nick Squires needs a 3.64. And with about 45 seconds remaining, this could really go either way. Jesse Mendes, that's a paddle. And it will be interesting to see whether or not he loses the priority on that one. Here goes Nick Squires now. Finally finding himself a little something on the inside, sliding the tail around.
But now he needs a bigger score. He needs a 3.64 on this one. So this is going to be interesting. I don't know if he got any turns on the outside, but if that was the whole wave, going to be real close.
You could see him shaking his head at the end
Didn't
of the
like
ride
it?
there. No, I don't think he liked it. So that'll be an interesting scenario. We're down to about the last 10 seconds in this heat, folks. Here's the replay for Nick Squires. Got a nice little carve out the back. He's got a beautiful rail game, this guy, Nick Squires. It's just those 2 turns, effectively. Let's see, they're going to award him a 364 for that kind of surfing. And we'll get these numbers through and give you the update, folks. So the first heat of the day has concluded. We're going to stay with you here on the webcast until we get a result, and then we'll throw to an ad break and come back. But that's the overview of the playing field here today, folks, for day number 5 of Surfest for 2016. And just waiting. That looks like...
No, I think there's one more score to come in, or is that it?
There's another score to come in at the moment. It looks like... Well, Nick Squire's last wave, 2.07. I got a feeling that... I got a feeling there's another wave to come in somehow. Maybe the judge is still talking about this stuff. We are on hold here at the moment, folks, and just waiting to get the official result from the first heat of the day. What we might do is throw to an ad break here and come back and give you the result. So stick around, folks. We'll let you know the outcome of that first heat of the day right after this commercial break. So stand by.
Customer service, it's the #1 priority for the Burton family.
From the exciting range of new Toyotas
To low-cost, fixed-price servicing.
as their guest, you're always #1.
It's the Burton family promise to give you a high standard of customer service.
And a higher standard of customer satisfaction.
So when you visit, you'll get the guest of honour treatment.
That's why people keep coming back.
To Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota.
So visit soon.
Tell him the big fella.
No lane feature.
No, Mark said the big fella. Look, you.
More and more people are discovering the ease of Newcastle Airport. It's an effortless drive, cheaper parking, and before you know it, you're checking in with friendly staff. Start your trip with a smile. Newcastle Airport, now offering more services and flights every day. Newcastle Airport, connecting people, connecting places.
How's my boy?
Good. So I'm going on a road trip.
Road trip?
Yeah. With my new girlfriend.
Your girlfriend?
She's great. We're going on a meditation retreat.
Meditation retreat?
Yeah. It's gonna be great.
You sorted your health cover, didn't you?
Yeah. Got NIB.
Do it for them. Get NIB today.
Welcome back to Surfest 2016, brought to you by Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota. We've got in the water right now, Heat 10, round 3, sorry. Jack Freestone in the red, Joshua Menez in the black, Ezekiel Lau in the white, and Arit Aaron Abu in the, just moved on me there, in the yellow, sorry about that. Ezekiel Lau's had a first scoring waiver of 6.67. Just 3 minutes in, and then a Ritz in the yellow at 2.5, so a throwaway there for Ritz. But a good wave there for Ezekiel, first wave of the heat.
All right, well, he was on a tear yesterday, wasn't he, Ezekiel Lau? And Aaron Baru also has got a very stylish natural footer. The Spaniard wearing yellow singlet. Josh Miniz from Hawaii is in the black, and Jack Freestone is out there in the red singlet. More awesome
Stacked
surfing
heat.
coming your way.
Stacked heat. All natural footers too, which is good for out here, you know. It's good to have... I used to like getting, if I was in four-man heats, having 2 goofies, 2 naturals.
Sure.
So
at least you beat the goofies.
Yeah. No, well, just it look different than the goofies. Or even 3 goofies I used to like.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, just to look different to them.
Sure.
3 natural footers, it's like, well, I've got to do something special
Yeah,
here.
that's right. Yeah, you got to really stand out.
Yeah.
Good point, Hoyo. So it's day number 5 here at Surfest, folks. You are watching, as we said, the Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota Pro. It's a QS 6000 event on the World Surf League, $150,000 up for grabs. And with that exchange rate at the moment, that's got to be pushing, 1 or 2 million?
Yeah.
Rupees?
Rupes, yeah. $100 is in rupes, that's all right.
Yeah, it's only love it when you go to Bali and you catch your first couple of hundred and you're a millionaire.
Oh, exactly. It's the best. It's gone in a night.
And then you go home and count it and it's like 600 short.
Always. And then it's gone. You need another one the next night.
Of course you do. Yeah, classic stuff. All right, well, Joshman is posting a 4.0. Ezekiel Lau opened up with a 6.67. That is a really good score, 6.67 Ezekiel Lau. And Aaron Baru, a couple of throwaway scores, 2.5.93. So Matty Hoy, Tez McKenna taking through these first 2 heats of the day. And coming up after us, of course, we've got very stoked to have Johnny Shmuka back here from Hawaii, the Pocket Rocket. Hawaiian will be back on the microphone with Luke Kennedy from Tracks Magazine, and of course Jesse Adam, part of the commentary team, as well as Beck Woods as well, will be in a little later on today when we get into the women's division.
Still in the comp too, Jesse, which is good.
Killing it, mate. And we've also got Ryan Callanan, who's been motoring his way through the draw as well, which is good to see. Had both those heats, both of Ryan's heats I haven't commentated. I've just elected to go down and, stand down. Yeah, cheer on with the crew.
Yeah, I had to do it, mate.
Oh,
so.
It was awesome, mate. It was so cool. Just everyone hooting along, every
I
little
like
bit.
being in here too. It's good. So, stay away from out there too. It's good.
Well, you get when you commentate their heats, you get to see everything that they do, which is really nice. You can give them some feedback. But and of course the judges can't hear us, so we don't have any effect on anything in that respect. But yeah, it's going to be great to see. So they'll be coming up. Jesse Adam, I think Jesse surfs in the last heat.
Yeah, today.
Of this round.
Of this round, yeah, obviously today.
Yeah, and then Ryan will be surfing in one of the early heats of the next round. So yeah, for the Nova Castrians, the Newcastle people. Nova meaning new, Castrian meaning castle. Yeah. In Latin, just in case people from around the world hear this word Nova Castrian and think, what does that mean? It means that's what we're called if we're from Newcastle.
Yeah, how good's that? There's not many other places in the... I mean, there is, but there's not in Australia. Like Sydneyites, what's that? You know what I mean?
Well, you got a couple of Brizzos.
Oh, yeah, exactly. No, a couple of Brizzos. Exactly. Like, it's sort of much more regal Nova Castrian than Sydneyite or Brizzo.
Isn't it? What? Yeah, no, it's got
we'll claim that.
It's got a lovely ring about it. Here goes Ezekiel Lau, wave number 2, just a short one there in the Hawaiian, coming unglued at the end of that. It's only going to be a little throwaway score there for Ezekiel. 18 and a half to go. You're watching the second heat of the day, and in fact, it's heat number 10, round number 3 of the men's division at the Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota Pro. And thank you very much to Kim Burton and the gang, who have done an outstanding job, and they really look after everyone, around town as well, with really good deals. And some of the people even get sponsored with cars, including Jesse Adam and Hoya. You get looked after by Kim, don't you? Yeah. I was driving Kim's cars there for a while. It was just the best time of my life.
Yeah, he looks after. He's a great man. Loves surfing. Has been sponsored. How long has he sponsored Surfest for?
I've got to probably talk to Warren about that, but I know that the investment has exceeded a couple of years ago they said that it had exceeded a million. So it's got to be pushing up around a $1.5 million investment right about now.
He's got a good surfboard collection too. Don't worry.
Oh, he's got some magical stuff. I've been up into the offices there. with Kimbo Burton, and he's got some awesome memorabilia, hasn't he? Yeah, he's a mad surf fan, and that's why he's done it. And look, it's really been quite a good partnership. It's worked great for us, obviously, because it keeps the competition alive, and it's also given Kim Burton's business a point of difference as well. I mean, it's very much a surfing town, Newcastle. So from a marketing standpoint, it's been a really good move for Kim as well.
Oh, for sure.
It's a two-way street. It's worked out really well.
Toyota's one of the best surf cars you can buy.
Oh,
so
they are the ultimate because of the reliability factor, and they're just stylish, and they tick all the boxes. But more so the reliability. If you're a surfer and you want to chug around Australia and you want to go all these different beaches, and we said the other day, I think it's in this book here from Destination New South Wales, there was a note in there where it said that there was, I forget how, it was like 29,000 beaches in Australia.
Yeah.
And they said that it was some kind of ridiculous amount of time, or maybe it was more than that. And it took if you wanted to go to one beach every day, it would take 29 years to do it.
Yeah, right.
How good's that for a retirement plan? Imagine if you just got your old camper van and went, I'm going to do one beach every day.
Good luck.
And you got it like a 30-year retirement plan. You just go, I'm just going slowly around Australia to every single beach. That would be that'd be cool.
You wouldn't be able to get some inaccessible.
Oh, totally. No, there'd be a fair percentage of those that you wouldn't be able to get to. There's no doubt about that. But 16 and a half to go. Let's see if this guy can get himself into the lead. This is Ezekiel Lau. Big hit on the outside section. Trying to climb up and over the froth here this morning, but Ezekiel has to surrender to the suds on that one. He's currently sitting in second place. Only needed a 2.16. You've got to be thinking that first hit out the bank there's going to be enough to net him a score like that. But the ocean is very topsy-turvy today, folks. It's just a mishmash of wind and swells kind of colliding together as we see Jack Freestone. And this kid's got some skills, hasn't he?
Hasn't he? He's this good-looking wave on the inside. Only didn't get much on the outside though. It looks really hard to pick the waves today. Like the last few days, you could at least pick the good ones, but there was not that many good ones. But if they came, you could pick the right one. But today is just a washing machine. It looks like you just got to scramble into whatever you can and hope for the best.
All right. Well, right now watching a rich Aaron Baru, the Spanish natural footer. Everyone just kind of struggling with these first two heats of the day, wondering where's the best place to sit and how they're going to approach it, what kind of equipment to ride. So a little replay there for Jack Freestone, who's had a super quiet heat. Jack's only had a 117 prior to that. Like the wetsuit there with the
stripe side.
Yeah, stripes down the leg look pretty cool. Just a little point of difference there. Looks really nice. Gee, there's some good wetsuits coming out. They've got tracks are just in the throes of assembling their their annual wetsuit guide. And I was talking to Luke Kennedy about it. He said some of the colours and the styles of the new wetsuits and the different cuts and the way that they've made the whole thing. So it's just a work of art now, aren't they?
Yeah, for sure. And how much has the wetsuit technology come ahead since we started surfing?
Oh my goodness!
Those first ones were just rank.
Oh, I used to wear a footy jumper.
Yeah, I used to wear a girl's wedding. Girls piping hot long arm springy.
I had a beaver tail. I'm not joking. No. I honestly had a beaver tail. It was a hand-me-down. Like everything. Yeah. I had a 6'10" hand-me-down and beaver tail wedding hand-me-down. It's like that's how it started.
That's hilarious.
It was a classic. All right, there's a little paddling for this one.
This is a good-looking wave.
Yeah, this is. We're going to throw to a commercial. To an interview after this wave. Let's just stick with this one though for Joshua Moniz, and that's got to be one of the cleanest waves that's rolled through here today, and hopefully that's a sign of things to come, Matty Hoy.
Yeah, well, that stayed right off the rocks and hugged the shelf. So yeah, that's what you want to look at, and look what happened.
All right, well, let's throw to an interview. We'll come back with more action soon.
Hey guys, I'm down here with Jesse Mendes of Brazil, winner of the first heat. Jesse, just wondering what your thoughts were when you turned up at the beach today with the conditions all changed.
Yeah, definitely. I was the heat that got turned down in the last second, and I don't know, I kind of knew the south winds were going to come on strong today. I thought they should have run yesterday, but they wanted to call it off, and woke up today. It's my work, so I do what I got to do, and stoked. You got to pay a lot of attention on every little chop that comes, because that could turn into a good score, like you have no idea. Like, there's no swell, it's only wind swell, so it's all massy, so anything it comes, it could turn into a good score, and I'm glad I had God sent me the waves and kept me calm, and I did what I had to do in the beginning of the heat, and then I kept priority and went on the right ones after I made good decisions, and stoked to make it.
Yeah, you only had those couple of mid-range scores, you know, and the boys still couldn't catch up. Were you nervous just that someone was the boys would grab a couple of high scores and you'd get knocked down into third?
Yeah, actually, I knew I had a 6.67, and I knew I had a 4.33, and everyone had 4s. And then I wanted to back it up that 4, and then I got an otter score, but I couldn't really hear it. The winds are so strong, and I didn't really know. I thought I bettered, which I did. I bettered for like a high 5, and it was just like really tough because I couldn't hear. So I was kind of like, you know, I'm gonna hold priority and like try to better my position, and not worry too much of what they're doing. And seems like that it works. Like, of course you get nervous because you don't really know what's going on, and any wave could turn into a possible good score. And yeah, it gets in your nerves a little bit, but I was confident and calm, and yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And would you just like to say something to Brazil quickly?
Yeah, for sure. Muito obrigado a todo mundo que está assistindo o campeonato, a galera que sempre dá muito suporte para os brasileiros e minha família, todo mundo. Agradecer a Deus também por me deixar tranquilo e me mandar boas ondas na bateria. As condições estão bem difíceis, mas a gente perdeu bastante brasileiros, que não é muito comum, mas eu acho que a galera que está aí no campeonato está bem focada, está surfando muito bem. Já temos alguns no round 24 e espero que saia algum brasileiro campeão aí, e obrigado por torcer. Valeu.
Okay, thanks for speaking with us, Jesse, and good luck in the contest.
Okay, obrigado. That was Jesse Mendez, winner of the first heat. Cool little kid and a great surfer, and just a really nice composed. Really nice to good interview there from Fiona. Really digging into the minds of the athletes here today. That's what we want to do. Is we want to know how they tick, and you know, the emotions they're feeling, all that sort of stuff, and how they work out their game plan, some of the equipment they're riding, and you know, their cross training and their fitness and stuff. Is a lot we want to find out about these people. And yeah, good stuff there with Jesse Mendez. As we go back to the leaderboard at the moment for heat number 10, it's got around about 10 minutes remaining. And Ezekiel Lau, his last wave in the white singlet at 2.87 for that king head out the back. It momentarily put him into the lead. I say momentarily because remember Joshua Meneer's got that real clean wave. He rode it from way outside in the black singlet just before we threw to that interview. And it looks like some pretty big scores coming through for Josh Meneer on that last one.
Yeah, good looking scores coming in for him and Jack Freestone. So yeah, that should be good to see. Was that last one? Yeah, there it is. Last of black, a 7.33. Was that one we watched where it went real smooth?
That's right. Yeah,
right.
Really nice runner that went right from the outside all the way and hugged the rocks, and that's what we hope to see a bit more of with the incoming tide and the rising swell. But at the moment, you're watching Surfest 2016, folks. Day number 5 of the competition out of 7. It's a full week of non-stop action here. And Josh Meneer has gone into the lead. He's got a 7.33, and Joshua now looking to replace a 4.83 second best wave. Lau from Hawaii, so it's the 2-1 sitting 1-2 at the moment. So Ezekiel needing a 5.5 to go into the lead. Freestone needing a 5.48, and Aritz Aaron Baru chasing a 7.04. That is the situation, just under 10 to go.
Yeah, I thought a score was coming through for Jack then. It was only that 4.07 though. They showed an 8 when I first looked at them, and oh wow, this is a huge score coming in. But
yeah, sometimes
I think that was for Josh.
Yeah, that's right. Sometimes what happens is you get some of the judges might just hit the wrong button when they're thumbing away trying to get the numbers in. But very good morning to everyone, and Tezza and Hoyo once again taking you through the 5th day of Surfest here, and we've decided to we're dressed right up, mate. We've got our collared shirts on.
Yeah, exactly.
We've taken it up a notch.
Going out.
Well, we can just leave straight from here, and we can go. We've got our fever gear on. We can just go up there and start as soon as we finish here.
Exactly. I thought it was 8:15 p.m.
Yeah, awesome stuff. So, hope you're enjoying the action, and a big shout out to those people watching the Oceanic cable in Hawaii. Great to have you people here as well, and I can imagine if you're not watching the Eddy and you're not down there on the cliff, well, it's nice to have you here. You've probably got a broken leg or something.
Yeah, exactly, stuck somewhere.
Yeah, that's right. All right, well, it's Josh Meneer's in the lead, Ezekiel Lau sitting in 2nd, Freestone in 3rd, Aaron Baru is sitting in 4th place. Right now, the first priority is white, 2nd priority yellow, and this looks like
Josh Meneer.
Yeah, Josh Meneer. He was in 3rd priority. Lovely extension on that last manoeuvre, but he just couldn't quite ride down and out of it.
Just come unstuck on the foam bit on the inside. Here's Jack Freestone going left out from the middle to the rocks. Couple of nice backhand turns there. I think he just only fit 2 in there though. And then Ezekiel Lau off the rocks. Nice carve at the start of this one. Wave flattens out a bit.
Remember there used to be a brand called Ezekiel, didn't
Yeah,
there?
there still is.
Still is?
Yeah.
Going strong?
I don't know how it's going.
I used to like their stuff.
Yeah,
It was
they
kind
got
of
some
cool,
good
wasn't
stuff,
it? A Hawaiian brand, wasn't it?
I think California.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're still around. Let us know if they are.
Yeah, send it in an extra large, one large, one extra large.
No, not for just an extra for two.
Yeah, that's right. You're all done with your quickie boys. Of course you have been. You've got that. You've been with them forever and a day. All right. Well, here we go with.
Speaking of quickie boys, there's one.
Yeah.
From Spain.
I tell you what, they've got a really good team at the moment. They've put some. I've noticed a couple of extra quickie logos on the nose of boards.
Yeah,
this
they've got
contest.
some two out there at the moment actually, and then some really good up and coming guys, some rock and rollers, and some really good kids coming through too.
Yeah, good stuff, mate. And you've been going away with those gang, with the crew, and just hanging out, and keeping an eye on the boys, doing a bit of mentoring or whatever you do with them. What's your official role?
Ambassador.
I love it.
I used to be the director of nocturnal activities.
That is gold.
But now they've sort of made me a bit better and just someone just an ambassador for
wow,
Quicksilver.
no wonder you're wearing glasses and collared shirts. You're on more money now. that's gold.
What about that?
We're just.
I'd like to be.
Yeah, well, we'd all like to be,
No,
but at
exactly.
the end of the day, it's about doing something that you love.
I love it, mate. They're a great company.
As long as we can get by, that's all we ask. You know, it's not asking too much. All right, so Joshua Meniz, current heat leader. Last wave score was a 2.43. Did not go in the top two. Ezekiel Lau in second position. Requires a 5.5 to go to first. Jack Freestone, a 5.48. Jack sitting in second priority. First priority is actually black. So Josh Meniz is playing the game well. He's always seems to be in first priority. During this heat, he's held first priority about 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, because the boys, just as soon as he gets one, they all get one.
Yeah, there you go.
That's what happens.
Ah, yeah, right, gotcha.
So he got the first one, then they all got one straight after him.
And then there's with the way the break is designed here at Merewether, some people over the last couple of days haven't even been paddling out far enough to get priority.
Yeah,
there's
and
been
getting
guys,
scores.
Yeah, hanging on the inside, getting the nuggets, and some of those people it's actually really worked for them, and they've got through. We've got numbers dropping for Jack Freestone here. Ooh, this is going to be.
This is for that.
It's going to
left,
spell trouble for. Ezekiel Lau. So once this, well, no, not really. Okay, Jack Freestone's last wave, 5.80, would have been enough, but Ezekiel actually dropped to 3.93 on his last wave and raised the bar a little bit. Last wave scores for Ritz Arenberry was a 3.63, and right now up and riding in the red singlet, Jack Freestone.
This could change things.
Well, he needed to stay on his feet, unfortunately.
Wow, it looked like he made that, then it just flipped him at the end.
Yeah, I saw just as you
looked away.
Yeah, just to see what sort of score he needed, and as you did, he tumbled off. But it's once again, it's that last manoeuvre at Merewether, which is always a punishing little show to try and put the finishing touches on. Looks like that swell might even be coming in now. And so definitely some bigger lines out there. There's Jack, sets it up, hits that one pretty sweetly. It got down nice and low.
I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, I think he just leant a little too far forward, actually, and he couldn't pull himself back from oblivion.
The lip might have hit the back of his board, too. Flipped him up. He didn't get any turns on the outside. I thought he might have got a turn on the outside anyway. He just did a foam floater and that manoeuvre anyway.
Well, 4.81 is what Jack is chasing. There's 4 minutes left on the clock, and
he's a set.
Big and windy out there at the moment. Oh, look at that wind. There's a pretty...
We should have had a Hawaiian shirts on yesterday on a beautiful, hot, sunny day.
Yeah, I know.
Suddenly it looks like winter out there. We're in there going, yeah, it's all good.
It's all good. Smithy's happy. That's all that matters,
exactly.
mate. He saw me in the shirt out there. He goes, do the boys wear the shirts? I said, me and Hawaii got the Hawaiian shirts on for you. Yeah, he just had a big smile on his top.
Yeah, exactly. Come and had a look at me.
He said, I've got to see this bloke with a collar on. It's a rarity. Here comes yellow, Rich Arenberry. Nice, just simple surfing on windy days. You don't want to just push it too high and hard, do you?
No.
Did you used to do that? Just pull it back like, a couple of percent and just try and keep everything a bit more simple, because otherwise you go too outrageous on windy days, you get blown off the back.
Yeah, just look, this one just stays a bit flat too, a bit foamy. Yeah, on the windy days, the offshore windy days especially, but when it's like this, I thought, whatever. These are the days I thought if I get through today, well, it's a bonus. It's like like playing a bad game of footy and winning.
Yeah,
You know,
sure.
Play out like that.
I love it. I love your approach to the whole thing. It's awesome, mate. These Hoyoisms are so good. What a classic. You're just like, whatever happens, man, it's all good.
Oh, well, what can you do?
That's right.
Really?
Yeah.
You can only do your best in the conditions that you're thrown in front of you. But, I mean, people say you can make your own luck. You can do this and that and the other, but
yeah,
I think it's crap.
Well, the thing is that if you get too serious about it, it's not fun anymore. It feels like work. So it's good to see.
Especially on days like today. You can't. How can you make your own luck?
Yeah.
I mean, you can get busy and try and get waves and whatever, but you can't will sets to you. Well, people do though, mind you. There's a few. Kelly was good at it.
Well,
Tom Curran's he'd always get a score
when he needed it. You reckon he just had some kind of divine intervention?
100%.
Really? Like he had a connection to God or aliens or something?
Huey.
That's awesome. There's White finishing off a little wave there. Ezekiel Lau. So Jack Freestone will move up in the priority sequence to second priority. 2 minutes left on the clock. At the moment, Josh Meneers nailing his heat with a 7.33 and a 4.83. Take us through this one, Matty.
Yeah, nice snap on the outside. And this is the money turn there. He had to better a 3.93. I don't know if he's going to do that. He might just do it, but I don't think so. But, yeah, he just needed to better that to increase his second place to make Jack need a bigger score. So
you know what? He might do it.
Yeah, he's going to do it. 2 turns. They, you know what? They did in that last seat too. They gave him just for that one big turn, really. He did a check turn and then that one big turn.
Sure.
So, but I suppose these conditions, it says it all. And he's going to better a score for sure.
Well, Jack Freestone actually went down in the priority sequence then too. So, and he paddled for that little one and missed it as well. So he's definitely in third priority at the moment with a minute to go. Last wave scores for Ezekiel Lau, 5.20. Jack Freestone, you need a 6.08 for that guy in the red singlet. Lovely camera work, by the way. There's someone, that's probably Trevor, the cameraman, with his 45 years of experience.
Yep. As he does.
Listens to the webcast. And he loves it when me and you're on. He comes and says to me, "Oh, I love listening to you at Oyo, we do."
Millions don't worry.
No, that's right. He's our only fan.
Exactly.
All right.
So you got still have it there. Josh Meneers in the lead. Ezekiel Lau in second. Jack Freestone in third, needing a 6.08, and Ritz in the yellow, needing a 7.64.
All right. Well, this is black up and riding at the moment. Joshua Meneers, really lovely first turn. And again, throwing it up. It's super late on that second one, so he just went over the handlebars at the end there. And here goes Freestone. This is going to be the last blast for Jack, and it looks like he'll be heading off to Manly as we count down this heat in the water. So Jack was actually runner-up last year, wasn't he? Yeah. To Alejo Meneers, I think. Yeah. So, well, he's eliminated here at Newcastle at Merewether today, folks, in heat number 10, round number 3 of the Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota Pro. So unofficial results look like it was Joshua Meneers and Ezekiel Lau, the two Hawaiians, going 1 and 2. And then it was Jack Freestone from Australia in third, Ritz Aaron Baru from Spain.
They liked our shirts.
In fourth.
Hey? Hawaiian shirts got them through.
That's right. We had the flavour going, the Eddies on, the Hawaiian boys are coming first and second. When we got another Hawaiian coming on the microphone real soon.
Hawaiians everywhere.
That's right. All right, we're going to throw to a commercial break, and we'll be back with more action from Surfest right after this.
and more people are discovering the ease of Newcastle Airport. It's an effortless drive, cheaper parking, and before you know it, you're checking in with friendly staff. Start your trip with a smile. Newcastle Airport, now offering more services and flights every day. Newcastle Airport, connecting people, connecting places.
And welcome back to Surfest. I'm Luke Kennedy, the editor of Tracks Magazine. I'm joined in the commentary booth by John Shimuka. John, a couple of Hawaiians going through in the last heat. You'd have to be pretty happy about that.
Yeah, seems like Hawaii is the flavor of the morning so far. Obviously, we've got 2 Hawaiians going through. And then, of course, over in speaking of Hawaiians, here's one up and riding straight away, Sebastian Zietz. He's, very happy to be here in Merewether, and also very happy that the 80i Cow over in Hawaii is also running too. So it's just a Hawaiian theme all the way around.
Yeah, unfortunately, we haven't got the Hawaiian shirts on. Matt Hoy and Tez McKenna had them on in the last heat, but we'll have to be on point tomorrow, I think.
Yeah, I think I've got some in the van. I'll have to go and scavenge my way through and make sure I got my Hawaiian shirt on. But good opening ride there for Sebastian Zietz. Obviously, Sebastian on the tour, now off the tour. And looking to really post a few good results early in the season here in Australia.
Yeah, well, if he can keep doing turns like that last one, I think he's going to. Really committed and through the fins on that final turn. He's looked in great form all week, John, so I'd say he's sort of one of the favourites for the event at the moment.
Yeah, I was talking to a few people just before we came on air, and there's a lot of international talent. There's a lot of local talent that have really been posting some good scores and performing really well in some very good conditions and some very trying conditions. Today, very trying, so it's going to be game on, and you need to bring your A game.
As we see the surfer from Brazil, David Silva, up and riding. Didn't really get the outside turn in and just the old flyaway kick out.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, this is Billy Sterman, the New Zealander. He's been campaigning for a number of years now, getting closer to having a Kiwi representative on the WSL. This kid's got a lot of talent. He just needs to find a few big results and stay consistent throughout the year. But with good surfing like that, it's just a matter of time before potentially Billy Sterman is on the WSL tour.
Yeah, Billy's really light on his feet, super agile, got a fantastic aerial game. And as we saw at Margaret River a few years ago, doesn't mind the big stuff.
Yeah, I was just going to say that's where he really made a name for himself when he upset Kelly Slater in some very big conditions in Margaret River. So Billy Sterman, sort of just making small steps towards that WSL berth. And, a big result here could, grow some confidence within his surfing. And who knows, leading into Manly. It's always good to start the year very strong. But right now, I think we're going to throw down to Fiona, who's on the beach with the last heat winner.
Hey guys, yeah, I'm down here with Joshua Moniz. Josh, you got here this morning and you realised that southerlies come through. I'm pretty sure it's meant to stick around for the weekend. How are you feeling about that?
I'm good with it. Where I live, it's pretty much always like this and really windy, so I'm pretty used to the wind. I'm not too worried. It's just you kind of got to get lucky with like the waves that have wall and hit the bank good, so that's the only thing you got to worry about.
Yeah, you drew Jack Freestone in that he's on tour this year. Does that ever play on your nerves a little, drawing a bigger name?
No, not really. I get kind of excited when I get guys like that because you're kind of they're expected to do good, so they kind of have pressure on them, and I didn't have pressure on me at all. So yeah, I was excited to get a chance to surf against him and Zeke and Urit.
Yeah, for sure. And do you feel like you've been surfing well lately? Are you really confident?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident. I've been here for a few days, and my boards are feeling good, and yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident right now.
Yeah, well, you look like you're surfing really well, and thanks for speaking with us, Josh. We'll see you in the next round. Sweet.
Well, Shmoo, Josh, obviously the son of Hawaiian surfing legend Tony Moniz, and I think Tony, from memory, rode one of the best waves ever in the Eddie. I think possibly the same year that Brock Little got his magic wave.
Yeah, well, Brock is definitely channeling some big surf over in Hawaii right now. As you said, the Quicksilver in memory of Eddie Aikau event is running. Apparently, there's been some massive wipeouts over there. Twiggy Baker apparently took one crazy one, but he's okay. So yeah, Tony, Josh would be happy that potentially Dad's not in the event because he's all the way over here competing and doing quite well. But yeah, Tony Moniz, big wave legend, all around massive influence on Hawaiian surfing. And one of the guys I used to look up to when I was a kid as well. Just an all-around great guy, has some great surfing academies and schools and beach huts over there in Waikiki. So he's got, surfing is in his blood, and you can tell with Josh and Seth Moniz. These two out of, I think they got about 10 kids between him and
Yeah, it is a dynasty, the Moniz dynasty.
Yeah, and longboard champion in her own right. So, good result there for Josh, and he moves on into the next round. But right now, it looks like Billy Stearman, we saw on that replay, Luke, the 8.67 takes the early lead over the Hawaiian Sebastian Zietz.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the highest wave scores we've seen, maybe the highest, I think, 8.67, showing that even in these challenging conditions that those scores in the excellent range are definitely possible.
Definitely, and, big... I love coming up here to Merewether. I love coming to this event, and when you got partners like Maitland and Port Stevens Toyota, Kim Burton and the crew, they have been around for a long, long time, and Warren Smith and all his crew. When I talk to Warren on the phone, you just can't say no. Great culture up here, full-on surf city, and it's always a pleasure to get up here, and I look forward to the weekend because that's when we see things really heat up. Kids are out there fighting for points, very important points in a 6,000 on both the guys and the girls side. So, people can sit back on the weekend and listen to us and watch some of the best surfers in the world compete for the title here at the Surfest. But right now, it's Billy Stearman taking the lead.
Yeah, that's right, John. If you're not going to watch on the webcast, if you're within driving distance of Newcastle, we suggest you get down here on the weekend for all the action. It will be fantastic. Also in this heat, John, Leonardo Fioravanti. Leo coming back from major back surgery. He spent all of last year basically in recovery. I think he's still got a little bit of metal in the back, but he's been training really hard, and he's done a great job of getting himself back into a position where he's surfing fit and competing again.
Yeah, as you can see the conditions there right out in front, and one of our surfers up and riding. The surfers competing today down on the beach very early, looking at the playing field, if you like, as we see Leonardo Fioravanti of Italy, of course, the world champion, the junior ISA world champion. He come back from back surgery and win a world title. That's just an amazing story.
As we see Sebastian Zietz slashing off the top, rides cleanly out of that little whitewater float to finish with. So Seabass holding down a good opening score. The 6.33 is that first wave we saw. Just see Leonardo kicks the fins out here, but can't ride out of the maneuver, unfortunately.
Yeah, that would, back surgery. He did that at Pipeline, I believe, as we see the Sebastian Zietz, the Hawaiian, out in front. And, well, he needed a 1.54, so I have no doubt he'll get that. So he'll probably push back into second place. But going back to the Italian, back surgery, Pipeline, the mental frustration that he would have been going through, having to go through the surgery and then the rehab and watching his mates sort of go forward and surf all over the world, only to come back and win a junior world title. It's just, it's an amazing feat, and representing Italy.
It is a great story. One of the best European surfers in the water at the moment, as we see Leo up and riding, just a good slashing turn to finish. And I know he actually had another couple of big sessions at Pipeline this year, so not only did he sort of make a comeback competitively, but he's back in the water at Pipe, and also charged some huge outer reefs in Hawaii. So that's just an indication that he's really regained his confidence after the surgery.
I was going to say that. Surfing is so much about confidence, as we see the New Zealand surfer up and riding. A lot of little scoring potential pockets out here at Merewether, and Billy Stearman, you can see by the way he's looking left and right and putting his board into those positions onto the smoother part of the wave, that he's just looking for those little pockets of that can score him points, as we see now the Brazilian on going against the grain.
Yeah, interesting tactic here from David Silva. There's a few, you can't really see it on the screen, but if you look at the whole lineup, there's a few left-handers way out in the middle of the beach that are winding back into the corner.
As we see the replay here of Billy Stearman, he just keeps. I think the goal here today is to really stay close to the whitewater, to the pocket of the wave, because once you get anywhere out in the open face, you're a little lost. As we can see, David Diva did a great job, and he's going into the wind. That southerly is howling, what, 25, 35 knots?
Yeah, it's strong out there. Winston has arrived more with the wind than with the waves at the moment down here, but I've heard reports that it's actually marching down the coast. The swell's coming, so we're expecting big conditions here at Newcastle over the next couple of days.
When you say big, are we looking 6 to 8 foot with a strong southerly wind? Because that's like wind pushing against the swell, and how does that affect it?
Yeah, we could see some conditions that are sort of somewhat victory at sea with big wind-blown swells, but that's always exciting to watch, John.
Well, you know, it'll test these guys' mettle, that's for sure. Right now, it's the Hawaiian out in front, Sebastian Zietz over the Brazilian David Silva. In third is the Kiwi surfer Billy Stearman. Well, he needs a 1.60, and then Leonardo Fioravanti of Italy sitting down in fourth place, needing a 6.77. He's up and riding here, Luke.
Yeah, just arcing back into the pocket. Doesn't like the look of that one. A little bit of a lottery dip out there at the moment, John, in terms of trying to really determine as you paddle in if it's going to be a good one or not. You just got to kind of paddle in and hope a little bit that you get that one good turn out the back and then the inside reform.
Well, what I've noticed over the last few heats that I was watching before we came on air is the wave counts. There's a lot of waves being ridden, and that's, in my opinion, because that these guys are on the hunt. They know that there's a lot of wind swell and normal swell out there, but in order to find scoring potential, they have to hunt the lineup, and when I say that, that means riding a multiple of waves out there. As you can see, that's a good result of what I'm saying, is that Sebastian Zietz is just looking for something to pop up in front of him, making something out of nothing.
That's right, and as you say, yeah, as you're paddling into the wave, it's not immediately apparent whether it's going to be a good one or not, so got to take the tactic, just catch as many waves, and hopefully one of them is going to present you with a good section.
Yeah, and this is where physical fitness comes in as well, because you know you're going against the wind and the swell's pushing against the wind, and look, already Sebastian looking for another wave just to keep himself busy, knowing he needs a 6.25 now with 12 minutes and 45 seconds. Still plenty of time. The Brazilians got priority. So one thing I really love about surfing today is they've basically taken out the snaking tactic, the hassle tactic with this new priority rule. I love it. I think it's fantastic. It allows for more great surfing.
Yeah, I'm sure you've got some memories of your competitive career when the hassling and the snaking was a sort of a major part of the event.
Yeah, definitely. And the Hawaiian, big open face turn. Now he's found one of those waves that he can really open up. And then while he hangs on, I think that
they're going to pay that one, I think.
They will pay that one, Luke, and I think that that potentially could lead to a 6.25, depending on how completed the judges thought that last maneuver was. Let's take a look at this one again.
Yeah, I love the way he fades the paddle in so he gets really deep in the pocket. Commits to this turn, gets a little hung up, and rides out. The question is, will they say, obviously judges are looking for him to maintain control through the maneuver. Will they say, well, he took a risk through the fins, so we're not going to penalise him for that? Or will they say, well, we would have liked to have seen him exercise more control through that turn?
Yeah, the judges these days are very critical of that. I've been doing a few smaller events and watching how the judging scale is, how the judges are adapting to what looks like it could potentially be a completed turn as opposed to a completed turn and a non-completed turn. And I tell you what, they've been pretty good with their marks, and these guys, you know, you've got to ride out of a turn for it to be completed. I think that Sebastian Zietz looking for that 6.25. I'm not sure if that 5.83 there, Luke, was the score they gave him. If that's the case, well, close but no cigar. With 11 minutes remaining, he's got 4 waves under his belt. I do think the judges might be reviewing that one, but we'll let you guys know as soon as we can. You're here. Surfest 2016, this event been running for well over 30 years.
I think it's 31 years this year.
Wow.
So a lot of history, and I mean, when you think about it, I mean, this year we're actually doing an issue for tracks where we celebrate 40 years of pro surfing. Peter Townend won his first world title in '76, so it's 40 years. So that's a big magazine moment coming up for us. But putting that in context with Newcastle, that's only 9 years of that history that the event wasn't running.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing to, you know, the commitment of the community, the commitment of the staff that work under Warren Smith is just outstanding. Then you've got your ambassadors like the Matt Hoys, the Luke Egan's, the Mark Richards, the Nicky Woods, if you like, of Newcastle, Simon Laws. I mean, this town has a knack. Of course, Ryan Callanan now, Jesse Adams, who's on the commentary team. This town has a knack for producing outstanding world-class surfers.
It does, and I think the community at the moment is obviously extremely happy that they've got someone to shout for again on the WCT with Ryan Callanan qualifying this year.
Yeah, I saw Ryan down at the Australian Board Rider Battle not too long ago, and I tell you what, the guys that have been on tour for a few years need to be on alert. This kid was doing some things that I hadn't seen in the last couple of years in his surfing repertoire, but he is ready to step up to the big stage.
Yeah, Ryan is he's a dynamite surfer and a real threat because he can surf small waves well. He's got a really extensive repertoire in small waves, but then in some of the bigger stuff like Fiji, Chopu, Pipe, he's a fantastic barrel rider. I remember we had an issue of tracks a couple of years ago at a sort of secret spot a little bit down the coast, and Ryan was a standout. He actually earned the cover of tracks for that session that we called the Day of Days, and he basically turned a mid-north coast beach break into something like Pipeline.
Yeah, it's great. The talent these kids possess these days. I'm really excited about the start of the WSL this year as we see Split Peak here, the Brazilian who's currently leading with 8.5 minutes to go, bounces off the whitewater. He wants to replace that 6.27, and he's electing to go against the grain, maybe even looking for a ramp or two. You know, these Brazilians so known for going above the lip and quite well, I might add. So that might be David Silva's game plan. I'm not so sure who was on the right there, but I can tell you that Sebastian Zietz came close, but it was no cigar over that 5.83. It looks like it was that was Leonardo on the right there as we focus in on the Brazilian.
Yeah, this wave shaped up really well for David. Unfortunately, he just gets popped off by the chop down the line. He's got the weight on the front foot, comes off the top in the whitewater here. Another good section in front, and then boom.
Yeah, so Billy Stearman snuck into second place, and the Hawaiian, Sebastian Zietz, with his 5th ride. You can tell by the body language, Luke, he doesn't look convinced that that wave was 6.25.
No, not at all. So he's charging back out the back. Just 7.5 to go. I think Seabass still well and truly in this one as we take a look at this wave. Great opening turn, just on a flat face wave, but big arcing cutback right into the pocket. Follows it up with another one. That's the 3rd. He may have wanted a little bit more variety in that wave, John. I think that's what's going to let him down.
Yeah, it's that last turn, isn't it? It's always that last turn that unfortunately does not allow for the score that these surfers need. But as you pointed out, Luke, 7 minutes and 10 seconds to go for the Hawaiian to post a 6.25. You know, I'm going to refer back to what Josh Moniz said with that interview with Fiona, is that it's very similar to where he surfs at home. I think he was referring to a place called Diamond Head.
Right.
This is Diamond Head, 360 days a year. Very choppy. You got to find the little bowly section that allow you some open face turns, and that's why Josh probably felt really comfortable out there, because that's part of his training grounds, I would think, for the QS Tour. So that's what Sebastian's trying to emulate. Sebastian comes from a beautiful place called Kauai. He resides a lot of times on the road, but when he's not on the road, on the North Shore. So in those places that I speak of, the North Shore and Kauai, there's not too many places that he can go and travel to train for stuff like this. So he has to go outside that comfort zone, if you like. He's very well adapted to it, but sometimes when you don't surf it on a regular basis leading up to an event, it can be, you know, the undoing, because you know, the more you practice in this stuff, the more it comes second nature. But I mean, these guys are at the top of the game, so if they find one of those pockets, they'll score some points.
As we see serving red, Billy Stearman just arcs it back into the pocket, waiting for this one to stand up on the inside, just weaving all the way through. You can see him looking left, looking right, looking left, looking right. Unfortunately, the wave doesn't deliver. Surfer Leo Fioravanti, everyone's adopted this tactic, John, of going left now. They've learned from David Silva, seen that he's got the scores.
Yeah, we can see he really finds some nice open face on the inside. 2 backhand turns into a nice closeout reentry. So the Italian now making his comeback with 5 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. Let's take a look at this one.
Yeah, this is Billy's wave. That unfortunately, he's chasing. Well, he's sitting in second now, but I don't think this is going to go into his top 2. This wave didn't really come to the party. Didn't get that double up on the inside. However, Leo's wave, I think, is going to go into his top 2 definitely as we take another look at it. Strong opening turn, riding into that wind, banks it off the whitewater, and this is where he really starts to get moving on the inside. Wave shapes up, much steeper face to work with, and we see 3 consecutive powerful backhand slashes and a strong finishing maneuver with the fins thrown out the back.
Yeah, the judges are going to have their work cut out for them because that was a great exchange. As you said, they've all sort of cottoned on to what David Silva's doing there on these lefts, finding some open face, going against the grain, but still allowing for some good scoring potential. We did see Sebastian sneak back into the lead there with 4:20 on the clock with that 5.83. Then he backed it up with a 6.57, which increased his margin between second and third. Now Billy Stearman was looking for a 4.23 on his last 2 rides that are coming in, but it's the Italian. The Italian is the one that everyone needs to watch because he needed a 5.77, and he's got a pretty darn good-looking score coming in.
Well, Leo's made a habit of doing this all event. I think in the last 3 heats, he's posted a really high score in the final minutes and leapfrogged from 4th to 1st, and he's done it again. So
yeah, well, he's, like you said, 4th to 1st in a blink of an eye for the Italian, and now the Hawaiian needs to strike back here and pull some of that, what we call in Hawaii, mana, or power. Oh, and there's a nice power turn on the forehand, straight into a big 360 rotation. Well, Luke, do you think he realized that he was back into third, needed a 7.21? I don't think so, because I don't think he would have tried that very high difficulty, difficult maneuver there had he known he needed a 7.21.
So you think he could have, you think he could have taken less risk and maybe got the score?
He could have taken maybe a little bit lower road there on that one and not played safe. We can see on this replay here, he's really utilizing that white water. Now he finds the open face. Beautiful open face turn. Drives him into that next one. I thought he could have maybe just done a nice little carving down turn straight into that next section, which would probably allow for another maneuver had he known he needed a 7.21.
Maybe look for an air section down the end.
Potentially, yeah. But he'll get back into the lineup, reflect on that last wave and his choices, and with 2 minutes and 45 seconds, we'll try and post up a 7.2. And another great heat coming up. We got, the Japanese contingent has really surprised me over the last 24 months. They have gone from strength to strength. So you're now starting to see a lot of Japanese surfers into the quarters, into the round before the quarters, and it's only a matter of time before we see them on the podium because they're a great bunch of surfers. So coming up next, Takumi Yasai, Miguel Tudela, Michael February, another young talent coming out of South Africa, and our very own Jesse Adams. That's another great heat.
That's a huge heat for the morning. And yeah, you're talking about the Japanese competitors. What I like about the Japanese surfers as well, they kind of, if you see them free surfing together, they surf together, they push one another along. They realize that the best way to project each other into that WCT situation is to feed off each other's energy.
Yeah, I mean, they really got the bug. And that's exciting, and we're going to see some of that excitement in Takumi Yasui in the next heat. But right now, it is the Italian out in front. If you're watching this this wonderful event, the Maitland and Port Stevens Toyota Pro here in Merewether, John Shimoka, Luke Kennedy of Tracks Magazine, and well, like you said, 4th to 1st. He's just got calm, cool, collected nerves, and David Silva from Brazil in 2nd, trying to hold on from this man. Billy Stearman doesn't like it. He kicks out. Sebastian Zietz chasing 7.21. Can they get it, Luke?
Well, it's pretty tight. We're seeing Seabass having a look at this one on the inside, generating as much speed as he can. Throws up to a big layback slash. Knew he had to go big, but just can't ride out that wave. Not really enough push to kind of leverage him back up onto his board.
Yeah, it's dire straits for Sebastian Zietz. We see Billy Stearman.
It's kind of a little bit of a priority situation there, possibly.
Yeah, so red had priority. Now it's the priorities with our heat leader, that man on screen, Leonardo Fiorante, with 35 seconds.
Yeah, unfortunately for Seabass, as we take a look at this one, good to see him, really have a big go at the section, but would have liked for that wave to have stood up a little bit steeper so that it actually pushed him back up onto the board.
Yeah, definitely. He was looking for something big, as you said. With that short amount of time, he really had to go for it. Here's the Italian now looking for potentially a victory lap with 10 seconds to go. He will once again pull a rabbit out of the hat.
Leo, it's the 3rd time this week he's done it. He's just in cruise mode now. He's got time for a little hair flick. Maybe he'll have a bit of fun on the shorey. And the hooter sounds, and he'll be on the beach right on time. So Leo, the whole heat just looked a little bit out of sorts. Suddenly out of nowhere went from 4th to 1st.
Yeah, great result for the young man from Italy. David Silva of Brazil follows in 2nd. The Hawaiian, Sebastian Zeitz 3rd, and unofficially in 4th would be Billy Stearman of New Zealand, who actually started out in the lead but just couldn't carry on with promoting himself into that next round. And, well, that's the way it stands.
Yes, so we're going to throw to a break, but I know that Stephen Bell will be happy, that's for sure.
Definitely. We'll be right back with more surfing right after this.
Customer service, it's the #1 priority for the Burton family.
From the exciting range of new Toyotas
To low-cost, fixed-price servicing.
as their guest, you're always #1.
It's the Burton family promise to give you a high standard of customer service.
And a higher standard of customer satisfaction.
So when you visit, you'll get the guest of honour treatment.
That's why people keep coming back.
To Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota.
So visit soon.
Tell him the big fella.
No lane centre.
No, Mark's the big fella. Look, you.
How's my boy?
Good. So I'm going on a road trip.
Road trip?
Yeah. With my new girlfriend.
Your girlfriend?
She's great. We're going on a meditation retreat.
Meditation retreat?
Yeah. It's gonna be great.
You sorted your health cover, didn't you?
Yeah. Got NIB.
Do it for them. Get NIB today.
Welcome back to the Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota Pro. John Shamuka, the big local hope, or one of two big local hopes in this heat. Jesse Adam, who everyone's heard him in the commentary booth. Now he's out in the water.
Well, that's right. You know, he goes from one strength to another, and it's great to see the locals being represented. How important is local knowledge on a day like today?
I think on a wave like this, which is really fickle and really tricky, I think it's going to play a big part. I think the local knowledge is important enough for Jesse to be sort of, a 10% advantage, I'd say.
Yeah, at least that. As we see our Japanese competitor, Takumi Yasui, I'll get it right one day. Starting off with, middle of the road score for our Japanese surfer. Jesse Adams had a very small 1.17, and Michael February a 3.50 with these 25-minute heats. Now, Michael February, he is a great young talent coming out of South Africa. Of course, we all know Jordy Smith. As we see on screen there, our Japanese competitor. This kid right here, Michael February, brilliant surfer.
Yeah, he's got that really long, languid style. There's something very distinctive about his surfing. It's good to watch. Like Jordy, as you say, very tall, and it's going to be interesting to see his career evolve.
Yeah, it is. I mean, he's taking the right paths. He's got the right mentors, and if he can post up a few good results, that confidence will build throughout the next couple of years. He's a South African champion, and he's got plenty of future in front of him should he want it and take it and grab it with both hands and grab some results. And we could see South Africa with another WSL competitor on tour. Jordy's actually coming back from a series of injuries last year, as you know, and he's primed. And I've been watching him on social media, looking very sharp, very focused, very fit, and very ready to potentially make a big charge at the title.
Well, I think everyone expects him to. I think everyone knows Jordy's got that kind of potential, and they're hoping that this is the year it's going to happen. You were talking about it earlier. Mick Fanning's made the statement that he's going to take a couple of events off. That opens the door a lot for a lot of the sort of emerging surfers to come up and really lay claim to those top positions.
Yeah, definitely. And we were just watching the replay. We'll follow on from that little topic of conversation. Now watching our Japanese surfer Takumi Yasui, beautiful backhand turn straight into another one. But as you can see, that bottom turn not allowing him to progress up into that final section there. Lost a little bit of speed, maybe flattened out a little bit. I'm not quite sure, but whatever the case was, it just didn't allow him to complete that last turn.
Yeah, it's a real shame, John, because we're looking at the score he's going to get just for the one turn. I think if he'd completed that second turn, we were looking at a score potentially in the excellent range.
Yeah, definitely. Most definitely. You know, going back to Jody Smith and challenging for the world title, Mick taking a year off to reflect, which I think is very noble of him. And, you know, it couldn't happen to a better bloke to man up and say, you know, I've had a big couple of years. I want to take a break. I think the main thing for Mick is to, you know, not lose touch, which I'm sure he won't, with the competitive side. And by saying that, he won't because he's going to do snapper, he'll do bells, he may do J-Bay, he may do another one down the track. So he'll still be in touch with the competitive side. But it's important for him to take some time away, like he said. I think that's amazing. You know, he's got a lot on his plate. And I respect that, so I wish him all the best, and I know that he'll fire up in the first two events on the WSL Tour. But going back to this world title chase, it does open up the door for guys like Jody Smith, who you would think at his age needs to really start buckling down and getting serious about, not that he wasn't before, about chasing the world title. But then you got guys like John Florence and Julian Wilson and the Brazilian Brigade. I mean, there's not 4 or 5 guys, Luke. There's about 10 guys you could probably pick that could win this world title.
Yeah, I think it's going to be one of the most interesting years on the WCT in a long time, and hopefully we see multiple surfers in contention. We don't want to see it as, you know, a 2-horse race can be fun, those kind of rivalries, but it's also great when you've got a fleet of guys in contention.
Definitely. And right now we're going to focus right in on this heat here at Merewether with a man in white from South Africa, Michael Ferry, just climbs up over that white wire. Look how much speed he generates. He just sits down on that board, tall, lanky stance, like you said, and how he's utilizing those little pockets of opportunity is just fantastic so far. Look at that. I mean, left, right, left. He really utilized what that wave gave him quite well.
He rode that wave really well, John. I think we're going to see some big scores. You saw on the outside, he was kind of almost surfing on flat water, but he had just enough speed to swoop off the bottom, throw it up into the top. And then the wave changed dramatically. It went from kind of a chubbier, flatter wave to a steeper wave, and he had to adapt pretty quickly, and he did that really well.
And you can see he just carried the speed all the way through, and, you know, without speed you don't turn, and he had plenty of speed, so it allowed him those turns we're seeing right now on the replay. Then he changes direction, just drives it up into that last closeout section, and it was a real difficult one to negotiate, but the South African did quite well. And as we wait for the score, Luke, we're going to go down to a live interview with Fiona with our last heat winner.
Yeah, so guys, I'm just down here with Leonardo Fioravanti. Leo, you're, I think, the only Italian in the draw. How is it just being the only one to represent your country?
I mean, I'm proud to represent my country around the world. I'm by myself, but I have my own team around the world. I have my friends over here, my coach, Jake Patterson. So we're just a team, and we travel together, and it doesn't matter where you're from.
Of course. You know, you happen to get a couple of fun ones out there. You got a really nice one on your backhand. Would you rather it kind of that split peak, or would you rather be surfing in the rocks there?
Well, I started surfing near the rocks, and then I heard the guys were getting scores, and then my coach told me to go over there, and I was like, okay, so I started paddling over there, and they all kind of had 2 scores already, and I only had a 5, which is a pretty low score, and I didn't have priority. I was third priority, and then David, a good one came, and David went left, and I went right. And my right was good. I went all the way to the inside and got a 7-point-something, and pedaled back out. Got first priority somehow because guys caught waves, and I just got straight on the left and got another 7, and just got me through. I was super happy.
And Leo, I hear that you can speak something like 5 languages. Can you just tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah, well, being Italian, I can learn French, Spanish, and Portuguese pretty easy. And then English, it's the main language around the world, especially in the surfing world. So wherever I go, you know, you just have to speak English. And wherever I go, I like to speak the language because I don't want to be left out. And whether I want to go order some food or whatever it is, I want to be able to speak and be able to say what I want to say.
Yeah, that's incredible. I wish I could do that. Thanks for speaking with us, Leo, and good luck.
Thanks. Forza Italia.
Well, 5 languages, good-looking kid. He is a brand dream.
He is, and
if you're out there looking for someone to market your products in multiple countries around the world, well, look no further. There he is.
Well, I think probably Jeremy Flores probably holds down the status as the biggest surfer in Europe at the moment, but you'd have to say Leo's probably the heir to that throne.
You couldn't be any more correct, my friend. As we see Jesse Adams, here he is. From the confines of the commentary booth to the windy, blustery conditions of Merewether, he's the local boy. He's got all the knowledge, and he's definitely got to be the favorite in this heat.
Yeah, he's. I'm pretty sure he's got his own cheer squad right down there watching from the boardwalk. He'll be pretty nervous, but also quietly confident given his local knowledge.
Yeah, you'd be standing on the beach, not even paying any attention to your 3 other competitors, because you know that you wake up of a morning, you have a surf here nearly every day, and you know this place like the back of your hand. But this young man right here, look at him. There's virtually no wave. He finds some speed. Now on the backhand, just drives up into that first section and just gets obliterated on that last one. But a 6.33 was the end result of that, as we see Jesse Adams riding once again.
Yeah, Jesse getting busy up on the inside. Probably be looking for a bigger wave than that. We're just throwing back to Takumi's wave. Once again, we saw a really good opening manoeuvre, and that's warranted big points. But I'd love to see him complete that last manoeuvre.
Yeah, well, a 6.33 then, all of a sudden turns into an 8.33 potentially. Now, up and riding, it's going to be our goofy footer. This is Miguel Tudela of Peru.
We haven't seen much of Miguel yet this heat. This wave's shaping up really well. Nice steep face, kicks the fins out into a layback, and just disappears in the white water, unfortunately.
Yeah, really hard going against the grain, I would think, today, Luke. That southerly wind pushing that easterly, northeasterly swell. Playing field, very tough to negotiate.
Yeah, it's a wide playing field, John. In the last couple of days, we've seen everyone sort of sitting usually at that off-rocks bank in the corner where you've got that defined right-hand bowl takeoff spot. Now it's a little bit more random, and that'll suit some surfers. Other surfers, they like it when there's a really set takeoff zone.
Well, this man right here, probably no stranger to surfing conditions like this in Japan. A lot of swells based off typhoons, and a really good combination, sequence of maneuvers for the Japanese competitors. Currently in second, Takumi Yasui, looking for a 6.01. Michael February of South Africa with a 6.33 and a 3.77. Luke, take us through this one. This looked very, very nice.
Yeah, nice, smooth opening cutback. Just looks up, evaluates what to do with the next section. Now the wave stands up a little bit more. Nice slashing turn. And what I like about it here is Takumi just decides, okay, I've fallen on my last turn a couple of times. I'm just going to back off a fraction for this one, just so that I restore confidence in my ability to make that last turn.
Yep.
And probably that I lock in a solid score.
Yeah, definitely too right. And we'll see that score coming in with 13 minutes on the clock. The man in white, Michael February, the current heat leader, does have priority. So he's in the, I guess you could say, the very top spot or position, if you like. Jesse Adams holding down that second priority. And that priority system is outstanding. We were talking about it before, where it just eliminates so much hassle. It provides more strong surfing, more of what our viewers want to see from around the world. And if you're watching us from around the world, I'm not sure whether or not we're on the Oceanic Surf Channel at the moment, because the Eddie is on, so it might be going back and forth. But if you're watching from Hawaii on the Oceanic Surf Channel, Dean Luke and the crew down there, much aloha to you guys. Good luck to everyone in the Eddie Aikau. I mean, it's a Brock swell. Brock Little, who I had the privilege of calling a friend and almost a brother growing up at the Hill House down there near Laniakea. It was a tragic passing, but he's in a better place. So my condolences to the Little family, Jim Little and Clark Little, and Brock is watching down right now and pushing those guys into some absolute bombs there at Waimea Bay. And right now, it's the best Friday in surfing. You got Newcastle or Merewether, if you like, and then you've got the Eddie Aikau. So I don't know how anyone's going to get any work done today.
And, as we said, there's loads of free surfing taking place up and down the coast with Cyclone Winston hitting the east coast of Australia. It's been crazy, John.
It has been crazy, but it's a good kind of crazy. It's the kind of crazy we like to see, because there's plenty of swell, plenty of surfing around the planet. If you just joined us on the live broadcast, The NBA crew doing a great job bringing you beautiful pictures. Yes, the southerly's up, but the swell is going to grow throughout the day, and it's going to make for some interesting and awesome surfing in the days to come. But we've still got plenty left here at the Maitland and Port Stevens Toyota Pro. That's Jesse Adams, Luke, not finding the type of wave he was looking for.
No, and what the surfers are looking for now is what a lot of the top pros like to call a little chip shot, where they just get a little wedge of water that's going to roll them into a better section. Jesse got the chip then, but not the double up. But this one is a lot steeper, big backside crack. Rides out easily. Unfortunately, not getting another section, but Jesse having a solid go at that one.
Do you think Jesse would his game plan is to sit in one particular spot, knowing that he's had to surf these conditions out here before, and try and, get 2 waves rather than 6 or 8 that we've seen in the previous heats?
Well, you'd like to think that the local knowledge would allow him to do that. I think he's been a bit thrown off by the shift to this middle bank. At the off-rocks bank in the corner, I think Jesse's local knowledge would have factored in more prominently. But now it's kind of a bit more of an even race because everyone's dealing with a really random setup.
Yeah, so it's interesting to see, even when the locals are struggling a little bit, that means conditions are very difficult. But hopefully Jesse figures it out and posts up a 4.85. That's what he's looking for with 10 minutes to go. Miguel Tudela looking for a 4.51, sitting in 4th place. The lead is held by the South African Michael February, the Japanese surfer Takumi Yasui in 2nd. So when I look at the scoreline, I think it's still anyone's heat to have. It's just going to come down to, the final few minutes or the final few rides, if you like, to see who finishes 1st and 2nd. I'm not sure if we're going to stay with the men's yet, or we're going to go into the Taggart Women's Pro at the minute. I'm sure we'll get advisement soon.
We'll get a call. Yeah, I think the original plan was to roll through to the men's and continue through the next round, but there may have been a change in the schedule. But I think you're right, John. It's just over 9 minutes remaining in the last heat. We saw Leo Fioravanti post a 7-point plus score in the last minutes and make the jump from 4th to 1st. This is anyone's heat.
It is. And while we wait for our next ride, this is one of the first events of the 2016 WSL qualifying season, and about to start the big events up there at Snapper Rocks. Injuries and working on those off-season and going, if you have one early on in the season, like Mitch Colburn suffered this morning in his pre-surf or pre-heat warm-up, as we see the local Jesse Adams just push that one up through the roof, and now he's looking a bit more sharp. But answering back is the South African, Luke.
Michael February, yeah, nice backhand direction change. Maybe not one of his top 2, but a solid wave. Although he's only looking to replace at 3.77, so we may see that from Michael with that one strong turn.
Yeah, let's look at this one from Jesse Adams. Finds the smooth open face straight away, finds some speed, nice top turn into a carving cut back. Now he sets up for this closeout reentry, just really pops that nose of his surfboard up over the section, slides the tail out. A lot of body language, I like that. And then our Japanese surfer live really whips that tail around and drives up into that closeout section, but just a little late on it. So he comes unstuck. So the judges now, with their work cut out from, we just made the point that it's anyone's heat at the moment, and we just saw an exchange from 3 surfers that it could go either way.
Yeah, we saw 3 waves ridden, but I'm not sure if any of these ones are going to be the definitive wave that's going to take someone way out in front. All going to be mid-ranges, but it's going to be interesting, though, because there could be sort of 0.5 of a difference or an improvement in last score. So
I think Michael February, who's our current heat leader, could replace that 3.77. Scores are coming in. He's got a 6.33. He's our leader. Takumi Yasui was trying to better a 4.10, sitting in 2nd. Now Jesse Adams is the one we want to watch. He's the one that was looking for, in the yellow, a 4.85. So all eyes are going to be on him to see where it takes him, whether it takes him to 2nd or 1st. And then Miguel sitting out there now with priority with 7 minutes on the clock. So we'll give you that score for Jesse Adams as it comes down the pipeline here at the Maitland and Port Stevens Toyota Pro with 6:50 on the clock. Injury. Mitch Colburn injured early in the season. How does that wear on you mentally? But also there's some off-season injuries that guys were taking care of. How's the rumor mill going? Anyone suffering any major injuries?
Looks like
outside of Bede?
It looks like Owen Wright's not going to be competing, or Bede, unfortunately. Aside from that, I haven't heard too much talk about the injury stats. Very unfortunate that Mitch Colburn's did himself early on in the season because he is one of the favoured goofy footers for fans around the world who are really desperate to see him in qualification contention, and he's come close a couple of times. He kind of really wants to be on that CT, and now looks like another setback at the beginning of 2016 for Mitch.
Yeah, well, let's hope that the doctor gives him some good news, a good diagnosis, rather than a not so good one. Well, here's the situation now. That last exchange, we saw Michael February, Takumi Yasui, and Jesse Adams. So Jesse Adams did get the score. However, as we alluded to, Takumi and Michael February backed up their second scores. So that keeps Jesse into third place. That's going to be so frustrating. So Jesse now needs a 5.25, and Miguel Tudela of Peru needs a 5.90. So the positions remain exactly the same after that last exchange with 5.5 minutes on the clock. And we are here in the final heat of the round of 48. We're not so sure who we're going to have next. Are we going to continue on with the men's event, or we're going to go into the Taggart Women's Pro? We will be given the nod, I'm sure, very, very shortly, and given a new heat draw so that we can inform our viewers out there. If you just joined us, yes, it's wild and woolly, but we are watching some great surfing here, and now the Peruvian up and riding.
Yes, Miguel Tudela just winding through to the inside. Haven't seen him ride anywhere near as many waves as his competitors. Now this one doubles up, hooks it up into the lip, rides out clean, and throws up another little foam climb. So he's chasing a 5.9.
So I just want to make mention of what he did on that last turn. He really just tried to shove that last turn in there where he really didn't need to. I know from experience, the judges really don't like that because you're trying to force a score. Had he just gone with that second to last turn and just known that he didn't have enough speed or enough space to do that last turn, yeah, he could have maybe just floated over the white water, done something different rather than try and force the issue, fall, and possibly go from potentially getting a good score to getting a not so good score.
So it's almost like a mandatory deduction situation is what you're saying.
Well, they do frown upon it. Like from experience, I know of many instances where you think you have enough speed and space, but you really don't, and you just go, I'm going to go for it anyways. You end up falling off, or it just doesn't look right, and the judges will pick up on that. And that just comes from lack of experience from a Peruvian surfer. And over the years, he'll learn by not getting the type of scores he thinks he's going to get. He'll pick up on that in reflection and go, I can't really do that anymore. It becomes second nature, but sometimes we just...
Particularly if you've already done a couple of solid maneuvers on the outside,
yes.
There's no need to really push it.
Yes, so scores in for the Peruvian there are going to reflect probably mid-range, low, maybe just under 5 points, and that's not what he needs. He needs a 5.90. He got a 4.63, so he remains in fourth place. Jesse Adams, the local, 5.25, Luke. 3 minutes, 15 seconds to go. What's going through his head, and can he get the score?
Well, what's going through his head is that's definitely within striking range for him. He knows he can do it. He's going to scramble into this one. He's on the left bank, waiting for a steep section, swings it up into the white water, needs a bit more from this wave.
That's going to be so hard going into that wind. I mean, you really got to stand where all the power of the wave is, and there's not much power because it looks kind of like a lot of wind swell as opposed to just normal swell that we're supposed to be getting.
Well, you made the point earlier, what these guys are trying to do as they surf into that wind is to almost surf on the spot, which is right in that pocket. The minute they drift out onto that face, they're going to lose speed, and they're going to be in danger with the lightweight boards they're riding of really catching a rub with the wind getting underneath the board. So sitting right in the pocket and trying to extract whatever power they can find from these small wind swells.
So you're really rolling the dice, and if you get it right, you get the score. If you don't, well, we just saw the end result of Jesse Adams getting blown off the back of that wave. So
hopefully he gets to roll the dice one more time before the heat's out, John.
Yeah, let's hope we see a massive exchange from all four surfers, because still I think it's anyone's heat to have. And, well, Jesse, he's on the hunt now. He's hunting that lineup. He's trying to find some space between himself and his other three competitors out here in the dying 2 minutes. Will we see the local boy going back and forth from the commentary booth, or will this be his last heat and he'll remain in the commentary booth for the remainder of the event? I hope the first option is the one that we're going to have, because I love it. Being able, I've been in that situation where you get to commentate and then you get to go out there and surf, so you get the best of both worlds.
Dripping wet in the wetsuit, commentating, running out for the heat.
That's what he does. That's what he does well.
we're yet to see someone commentate their own heat. It's coming though, I'm sure.
Yeah, I've actually commentated while in the tube at Snapper Rocks one year. Yeah, but that was an amazing moment in my history anyways. So, yeah, maybe that'd be great. But right now, Jesse's out there. He knows he's only got, Luke, 1 minute and 5 seconds to post a 5.25 or better. This is where the nerves are running high, the anxiety's there, and you just got to keep calm and let Mother Nature dictate what she delivers.
Well, I'll go out there and say this is probably the biggest heat of Jesse's life. He's made through the first round of his heat at Newcastle, and everything, the weight of Newcastle's on his shoulders, and it's all going to come down to this ride.
Well, he needs a big one here. Nice big forehand snap with a lot of spray, but was it worth 5.25 points? 35 seconds, he says, well, I want more. Maybe just trying to give the judges that confident look like, yeah, I got the score, but I'm going to go out and get another one just for giggles here. Here, have a look at this replay, Luke. What do you think?
Well, you can see the desperation as the whitewater takeoff arcs back into the pocket, up into the foam, kicks the fins a little bit. This is the money turn at the end. Throws the fins. Good direction change. I think he's going to fall just short. He gave that wave everything he had, but I think he's going to fall just short, John.
I think he needed a little bit more outside point scoring opportunity. I just think the wave didn't allow him that, and that's no fault of Jesse's. And, you know, from the scores, you're looking pretty spot on. The siren is gone. The horn is gone. It is over. And there it is. He has just fallen short of a 4.57. So Jesse Adams unofficially finishes in 3rd place here at the Maitland and Port Stevens Toyota Pro round of 48. Round of 48. Michael February takes the win from our Japanese competitor, the local boy in 3rd, and our Peruvian competitor in 4th. So there it is, the conditions there, very trying. But if you can find the right one, there is scoring potential out there, Luke.
Yeah, definitely. And we're going to throw to a break, but we're going to come right back with another exciting heat with Marco Giorgi, Conor O'Leary, Santiago Muniz coming up. It's the man.
Need direction? Talk to our local team of accountants, bookkeepers, and tax specialists. We help clients build wealth strategies. Taggart Business Advisors, proudly working for our community.
More and more people are discovering the ease of Newcastle Airport. It's an effortless drive, cheaper parking, and before you know it, you're checking in with friendly staff. Start your trip with a smile. Newcastle Airport, now offering more services and flights every day. Newcastle Airport, connecting people, connecting places.
How we looking, boys? Okay, so welcome back, everybody. This is day number 5 of Surfest. Has McKenna and Matty Boyne taking you through the first couple of heats here of the next round. And these are 3-man heats, Toyo, and it's going to be very interesting indeed. Marco Giorgi from Uruguay is the rider in the red singlet. We've got Conor O'Leary from the Shire for the kid from Cronulla is in the black. Santiago Muniz from Argentina is wearing the white singlet. So welcome back into the booth. Matty Hoy and I just went out to watch Jesse's heat, mate. Unfortunately needed a 5.25 in the end. And here's a replay of Marco Giorgi from Uruguay. And this guy's been really making some noise of late.
Yeah.
Very good surfer.
Yeah, in difficult conditions out there. We just watch that. It's all over the shop when you see it live. I mean, it looks like that here, but when you're out there, there's waves just coming in every direction. But there is waves out there. If you get on the end of a foam ball and then it wedges into the shore break, I think the middle's the spot to be surfing right now. But yeah, I saw a couple. I don't know if I'd be out there today, but I saw a couple of waves.
Yeah.
They're just getting a bit out of position because there's nowhere actually to sit. No lineup, actual lineup.
No defined lineup, that's for sure. It's just it's all over the shop like a dog on lino. Well, we've got about 22 minutes remaining. This is the first heat of the round of 24 here at the Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota Pro. And, of course, coming up a little later on today, after the end of this round, I think we've got 8 heats in this one. We'll go into 8 heats of the women's for the Taggart Women's Pro. Of course, they're both QS 6,000 events on the World Surf League. So, Taz and Hoyo taking you through what will be a very interesting one. Looks like Marco Giorgi opened up with a couple of scores, Hoyo.
Yeah, a couple of scores there, 5.83 and a 0.5. So the 5.83 today in these conditions is a score. That's definitely a backup score, or in the last couple of heats, that's been one of the best rides. That's like we keep saying, it's messy conditions, but that outside bank in the middle, there is a couple of rights that are breaking on the outside bank, just foam balling through the middle and then walling up on the inside. You just got to be in the right position to get them.
Yeah, that's right. It's very much a lucky dip, that's for sure. Very hard to work out a strategy on a day like today. You just got to take whatever Mother Nature dishes up for you. There is the little logo there, Surfest 2016, of course, coming to you live from Newcastle.
What is I'm confused. Round 4. Is there 8 heats in this? There must be, eh?
There's 8 heats in this round, and then there's 8 heats in the girls' round. So I guess we got 16 heats remaining here, folks. So day number 5.
But 8 heats of 3 in this round. So
8 heats of 3.
Only one gets knocked out.
I believe so.
Yeah,
that's
right.
correct.
And
yes.
then they go man on man after that, or the one after that.
I think so. I'm not too sure. Here's a little shot of Kimbo Burton. Great to see Kim Burton down here. Of course, that's the major sponsor from Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota, talking with a couple of the ledges around here from Newcastle.
Yeah, exactly. It actually works for Kim, the other guy on the right. So, yeah.
Gotcha.
I think it's Bob, actually.
Yeah, that's the guy, Bob. Yeah, he's one of the mad salesmen up there.
Yeah, so, that's the legend of Kim Burton. He put so much money into this sport, so much money into Surfest. He's a legend. Gives us cars to drive around. Toyota's the best surf vehicles in the world. He's wide up and riding. See what he's got. He went left at the start of this one, weaving through the inside bank. Flattens out a bit. There are some sets. I've seen a couple of 4-foot sets out there, but they're just so inconsistent. Finishes well. Santiago, Argentinian, all the way from Argentina.
Yeah.
I've never seen photos of waves in Argentina.
Well, you know where it is.
Yeah, I know where it is.
Yeah, down around the bottom on this side of around from Chile. But no, definitely get some waves there.
Yeah, I'm sure they do.
Yeah, some really good waves, in fact. Here's the replay for this Argentinian, Santiago Muniz. Ironically, Santiago is the capital of Chile, not Argentina.
That's pretty classic, isn't it?
It is, absolutely.
Might have been conceived in Santiago.
There we go. Is
on a holiday.
Yeah, it was one of those 10-hour layovers. That's a bit rude, isn't it? All right, well, there's the score coming through for Santiago Muniz of 4.0. I didn't mean it to work out that well. Came together.
Worked out fine for Santiago too.
All right, so Marco Giorgi brings a whole new meaning to the 10-hour layover. You wouldn't mind those ones, would you?
100%, you wouldn't be bored.
That's right. You wouldn't care about your skinny little economy seat with some kid like crying their eyes out right behind you. Here goes red. It's Marco Giorgi from Uruguay. And I just had a look at the charts and also got a couple of messages from Sprowley from Throwing Buckets, and interesting stuff here. Let me just go back to this message. You said, Avoca Beach, the wind just backed off to 12 knots. Newport is only 8 knots. And Shelley Beach is still 20 knots, but it looks like the wind will back off in an hour or so. So that's good news.
Wow.
It looks like it's all calming down, that big southerly.
That's good. Yeah, well, we got, that was the forecast. We got told that the wind was going to pick up this morning and then drop off this afternoon and pick up again tomorrow. So the waves could get really fun here this afternoon. You know what? The cloud's burning off out there too.
Sure.
I reckon when the sun comes out, the wind drops here a lot.
There you go.
Smooths it out and looks much nicer as well, don't worry.
Absolutely.
But yeah, that was the forecast, so hopefully that happens. And you know what? The waves could get really fun if that wind does drop.
All right. Well, at the moment, Connor O'Leary is in a priority situation. Connor hasn't caught a wave yet. He's just playing the waiting game for the Cronulla local. Last wave scores, Marco Giorgi was a 6.43. Marco's been on a tear. He's got a 5.83 and a 6.43. Santiago Muniz opened up with a 4.0. Here he is on his second ride for the Argentinian, just pushing it a little too far. We saw him yesterday. He's full of beans, that kid, isn't he? And he had that crazy kind of flock of seagulls kind of hairdo going on yesterday. Looks like he may have toned it down a little bit today. And Connor O'Leary needing a 4.90 at the moment to go into second. Here's the little replay for Santiago. Just losing control there on that first manoeuvre. So that is the situation right there. Heat number 1 of the round at 24 is currently underway here, folks. Hope you're enjoying the action here at Surfest 2016. Hoya, I'm going to just go slip next door and see Will and the guys from the WSL and get the updated draw.
Yeah,
you're going to be right there, hanging in.
I was just going to say something about that. They're going left out there. The goofy footers can go left out there, I reckon, but the natural footers should be looking for those right-handers going into the shore break. It's so hard to surf against this howling southerly. It's got a north swell that's backing off and pushing a bit out to sea on the lefts, but there's a couple of rights where the swell's coming at you a bit. But yeah, I think for the natural footers, look, they should be looking more at the right-handers. Although Marco Giorgi on his last one got a 6.43 for going left, so that just threw my theory right out the window. Always don't listen. Everything I say, don't listen to, because I'm usually wrong. Especially surfing heats. Yeah, so we've had a couple of scores in there. A 5.83 for Red's first wave and a 6.43 for his last wave. Connor O'Leary still waiting to open his account, and Santiago in the white, a 4-point ride. 2 surfers from this heat progress. 1 is eliminated. The round of, it must be the round of 24. And then it goes into, quarterfinals after this. But does it go to man-on-man after this? Or is the one after that? So it goes quarterfinals, I think it does. I can't work this draw out at the moment.
All right, we're going to throw to, just while there's a little break in the action, folks, we're going to throw down to an interview with Fiona, talking with the winner of the previous heat. Take it away, Fiona.
Yeah, guys, I'm just down here with Michael February. Michael, this is the 3rd time we've spoken. You've just had 3 heat wins in a row. How are you feeling? Are you gaining a bit of momentum?
Yeah, I'm super happy. I mean, it's nice to have won like my last 3 heats, and yeah, it feels pretty good because this is like my first contest for the year, and yeah, hopefully I can carry on going.
You know, you have a bit of an option today. You can go right or left. Do you ever prefer your backhand or forehand, or you don't really care?
I won't lie, like I do like enjoy my backhand a lot. I mean, the waves have changed quite a lot now, so there are a lot more left. So I don't mind going to my backhand. So yeah.
And who's your tip to win the contest, apart from yourself? Are you going to back yourself?
Geez, I want to say I back myself, but there's a lot of good surfers, and I don't know. I'm just taking it heat by heat, so I'm still like just focused on my next heat. So yeah.
Yeah, well, we hope you surf really well, and good luck in the next heat.
Thanks so much.
Thanks.
All right, thank you very much, Fiona. Doing a fantastic job. Marco Giorgi, wow. Very exciting stuff there from our mate from Uruguay. He's so far got a 6.43 and a 5.83. He's finding some gems out there. And, Santiago Muniz keeping busy as well. He's had a 4.0 and a 5.1. Connor O'Leary has not had a wave thus far. And you can see Connor just going over the back of that one. That was Marco just using... Oh, he didn't even have priority on that wave, and that ended up being a pretty good wave for you.
Yeah, big fin off to the inside there. Just 2 turns, though. Just unfortunately, I think they're just taking off like on the inside a bit, getting those reforms. There's a couple of waves on the outside that they could roll into these, but you can see that foam there that they're trying to just take off on the inside. They should, I think, should be out on that outside bank and trying to get more turns rolling through to the inside and set up that inside bit. They're sort of surfing in on that inside bit and only getting 2 turns in. So you can see there.
That's right, where the whitewash is.
Where Connor's sitting, I reckon they should be sitting there
100%.
And there's rights there. I saw in Jesse's heat, the last heat, that there's a couple that break out the back and just foam through with a bit of a wall, and then they
got a good inside.
Really good inside
section.
So.
Well, the judges looking for those big moves on the outside section. That's what they like. But I tell you what, they have been rewarding Marco Giorgi here, 7.33. So he's got a very good lead here, and it's now really a battle for second spot at the moment. Santiago Muniz from Argentina sitting in second, needing an 8.66 to take the lead. And Connor O'Leary he's refused to take off on a wave in the first half of this heat.
I know. Well, you know what? There's only 12 and a half, just under 12 and a half minutes remaining. And in these conditions, I think you got to sort of stay a bit busy because you never know what's going to happen to the waves. Some waves wall up, some waves fizz out through that middle bit. I'd be staying busy. It's not a day you sit around and wait. There's not like it's going to be a perfect 4-footer come through and you're going to wall to the beach.
Well, you just explore all your options as they come to you, and it's like you said, it is that kind of day. I reckon the wind's backed off a little bit out there already. Just not quite as radical as it was earlier this morning when we were standing out watching Jesse's heat. It was just blowing a gale. But, Connor needing a 9.1. I mean, he doesn't have to do it on one wave. And here he goes, the kid from Cronulla. He's such a great surfer. And he sets it up. And he's a big lump of a kid now, isn't he?
He's not that... He's tall. He's not, built like not a massive human, but he's really tall. He's about 6'2".
Yeah.
Maybe taller.
Sure.
But, yeah, he's not that stocky. What do you call it? Not built, thick.
Well, he's pretty buffed, mate. I tell you, across the shoulders. I was really surprised when I was talking to him because it only felt like a year or two ago that he was just a little grommet from Cronulla. He's like turned into a full-on man. Here's the replay of Connor O'Leary's first wave, and he's got a good bag of tricks as well. Connor, he's a very well-rounded competitor. Tagging that one there, just tried to jump over that little section and put the finishing touches on that. So that's going to be a good wave, and it's going to get him back into the mix with 10.5 minutes left on the clock.
I was saying before, Tez, with that wind howling like it is, the lefts going back in are harder to surf for the natural footers than the goofy footers.
Yes.
Today, they just go a bit flat, where you need the goofy footers can do cutbacks and hit the lip, but the natural footers on those lefts, it's just you go backwards out there.
Yeah.
Although, and then Red just got, here he goes, they're all going left. He got a 7.3 through it, as I said it, though, on his backhand.
So once again, Matt Hoy's anti-coaching working perfectly. Love it.
That's exactly what I said. They're all doing it.
Well, he goes Santiago Menez. Just the one manoeuvre. There it is for Connor O'Leary at 6.90. Straight away, Connor's in the mix and chasing a 2.2. So very close indeed between third and second. Connor in third, needing a 2.2. Santiago Menez from Argentina in white in second. Requires an 8.66 to take the lead from Marco Giorgi from Uruguay. Worst wave, 6.43. Just under 10 to go. Coming up in the next heat, look at that. Three of Australia's finest, mate. Matty Wilco, Stewie Kennedy, Mitch Cruz will be going at it. That's a
hard heat.
That is going to be really cool to watch.
Yeah, there's the first wave to come in for Connor O'Leary too, a 6.9. So he got a good score on that left. Some nice turns. And Red just going for a floater there. He's just riding waves. He's just doing whatever he can out there, which is a good thing to do. And he's got a couple of good scores to boot. He's Connor O'Leary on it's a good little double up. What's he got here? Good section. Nice floater at the end there.
Yeah.
Fast and powerful.
Really nice.
Two big turns.
Yeah, beautiful.
That's all you need to do out there.
Well, that's going to be pretty interesting. He's got a 6.9 already, and here goes the replay for Marco. That was just that one move where he kind of lifted it up on the lip and didn't get centered over his board. But Connor O'Leary, last wave for black, is going to be the interesting one because Connor was sitting in second place, only needed a 2.2, so clearly Santiago Menez will go into third place here. There will be a situation change. Here's the replay, Hoyer. Got over this lumpy bit.
Nice little snap. This one doubles up. This last turn, boom.
Yeah, really nice extension, and then he got the chest over the front knee and rid down out of that one very sweetly. So 8.5 to go. Judges had a re-look at that one on that replay. They actually requested that, so we will wait for that score to come through and give you the update.
He's a wedging left too, in the middle. He's got this. They're choosing to go left, all these boys, but see, it's just quick.
Yes.
The left, it's either you get that double up that Connor got, or it does that.
Gotcha.
And as the tide comes in, it's not even going to break out in that back bank, so it's going to get even more like that.
Mm-hmm.
I think it might even turn more off the rocks when the tide comes right in.
I believe so as well, mate. And I think you're on the money too. We saw some nice, while we were watching Jesse's heat a moment ago, we saw a whole bunch of rights breaking out the back and offering some outside and inside opportunities. So it's going to be good to see the boys take advantage of those. Hopefully, we got 8 minutes left on the clock. Still waiting for scores for Connor O'Leary. There was a couple of throwaway scores in there for Marco Giorgi, so they won't really count. His last three waves have knocked on into the top two, but the big question mark is surrounding Connor. And let me have a look at the total here. So it's just on. Yeah, if he gets like a 7.5 or something, he'll probably push into the lead here. Maybe a little more.
Sure.
Maybe a little more than a 7.5, maybe a 7.9 or something like that, I think would take him into the lead, and that wouldn't be out of the question because that was a pretty exciting combo. Thank you very much to our long-time major sponsor of Surfest, Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota. We saw Kim Burton and some of his staff hanging around down here this morning, enjoying the action. Thank you very much to those guys. Thanks to Destination New South Wales. And right now watching Santiago Muniz. He realises that he's going to go to second at the moment, so he's got a bit of work to do, the Argentinian.
Yeah, he just had to better a 4-point ride there, so he's just scrambling for anything. He's moved further down the beach. Oh, no, he's back to there. But where he took off was a bit further to the left down the beach, a bit where those rights were. So he might have been hunting for one of them, but end up going left again.
Yeah, there we go.
I don't think we've seen anyone go right.
Here's the replay for Connor. The judges once again wanted to have a good look at this. Pretty straightforward. Lovely extension on that last manoeuvre. So we'll wait for that score to come on through and see what they're going to do. I guess what they're trying to work out here is that worthy of taking the lead from Marco Giorgi, or is it enough to just get... It's definitely enough to get him into second. I don't know. I got a feeling that Marco Giorgi still deserves to hold first place in this heat. He's had a 7.33. It's been the best wave by far.
Yep.
And a 6.43, which is right in between the two waves that Connor's had. So I think you'll see Connor move into second here, and Santiago Muniz will move down into third. There's just on 6 minutes remaining. It's first priority red, second priority black, and third priority white.
And that second one of Connor just coming through now. We've had a couple of scores in. That wave was like 4 minutes ago. So they deliberated over that one, that's for sure.
That's a bit of a stark contrast to yesterday's heat wave here at Merewether today, folks. It's a little windswept out there as the big southerly change roars through this morning at about 5 o'clock in the morning. So wave number 2, Connor O'Leary, 6.67, moved him into second. Santiago Muniz, oh, he's chasing big numbers now, Hoyo, 8.47 to go to second.
Yep, he is. He's got to go over and hunt one of those rights, I reckon, right now. Get away from the other two competitors and see how he goes. Because, yeah, he's been going those little lefts and it's, yeah, he's just been getting 4s and 5s. So he's got to hunt some of those bigger scores on those rights. And as I said, it's so hard with the wind blowing like the way it is for a natural footer to go left out the middle. You just sort of go back. You don't feel like you're going anywhere unless you get a good wedgie one.
Yeah, you feel like you're going backwards. I used to say that about boxing, like when you went right, I used to go, you're going backwards on the left. What are you doing, mate?
Well, there's the overview there. You can see it. Ooh. So the rights are going down there. You can see that reform.
Look at that little one. Yeah, see, and they're going left off that right bank.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure why. Maybe because they're surfing into the wind, the lefts are a little cleaner on the wave face, but still...
I think the rights are cleaner on the wave.
I got to kind
Maybe
of
they're
agree.
going to look for airs on those lefts.
Well, that's true because it does, they're looking to surf into the wind with a lot of that aerial stuff these days. Helps the board to stick onto the feet. Here's the replay.
Just quick in and out here. Just goes one turn and out of there. They're really short, those lefts. Always are. They're the goofy foot. They're the Merewether goofy footers.
Yeah, that's why Ryan Callanan became so good at those big single major moves.
Ryan's
going to
go nuts on those lefts.
He will.
That's his spot.
He loves it. That's where he developed his style of surfing right there on that little left-hander going back into the rocks. We're down to 4 minutes left on the clock. Priorities with Connor O'Leary. You can see him, and he's going to stick like Velcro to that kid in the white. Santiago Muniz is in second priority, and Santiago is needing an 8.47 to go into second. Third priority just went to Marco Giorgi, who's currently leading the heat. Marco is on a bit of a tear. He's fired up here at Merewether today. Coming up next, Matty Wilco, Stu Kennedy, Mitch Cruz coming your way here at the Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota Pro. It's going to be some really good heats. Look at the next one. Kanoa, Igarashi, Ramsey, Burkheim, and Jean Giroux from France. Then you've got Solly Bailey, Tony Gadauskas, and Matt Banting. Oh, I'll take these. Ryan Callanan, Patrick Gadauskas, and Ian Crane. Then you've got Thiago Camarero, Hizzy Botero, Jesse Mendes. Look at that. 3 Brazilians in one heat.
Yep.
All right. And then heat number 7, Joshua Muniz, Leonardo Fioravanti, the Italian, and Takumi Yasui from Japan. And the final one will feature Hawaii's Ezekiel Lau taking on Dave Silva from Brazil and Mickey February from South Africa. Wow, we got some great surfers left in the contest, Oyo.
Haven't we? And that's funny you say those 3 Brazilians are in that heat. There's only one other Brazilian in another heat.
In the whole draw.
Yeah. How bizarre is that? I used to hate that too when you'd see the heat draw and there'd be 3. Well, there's 3 Aussies in the next heat. And you'd love it split it up, you know?
Yeah, I know. And people take it really personally. They go, why are they putting 3 Brazilians in one heat? It's like, sorry, mate, it's just a seeding sequence. It just works out that way.
Yeah, that's bizarre that there's 3 in one heat and only one other one left in the draw.
All right, well, this kid is from Argentina. He used up that second priority off the back of that. It didn't work out too good for Santiago Menez. The next of the QS 6000 events, of course, happening at the Australian Open of Surfing, and it's going to be a big week down there in Manly. Most of the crew, of course, are heading here from Newcastle and heading south to Manly for what will be a very cool week of surfing there in one of the most iconic beaches in Australia, the good old Manly Beach. And after that one, of course, it's only a couple of days. Everyone will transit up towards the Quickie Pro. Of course, will be the first event on the big league. Will get underway, and that's going to be awesome.
Oh, it's going to be awesome. It's one of the best venues to watch surfing and one of the best ways in the world. Hopefully, this swell doesn't wreck the banks up there. But yeah, it's going to be great. Can't wait.
All right. Well, Santiago Menez trying to get himself out of trouble. He's going to take to the air, and he goes for the big reverse, but he over-rotates on that one with 1:20 on the clock. So the Argentinian looking for something big there, and you can see a bit of seaweed caught up in the old leg rope.
Well, there's a bit of weed caught off the ladies, in between the ladies and the rocks. With this southerly, the weed could push off to the rocks, and it plays havoc because it gets really weedy on this end. So you can see the weed in the wave there. It plays havoc when the swell and the wind combines, and it just moves right on the shore break at Merewether there. It's torture.
Yeah, absolutely. Normally it's Bar Reef that's had a weed problem over the years. All right, so we've got about just on 1 minute left on the clock. I'm only joking about that. 1 minute left on the clock, and Marco Giorgi, sitting in the lead, and rightfully so with a 7.33 and a 6.43. Connor O'Leary is in second with a 6.87 required to take the lead. And Santiago Menez looking for an 8.47 on this one. Not going to happen.
Nah, I was going to say.
Well, he's standing tall, and you can tell just by the body language of that Argentinian kid that he's not going to get through this heat. So Marco and Connor will roll on through. We're coming down to the last 20 seconds of this heat. Santiago, every time I say that name, I shiver because I was coming back from Chile one year, about 3 or 4 years ago, when they had the ash cloud. And I got to Santiago, and they said, yeah, you can't leave, mate. So ash cloud's going to hit 9 days.
You were there for?
9 days.
It's a beautiful spot, though.
Yeah,
when
but
it wasn't in winter.
They put us up in an airport hotel in the middle of nowhere, and then what happened was we'd go to the airport every day. They go, probably going to leave today. We'd sit there for like 6 hours, and then they put us in the bus and take us home. Did that for 9 days.
That is torture. You said, just ring us when we're ready.
In the end, I was just like, please, just get me out of here. I was praying to God to just get home. But, well, congratulations to Marco Giorgi. You can see the surfer in the red singlet just making his way over. Probably going to try and shake hands. Or there is a lot of seaweed out there in the lineup at the moment. And Connor O'Leary rolling on through heat number 1 of this round of 24 here, folks. We're going to return after the break with more action live from Surfest. Hang in there.
Need direction? Talk to our local team of accountants, bookkeepers, and tax specialists. We help clients build wealth strategies. Taggart Business Advisors, proudly working for our community.
More and more people are discovering the ease of Newcastle Airport. It's an effortless drive, cheaper parking, and before you know it, you're checking in with friendly staff. Start your trip with a smile. Newcastle Airport, now offering more services and flights every day. Newcastle Airport, connecting people, connecting places.
All right, welcome back, folks. It is Surfest for 2016, and we're coming to you live, of course, from Merewether Beach in Newcastle, New South Wales, Australia, for what is going to be a very intriguing heat, this one. Matty Wilkinson taking on Stu Kennedy and Mitch Cruz. So we've got three of Australia's finest out there, and joining me in the booth, of course, one of Merewether's finest, Matty Hoy.
How are you, Tess?
Going good, mate.
Same as you were 5 minutes ago?
Yeah,
You
I haven't
good.
changed.
Yeah, good. A little bit.
I'm just 5 minutes older.
How do you feel? Do you feel any different? That's what people keep asking me. You feeling different because you're a year older? I said no. I feel still the same as I did last year.
Yeah, I reckon you just get to about 30-something, and then what happens is you just stay that person inside, and then the shell grows older.
Oh, no. Poor thing.
It's all good, mate. Embrace it.
Oh, I love it.
We're all
It
got the
doesn't
same
worry me.
contract. We've all got the same contract.
It doesn't worry me at all.
No, love it, mate. It's awesome. And, well, got a couple of first wave exchanges coming through. That's the playing field today, folks. It's a very much a...
see, there's the weed too. See, throwing it around.
So you're dead right about that. It was all in front of the rocks there, but it's moving to the north as we see Mitch Cruz up and riding. And Cruzy getting a sweet little inside wave there, just feeling his way through the opening stanza of heat number 2 of the round of 24.
I think Mitch had Mitch Ross down there in his corner, and he would have been saying, mate, go down on those inside rights, and look, this is one of them.
All right, well, this is...
They're still taking off on the inside, though. That's what I can't understand. I mean, it's smoother in there, but you can get a turn if you get the right one all the way through. That was a replay of his last wave. A couple of turns there. You can't say on the outside, but a couple of first turns there, but just petering out the end.
Petering out. That's very cool. That's a terminology that Brian would be using.
He wouldn't be using that. He would, no chance he'd be using that. Classic. So we've had a couple of scores in. Matt Wilco's first one of 5.83. Stu Kennedy's first one of 3.5. And Mitch Cruz a 4.17. So, yeah, Matty Wilco on his first one. Not too bad a score for out here. That's a good backup score for sure. Here's Stu Kennedy on the left, going left again. Nice backhand snap there. Wave just closing straight out. Does a layback after that. Those lefts are short. They're steep but short. But there you go. That's what it looks like at Merewether today.
Oh, there's some lines coming through on the outside there. Then maybe we're supposed to have seen the swell a couple of days. Look at all the weed through the wave face. You can see it there now, starting to make its way into the inside. Stewie Kennedy, oh my goodness, he almost made it out of there. He almost recovered from that layback.
Yeah, that was a sick turn he did too, and then just got a bit stuck trying to do another one and laid back and fell off.
I tell you what, Stewie's equipment's very interesting, isn't it?
Isn't it? I looked at that before. The noses are looking a lot different than what they used to.
Well, they put a nose back on it because of the fact that I reckon that people are probably getting scored down on those boards without a nose on them, to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
So put a nose on it and just pull it in a bit.
It still looks like it goes, though. It looks fast and loose.
They look so fast and loose. That whole Kelly thing is quite intriguing as we see Matt Wilkinson. This is the board that looked really sweet for Matt the other day. And it's a little windier today, so maybe those small wave boards that are super light do get kind of wind affected on a day like today. So I used to hate riding my epoxy on days like today.
I've never ridden an epoxy.
Of course you haven't.
I'm getting one, but I've never run it. Nice roundhouse cut back there for Mitch Cruz. And
there's a time and a place for an epoxy, but I don't think it's on a windy day like today, to tell you the truth. It's on a light onshore day in summer when it's about 2 foot.
Like it's what it's been.
Yeah, pretty much what it's been. It would have been really perfect. Here's the replay for Matty Wilco's wave. Take us through this one, Hoy.
Yeah, good first hack here and comes back into the foam and finishes with a foam climb. Little snap there, but really short. Two manoeuvre waves. So, but they're scoring. So. In that last heat, Red got 2 big backhand snaps. A bit bigger. He ended better than that one, but yeah, he's had a good score, so we'll see. Here's Mitch Cruz on his right. He does a nice cutty at the start here. Back into the foam. Another little cut back after that, and then hits the lip on the inside here. Just wave sort of wobbles out, and he finishes all right, and then little foam climb at the end. So, yeah, like we said, there's the playing field. It's all over the shop. There's waves breaking off the rocks in the middle. Right's going to the left of the screen there. Left's coming back to the right, which is a weird thing if you don't surf, because you look at the ocean and say, oh, that's a right, that's a left. But it's not really, because they're going right. but it's a left. So people get confused.
Yeah.
Well, if they don't surf, you know what I mean?
That's right.
It's all to as you're sitting out the back.
That's correct. Yes.
Looking in, not on the beach looking out.
Well, nice to clean it up for some of the people that were wondering about that sort of stuff. But
my kids get confused still.
Do they really? Yeah, sure. All right. I believe that. Do we have an interview to go to? No, we've got.
Yeah, mate. It's been you. How are you, mate? Good to see you.
Mate, how are you? Good to see you. And nice to see you people as well. You may have noticed that we've stepped it up here today with the collared shirts on and really bringing you quite a classy kind of a webcast here today, Hoyo and I, just taking it up a notch.
Real classy.
Yeah. So, no, stoked to have you people here, particularly those folks over there watching on the Oceanic channel in Hawaii. So, stoked to have you people here as well. And I just noticed, I've been keeping an eye on it as well, but round number 2 of the Eddie is just about to kick off. So, we've got a lot of surfing. It's an absolute feast for those sports fans out there today. We'll be lapping it up.
So good it finally ran too, because they had a close call that a couple of weeks ago, and then it's soaked us on now because it's a great event. I've been there a couple of times to watch it. It's unbelievable day. There'll be 30,000 on the beach there, and I don't even know how many online, but yeah, it's a great day, and stoked they've finally run it again. I think it's been 6 years, so yeah, it's a great event, and the boys will be charging. Stay safe, everyone over there too.
Yeah, you bet. It's crazy. I saw in the last heat of the first round, there was this big wave with, it had Dorian and Jamie O'Brien on it.
No way.
Yeah, and it was the biggest set of the day, and it had to be like 30 feet. Anyway, JAB got gobbled up by the suds, and you thought Dorian did too, and then like just somehow out in the middle of nowhere, Dorian just comes flying out of the foam, and everyone was like screaming and stuff. It was pretty cool.
Sick.
Yeah.
Dorian's been, mate, riding the biggest waves of his life this year. Everyone has been. This year has been crazy how the waves everyone's been surfing. They're going to be doing roundhouse cutbacks at Jaws.
Yeah.
They're getting barreled already, so it's not far off.
Oh, wow. That was a very sweet move there for Stu Kennedy. Right in the pocket. Stu's going to try and whittle the end of this one and really try and maximise the score, and he's going to get a link up through the inside. But good stuff there for Stu. Sorry, that was actually Mitch Cruz. My apologies. Yeah, Mitch Cruz in the white singlet. And Mitchell was sitting in second place. You've got to be thinking with, he needed a 4.41. So let's have a look at this one, Matty, and tell us whether you reckon that's a 4.41. I think he might have got it on the first turn.
Yeah, that was a great turn to start off. Just floats over the foam here. Going left, and see it just wobbles out in that middle bit, but he gets a nice little snap on the end here. That's the cutback going right. And no, I thought he got another one at the end there. So it's only that first turn. Great first turn, though. And you could see the weed, I'm telling you, like it's moving into where the competitors are going to be surfing. So, and it's torture when it does it, because it just stop dead in it. Gets that bad. Here's Matty Wilco going left, going right. And you can see it. It's just, you can see the darkness in the water there. It's
yeah, sure.
It's definitely because of the southerly wind. It's moving from where it was between the ladies and the rocks, moving down onto the shore break.
Well, hopefully it'll be down at Dixon Park by the Savo, and we'll have a nice clean playing field again. There is the score for Mitch Cruz, 7.33. So this is the another little throwaway score there for Matty Wilco, who's in third position at third priority at the moment. Sorry, he's in second position. And Stewie Kennedy is in third place. Stu's in a black singlet holding on to priority, only needing a 5.74. These kind of heats, when you've got Mitch Cruz, Matty Wilco, Stu Kennedy in the water, of course the lead's probably going to change a fair bit, and these heats are usually only determined in the last 30 seconds to a minute.
Yeah, exactly. All week's been like that pretty much. There's a great wave. Mitch Cruz on his last one, a 7.33. So that was that one. He did those two cutties and then the inside manoeuvre. So, yeah, that was a good score for that wave, 7.33. Cruz is in the lead. Wilco second, needing a 6.34. And Stu Kennedy in third, needing a 5.74. In these conditions, mate, a 7.33 is a great score. He's only got a 4.83 to back that up. So Cruz is in a great spot here. Stu Kennedy just not really getting any waves to go to town on. I think I've got to go back, and after this hit I'm going to have another look, because we've got a couple of heats off, and I think those rights down the beach that they're not even looking at. Everyone's going left because they think I don't know what they're thinking, actually. But they're getting scored. Like that Mitch Cruz got a 7.33 on a right just then. Highest wave of the heat, the highest wave of this round, because that was, I think there was maybe a 7.5 in that last heat.
All right, well, there you
Here it
go.
is.
When you are going right, you're going with the wind and you're going with the grain. It seems to make sense. Stewie Kennedy getting real busy on this one. Oh, those boards look absolutely amazing.
Go.
Yeah.
That was a good wave. Stu Kennedy flying around in that one. And needed a score too, only with a 3.5 really to date. And that was a good one. His board looked really fast and loose then. Yeah, and with those rights, you're going with the wind and the waves are coming like at you a bit. Here's that replay of that wave. Nice roundhouse cut back at the start. Nice little roundhouse cut again and finishes well with a big snap at the end here. Throws the tail. That was a good wave.
Yeah, keeping it nice and simple there, Stu. He knows what to do. So right now, 13 minutes remaining. We're really approaching the halfway mark of this current heat in the water. First priority is white, and Mitchy Cruz is going to go right on this one.
Yep, up and riding. Good first floater there. Coming into the inside bit. Smooths right out. Oh, just dug a rail. He looked like he was going to hit the foamy then and do a roundhouse cutty, but it just sort of didn't.
Well, he didn't get to the foam. It didn't come down as fast as what he would have thought, and then he tried to just readjust. Let's have a good look at this, folks, and dissect what happened here. Yeah, very committed paddle. Threw it up for a nice first manoeuvre. He thought the coping was coming towards him, and it just never really got there. He didn't get the bounce off it.
The wind held it off, Bud. Look.
It did. It did actually do that. Nice, nicely picked up there, Matty Hoy. All right, so while there's a little break in the action, let's throw it over to Fiona with an interview of the previous heat winner.
Yeah, I'm just here with Marco Giorgi from Uruguay. Marco, that was the first three-man heat of the event. Would you prefer it with three-man?
I guess, I don't know, if there's less people, to make it through, and yeah, I think it's better.
Yeah, of course, that was kind of obvious. And we were just wondering up in the commentary box, like, what are the waves like in Uruguay? Because none of us really have an idea.
Well, waves in Uruguay can get really good. Depends on the swell. It's not as consistent as here, for example, but it can get really good. There's heaps of spots. I moved out of Brazil when I was 11, went to Brazil. I moved out of Uruguay when I was 11, and I moved to Brazil. So that's when I got to get started with more professionally, kind of.
Yeah, for sure. Does it ever get crowded over there, or are you one of the only guys in the water?
No, yeah, it's a country with people and has waves. Don't worry. Yeah, no, there's heaps of people. When I was growing up surfing there wasn't as many families that surf, but yeah, nowadays there's heaps of surfers. There's good surfers as well. They're coming.
Yeah, I might come check it out one day. Thanks for talking to us, and we wish you the best of luck in the next heat. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Fiona. Okay, Georgie, that was funny. It's a country. It's got people in it. So.
Of course it has.
I don't know much about Uruguay as well, apart from that episode of The Simpsons where, Homer called it "You Are Gay." So I don't know much about it, but I do love Marco Giorgi's style. I like his style in and out of the water. That guy's a bit of a style master, isn't he?
Isn't he?
He's a good-looking rooster. There's another good-looking rooster right there, Mitchy Cruz, hitting that one sweetly and riding out of it. So he's gone into the lead with his previous wave, a 7.33. He was looking to replace a 4.83 on his second best wave. Stewie Kennedy is in second, and Wilco's in third at the moment. Wilco's only needing a 3.5, so there's Matty up and riding at the moment. And I think Matt's moved down onto that right that you're talking about, Hoya, and that looked like a good combo.
Yeah, that was a good combo. I think that's just the end of that wave too. That was a great ending of that one. I think there's a couple of turns before that because he was sitting out the back. And Stu Kennedy up and riding as we speak. Nice backhand snap there. He's that wave, that right, he did the two cutties in a good fin waft at the end. Ended up with 5.83. Put him up into second. And Matt Wilco on this one only needed a throw. He didn't. That was it. He took off right on the inside there. Okay.
There we go. So it was an exciting little combo on the inside there for Wilco. Needed a 3.5. Don't think Stu's last wave will really. He's trying to replace the 3.5, so slight chance. But Mitch Cruz definitely is going to extend his lead over the field here. His previous best was a 4.83. This is the replay of Stu Kennedy. So
good
Stu
first time.
Yeah, really good commitment there from Stewie, and then he got off that thing when he realised that there was no more potential in it. So 9 minutes left on the clock. Once again, you're watching heat number 2 of the round of 24. It's the Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota Pro. It's a QS 6000 event on the World Surf League. Coming up in the next one, we will see Kanoa Igarashi, Ramzi Bulkheim from Morocco. Kanoa, of course, is the young Californian from Huntington Beach, and Jean Deroux, the Frenchman, will be out there as well.
Yeah, great heat. All this round stacked with good service. 3-man heats too. It was always good to go from a 4-man heat to a 3-man heat. You've only got to beat one person.
Well,
How was that?
yeah,
Less
I know.
hassling. Just.
I tell you what, there is on the flip side of that, there's a little bit of pressure that goes through the 3-man heat too, because you don't want to be the one guy that bombs out of a 3-man heat, do you?
Exactly.
Hey, well, at least when you're in a 4-man heat, you've got company. You're like, let's go down the pub and we can have a couple together. But I do like 3-man heats for the one reason is that in majority of situations when they're at a regular break, there's three waves in a set.
Yeah.
So 9 times out of 10, everyone gets a set wave, which is really good. That's the judges' request for that wave there for Matty Wilco. Just got the words from the guys in the 180 van. They said that was a judge's replay. So they're going to look at that and cast their impressions with some scores. And with 7.5 to go, it looks like we might have a bit of a city situation change right there. There it is, Hoyo. So Matt Wilkinson with a 4.77 goes to second. Stewie Kennedy's in third, and Wilco's at it again.
Yeah, a couple of nice snaps there. He only got. Yeah, he got a good score for that. We did a foam floater and a backhand turn. He got a 4.77. It's a big score there for that wave, I thought, but whatever. It's not my call. But yeah, he's up again. Look, he's getting busy. He waited a while. He hadn't had a real score since his first wave. Big snap there and just flicks out before the shore break.
All right, so Mitchie Cruz in the lead, a 7.33 and a 6.33. So Cruzy is looking pretty rock solid. Matt Wilkinson in second, needing a 7.83 to take the lead. And Stu Kennedy, a 4.77. We said that these heat would probably come down to the last minute or 30 seconds even, and it's going to be a nail-biter. There's no doubt about it. It's got it written all over it. That is the view here at Surfest for 2016. Merewether Beach.
It looks nice from there. Look, it looks like the wind's not even that strong because you can't see any flags blowing either. When you see all the flags blowing, the wind's pretty strong at the moment.
Yeah.
But like you said, hopefully, you said Sydney and the Central Coast, the wind's dropped right off.
It
so
has.
The sun's going to burn the clouds off too.
And it's just starting to see, you can see a little bit of blue sky there. Some of the cotton wool starting to pull back, and we're getting a bit of blue sky here in Newcastle.
Well, it's supposed to be 29 again today.
29?
Yeah,
Wow.
that's what I was saying. So this afternoon could be hot and, yeah, clean and less wind. So it's looking good for the afternoon.
All right, well, we got 12 heats of the guys. This is heat number 2 of this round of 24. 12 heats of the guys, 12 heats of the girls. A massive day here at Surfest for 2016 again. So great to have you people on board watching this webcast. And, of course, it wouldn't be possible without our strong partnership with the gang at Telstra, who supply the internet for the broadcast, the digital capacity, as they say. So thank you very much to Telstra. And if you do live down here and you've got a Telstra account, come on down and see the gang. They've got the Telstra truck here, and they can do what's called the Telstra Health Check. And I went in there yesterday, talked to them, and I said, I've got an account, a home broadband account. I'll come back to this story because it's worth telling. But here's Cruzy.
Oh,
wow.
Sick roundhouse cut back there.
That was beautiful, wasn't it?
Drawn out and just hits the foam with power. Oh, no. That would have been a great score. That was a sick cutback and then into that other turn. Just unfortunately nosedives on the end of that.
One of the things I really love about Cruzy surfing is that he always holds the power through all his turns. Look at that. Holds the rail in there all the way through, and then he just transfers that up into a little floater, and he always connects these turns except for that one where he caught the nose on that last little fin waft. Stewie Kennedy trying to get himself out of 4th position at the moment. And Stu is just got such an incredible array of manoeuvres, hasn't he? He really is a trickster.
Mate, the boards look good under his feet. He's been ripping too. That's good to see. He, I think, he got a couple of turns in on that one. Only needs a 4.77. We didn't see the start of that one. The second turn was a great turn, and then the wave just petered out on the inside. But he goes Wilco paddling for 1-2. So this could change right here, but we'll see. Mitch Cruz, if he makes that wave, I reckon it's going to be the best wave of the heat. That cut, he was sick. He held his speed all the way through that, just didn't, and then hit the foam and threw the tail out.
Yeah.
That was sick.
It was really beautiful to watch, and that is a hallmark of Mitch Cruz's surfing. Just got a message from Tony O'Brien. Tony lives up he runs the Skull Candy Comp up there in Lennox, and he says to me that Tezza, Winston has arrived, maxing out up here. but it's too big on the point and too straight. So there we go. It's
Wow.
finally coming down the coastline, that big
So
swell.
Sunday we might get it here.
Well, that's Lennox Head. He's only just telling me that it's arriving there now. You've got to be thinking it might be coming, by early tomorrow. We'll probably see the first signs of it. Here's Wilco up and off that one. At the moment, it's still Mitch Cruz in the lead. Cruz's last wave didn't go on the top two. It was a 4.50 because it was incomplete in the end. Matty Wilco in second, chasing a 7.83 to take the lead. Wilco's got a little pint-sized score in there as wave number 2. It's a 4.77, so he'd like to improve on that one. And Stewie Kennedy has got a 5.83 and a 3.57, so very low second wave score there for Stewie. He needs to replace it with the 4.77 if he wants to go up into second position. Big shout out to Matty White and the gang from Carve. They're probably watching at the moment, and Stewie's one of their boys. So, big shout out to anybody, in fact, who's watching the webcast here today. So, Hoyo and Tez taking you through day number 5 here at Surfest as we see, once again, Black Stewie Kennedy.
Needing a 4.77 on this wave. Nice big snap there. First cut, what's he got to end this? This could be a big heat changer right here. And another turn. Fits 5 turns in on that wave. That was a great wave for Stu Kennedy.
I tell you, that board is just glued to his feet. That is the
looks unreal.
Yeah, that's the Kelly Slater boards, of course.
Is it?
Yeah, that's the what's the company that Kelly bought into?
Firewire.
Yeah. So Kelly's got his own brand, and he's got those weird kind of bat tail channel bottom things. Haven't you seen? Have you seen that board up close?
I'm going to have a look. I saw him walking down the beach with it. I didn't know it had channels in it.
I tell you what, they go so well.
And here's that wave again. See what you guys reckon. Nice big turn there. Cuddy, the little foam floater. Threw some spray, which always helps if you're doing a foam floater. And another snap, and fits another one into end.
Wow, that board looks super responsive,
doesn't it? And it looks like it carves well. It does everything well.
Absolutely.
If Kelly's got anything to do with it, it's usually going to go good. He's had some practice.
Just quietly. Yeah. He's probably had it out at the old wave pool, making sure that the tails are right shape and stuff. Looks like good scores coming through for Stu Kennedy. Stewie was lingering down there in third position. And, we will wait for this to confirm it, but this will take him into second. Wilco's going to get bumped back down into third, but Wilco's a fighter, and he needs a 6.4 on this wave, Hoyo.
Yep, and this will be the last one. Nice big turn there. What's he got? Finishes with a big carve, so this is going to be interesting. Stu Kennedy got his Cruzy in the lead, just wants to come in out of the soup. So, yeah, he might have done a couple of turns on that one too, but he's miles in the lead. So, a 6.4 for that last wave of Stu Kennedy, put him to second. Last wave of Wilco, here it is. He needs a 6.4. What are they going to give him? This is going to be interesting. Nice big snap there.
Great recovery from the first one.
Great carve, and then a little foam floater
at the end, right on the shore. There's just under 1 minute left on the clock, so judges got their work cut out here now. Mitch Cruz has clearly won this heat with a 7.33 and a 6.33. Stu Kennedy was in second and Matty Wilco in third. Chased a 6.4. This is the replay for Cruz's last wave. He gets one big hit here, and that's... this actually might be...
No, that's Cruzy. This is his last wave, yep.
That is his last
big
wave.
turns.
You've got the 2 big turns.
That could be more than a 6.33 too.
Well, it's going to be one of those ones where there's all the numbers to come in right on the tail end. So 20 seconds remaining. Once again, it's heat number 2, the round of 24 here at the Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota Pro. All part of Surfest 2016. Coming up later today after the 12 heats of the guys, we'll get into the Taggart Women's Pro, and there'll be 12 heats of the girls, finishing off what will be a good day. Look at this score coming through. Oh, Stewie Kennedy. Going to be hating this.
It's going to be...
He's going to get it.
Oh, just.
Yeah, needed a 6.4, got a 6.63. And Mitch Cruz coming in big numbers, as you alluded to. Excellent surfing from Mitch Cruz in the end with an 8.67 when the dust settled on that one. It was Mitch Cruz moving on through with Matty Wilco and Stu Kennedy getting knocked out, and that was one of the most entertaining heats of the day thus far. There's no doubt about that. All right, so that's it for that one, folks. Heat number 3 is coming up right after the break. Hang in there here at Surfest.
Need direction? Talk to our local team of accountants, bookkeepers, and tax specialists. We help clients build wealth strategies. Taggart Business Advisors, proudly working for our community.
More and more people are discovering the ease of Newcastle Airport. It's an effortless drive, cheaper parking, and before you know it, you're checking in with friendly staff. Start your trip with a smile. Newcastle Airport, now offering more services and flights every day. Newcastle Airport, connecting people, connecting places.
And welcome back to the Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota Pro. John, super tight finish in that last heat.
Yeah, it was. We were talking off camera, and it seems that Stu Kennedy, well, he won't be happy with the end result. Thought he might have been in, but he was out in the end, unfortunately. But right now, another great heat. I tell you what, this round of 24 is absolutely stacked. And right there, the Frenchman, Joan Deroux, who from mine is really starting to progress nicely, get some confidence under his belt, and he could be in for a big year.
Yeah, it'd be good to see another Frenchman performing well, and maybe sort of, you know, we'd like to see a little bit more European representation on that elite tour as well. That's what we're hoping for.
Yeah, he had a pretty good run in the Vulcan Pro not too long ago, a couple of weeks. Hawaii's waves, let's face it, the waves in Hawaii are pumping, have been pumping, and will continue to pump into the next few weeks. But Jean Deroux, really good, strong showing at Pipeline in the Vulcan Pro, and like I said, you know, he's off to a good start in 2016.
Yeah, very good start. You wonder how many surfers were watching that contest and thinking, gee, I wish I entered. It's so perfect, dreamy pipe, and one of the few opportunities you get to be out there with only a couple of other guys. And I think next year, you'll see a lot more surfers trying to sign up for that event.
Without a doubt. It seems to, you know, the season seems to be getting later and later over the course of the last 10, 15 years. And, you know, the Hui Shootout, the Vulcan Pipe Pro, they've all had amazing waves. And with amazing waves, you get outstanding performances. And the live broadcast numbers just go through the roof, because now with modern technology, you can basically watch surfing 24/7, 365 days a year. And with waves like they've had for those events, and what we'll get on the weekend here, and there's no doubt that the viewership numbers will go through the roof. So, yeah, exciting times, and this heat just currently underway. Kanoa Igarashi, the new kid on the block, as we see a replay. This is Jean Deroux's first ride.
Yeah, we're looking at sort of the middle section of the wave, but the camera was pulled back, but I've got a feeling that first backhand snap was really strong, had a great finishing turn. So the judge is waiting to just set the scale. They haven't locked in a score yet, but I think it's going to be pretty solid.
Yeah, it was so Kanoa Igarashi and Ramsey Buckenheim, both Quicksilver team riders. I saw them warming up in the surfers area, doing very similar stretches. Jake Patterson was on social media. It was kind of like a synchronized dance moves as they were warming up, as we once again see that replay of Jean Deroux. Opens up with a 7.5, so a very respectable score. He'll like that, and that was off the back of those 3 big turns. As you were saying, that first one really set the platform.
Yeah, gee, I would have liked to have had a look at Jake Patterson's aerobics routine. That would have been entertaining.
It was funny,
but
no
it looks
doubt.
like it's working.
Yeah, and once again, it was Joan, just that one big turn. Looks like he caught a bit of a pocket there of air, and the fins just coming unstuck. And down he goes. But off to a good flying start, I guess you could say, for the Frenchman. As we spoke about Kanoa Igarashi, what a year he had in 2015.
Yeah, phenomenal. And obviously he's going to be on the WCT for 2016. Just generally the caliber of surfer we're seeing here at Newcastle. We saw the last heat, Matt Wilkinson, Stu Kennedy, Mitch Cruz. They're all surfers that have been in the CT conversation at some point. Matt and Stu will see on the CT this year. Obviously, Mitch doing his best to requalify and posted probably one of the best heats of the morning last heat.
Yeah, without a doubt. It's good to see Mitch Cruz bouncing back from being there and then not, and really starting off 2016 with a bang, because these events we spoke a few heats previous, the importance of really starting off strong. That long stretch in the middle where you're in Europe and you're in the United States and you're all over the place, the mentality, the fitness levels, the desire, the dedication to your craft is probably the most important part of, I call it the three-step process. Australia being the beginning, the middle, and then of course the end. They're all very important, but that middle stretch. But starting off strong in your home country, Stu comes in here with homegrown confidence and plenty of talent. So he's off into the next round. We'll see him. But right now it's the Frenchman with the two rides, a 7.50 and a 1.17. Coming up next, another great heat with three amazing surfers. One who got an injury wild card into the tour again this year was Matty Banting. He's back from a long, lengthy injury. Tanner Gudauskas and Solly Bailey, who's been on a tear.
Yeah, Solly Bailey came. He was another guy who was in sort of contention to qualify at the end of last year, very close. He'll expect to be knocking on the door for CT qualification in 2016. Matty Banting, as you suggested, coming back from a bruised knee injury. We talked about it yesterday in the commentary booth, resorting to some pretty radical treatment to get match fit, doing the injections where you actually take blood from one part of the body and then inject it into the knee, which was the injured area. But he said the process was really painful. Just involved getting a big long needle into the upper body and then skewered straight into the kneecap. And he said that the only reason he was able to put up doing it, he actually asked for an anaesthetic.
Wow.
And then the doctor said, "Well, I've got much older ladies coming in and getting the same treatment, so they're not getting an anaesthetic. You're not getting one, buddy."
Suck it up and get on with it. If you want to surf at this level, well, the level that these guys are at is just through the roof. So my hats go off to the likes of Matty Banting and everyone that competes on the World Surfing League Tour. So right now, Geron Deroux, our Frenchman, out with the lead, 7.50 here at the Maitland and Port Stevens Toyota Pro. And again, he's a very busy boy. We've seen that. I think that's a trend. Like a lot of the competitors that have seemed to be successful over the last sort of 5 or 6 heats have really just stalked and hunted the lineup, because it is slim pickings out there, but if you can just jag one of those little rare gems, you're going to get some big scores, as we saw in that first wave from the Frenchman.
Well, the interesting thing for Joanne is that he's already got one really good solid score on the board. If he gets another one to follow up quickly, he can almost shut this thing down or get in a really good position.
Yeah, we got Fiona standing by with one of the last heat winners, Mitch Cruz. Fiona?
Yeah, guys, I'm just down here with Mitch Cruz. Mitch, you had a couple of the best scores of the morning, I think, out there. How'd you even find them?
Yeah, I got really lucky. I was watching at the start and everyone was kind of surfing the shore, and I thought I'd move across onto the rock break and just try and just give myself my own opportunity. And it's really bad, so I just caught a bunch of waves and just hopefully they just turned into good ones, and they kind of did. So yeah, I'm stoked. I'm really pumped to make that heat. That was a hard heat.
Yeah, it seemed to work out for you. You were in there with your two mates, Matty Wilco and Stu Kennedy. I know it's, you boys always are competitors when you're in the water, mates out of the water, but does it ever get any easier drawing your best buddies?
Yeah, I mean, we all surf against each other all year round, so it's like, it's not anyone's fault that you draw each other, and at the end of the day, we're all doing the same thing, trying to win the same comp. So yeah, no bad blood or anything. We were just doing our thing, and I was doing my thing, and they were doing theirs, and I just so happened that I won today, and they might win another day.
Yeah, for sure. And I seen you down at Sandbar last night for the signing with all the grommets. It was a bit crazy down there. Let me know how the night went.
Yeah, it was really cool. Like all the kids are so stoked, down here. So it was really cool to see them all stoked. I remember when I was a little kid and all the pros come to town, and it's cool to get their signature and meet them and that. So yeah, it was cool. It was a good night.
Yeah, it was good to see you down there, Mitch. We wish you the best of luck in the next round and hope to see you again. Thank you.
Well, Mitch Cruz there with a smile on the dial. Luke, he said it was tough out there, and it looks tough, But, you know, these guys are the best in the game at making tough conditions look very, very easy to ride.
That's right, and also they understand, Mick's talked about there, he's surfing against good friends, really. But you've got to know when to put the ultra-competitive cap on, block all those things out, and become a ruthless competitor.
Yeah, and he did just that. I mean, it was a tough grinding win for Mitch. And, yeah, you know, you got to put business and friendships aside until you get back on terra firma and, you know, get on with your friendship. But, you know, from experience, I've been there, done that. You know, great friends in and out of the water, but when you're in the water, I want to rip your head off. That's just the bottom line. I want to win, you want to win. There's only one winner. And everyone in the field's going for the same thing, regardless of friendships or not. So good win there for Mr. Mitch Cruz. He's off into the next round. But how about this Frenchman? He's controlling this heat with a 7.5 and a 7.67, going from strength to strength.
Yeah, well, just before we threw to that interview, we said he's staying busy, and we made the point that if he gets 2 good waves early, he can get into a really commanding position, and he's done exactly that. 2 scores and up in the, you know, above the 7.5 range. That's up towards the excellent range. Now he's in a commanding position. He can hold down, sit out the back. Unless he sees a wave that's going to better that, he's just going to cruise from now on in.
Definitely. He does need to be careful if there's, as we see, we'll get back to that right now. This is Ramsey Buchenheim. He might find himself a nice little insider. And there he goes. Floats over that section, draws off the bottom. Nice top turn. And a good, solid opening. Now our friend from the USA, Kanoa Igarashi, what a talent he is.
Yeah, just drifts the tail out of that first turn, adds a dimension of difference. Again, throwing the tail, unfortunately, coming off on the final maneuver. But yeah, a lot of anticipation about Kanoa. A lot of people really excited about seeing him on tour. Definitely the USA fans, they're looking towards Kanoa and Connor Coffin to really represent.
Yeah, without a doubt. Nice floater there. This is the replay, of course, of Ramsey Buchenheim. 2 good, solid turns from the big. He's gotten quite a bit taller over the last couple of years. So he's made his mark in this heat on his first ride. But the young Kanoa Igarashi, the new kid on the WSL, one of the new kids. Let's take a look at this replay.
Yeah, I like the way he drifts the tail into the controlled tail slide. Knew that he wanted to add just a little bit extra with that turn. Sets his turn up well, and the board just gets a little bit too far away from his body there, John.
Yeah, good pickup there. It almost looked like he hesitated a little bit going into that turn, and then the board got away from him, as you said, just ever so slightly. And Jake Patterson, Coach Patterson, won't be happy with that. So when you commit, you got to commit, is probably what Jake would have told him. Don't hesitate on the turn. Get up there and do it. And the end result is probably you're riding out of that completed turn. But unfortunately for Kanoa, he did all the hard work, and it came undone on that last turn. But he'll have a score on the board. Scores will reflect the point you brought up. The board getting away from him looks about the 4.5 range. We'll wait and see what that locks in at. Now, Ramsey Buchenheim, who did finish his ride, looks like maybe a point better than Kanoa's.
Yeah, that's right. And so Kanoa's first turn, obviously the judges liked it because it's really almost a one-turn score for that wave. Ramsey, however, it's obviously had a more complete wave, and he's just going to go probably, you know, a little bit more, say, a point better. And
so Kanoa, hailing from Huntington Beach, of course, has 2 passports, dual citizenship, Japanese and United States. So I'm sure the Japanese surfing community, or Japan as a whole, you definitely think that they'll be claiming this is their first WSL surfer ever in the history of the sport, which, hey, I would too. I mean,
yeah,
this is fantastic.
does he qualify? I mean, he's got the USA title next to his name, but I guess certainly he's going to be embraced by Japan. He'll be huge in Japan.
Imagine if surfing goes to the Olympics. Who does he represent, USA or Japan?
Well, it's going to be a tough. Well, you know, whoever gives him, maybe if the USA don't give him a start, he might go to Japan. It's going to be interesting to see who'd represent the USA in the Olympics right now. If you had to pick the US Olympic team, who'd be in it?
Well,
say you had 2 to 3. Yeah,
the list is about that long.
That's right.
You know, so yeah, it'd be great. So options are good. He's got options. So Kanoa Igarashi opens up with a 4.33 here at the Maitland and Port Stevens Toyota Pro. Meanwhile, Ramsey Buchenheim opens up with a 5.67, but it's all about the man in white from Francais, Joan Deroux. There you see him on screen next to Ramsey. He's in a very comfortable position. He's got the lead, and he's got first priority.
That's the ultimate position in which to be, John. It's going to be interesting to see, will he stay busy as he did in the opening part of the heat? He's going to try and maintain a rhythm. The tough situation for him is if your inclination as a surfer is to ride a lot of waves, you've actually got to then switch to a more strategic approach and just sit it out perhaps to hold down that priority.
Yeah, without a doubt. He's got the world at his feet, you could say, in this heat at the moment. And that comes off the back of very smart tactics from Joan. Went out there, hunted and prodded that lineup and found two very, very good rides in a 7.67 and a 7.50. One thing we forgot to mention, speaking of Matty Banting, who's coming back strong after his knee injury last year, he was a former winner out here. 2014 is when he last won here in Merewether. And there you see Kanoa Igarashi of the United States up and riding, just a little quick in and out. So Matt Banting, wanting to go for his second title here at the Port Stephens and Maitland's Toyota Pro. He's very capable, very good talent, that young man.
Yeah, that would be a huge confidence builder going into the opening WCT event for Matt. I think this is probably the first, I don't know if he competed in the smaller events, this might be the first time he's had a jersey on in about 6 months though.
Yeah, we'll see. He's just working out the ring rust as this man, he needs no introduction into this heat. He is atop the leaderboard. That is Joan Deroux. That will probably not factor into his top 2 scoring rides. And he's got plenty of time left. 8.5 minutes on the clock here. And we are into the round of 24. So we're really starting to get to the pointy end of this event. And you're really starting to see sort of the cream rise to the top, aren't you?
Well, I think this is one of the best fields the event's seen in a long time. Even if you just sort of throw a net over the last 2 heats, as I suggested, Kanoa Igarashi, you've got Mitch Cruz, Matt Wilkinson, Stu Kennedy. We saw Jack Freestone getting, I think, bowing out earlier on in the day. But just the calibre of surfer at this event is phenomenal, and just it's an indication of how passionate the surfing community is about Surfest. But also, as you suggested, John, on the WQS, there's a few events that haven't been secured. A lot of the surfers are thinking a result here has become really important.
Well, yeah, 100. Yeah, you're not wrong there. It's definitely important here. To me, just the history of the event, it doesn't matter what points are up for stakes. I kind of look at this event as to win this event, to get MR to be presenting that trophy, the Mark Richards Trophy, is just something so symbolic of what a great event, town, history this particular event has, and just the honorable mentions of the laundry list of great surfers that have won this event. So points, great. But just the history of this event really brings them.
And the MR twin fin. Just to get an MR twin fin from MR as part of the prize. Fantastic.
They get a twin fin, do they? Oh, is that the one I put in my van?
Yeah, that's it.
That's the one, yeah.
Or maybe it's a thruster, actually. It might have been a thruster.
Well, you couldn't get any better than that as a memento of your hard work throughout the week here in Merewether at Surfest. Right now, it is Joan Deroux leading Ramsey Buckenheim. And Kanoa Igarashi, the young gun from America, chasing 1.35 with 6.5 minutes to go in some very tough conditions. We've said it before, we'll say it 100 times today. The swell is on the increase coming off that cyclone, but the winds have changed around. Right about 4 o'clock this morning is when I felt it hit as I was making my way up the coast. That southerly bluster just came barreling up the coast, and it was... it's got to be about 30 knots at the minute, 25, 30 knots.
It's definitely blowing a gale out there, but it's somewhat relieving. We've seen a couple of days where the temperature's gone beyond 35, so it's kind of nice to have some cooler conditions. Waves are not as clean, but hopefully we're going to see that increase in swell as this event progresses. It's going to make things really interesting. So we see up and riding Kanoa Igarashi just slashing out of the pocket there. Nice turn off the top, and another clean snap through to the inside. Solid floater to finish with. So Kanoa, just kind of realising that he was chasing a really sort of small score, decided to put a solid one on the board.
He did, and Ramsey trying to answer back, but just getting caught behind the white water. But that was an excellent looking ride. He was light on his feet. The turns were right in the perfect part of the pocket. The judges will take note of that. They'll like it. The scores will be, I'm going to go out and say it's going to be in the excellent range. 3 solid turns in the right parts of the wave. Judges are going to like it. It's going to rival that 7.67 here from Joan Deroux. for the young American Kanoa Igarashi in the red with 5 minutes on the clock. He mounts a comeback campaign to push himself out of third, potentially into second and or first. He did need quite a significant score to go to first, but let's see what the judges think. I think it's going to be in the excellent score.
Yeah, I think so. He didn't try and do anything too extreme, but the surfing was really polished, and it's really going to satisfy that part of the criteria that asks for speed, power, and flow.
Yeah, that's it. Tick, tick, tick. He got all them boxes ticked quite quickly. We'll probably watch that one on replay when we get it up for you. With 4 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Coming up next, heat number 4, so it'll be halfway through as we see Jean Deroux on screen. Just to the south was Ramsey Buchenheim waiting patiently to hear what that last score. So this, by the judges not locking in that score straight away, they are reviewing it because in the context of this heat, it is a very, very vital and important score for the end result because it could, it could have serious ramifications on Ramsey in regards to what he's going to need here. Here we go. Have a look at this. This is Kanoa Igarashi. The judge is looking again. He starts off with a nice little cut back as he sets up for this next turn, drives into that tail slide snap, and he just goes out of screen there, unfortunately. But the judges are definitely deliberating on this one.
Yeah, if you look at this, look closely at some of the tricks these elite surfers use. You saw Kanoa there, as he took off on the wave, actually just stalling up in the lip. He's not racing down the line. He knows he's got to stall up in the lip so that he can wait for that wave to stand up. And that's an indication of a surfer who's really confident. Little things like that make a big difference.
Well, definitely, yeah. Great that you pointed that out. It almost looked like he waited for the wave to come to him rather than him hunting the wave down and chasing points there and getting too far ahead of himself. You can't really in these conditions get too far ahead of yourself because then you find yourself on a very flat part of the wave. Let's see what Ramsey does now on his backhand up into the white water. Now he gets some steep open face. Nice big top turn and into a monster closeout re-entry for Ramsey Buchenheim. So this will be interesting. Have a look at that score, Luke, for Kanoa on that last ride. It fell short of excellent.
Yeah, here's Kanoa again. Just bogs rail on that first turn, so that's not going to factor into it. Yeah, just short of excellent for Kanoa. Interesting to see what the judges do with this wave of Ramsey's. I love the way he turns really hard off the top. This second turn, you watch it swoops off the bottom, then really jams out of the pocket. 3 strong turns, not a lot of variation in the wave. Now chasing a 5.67. I think it's going to go pretty close, John.
Yeah, it'll be, like you said, interesting. Going back to that 7 of Kanoa, though, I think where it fell short of an excellent score, was the outside. There wasn't really a strong outside. We saw when he got up, he just did that nice sweeping cut back, which set him up for that inside section. So the judges, I think, were spot on there. I think I jumped the gun a little bit by saying it was in the excellent scoring range without actually really paying attention to what he did on the outside. But still, a good result, 7.03. The interesting score will be coming in right now with Ramsey, who is sitting in third with 1.5 minutes, looking similar to Kanoa's, maybe just shy of where Kanoa finished up. So 1.5 minutes, this will be a very, very telling time.
Yeah, this wave's going to be super critical for Kanoa. Comes hard off the bottom, clipping out of the lip, throws another strong backhand slash, little look back to sort of stay deep on the wave. Only 2 turns. I would have liked to have seen him go for it a little bit more on the first turn. But, yeah, an interesting exchange in the final moments of this heat.
Well, now Ramsey in second place still. So Kanoa's looking for a 4.97. That first turn was a little bit, I'm just going to ride through it, just get myself a maneuver under my belt. Second turn, nice and strong. Third turn maneuver, nice. A lot of body language there, showing, like you said, a lot of good confidence. He's trying to eke a few points out of the judges potentially, and that's how they do it. So 4.97 with 30 seconds to go. Kanoa Igarashi sitting in third.
Ooh, it's going to be very close as we see this one dropping Kanoa up and riding again. So, yeah, still needs a score, needs a 4.97 on this wave. Kicks the fins out, looks for the reverse, onto the front foot, rides out.
On the tip of his surfboard onto the beach. So Kanoa Igarashi, did he just do Who was that in the heat before? Did he just do a Leonardo Fivaronti?
That was a couple of heats ago. Leo sort of a last-minute victory. Did Kanoa do enough with that nose ride out of the reverse and the inside? Was it a 4.97?
Well, it was a beautiful last, just let the fins go, fully rotate and ride out of it. But was it a 4.97? Well, one will find out here in just a second. Well, this guy right here, Jean Deroux, he's through. We know that. He had two great scoring rides, a 7.67 and 7.5. He's into the next round. The big question is, who will finish second?
Yeah, the judges are going to have a look at that one, and we're going to throw to a break. We'll be back with that result shortly.
Customer service, it's the #1 priority for the Burton family.
From the exciting range of new Toyotas
To low-cost, fixed-price servicing.
as their guest, you're always #1.
It's the Burton family promise to give you a high standard of customer service.
And a higher standard of customer satisfaction.
So when you visit, you'll get the guest of honour treatment.
That's why people keep coming back.
To Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota.
So visit soon.
Tell him the big fella.
No lane seater.
No,
Mark's
the big fella. Look, you.
How's my boy?
Good. So I'm going on a road trip.
Road trip?
Yeah. With my new girlfriend.
Your girlfriend?
She's great. We're going on a meditation retreat.
Meditation retreat?
Yeah. It's gonna be great.
You sorted your health cover, didn't you?
Yeah. Got NIB.
Do it for them. Get NIB today.
We are back at Newcastle Surfest. Well, John, the official results of that last heat now through, and you'd have to say it's a bit of an upset with Joanderu and Rambi Buchheim going through, taking out the more highly seeded Kanoa Igarashi.
Yeah, one would think Kanoa would be the heavily backed favorite for that last heat, as both Joan and Ramsey, both quite big boys, and in these types of conditions would favor the sort of smaller, lighter guys. Not in this case. He was the favorite, as you said, and he's bowed out to Joan and Ramsey, so well done to them. And Kanoa will now be heading down to Manly or Snapper Rocks. But right now, another great heat in the lineup. This is Soli Bailey, who is part of that next big generation of young guns coming out of Australia.
Yeah, Solly from the north coast of New South Wales and Byron Bay. And yeah, was definitely in contention, came really close to qualifying for the CT last year, as we see him. Well, two quick opening rides, it looks like, for Solly. Very powerful natural foot surfer.
Yep, 2.33 for Sully, and he has opened his heat campaign. 3-man heats, of course, into the round of 24, and then we narrow that down. It becomes man-on-man heat soon as guys haven't. That was Tanner Gadauskas having a quick look. Now the man, well, really starting off fresh in 2016 with a nice forehand top turn into a sweeping cutback. This is Matt Banting. Drives into that open face turn, just whipping that tail around, and he will be quite happy. What injury?
Yeah. Well, Matt did tell me in an interview for Trax Mag recently that he'd been, hitting the gym, putting on a bit of strength and power, and I think you can see that being reflected in his surfing now, John. Just looks a little bit more crisp and solid off the top.
Yeah, he did. You see by the amounts of spray he was throwing, he's been doing some gym work on those glutes and the legs to really drive into those turns. Now we see Tanner Gadauskas on his backhand. great young goofy foot talent from San Clemente, California, here at the Maitland and Port Stevens Toyota Pro. And this is Sully Bailey. Once again, very busy, very active, looking for some high-scoring rides out here in some very trying conditions with the wind. There you go.
Wow, backside air reverse made it look easy. Rode out clean and maintained his speed and power. Riding all the way through to the inside section here, looking for one more turn, almost onto the rocks.
I was going to say one more turn would see him into the baths.
Yeah.
And probably finless. So Sully, a very smart choice there. Now out the back, once again, Matt Banting, good-looking wave. Just set up turn. You can see him cutting back into the white water. Here's some open face, nice and smooth. Top turn, just letting those fins go. And you can see all that spray. End result of some hard yards done in the gym, rehabbing, and then working towards 2016.
Yes, as we're replaying Tanner Gadauskas' opening wave. Tanner, of course, part of the Gudang clan. Him and his brother Pat traveling the world together. Always maintain a very positive attitude in and out of the water. Great guys to surf with.
Yeah, just a happy-go-lucky bunch of kids from San Clemente who love what they do, and that's performing for people in competitions around the world, as well as doing their social media obligations. They're very good on the social media, and it's great to watch what sort of creativity they can come up with both in both of those realms. So the Gudauskis brothers, if you want to check out some funny social media, well, go check them out. A 4.0 for Sully Bailey on his second ride. Matt Banting opens up with a 6.5 and a 4.2 for Tanner Gadauskas, still with just under 20 minutes remaining in this heat.
Are we waiting for another score of Matt's to drop, I think?
Yep, that second ride could be pretty similar to the first ones. The judge is probably reviewing that one. Priority is with Tanner Gadauskas in the black. Second priority goes to Sully Bailey. So that and third is with Matt Banting, who rode the last of that exchange. So coming up next, another great heat. Well, the local boy, Ryan Callanan, also a rookie on the WSL Tour this year, is Sully Bailey one more time riding Patrick Gadauskas of the Gadauskas clan and Ian Crane.
Another huge heat, John.
Another great heat. Fantastic heats. We got 4 more heats left in this round, and then who knows where we go from there. But these guys are definitely setting a good pace with some great surfing here at Surfest for 2016.
Well, just back to Kanoe Igarashi now. He's on the WCT. He's got one more QS event before he surfs in the opening event of the WCT at Snapper Rocks, but he's just lost in an earlier round on a QS. How does that affect him psychologically, knowing that, well, I'm now a top-tier surfer, but hang on, I just got knocked out in the middle rounds of a QS?
Well, obviously, it's, he's going to be a bit disappointed because you never go into an event to lose, right? So, but what I think he'll take out of this event with his early loss is the fact that he's got some singlet time. He's got some competition time under his belt, and there's no substitutes for that. Going into Manly, he'll get another few heats, one minimum, and maybe 5 or 6 maximum. And I think, to me, that's what puts you in front of the rest of the guys who don't choose to go in these qualifying series events. It's just like tennis. It's just like golf. It's just like any other sport where you have these lead-up events that are so important for so many different aspects. Not just going out there and winning the event, which is fantastic, and the money, but more so for these guys competing on the biggest stage in the world to get some competition time after a long extended break.
Yeah, sure. It's experience, and I guess it's about finding your range in a singlet. It's knowing when you've got to step it up, when you've got to cruise, what strategy to apply in what situation.
Well, it's like like you and myself or anyone out there, after you haven't ridden your bike for 4 or 5 months and you get on it, you're still a little wobbly, you got to get on that bike and ride, but you're still, once you take that first 6 or 7 pedals, okay, it's just like second nature, right? It's just the same in surfing. So to me, there's more benefit than negativity for Kanoa in losing, although he would rather be in the semis or the finals.
As we see Tanner up and riding, just whips the turn out of the lip, looking for another section straight away. Doesn't get the backup maneuver. So really Sully Bailey and Matt Banting setting the pace in this one.
Yeah, definitely. It is that second wave score there for Matt Banting, as you said, Luke, a 6.43. He's out in front. The young man from just up the road in Coffs Harbour, Port Macquarie area, Coffs Harbour area. Sully Bailey in second. Look at this replay. This is Tanner Gadauskas. Just, you can see him on the tail of that board, just holding. Now he's got the open face. Nice backhand whip, and the wave closes out. So just the one turn for Tanner, who sits in third, needs a 4.81. And Soli Bailey trailing in second to Matt Banting. Matt with a couple of sixes, 6 and change, and then Soli with a 5 and a 4.
Yeah, as you suggested, Matt from the Port Macquarie region on the mid-north coast of New South Wales. And it's been a long time since they've had someone to represent on the Elite Tour as well. I think one of the surfers from your area was Mick Campbell, and who also sort of almost went all the way, famously or infamously, to a world title one year at Pipe.
Yeah, you got so many good surfers from up the mid-north coast area. You know, guys like Lee Winkler, Sean Kensdale,
Darren O'Rafferty was
Darren O'Rafferty. You know, there's the list goes on, and then you got another young generation coming up behind these guys that we're watching right now in the Soli Baileys, and of course Matt Banting. And before we get into the back end of this heat, we're going to go down with Fiona, who has got the winner of that last heat.
Yeah, guys, I'm just down here with Jean Duru, our winner of the last heat. Jean, you kind of took control of that heat, got those 2 good scores pretty early. Just let me know, did that relieve the pressure?
Yeah, it was so good. We were going to go in front, and the tide came really fast, so we went on the white side. So I arrived first, and the first wave came to me. They were more on my inside, so I was lucky to get this one. Then I came back, and another one came, so 2 good scores. The start was really good.
Yeah, for sure. You know, it's pretty windy today. Tell me, when there's strong wind like this, does it ever change the way that you approach the wave?
Maybe, but I'm on my backside, so I just go really simple, just do bottom and off the top. So it was kind of the same, just stay simple.
Yeah, it definitely seemed to work for you. And would you like to say anything to the guys back in France?
Merci à tout le monde de regarder, et comme d'hab, oscillant, et merci à tout le monde.
Thanks heaps, and good luck in the next heat.
Thank you.
Well, a very happy Frenchman there. I have no idea what he said at the end part. Luke,
I'm not fluent in French, but everything sounds better. Well, even when the French speak English, it kind of sounds better, I have to say.
It does. I mean, and he's a good-looking bloke, and, you know, when he speaks like that, I was just pointing to Teza over here saying yes.
Melting hearts around the world, I think.
Yeah, he was definitely. And you know what I liked, what he said in that interview? He kept it simple. He didn't oversurf it. He just kept things nice and simple. And I think for a guy of his size, to go out there with that simple game plan in conditions like today was the best game plan.
Well, he just basically, it looked like he just said to himself, well, okay, I'm not going to try and mix it up with an aerial attack. I'm just going to go out there and do bigger turns than everybody else.
And he's probably salivating at the fact that the big swell's coming down the coast, and it will suit Joan Darude down to the ground. When you see some big 6 to 8 footers here at Merewether Beach, and he thrives. He loves the big surf. You know, the bigger fellas, they always love that big, chunky, powerful surf, and he's into that round. So he's off for the rest of the day, and tomorrow he'll come back and hopefully see a couple of 6 footers, maybe a few sneaky 8 footers, and be even more impressed.
Yeah, and he's really bucking the perception that was often held that bigger surfers struggle in sort of smaller wind-blown conditions. Throughout the morning, we've seen the big guys actually doing really well, indicating that they now know how to be super light on their feet. The training they're doing is more sophisticated, and once upon a time it might have been considered a disadvantage to be a bigger surfer in small waves, but I no longer think that's the case.
Well, it wasn't a might have. It was a definitely disadvantage if you were big, especially in the 80s and early 90s, because of the locations that the tour was surfing. But now, I mean, with the flexibility, as you pointed out, that this guy has right here, Matt Banting drives into that first turn, big forehand, just let the tail go, but only the one maneuver for our current heat leader, Matt Banting. Definitely it was a disadvantage, but nowadays, with all the modern equipment that they utilize to train, to surf with, and their flexibility, and just their creativeness for these big guys, you know, 6'3", 6'2", it's not uncommon to be one of the best surfers in the world in big and small stuff. It's amazing. It's an amazing testament to how good these guys are.
As we see another surfer who's sort of, you know, probably in that 80+ kilo range, Soli Bailey throws a strong turn off the top, looks for the inside connection and just bails out. So Soli now in second position, looking for a 7.93 go to first. Not sure that's going to do it, but it may better the 4-point ride as his low-scoring ride.
Yeah, Sully, as we look at the replay here, he's not a heavy-set surfer, but he's got a good frame, and he drives into that first turn. Now, look at this second turn. Really just drove up into the perfect section of that wave, allowed his fins to break free from the lip of that wave. At the end result, it was a nice forehand tail slide snap, and Sully Bailey potentially will just bring that margin between second and third a little bit further away from Tanner Gudauskas, who was needing a 4.81 prior to this score coming in for the man in red, Sully Bailey. The lead is with young Matty Banting, who leads with a 6.50 and a 6.43 here with 10 minutes on the clock. Coming up next, all eyes will be on Ryan Callanan, Patrick Gudauskas, and Ian Crane. And 90% of those eyes will be, especially here on the beach, will be on young Ryan Callanan.
Yeah, I think half of Newcastle's taken a sickie just to be down here on the beach to watch Ryan Callanan surf. They love throwing their support behind their local sports people, and you know, we talk about it, we don't want to put the mockles on anyone, but they're still hopeful to see a local champion in the men's division of this event. Haven't seen it yet in 31 years, but
well,
everyone, now Jesse Adams is out of the event, everyone's pinning their hopes on Ryan.
Yeah, and that would be a great fit for such a great event here at the end to see Ryan holding that trophy up. It would be absolutely an amazing moment. He's got a few heats to go, so we'll keep our eyes on Ryan Callanan, who's coming up next. And do want to give a big thank you and a shout out to our friends from Telstra, because without them, the broadcast wouldn't be possible. You know, they're supplying us with the digital capacity for this broadcast. So thank you to our friends here at within Telstra for providing us with all the tools necessary to bring you this live broadcast from right here in Merewether, Australia. Some 2.5 hours from the international terminal at Sydney Kingsford Smith Airport. It's just a straight shot up the Pacific Highway, and you're here in beautiful Newcastle. And you can stop in the Hunter Valley if you want to have a glass of wine or two.
Oh yeah, you can definitely make a weekend of it in Newcastle if you're driving up from Sydney or from further north. And you know, we encourage anyone who's in close proximity to get down here for the weekend action. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, the initial weather forecast I saw earlier in the week was showing that maybe a lot of rain Saturday and Sunday, a lot of wind, but that's since been revised, and it looks like there's going to be a little bit more sun than there will be rain. There'll be some great surf, and there'll be some amazing surf action from the world's best here at the with the Taggart Women's Pro. The field there is absolutely stacked, and of course the Port Stevens and Maitland Toyota Pro, as you're watching right now, is even as stacked as the Taggart Women's Pro draw. It's so awesome to see some of the world's best surfers from around the world right here at this event.
Yeah, I mean, I've been coming to this event for the last few years, and I love coming up to Newcastle. But I'm going to have to say, John, I think this is probably the best I've seen the event look in quite a while.
Yeah, and it's testament to what a great event Warren Smith and his crew run. So we will be bringing you all the live action for the next 3 days into finals weekend coming up tomorrow. But today we still have plenty of surfing. If you just joined us from around the world, you're watching men's round 24 of the Maitland and Port Stevens Toyota Pro, all part of Surfest 2016. It's Matt Banting in the white from Australia, who leads fellow Australian Sully Bailey, and the USA surfer Tanner Gudauskas looking for a 6.23 to push himself into second. Coming up next is Ryan Callanan, Patrick Gudauskas, and Ian Crane. And let's go back to some of the winners. I mean, we talk about Mick Fanning in 2000, all the way back then, and then winning again in 2002 and 2005, a 3-time winner at this event. That's fantastic. That's I don't think that's ever been done outside of nobody.
I think Rebecca Woods, maybe in the girls' event, has actually got 3.
Beck Woods, eh?
Yeah, she was in the commentary booth the last couple of days doing a great job. But yeah, 3 times for any event is a huge achievement.
Yeah, definitely. It rarely happens, and when it does, you do need to celebrate it. And this man out here leading right now, he's a former winner in the white. Matt Banting won in 2014. Of course, Alejo Munez is our defending champion. He wasn't in the draw this year. And Joel Parkinson back in 2013. William Cardoso, the big Brazilian, won in 2012, and a young South Australian surfer, Dion Atkinson. This man, coming off injury in 2015, looking to start off 2016 with his first win here.
His second win, he's won it in 2014.
No, his first win in 2016.
Ah,
yeah,
of course, yeah.
2016 would be Matt Banting coming off that injury. Would be an amazing story to just show testament to how hard he trained in the off season. Because I know it would have been frustrating to be watching all those events on the live broadcast from around the world. Knowing that you want to be there would be highly frustrating.
Well, I actually asked Matt about that when I interviewed him recently, and he said some events he would watch all the way through and just wish that he was there. Particularly Tressel's got great waves, as we see Taggart, who's from that region. Other events he simply just couldn't watch, just had to walk away.
Yeah, there would have been a few. There would have been a few, but those two last backhand whips from Tanner Gudauskas, well, this could change the game right here. Let's have a look. Tanner takes off, sort of fades into this one, drives up and over the whitewater. Now it gets steep. Now it gets deep on that first turn, straight into another vertical reentry, and he likes it. You can see the body language. What do the judges think?
Yeah,
6.23, Luke.
That's what he's chasing. He's got that really powerful, wide backside stance, which allows him to approach the lip with a lot of confidence, really whipped out of those turns. I think it's going to go really close if it doesn't get it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that he did enough to post up a 6.23 with 4.5 minutes to go. And Soli Bailey is waiting anxiously, and he's going to get that and then some by the looks of what our screen is telling us. 6.23, ladies and gentlemen, is what he needed. One more score to drop in to column number, that one, and we'll let you know what that score was. There it is. So the young American pushes up into second place with a 6.63. Drops Soli Bailey into third place. Soli Bailey now looking for a 5.41, 4 minutes to go. Very doable.
Well, yeah, but the timing of Tanner's wave comes into play here. It's often, tactically, it does help sometimes to secure your position very late in the heat, because then you're putting your competitor right up against the ropes with only a few minutes to go.
Soli had to listen to that score. You could see him sort of getting that ear. It's very windy, very hard to hear out there, but he no doubt knows what just happened, what he needs, and he will go to work. He has first priority. That's an advantage, having that first priority. That means that Matt Banting and or Tanner Gudauskas cannot interfere with Soli. Soli has control of the lineup, first pick of the waves, but he needs to utilize that priority very well, because there's two other competitors out there will be plotting and scheming on how to sell him into a wave to get that priority back.
Yeah, well, I think the biggest, he's got two big challenges here, Solly. The clock is running down. The second one is actually determining what is a good wave. He's looking for a wave that's it's got to have at least the 5.4 in it, so can't be a small one. He's taking a look at this set. Paddles deep. Swooping into a cutback, looking for the inside, double up, now looks at the back. Well, there goes. He sacrificed priority with that one, and we just said, the wave selection is going to be critical. Now he's scrambling wide of the bank without priority. He knows he's got just over 2.5 minutes to find something else, but without the advantage of priority.
So now Mr. Gudauskas is going to go put some shade over Soli Bailey, because he knows Soli's dropped into third priority, Tanner Gudauskas into second. He cannot allow, once Matt Banting gets his another ride, if he does, the priority automatically goes to Tanner, so there'll be a little bit of shade over the competitor we're looking at right now. Soli Bailey, look, and he drops into this wave, just sprays Tanner, going, how dare you get that score? And then the wave just fades away to nothing. So then Tanner realizes, well, he didn't get the score, now I'm going to go and chase him. Perfectly legal, perfectly good strategy there from Tanner, and Soli Bailey now has two challenges. One, get away from Tanner. Two, get the wave. That's going to post him up a 5.41.
Yeah, as you can see, Tanner's just pretty much married himself to Soli for the remainder of this heat. Going to be interesting to see if Soli does paddle for anything. Tanner's probably going to take off.
That's right. Well, Soli's, look, you can see the mad scramble now, and that person in white is for the next heat. That looks like that is Ian Crane, and now, well, he's gotten away from him. He let him go.
Yeah, good controlled tail slide to open up with, but Tanner probably recognised that wave only had the option for a single manoeuvre. Soli's scrambling back out. Still just enough time for one more wave, but it's a tough act.
Well, you know, one would have to think that with 1 minute and 15 seconds to go, it's game over for Sully Bailey. But in these conditions, because waves are popping up everywhere, he may still have another chance, and he'll only have one, if anything. And Tanner Gadauskas, you can see him right there. If I was Sully, I'd be paddling way away from Tanner. But now he decides, oh, I'm going to sit right next to you. That is showing some true grit there from the man in red who needs a 5.41 with 50 seconds. And Tanner lets him go again. Utilizing experience there, Tanner. Just really confident in the ability of his wave knowledge. And deciding, nah, I'm not going to go for it. I'm not going to waste my priority.
Well, the decision not to go the wave before proved to be worthwhile because Sully scrambled straight back out, straight back into Tanner's spiderweb because he's got priorities to him.
That's right. So 30 seconds on the clock, and Tanner just keeping an eye on the lineup, but also keeping an eye on Sully Bailey. You can see Sully just scratching south, trying to get away, and Matt Banting, well, he's home and hosed. He's got the heat win all but in the bag, and with surfing like that, well, we might just see him on the podium.
Well, I love the way he just transfers the weight as he's coming out of that finishing turn, kicks the tail high, weight goes forward, then drops to the back of the board so he rides out clean.
And there's the sportsmanship I love. Sportsmanship all day long here at Merewether. Sully just saying, hey, well done. Good on ya. You got me. Yeah. So unofficially, it looks like Matt Banting with the win. Tanner Gadauskas in second, and Sully Bailey, that man on screen, he's out of the event.
Just caught the wave he needed right after the buzzer. That's surfing.
You gotta hate that. You gotta hate. As a competitor, it's just nothing worse. You know, I'd rather just lie down the whole way in. But that's competitive sport there for you. That's your heat winner from up north, Matt Banting. And right on the backside of this break, Luke, we're gonna come back with more surfing action from right here in Merewether. Stay with us.
Need direction? Talk to our local team of accountants, bookkeepers, and tax specialists. We help clients build wealth strategies. Taggart Business Advisors, proudly working for our community.
More and more people are discovering the ease of Newcastle Airport. It's an effortless drive, cheaper parking, and before you know it, you're checking in with friendly staff. Start your trip with a smile. Newcastle Airport, now offering more services and flights every day. Newcastle Airport, connecting people, connecting places.
Welcome back to Surfest 2016, brought to you by Maitland and Paul Stevens Toyota. Thanks to Kim Burton and his team for sponsoring this event for so long, putting over $1 million into the event. What a legend.
Yeah, absolute legend. I actually saw Kimbo outside. I said, what are you doing, mate? He goes, just hanging around, watching the surf, loving it. It's great when the pros come to town. I said, surf's not very good. He said, how good is it to watch how, these guys ride these waves so well? That's the thing that was impressing him.
Yeah, so, they're ripping out there, and there is waves. They've moved off the rocks. There's that middle bank stopped breaking, and everyone's actually surfing back off the rocks. So, and it looks all right. When a wave comes, it's actually all right. It's smooth on the face. The second one in the set, as we've been saying all week, looks pretty fun, and boys are ripping.
All right, well, just one wave score locked in so far for Ian Crane from the USA. It was a 4.50, and he is going to be... he'll be going into a very short-lived lead. So Surfest 2016 in full swing here at the moment at Merewether Beach. Patrick Gadauskas from the USA is in the black singlet. Ryan Callanan from Australia is in the red. Very exciting, isn't it?
It's a good heat to be in too. Just one of these person who gets knocked out. So we're going to see local boy Ryan Callanan, last local hope. Mate, we put the mocker on every year for the locals, but he's our man this year, so let's hope he gets a couple of waves here. He's He's in, there's no priority at the moment, actually. So there's only been, that's why, because there's only been one wave ridden, a 4.5 from the man in white, Ian Crane. So, yeah, like I said, they were sitting on that middle bank, surfing those rights and lefts in the middle, and then now they've moved back out to the rocks. There's actually, the swell kicks in, and then it's the same as it's been all week. There's a flurry of sets, and then it just goes flat for 10 minutes. But then here we go, Ryan Callanan getting on the roll in. He's going this one. Oh, that was interesting. The man in black sort of pushed the lip down a bit there. So, yeah, I'm not saying anything, but have a look if they show the replay.
Well, Ryan had priority in that situation, didn't he?
No, no one had
there
priority.
was no priority at that point. Okay, got it. Ryan's having a look at this little inside wave here, and he grew up surfing this little break here. Here he goes on his backhand, drives it up, and he's got such a good technique, hasn't he, on his backhand? So vertical. Unfortunately, just coming unglued on that one, but we'll go back to a replay and have a little look at what you're talking about there, Hoy, because that's a good call, mate. It'll be interesting to see how that one played out.
Yeah, here it is. See, Ryan had the roll in from out the back. Pat rolls into it, but look, the lip goes down. Oh, yeah, it's not. No, it's nothing. But
Very close. Very close to it,
yeah, but I think just because the wind's so strong, it didn't help. But, yeah, like you said, Ryan's got all the local knowledge out here and went that little insider. It was a 2 point. It's going to end up about a 2.33. Not going to go into his top two, we hope. But yeah, I'm wondering about that because Pat sort of pushed it down, but not really. It didn't interfere. The wave was terrible anyway, so it might have been a blessing in disguise for him to get out of that one.
All right, well, just a couple of throwaway scores for Ryan Callanan. Ryan's had a 0.5 and it looks like a 2 point something, so they've just both throwaway scores. And Ian Crane has dropped to 4.50, so right now it is Paddy Gdauskas from the USA holding priority. Patrick is only needing very small scores. Early days, folks, with just over 20 minutes left on the clock.
Pat's been ripping these last few days too. His board looks really good under his feet, doing some nice big carves, throwing the tail, a couple of air reverses. You know what, the boys have been throwing some air reverses. That's about it in this event. It hasn't been too many aerial tactics. It's just been more carving and big snaps and fin wafts and floaters, and it's been good to watch. Not that the aerials aren't, but I'm a traditionalist, so I like to see all that. Here he is, speak of the devil, Pat Gdauskas.
All right, lovely stuff there from Pat. We saw him on fire yesterday. In fact, both he and his brother are in really electrifying form here in Newcastle at the moment. Heat number 5, round number 4 is in the water. And coming up in heat number 6 next on the program will be another good one with it's the all-Brazilian heat, Hoyo. It's Thiago Camareo, Hizzy Botero and Jesse Mendes all going at it.
Yeah, it's classic. They all end up in the same heat. It's always the way. They're probably travelling, a couple of them travelling together too, so that was always a bad thing too when you travelled. You end up against your travel partner all the time. You got to be nice, and then you get out in the water and you're not that nice to each other.
All right, well, this is the last wave, for the first wave, I should say, for Patrick Gdauskas, and he just comes unglued at the end of that one. Patrick's opening wave was a 2.0. Here goes Ryan Callanan having a look at this one, and Rhino, well, he might just have a couple of little early nerves at the start of this heat here, Ryan. He's surfing in front of a home crowd. It always puts a bit more pressure on you. Here goes Ian Crane. No pressure on this kid. He's straight up and into it.
Not at all. He's got the second wave in the setter. He looks like it stands up a bit. Nice and clean, this one. Couple of cut downs at the start, walling up on the inside here. Good last turn there, and just coming unstuck on that last one. I don't know if that was a replay or that was live, but just coming unstuck at the end of that one. It didn't allow him to do those top to bottom maneuvers. A bit flat and a bit fat. Flat and fat. That's not how you want a wave to be. But yeah, it ends up coming unstuck on that last one anyway. So I think that was his 4.33, so they didn't score that much at all.
No, it's a couple of waves apiece at the moment, folks, and really Ian Crane has got the better of the first wave exchanges. This is Ian here on his wave number 3, up and riding, the goofy footer from the USA, just having a look. Nice little open face. The tide is getting pretty close to high at the moment, Matty, so it's holding it together, and it's a sweet little combo for Ian Crane. Unfortunately, just not being able to ride out at the end of that thing.
So that was his 3.6.
All right, well, while we got a little break in the action, we are going to throw down to Fiona, who's having a bit of a chat to Maddie Banting from Port Macquarie. Take it away.
Yeah, I am down here with Maddie Banting. Matt, you kind of grabbed those 2 sixes in the first few minutes of the heat there, and they carried you through the whole way. How was that?
Yeah, I was stoked. Trickiest conditions today. Woke up and had a look at it. It's a whole different beach, whole different climate and everything. Had the jumpers out and the full suits and everything. Took the board shorts off and packed them away. But yeah, I was stoked. I was actually going to pull off one of them waves. I didn't think it was that good, and then lucky I ended up finishing on the shore and got a mid-6, couple of sixes. So really can't wait to actually open up in a heat and do some surfing.
Yeah, well, we know that you can do some airs and stuff. The wind, is it a little bit too strong for airs today, or you reckon it's good?
Yeah, it's a little bit too strong, but maybe into the lefts. Coming into the lefts, remember Toledo a few years back was doing a few big helicopters, but hopefully the swell fills in over the next few days, and it'll be good to see what happens. Be probably a little bit of paddling, but hopefully there's a few good waves.
Yeah, and you surfed against, I think, Nathan Hedge in the final here a couple of years ago. I remember you just really took control of that final. Who would you like to, if you made a final here again this year, who would you like to be in it with?
Definitely Rhino. I think we're on the opposite sides of the draw, and this event's been a big week for their family. I want to dedicate everything to Gaza or Gary, and yeah, it'd be just great to see Ryan in the final and have a good heat. It'd be epic.
Yeah, I'm sure that all the locals would love to see that, and we wish you all the best, Matt.
Thank you very much.
You.
Cheers.
All right, lovely little touch there from Maddie Banting, who's been good friends with Ryan, and those guys kind of grew up surfing against each other. So, yeah, a bit of pressure right there on that man there in the red singlet, Ryan Callanan, currently sitting in second position, and Paddy Gadauskas only needing less than 1 point to go into second. Ryan needing a 6.5 to take the lead, because at the moment it is Ian Crane from the USA on screen. Ian sitting on a 4.5 and a 4.33. I reckon all of these scores are going to be replaced, Matt, in the next 15 minutes.
So.
Yeah, so do I. Otherwise, it's going to be a long 15 minutes, mate, isn't it?
Isn't it? Yeah, it's been a slow heat, this one. Not many waves. The tide's pushing on dead high in like half an hour. So, yeah, it's sort of really inconsistent. Only a certain amount of waves breaking. And, yeah, it's hard to get the ones with the wall and the double up. So, yeah, hopefully these scores all get replaced, actually. Otherwise, it's going to be a really low-scoring heat. Is so far, that's for sure.
Okay, well...
Surfer up, Pat Gadauskas.
Paddy having a look at this one, a little bit of open face, nice little front side wrap, and then he sets it up on the inside for a bit of a vertical hit.
So you got inside, that's it. Good finish there from Pat Gadauskas. A couple of turns on the outside and a great finish.
All right, well, that's going to put a bit of pressure now on the local guy, Ryan Callan, and Ryan was prior to that wave sitting in second. Clearly that's going to push Paddy Gadauskas into second, because Patrick only needed less than 1 point to move up into second place. So we'll just wait.
That's one thing I can say. He's definitely done that. Sorry,
yeah, he may even, very slight chance that he may even take the lead here. So nice little setup here. This is the replay for Paddy Gadauskas' last wave. And
this is the best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, that is the best wave of the heat.
This finish here, look. Whack.
Beautiful finish. The highest wave of the score of the heat so far has been a 4.5, so you've got to be thinking that's going to be pushing into the mid-sixes or something like that, I can imagine.
Sure. And like I said before, that you should see that the weed coming from the ladies to the Rocks Bowl. It's moving at a rate of knots to where they're actually surfing, so it's going to play havoc this afternoon with some surfers for sure. Hopefully it gets pushed straight down the beach, but it usually just congregates off the rocks there, and if you hit it surfing a wave, it pretty much stops you dead. So that's going to be another interesting factor today.
All right, well, you can see the playing field we have to work with here is not quite as chopped up as it was this morning, Hoya. That wind just backing off a couple of knots, and that's a good sign. The wind is forecast to back off throughout the day, and the swell is expected to pour in. So it's a pretty good scenario. Good scores coming through for Paddy Gadauskas on that last wave. Judges like that kind of stuff. So we'll just wait for the update here, and we'll be able to let you know what's going on. But Ryan Callanan will... I think this will take Patrick Gadauskas...
100% it's going to take him to the lead by far.
I think so.
It's going to be a great score. An excellent, really, for these conditions. This is a great score. It's one of the highest scoring waves of the day so far. Oh, well, not really. We'll point off that. Sorry about that. A 7.43, though. That's a great score in these conditions. Pat Gadauskas goes straight into the lead with a 7.43 and a 2. In second, Ian Crane with a 4.5 and a 4.3. Ryan Callan just with a 2 and a 0.5, needing a 6.5 in third position.
All right, so interesting stuff there. Hope you're enjoying the action, folks. Tez McKenna, Matty Hoy taking you through day number 5 here of Surfest. Yeah,
Throw him in there, why not?
Why not? Yeah, we're loving it. Also, a big shout out to those people watching the Oceanic channel in Hawaii. Great to have you people here as well. As we said, we do have some swell coming down the coastline. We've been talking about it for a couple of days now. It's been a bit of a, it's been almost like looking at a mirage on the horizon, isn't it?
Mate, it's unbelievable.
But it is coming. Just got a call from Tony O'Brien from up at Lennox. He said it's about a good solid 8 feet plus up there and closing out on the point.
Yeah.
So it is on its way down. And Pat Gudauskas once again stomping that last manoeuvre.
How long from Lennox to here? You're at 12 hours?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. So by tomorrow morning, we should start to see some pretty substantial waves rolling down.
Yeah. Good. Do you think the wind howling south like this is going to
I don't think so. I think that swell...
Too strong?
Yeah, it's come from a long way. It's got a lot of energy in a big period swell. So, yeah, it might knock it down a foot or two, but I think that we're still going to be in for some, some maybe 2 metres of swell tomorrow, I think.
Perfect. There's a replay of Pat's second wave. Oh, not sorry, second wave. Second score. Finishes well there. A couple of turns on the outside. This is going to go into his score. He had to better a 2, so it's going to definitely better that. See what the judges think about that one. He's in the lead with a 7.43. Great wave that last one, and that one just came in at a 4.83, so he extends his lead. White now needs a 7.76, and red Ryan Cullen needs in third place in the 6.5. So boys got their work cut out. As Pat's been doing this whole event, just like he takes a bit to start, and then his last couple of waves have been really good, and he'll just sit out there now and try and better a 4.83. So
all right, well,
been surfing good heats.
He has been surfing really well, and so is his brother. Okay, so first priority red, Ryan Cullen, and now chasing a 6.50 for the local to get himself out of trouble. He has got 2 very red-hot Americans in front of him. Ian Crane in second, needing a 7.76 to take the lead from Patrick Gudauskas, worst wave 4.83. Right now, 10 minutes left on the clock. You're watching heat number 5, the round of 24. Coming up, heat number 6, all Brazilian affair. Thiago Camaraya will take on Hizzy Botero and Jesse Mendes.
All Brazilian heat, so hopefully everyone's watching in Brazil, cheering everyone on in this next heat. It'll be great. Great heat. It's funny how, like we keep saying, how you end up with all your friends in your heat. It's the worst scenario ever, but it's you can't do anything about it. It's how it is.
It's just the non-linear setting sequences just works out like that sometimes. This webcast would not be possible without our strong partnership with Telstra, who supply the digital capacity for the broadcast. Thank you very much, Telstra. Always do a fantastic job.
Don't they? Connecting Australia, is that the motto?
Yeah. I think it is. They do connect Australia. I love the whole Telstra. What's the Telstra Air? Do you know about that stuff, Hoya?
No, of course
So what
not.
they've done is turned all the phone boxes in Australia into Wi-Fi hotspots.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, so now if you're
That's
a
a
Telstra
great
customer, a Telstra broadband customer, you can just log into those phone booths wherever you are in Australia and use your own data off them. Here's a nice way for Ryan Cullen, and lovely big first turn.
Great first turn. Nice cut down on the next one. If he finishes well here, it's going to be a good wave. Oh, yeah. I thought he fell then. Fell off backwards. But
He is the biggest glue foot, that kid, isn't
That
he?
was
That was
sick.
just a freaky little moment. You can almost hear through the demountable where we're broadcasting this webcast from, all the locals just cheering and yelling and screaming. So they have just like a big sigh of relief as we see Ryan Cullen in replay.
This first turn was huge, and then he gets a nice little cut down on this next one. And this last turn hits the inside, hits the lip, vertical comes out. I thought he fell right there. Oh, wow. Good body talk.
He almost had a little laugh to himself, didn't he?
Whoa. That was good body talk at the end. It pulls it off. That's going to be a good score.
I got a feeling that's probably the best wave of the heat. They were big proper manoeuvres with an open face wave. Maybe I'm a little biased, but I just feel that strong off the bottom, off the top surfing. They were a proper full tilt rail, turn. So.
And flowed well too.
Yeah, there was three hits, wasn't it? Yeah, yep. The first one, and that second, yep, and the third one where he had the little bit of a bounce on the landing. It'll be interesting to see. Well, a 7.43 for Paddy Gudauskas' wave earlier. You've got to be thinking if that's what they gave him, they're going to have to go way higher on Ryan's. And here comes the scores, and this is going to please the locals. as the pressure cooker just releases a little bit of steam there out of the kettle for Ryan Callan, and that wave's coming through in the excellent range. There's a couple of 9s in there, an 8.5 and an 8.0. So what's that, an 8.75, I believe, maybe an average, something around there will be coming through real shortly. 8.83, Ryan Callan into second, and now Ian Crane's needing a 6.67.
Yeah, great wave there from Ryan. Waited a while for that one. He waited like 19 minutes. That was his first real scoring wave. He's had a 0.5, a 2.33, and a 0.3 and an 8.33. So he waited 19 minutes for that one. So good wait, good score, well done. Waited with priority too. No pressure, just whacked out a 8.83. Good on him. And then that means Ryan Callan has gone into second, needing a 3.43 to go to first. Ian Crane in the white and into 6.67 to go to second. Pat Gadauskas out in the lead with a 7.43 and a 4.83. So Ryan's just got a better 2.33 here, and he's home and hosed pretty much. Ian Crane's had a 4.5 and a 4.3, so he's got to up both of those scores really to catch these two.
All right, very, very interesting stuff, folks. Paddy Gadauskas in the lead, Ryan Callan, and only needing a 3.43 to go into the lead, and Ian Crane in fourth place. A 6.67 is what he is chasing to go up into second place. And, well, we'll just wait and see. We've just on 5.5 minutes left on the clock. Coming up later this afternoon, folks, we have the Taggart Women's Pro. We'll be continuing on with the rounds for the girls later on this afternoon. We'll have former 3-time winner of Surfest, Rebecca Woods, in here talking up the action.
Perfect. She knows what to do out here. 3-time winner. Is that the most winners? The most winningest?
Along
Mick?
with Mick Fanning.
Yeah,
They both are three-time winners of Surfest. Here goes Ryan Callanan trying to get that 3.43. He's found a little nugget on the inside, Hoyer.
Yeah, no one even looked at this one with his local knowledge. Great wave there too from Ryan. That's going to better a 2.33 for sure. He knows it. He got that wave 20 metres in from everyone. Just right on the rocks bowl, just sat inside everyone. Third priority, picked off that one. He's going to get a good score for that as well, I reckon. Not quite at 8.83, but it's a great backup.
Going to be very interesting indeed.
Here's the replay. See, look where the other competitors are. They're 20 metres further out. Little cut down at the start here. This second turn hits the lip, throws some spray, and then this last ending, great ending.
Oh, wow. Throwing some sparks on that last one, and then he just kind of stomps it down as if to say, take that. That should get him into the lead. You'd think so anyway, because he was only chasing, as we said, everybody, it was a 3.43 to go into second position. This is a QS 6,000 event on the World Surf League you're watching here, the Surfest 2016. We're currently midway through the round of 24 here at the Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota Pro. And as we said, the Taggart Women's Classic coming up a little later on this afternoon. Just waiting for those wave scores for Ryan Callan to roll on through. And the judges looking suitably impressed again, Matthew Hoy.
Aren't they? It's good to see. Yeah, he's going to come in another good score. This is better than a backup. It's an 8.10. Massive score there for Ryan Callan. Picked that one off from the inside and got a huge score for it.
Oh, wow. That's a big relief for the locals that are sitting out there and watching. And
he's going to get another one.
He is going to get another one. And you're right on the money here with these inside nuggies.
Yep.
Here we go.
Dead high tide. Ryan Callan takes up another one. Has to better a huge score, but flicks out that one. I thought, that he's going to be real lucky to get 3 in a row in there.
All right. Well, there's a little break in the action. Thank you very much to the gang from Yoga Bodyworks. You can join in some free yoga classes here tomorrow and Sunday morning from 9:30 onwards if you wanted to, have a bit of a taste of that stuff. It's really cool. Good for the body, good for the mind. Thank you very much, Yoga Bodyworks. Thanks to Dalton Lawyers, Chris Dalton and the gang. Of course, they were the naming rights sponsor for the Cadet Girls Division at the Cup that was held the other day. Big shout out to the Commonwealth Bank. They helped to coordinate the crowdfunding for the Taggart Women's Pro. Also a long-term community partner with Surfest. And also a big shout out to Grant Sprowley from Throwing Buckets, graphic design, official event photography for the event. He's done all the banners, he's done the posters, and he's had a bit of a hand in everything. And make sure you check out Throwing Buckets on iTunes, folks. It's a bi-monthly surfing magazine that highlights a lot of stuff that happens in and around Newcastle. As we see, this is Paddy Gadauskas.
Nice looking wave here, big first turn. Just trying to get around this section off the rocks. What's he got on the inside? Another big turn on the end too. Only fitting 2 turns in, but they were big, so that's going to be another good score for Pat. Just happened in better 4.83, so I reckon he's done that too.
Well, this is going to really raise the bar for Ian Crane, because prior to that, Paddy Gudang's second best wave was 4.83. Clearly, he's going to blow that out of the water. He needed a 9.5 to take the lead. I don't think he's going to get that. But prior to, before that score goes in, Ian Crane needed a 7.76. Ian Crane could go into combo land here. Here's the replay.
Here it is. Big first turn here. Smacks it off the lip. Just closes out a little bit in that fat section. There was not really anything there. Then finishes well with another big turn. So, yep, that's definitely going to better a 4.83. Yeah, it's not going to be the 9.5 that he needs to go to first, but Ian Crane in the white is going to be comboed for sure, I reckon, after that. He needed a 7.76, so yeah, it's going to better his score. I reckon that's maybe Pat's best wave.
There's a lot of people down there.
Even.
There's a lot of people down there, a lot of Navicasters down there. They're very happy about the result of this one. I mean, it's not in the bag just yet, but Ryan Callanan with an 8.83 and an 8.1, looking rock solid. Just waiting for Pat Gadauskas' last wave scores to come true, but striking back here is Ian Crane, the goofy footer from the USA.
He's a good-looking wave too. Couple of big turns at the start, finishes with a foam floater, and then the wave just closes out. Scores coming in for Pat Gadauskas. 2 more to come in. It's going to make Ian Crane's job that much harder. 7.5, it was his best wave. A 7.5 goes into, consolidates his second place with a 7.5 and a 7.43. And yes, Ian Crane is comboed. He needs 14.94, and here's his last wave. It's going to better one of his scores, but he's got to build on this one after that. He's in a precarious position.
Oh yeah, that's well worded there, Matty Hoy. Yes,
it's not precarious really, but
well, he's in a bit of a pressure situation right here. There's 20 seconds to go. He's not going to get the score that he requires to get himself out of a situation there. So it's going to be Ryan Callanan with about 10 seconds on the clock. Rhino just trying to get a little wave here to just, save himself paddling in. He's right on the hooter.
What a heat he had.
And he takes victory. He hardly broke a sweat in this one, folks. You're watching the Ryan Callanan. He's probably the big wide hope for Newcastle, for someone to finally win this men's event. But excellent stuff there for Ryan. Paddy Gadauskas moving on through in second position, and the young American Ian Crane unfortunately eliminated here at the Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota Pro. Nice little shot of Ryan walking up the beach, and there's all the Novocastrians that came on down to support him. Excellent stuff. We're going to have another heat coming your way that's full of Brazilians, so stick around. More live action from Surfest right after this.
Customer service, it's the #1 priority for the Burton family.
From the exciting range of new Toyotas,
To low-cost, fixed-price servicing.
as their guest, you're always #1.
It's the Burton family promise to give you a high standard of customer service.
And a higher standard of customer satisfaction.
So when you visit, you'll get the guest of honour treatment.
That's why people keep coming back.
To Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota.
So visit soon.
Tell him the big fella.
No lane feature.
No, Mark the big fella. Look, you.
Need direction? Talk to our local team of accountants, bookkeepers, and tax specialists. We help clients build wealth strategies. Taggart Business Advisors, proudly working for our community.
More and more people are discovering the ease of Newcastle Airport. It's an effortless drive, cheaper parking, and before you know it, you're checking in with friendly staff. Start your trip with a smile. Newcastle Airport, now offering more services and flights every day. Newcastle Airport, connecting people, connecting places.
How's my boy?
Good. So I'm going on a road trip.
Road trip?
Yeah. With my new girlfriend.
Your girlfriend?
She's great. We're going on a meditation retreat.
Meditation retreat?
Yeah. It's gonna be great.
You sorted your health cover, didn't you?
Yeah. Got NIB.
Do it for them. Get NIB today.
Okay, so welcome back, everybody. That is the windswept playing field at Merewether Beach in Newcastle, New South Wales, Australia, for day number 5 of Surfest. Of course, it's one of the city's favourite surfing festivals, and we have a heck of a heat on our hands. Jesse Mendes, the boy from Brazil, is in the white singlet. We've got Hizzy Botero in the black, and Thiago Camaraya from Brazil in the red singlet. Welcome along, Matty Hoy, and it's an all-Brazilian affair, buddy.
Isn't it? 3-man Brazilian heat. There's Jesse Mendes on the inside. Had a couple of small scores already. He's sitting inside the boys too, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens here. But yeah, all Brazilian heat. We said that for a couple of times before. It's a bummer that they all get together. I'm sure they'd much rather be spread out throughout the heat draw, but that's what happens.
That's right. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there was times long gone now when before the 4-man and 3-man priority system was in place, where if you ended up with a couple of Brazilians in the heat, it could get a bit tricky because they could work together. But those days are long gone now with the priority system, so it gives everyone a really good and equal opportunity to get the best waves in the heat.
They won't be working together in this heat, that's for sure.
No, not at all. No, they're very competitive by nature, Brazilians, and these guys, although they're probably good mates and travel together, they're not going to be pulling any punches out here. That is for sure. So this is Hizzy Botero, the goofy footer from Brazil. Very electrifying style, this guy, and he's always really knows how to connect. He's an absolute magician at joining the dots there. He's always got a good bit of flow between his turns.
That was a good start for him right there. He just had a .77, and that was a great start to his campaign in this heat. A couple of big turns, nice smooth wave there. See what the judge is going to do that, because that last hit they threw some big scores out for similar waves.
Absolutely. So Joshua Menez, Leo Fioravanti from Italy, and Takumi Yasui from Japan coming up next. This is the replay of Hizinomi Botero from Brazil. And lovely combo on his backhand there. That wave had a little froth on it, but Hizzy throwing some heat. I tell you what, that's going to be a nice little foundation score for him to build house off. So Thiago Camaraya moving into a priority situation in red. You can see him out the back there waiting patiently, and Jesse Mendes in second priority in white right next to him.
Yep. So red's got first priority. I don't know if he had priority then, but I think black must have had priority because he let that one go. And here he is, the man in red. He's been surfing really well all week. Oh, straight into an air reverse. And then what's he got on the inside? He just missed that middle bit. Nothing much going on there. What's he got for us on the inside? Nice big layback snap, good ending. Just didn't get much in the middle there, but 2 big turns, straight into an air reverse, and then that last turn was pretty nice too.
Well, big first turn, big last turn, it usually equates to a reasonable kind of a score, doesn't it? As we see Jesse Mendes, this kid can fly, and he's going into the wind.
He can fly.
So I can imagine that Jesse will try and go some left-handers here, and he might even pull the old big air reverse out and see what he can do, or anything in the air, actually. He's got like a complete bag of tricks, Jesse Mendes.
Yeah, we were at the Quicksilver King of the Groms in Fernando de Nogueira in Brazil, an island off Brazil, and he'd go out every afternoon and do the biggest airs into a wind, a bit like this. Here he is on this one here, going right. He was doing some huge airs, so he's got the full bag of tricks. Just a little right there for Jesse. He's had not much of a score. That's his 5th wave, and here's a replay of red. Straight into this air reverse. Big tail off. Doesn't get much in the middle here, but this last turn, it's a big layback snap on the end. Layback carve, really. Nice ending to that one. So it's going to be interesting to see what they score that one. There was a bit of a gap between turns, but still 2 big turns there. Air reverse was sick, and then I like that last carve. But it's not up to me to like and hate. It's up to the judges. It's all up to them.
Well,
we're just here to talk about it. That's what I was going to say before. We have no bearing on the judges, but we can have an opinion.
Oh, of course.
We're not. I'm not. Tez is really good. I say what I want of it. I just say what I think about the wave pretty much.
That's why we've got you here, mate. We love it. We love it how you tell it how it is, Matty Hoy. And this is the replay for Hizzy Botero on another wave there, and he just came unstuck at the end of that thing. So, but he's got a 6.33 on that nice combo that he got earlier, and a couple little throwaway scores off the back of it. We're still waiting for Thiago Camarayo's first wave. He got that nice halo effect, the first and last manoeuvre. He got the reverse, and then he got the layback slash on the inside for red. So 17 minutes on the clock. First priority red, second priority whites. And coming up, as we said, in the next heat, we're going to have a pretty cool heat. It's going to have a Hawaiian, an Italian, and a Japanese rider as well. It's been an absolute potpourri of countries represented here in this round of 24 here at Surfest.
Yeah, isn't there? That is all over the world right there. An Italian, that's the best thing. Where is that? I'm trying to find the heat there. Sorry about that.
Yeah, here it is.
Oh, yeah, Leonardo. Is there another Italian? I didn't they said Leo.
No.
Leo.
But he's the best. He's probably the best Italian that I've seen since hockey.
Exactly. 100%. That is a given.
Absolutely. And you know what? He actually broke his back last year.
Yeah, at Pipe.
He had to work really hard. Had a whole year off, and really great to see him back in good form. I commentated him through his a lot of his junior career. He was out here in Australia, came out for the Rip Curl Grom Search, finals and stuff like that. And I thought, wow, this kid's really heading for an incredible career in pro surfing. And then we heard that he broke his back, and we're all worried about him and stuff. But he's come back, and he's looking probably stronger and fitter than ever. I saw him going through a warm-up routine down there earlier on when we were having our iced coffees. And he was just to the right of us going through a warm-up routine. And, man, he's looking buffed.
Yeah,
he's been really working hard.
Yeah, they all train hard these days. You have to keep up with everyone else. If you don't train hard, your competitor's going to have the edge over you. Not like the good old days when there was no edge over anyone else. No one really trained that hard. I mean, a few did for sure, but not really. Not in my day anyway. I didn't, that's for sure.
No, that's for sure.
We got our first wave of red, that air reverse and that layback carve on the inside, a 5.5 that ended up. So that is the second best wave of the heat. Black with the best wave of the heat of 6.33. And then Jesse Mendez on his last one, we just saw the end of that one, scored a 4.5. So first, black. Second, white needing a 4.41, and then red, third, needing a 1.83.
Alrighty, well, that is the current situation as we see Thiago Camareo once again ripping his way through the inside. Nice combo there for Thiago. He's already started up with a 5.5, so let's let the judges dissect that one, and in the meantime, we'll throw down for an interview with Fiona. Take it away.
Now, I've got Ryan Callanan down here, the local boy. Ryan, you just grabbed, I think in the last 10 minutes, you grabbed a 8.83 and then backed it up with an 8.1. Just talk us how that felt.
Yeah, I didn't get much at the start, so I kind of had to reset and almost start my heat over because I basically had nothing. But I didn't think they were going to go quite as big as they did, so I was pretty happy to get the two high scores.
No, I think they were worth it. And this is the first interview we've got with you, but you've got through a couple of heats. Every time you catch a wave, you've got all the locals down here cheering you on. Is that kind of just egging you on, or does it make you a little bit nervous?
No, I think it's a good thing. I don't know, I try to block it out before I go out, but then when you flick off a wave and you hear the cheers, it's nice. It's like, oh, okay. So it's good to have everyone here and just be in front of the friends and family, and it's nice to be at home.
Yeah, for sure. And, it's always been a QS 6000 for the men's, but it's back to a 6000 for the women's. Just all the local businesses have come together. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, it's great. I think it's nice that they mix up with the guys and the girls every day. So the best conditions kind of go to each people, and it gives everyone a bit of a rest too. So it's good to have two really high-rated events, and you get such good surfers, especially in the women's now. It's a 6000 as well. So to see all the sponsors come and put everything on, and back stronger than ever this year.
Yeah, for sure. Well, good luck, Ryan. We wish you all the best in the whole event, and you'll have the locals down here every day.
All right, well, that is really, really a great story there with Ryan Callanan taking out that one, and he can go and relax for the rest of the day, like some other people who I know, Hoya, who will be able to relax after this heat for the rest of the day.
Yeah, that good schedule there, Tez, from you, I should say. Awesome.
I'm looking after you, mate, because I'm going to work you over big time tomorrow and the next day.
Might be a bit hung tomorrow after we win our grand final at Touch.
Oh, yeah, that's when you've done some of your finest work, mate. Can't wait for that one.
So in that break when Ryan was having his interview, Red scored a 6.5, so that was a great wave. We just saw the end of that one. So he's rocketed into the lead in second now in the black. into 5.68, and there's Jesse Mendez. There's his air reverse straight into the wind. I don't know if he got a turn before that one, but that was a sick air reverse. And here's Red on a left. He's got all his scores on a right, so I don't know why he's gone left. Sorry to say. I'd stick to those rights after getting a 5.5 and a 6.5. But yeah, I don't know if he got a turn on the outside of that one either. So Jesse Mendez not really having many scores. He had a 4.5 and a 3.33, but then he's Red going left. I think he just gets this one turn in. There's one out the back and then this second one here. Sorry about that. We didn't see the start of that wave. Oh yeah, 2 turns on his backhand and flicks out of that one. He's needing a better of 5.5, so going to be close on that one. And he's Black up and riding. Live action now. Having a better of 2.57, so it's definitely going to do that already. Some big turns, showing a lot of spray. He's got a 6.33 and just wants to back that one up. 14 minutes remaining. First Red, second Black, needing a 5.68 he needed to get on this wave. Here's the replay of that wave. Tell me whatever you guys think out there. First turn gets it vertical there. This second turn throws just a little cut down, and this third turn hits the lip and throws a lot of spray, and then the wave closes out after that. He just jumps off. It's definitely got a better at 2.57. He's Red up and riding again. He's staying busy, going left and right. I think he's better off sticking to those rights because he's surfing them really well. Just a little foam floater at the end, having a better 5.5, so that's what you got to sit and wait for now. You've had your two average scores, above average scores. You just got a 4.17 for that left and just waiting for that last score to come in. Last wave of Jesse Mendez, a 4.73 for that air reverse. He must have only just fitted that one manoeuvre in. 4.73 goes into that's his highest scoring wave actually. He moves up into second place. Now Black needing a 2.9. Here's Red's last wave, a replay of that. Does a nice cut back at the start, hits the foam. Another nice carve there, and finish off with a floater at the end here. Just not projecting it onto the lip that much on that one, but he only had, better than a 5.5, maybe. And Black up a ride. It's a flurry of waves right here.
Oh, it's all happening, isn't it? Hemisphere gone down back into third, and he's happy about that one.
Yeah, well, he needed to better. What's he trying to better there? A 2.57, but the one before that's going to better it. This is the one after that. So
all right, no worries.
Wait for 2 scores to come in.
Okay, so he's having a good little battle with Jesse Mendez going back and forth in the second and third position. But there's Jesse on screen at the moment, so he'll be waiting for that update. Yeah, here's the Batera, 5.07. You reckon that's the previous wave?
Yeah, that's the one before it.
All right, so there'll be another score that comes in there. And you reckon the next one could be more than that?
I reckon it was. He was pumped. Here's the replay of it.
All right, so here's the replay here. He's now looking for a 5.68 to take the lead. So playing it pretty cool to begin with. Then this thing opens up.
Look, he likes this one. I don't think that's going to better his 5.07.
No, some lovely little theatrics at the end there, but
he tried to make it better than a 5.07. But well, you know what? Like I keep saying, I'm not a judge, but I'm just saying what I reckon.
Yeah, 5.68 is what he needed. Well, go pretty close. I didn't really have a good look at the wave before. There's also a throwaway score in there from Taggart, the current heat leader. Last wave of Red for those playing at home was a 5.03. First priority is with Jesse Mendez. Jesse needs a 6.67 now to go into second. It's the all-Brazilian affair that is currently underway here, folks, at the Maitland Port Stevens Toyota Pro. You can see Taggart has just got his arm in the air asking for a bit of an update. The PA system that we have here at Surfest, it's a good one, but it's not good enough to get out there through these kinds of winds. So we've actually gone to the lifeguards speaker system there. Yeah, the boys in the commentary actually using that. It's got the old tin horns that fire right out to sea. You can hear them from like the people at the boats can hear that stuff.
And you can hear it up at the surf club too, which is a good thing.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, a lot of people yesterday couldn't hear it up there either, so they were saying, well, we're up here drinking coffee and latteing, and they couldn't hear what was going on in the water. Mm-hmm. It's all about them, though, you know. The walkers and the coffee drinkers.
Yeah, that's right. Of course it is, mate. It's Merewether. Here we go with his Batera moves into the lead with a 5.8. So he got the scores that he needed. Hoyo, He betted the 5.07 with a 5.8. Now he's currently in the lead and looking to replace that 5.8 as his second best wave. Thiago Camaraya down into second, needing a 5.63 to take the lead. And Jesse Mendez, he needs a 7.27 to go into second with 14 on the clock.
Yeah, that just made Jesse's job that much harder, that wave then. He's only had a couple of small scores, just below average scores. Jesse, usually that's not his go. He's usually right on the game and always catching waves. He's in first priority here in the middle of the pack. They're waiting. It must be able to hear too well because everyone's waiting for scores and seeing what's going on. But they've all been paddling and surfing, so it's a bit hard to get the scores out to him with this howling southerly. It's a bit hard to hear out there, so they're just waiting on their situation out in the water. We know the situation here. Black first, red second, needs a 5.63 to go to first, and Jesse Mendez in third needs a 7.27 to go to second. So work cut out for Jesse Mendez, but he's capable of it, that's for sure. They're all sitting together too, which a couple of heats have been splitting up, but these guys are all sat together the whole time, so they're sitting tight.
Okay, 14 minutes left on the clock. Hoyo Tessa talking you through a couple of heats here, and then the boys will be back in the box soon. Of course, we got Johnny Shamuka teaming up with Luke Kennedy from the editor of Track Surfing magazine, and then we've also got Jesse Adam, who unfortunately was eliminated this morning. Jesse will come back into the commentary mix as well here this afternoon, and joining us with the women's, of course, we'll have former winner Rebecca Woods. Great little call team to give you all the action here from Surfest.
Yeah, good team, great team.
Loving it. And of course on the beach we've got Jamie Lambert. Jamie made the semi-finals when the contest was back in Newcastle Beach there a fair few years ago.
Yeah, Prince of the Point.
The old Prince of the Point. He went over and sat on the point, and he just got through heat after heat. You know who was coaching him on that day.
Tess. The guy sitting next to me. He's claiming it too, don't worry.
I'm only joking. Nah, but we come up with the strategy at the time. We went, no one's on the point. He goes, don't point. We weren't allowed to point. I mean, we're using our elbows to scratch the back of your head, and you just point over there like that. That's pretty cool.
That's a polite way to point.
We didn't want to put anybody else onto it. But, yeah, Lambo's doing a great job with the beach commentary, as is drive announcer for KOFM. Nick Blanch is doing a wonderful job as well. So, yeah, good team. And Fiona, of course, has come on this year and joined us. And in her first year has done very well with the interviews. And super impressed with Fiona. She's doing a good job. All right, so 14 minutes remaining. Hizzy Botero in the lead. Thiago Camaraya in second, needing a 5.63 to go up into first. And Jesse Mendez holding down third place, but he's sitting on that priority, needing a 7.27 to try and take the lead with 14 on the clock.
Yeah, just a lull in the action. Well, not a lull. There's been waves come through, but they've just been closing out. Right, they're sitting right in the foam there. Nothing really bowling out for them. It's just after high tide, an hour after high tide. I was right on high. Is that right? Yeah, 11:30 high. Sorry.
That's right.
11:30 high. So it's right on high, which it usually the rocks is on a day like today gets fun at this time, but just that messy swell coming up and the howling southerly wind playing havoc with the ocean pretty much.
Absolutely, it really is just a mishmash of random peaks out here today at Merewether, which is normally, well, on its day, it can be up there with some of the best waves in the world. Alrighty, well, 14 minutes on the clock, and hope you're enjoying the action. Thank you very much to the Newcastle Herald, along with NXFM, NBN Television, and Track Surfing Magazine, a couple of our media partners that help to make noise for us and get all the info out to the world. I also like to do a bit of a shout out to our corporate sponsors, the gang at Orica. They had the Teams Challenge over at Stocko every year, doing a great job. Thank you very much, Newcastle City Council, long-term supporter and helping with all kinds of assistance and services for the event. And, of course, to NIB, who believes that health cover should be easy to understand, easy to use, and most importantly, good value. And that's why over 1 million Aussies prefer to be with a Nova Castrian company, which is NIB, proud sponsor of Surfest. Is that the company where Paul Harrigan's a part of the NIB, isn't he?
Yep.
He's been the face. He's over there doing the TV show in South Africa.
I'm a celebrity, get me out of here. So we had one of the shout-outs. A friend of mine, Chris Badiris, was doing a thing with her. She was going to bring down a shirt to support Chief over there in that event, because it's going out to the Mark Hughes Foundation, his charity. So we want to get Chiefo to win so we can raise some well-earned money for the Mark Hughes Foundation.
Well,
shout out for the Chief and see how he goes.
I actually haven't watched it yet, but I do believe that the Chief's going pretty good, mate. He's a pretty tough nut, so I can imagine he'd be hanging.
You've seen him and Spud Carroll go head-to-head.
Of course.
I don't think you've got to be tough out there. You've just got to be mentally tough, not physically tough.
One of the things that I did hear about the Chief and the Celebrity Get Me Out of Here show was that I didn't realise it, but the Chief's a vegetarian.
What?
Yeah, can you believe that? Because he looks like the biggest meat eater that you've ever met in your life.
He better be a meat eater.
He looks like a carnivore of the of the grandest kind. But
Chiefo, come on.
Yeah, I know. So what happened?
He's not eating snake and
it was so
pig's hoofs.
Hey,
he just turned vegetarian when he went there.
When you go there, so then you go, sorry mate, can't eat grubs. What a brilliant idea.
Maybe that's his trick.
I love you, Chief. He's such a thinker. All right, well that heat is in the bag, and or is it? I thought I heard a hooter in the background.
No, so did I. It's still 1:20 to go, but
sorry, what was that?
Yeah,
1:20 on the clock. There we go.
We thought we heard a hooter out there. Might have been from down the beach.
Okay, because there is the Surf Aid Cup is happening. A couple of 100 metres down the beach. That is a nice wave there. Oh, my goodness. Jesse Mendez.
We missed the start of that one, too. That was the end, and he did 3 turns. So this is going to be interesting. Needed a 7.27. He waited with priority. He had first priority then. So this is going to be interesting with 50 seconds remaining.
Wow. Okay, here's the replay. So let's just see what the boy from Brazil does. He needed a 7.27. Good setup turn. Throwing it up, keeping the flow. He's got a rock-solid backhand. There's the third. There's the fourth.
He liked it.
He looked up towards the judges. He had both fists clenched. He had his arch back like some kind of a matador after he's just done a big bullfight. And that is going to be pretty interesting to see what happens there.
Well, he needs the best wave of the whole heat, a 7.27. So this is going to be very interesting. He surfed the wave really well. Small inside wave off the rock. So we're going to see scores coming in. It's going to be close. Here he goes. Here he goes again. He's got 2 in a row here. Jesse Mendez needed to better 2 low-scoring waves too.
He's going to get it.
He's going to get it.
Now we hear the hooter in the background.
That was it. That was the real hooter.
Last wave score, Jesse Mendez, 7.57. He goes into the lead. Hizzy Botero bumped down into second in the end. And look at Jesse Mendez. He'd just be hearing that on the beach microphone there, and he's got a little spring in his step. And I tell you what, winners are grinners, aren't they, ladies and gentlemen? So Jesse Mendez rocks on through along with Hizzy Botero. Our third place, unfortunately, eliminated. In the end there was Thiago Camaraya, who was looking like he was on fire, Hoyo.
Oh, no, it's a bummer. I like the way he surfed. He just missed out in the end there with Jesse's last wave. Didn't get anything the whole heat pretty much. Last wave nails it.
All right, well, Matt, we're going to let you go for the day, mate, so you can prepare for the big touch footy grand final. Good luck to Savo.
Thanks, mate. Psyched.
Yeah, good on you. We're going to throw to an ad break and be back with the boys right after this. Stick around here at Surfest.
Need direction? Talk to our local team of accountants, bookkeepers, and tax specialists. We help clients build wealth strategies. Taggart Business Advisors, proudly working for our community.
More and more people are discovering the ease of Newcastle Airport. It's an effortless drive, cheaper parking, and before you know it, you're checking in with friendly staff. Start your trip with a smile. Newcastle Airport, now offering more services and flights every day. Newcastle Airport, connecting people, connecting places.
With John Shamuka, who's being very excitably alternating his attention between all the action here at Surfest and, of course, the Eddie Ayakau event in Hawaii.
Yeah, I mean, it's extremely exciting here with the conditions we got. It's really testing the skills of these young men and soon-to-be women out there in the lineup. But, there's plenty of excitement in Hawaii. And, a guy from just down the coast, Ross Clark-Jones, is currently leading the point. At 50 years young, is leading there at the Quicksilver in memory of Eddie Ayakau. So, yes, I've been alternating, viewing between here, of course, the live broadcast with this guy out in the lineup. This looks like our Japanese surfer.
Takumi Yasui, yeah. There's still a lot of Japanese surfers still in the event, performing really well. I saw the Japanese squad sitting up there watching intently. I think the Japanese guys, they struggle a little bit with the food, to be honest. I think their culture is so strong when they travel. It's hard to adapt to toasted cheese and tomato sandwiches when you're accustomed to high quality sushi.
Yeah, sushi, rice, a lot of fish. So they may struggle a little bit, but that's just part of being a road warrior, I guess you could say. Is you got to adapt to the conditions, and if you want to be one of the world's best surfers on the world's best tour, you're gonna have to adapt. But we'll see how Mr. Yasui adapts in this heat between himself, Joshua Muniz, and Leonardo Fivaranti. Hello, my name is John Shimoka. Alongside me, the editor-at-large from Tracks Magazine, Luke Kennedy, and we're going to be bringing you the next few heats, the final 2 heats of this round of 24 before we get into the Taggart Women's Pro, which has a heavily stacked lineup.
Yeah, and we're looking at increasing wave size for the afternoon. There's going to be some challenging conditions for the girls, but I love watching the girls surf in the bigger stuff.
Yeah, look, they're very well capable of posting some big scores, but as you said, that word challenging, it will be challenging as it has been for the men today, but with this increasing swell, Luke, like you pointed out, we'll get to see a different side of strategy for the girls. It's not just sit there and wait for the good long lines that can be out here at Merewether Beach, but what will be somewhat of a hunting strategy as we see Takumi Yasui very busy.
He's taking that hunting strategy early on in this heat, John. That's his second wave, and it looks like it's going to better his first quite significantly. So coming in at around, it looks like around about the 4.5 mark at this stage, or the 4-point mark. Leonardo Fioravanti, we saw perform exceptionally earlier on in the day with the last-minute buzzer beater 7-point plus ride to go from fourth to first.
Yeah, so he's. We're not going to count him out until the final horn rings or blows. Sorry, with these 25-minute heats. So Leonardo, as he did in his previous heat, Luke, just biding his time. He is using the strategy of, sit there, wait patiently for the good waves, keep it simple, and make it through this round, because tomorrow brings supposedly some very good solid surf, perhaps better conditions, maybe a little less wind. A little bit of rain with that wind from what I'm hearing, but nonetheless, contestable conditions. But, it's like anything, any day in surfing, you just got to get up and have a look.
Yeah, and you've got to sort of make it through those heats. So we're going to see, obviously, the bigger waves will suit some surfers more as they come through later on in the weekend. It's just important to make sure you're getting through. You don't have to win every heat. If you can just stay alive until those better conditions push through at the end of the week, then perhaps that's going to work in your favor.
That's right. Japanese surfer Takumi Yasui, just finding that one turn and then kicking out. Of course, we had a few high seeds go out already in this event, but we've got a stellar field remaining. Joshua Muniz opened up with a .50. Our Japanese competitor now has 3 waves, albeit small scores. He is on the board.
Yeah, as we take a look at this last great opening turn and then just sort of kicks through the back, realises the wave was closing down and wasn't going to offer anything major in terms of scoring potential. Joshua's brother, I think, got knocked out this morning, so he's the lone surviving Muniz competitor.
Yeah, that would be either Seth or Isaiah. I wasn't here for the early part of the draw, but yeah, I mean, the Muniz family really coming on strong. I don't know whether Tammy and Tony are here with the boys or they're traveling together as a unit. But normally when they travel in a tribe, it's a pretty significant sized crew and a lot of energy, a lot of talent, and a lot of passion and pride.
Yeah, I did see actually one of your former contemporaries, Richard Marsh, was working pretty closely with Seth from a coaching perspective. And yeah, he's sort of one of the surfers from your era who has done a great job of reinventing himself in a coaching sphere, working with Ryan Callan, who we saw get through a recent heat.
Well, he's got the credibility. The dog who just turned, I think, 47. Just a few days ago. And here's Leonardo. A nice, simple start to his heat. He will be on the board. Some nice, good, solid, crisp turns from the Italian. Now the Hawaiian has a look.
Yeah, nice arcing cut back to open up. Strong, powerful approach from Joshua Moniz. Throws the fins off the back of that one. Maintains his speed down the line into the shore break, and once again kicks the fins out the back for a really solid scoring ride.
Yeah, that was much better from the Hawaiian as we see on the replay. This is Leonardo Fioravanti of Italy. Drives into that first turn, a little snap, a little release of the tail, cuts back into the white water, sets up, really keeping his eye on really his next turn, not the one that's in front of him. And really good wave judgment there to fit that last turn into a really tight space from the Italian and the junior world champion. So Leonardo, you know, it's really important. We talk about wave selection, we talk about physicality, we talk about mental strength. All that nowadays, Luke, comes by way of great resources that these kids draw on, and that's allowing them to surf just like this here we're seeing from Joshua Moniz. Beautiful top turns and closes out with a nice big re-entry. You know, solid surfing off the back of great training.
That's right, and we're just going to throw down to Fiona, who's with the winner of the last heat.
Hi, so I'm here with Jessie Mendez. Jessie, you just, I think, won that in the last minute. You were in third and then you took out that win. What was your headspace like in the last couple of minutes there?
Yeah, it was a tough one. Like, nothing was really working for me. I wasn't out of rhythm. I was catching waves, but they were just kind of like not doing what I was hoping for. And I had priority for the last 10 or 12 minutes, and I was just praying God should give me a good one and keep me calm. And he came down. It didn't look like the greatest wave, but I saw it was kind of like a nice double up. So I was like, I'm just gonna breathe and calm down, and hopefully doubles up like the way I wanted. And it worked out. I managed to do 4 maneuvers back to back, and the judges liked it. And I needed a 7-something, got a 7.5, and stoked to take the heat win.
Yeah, you know, and I interviewed you earlier. You've had 2 heats this morning. Are you a little bit tired, or would you be happy to go into another round?
No, I'm not happy to go to another round because the conditions aren't that good, but I'm not really tired. I got kind of tired in the last one because, you know, I got that wave and it was 30 seconds left. I knew it was going to be a close score, but I didn't know if I was going to get the score because I needed a 7-something, and I was like, it's going to be close, either yes or no. So I started paddling towards the middle because I had some little left ramps in my mind from watching the prior heats, and that kind of made me tired. I got one wave back to I got a little left. It didn't work out. It wasn't a good one, but it was 10 seconds, and that kind of made me tired for now. But I'm definitely not tired. I could surf again, but I don't think we will. We have the girls surfing next, and waves aren't that good. Supposed to pick up tomorrow, so I think we're gonna wait.
Yeah, I think we're just going into the girls, and that's it. Well, thank you for speaking with us, Jessie, and we'll see you in the next round.
Thank you.
Yeah, good win there by Jessie Mendez. Obviously a little bit tired there, a little bit weathered. You know, these conditions, they'll take it out of you, whether it's 2 foot or 10 foot. You know, your mind's going at 100 miles an hour, as is your surfing once you're up and riding. But this young man, Takumi Yasui, look, not a bad looking wave.
Yeah, check that first turn out. The fins flew right out the back, managed to retain control. Unfortunately, just didn't ride out of the second maneuver. He was up for a score in the excellent range, I think, if he did, John. But it'd be interesting to see what the judges give him for that one completed first turn.
Yeah, well, Joshua Moniz, that second ride we saw prior to going to that interview down on the beach was a 6.33, so he is up into second place. Takumi Yasui is your leader with a 4.17 and a 3.5. Leonardo Fioravanti from Italy, a 5.33. So really it's anyone's heat at the moment. No one's just run away with it with 13 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. Leonardo, you see him on your screen there on the left-hand side, sitting patiently. He's got first priority, which means he's got control of the lineup. Joshua Muniz second, and then we saw Takumi ride that last wave, so he will fall back into third priority. So interesting here to see what sort of game plan in the back end of this heat each surfer will elect to choose. This man, stay busy.
That's it on a bowly looking inside wave, big arcing cutback right into the pocket. Great style, Takumi, very mature. Races through the inside, slashes back into the pocket, and kicks the fins out for the final manoeuvre. So a solid scoring ride. I think that looks like it's going to go into his top 2, I think, John.
Yeah, I think it will be his highest scoring ride of this heat. His highest scoring is ride is a 4:17. That man on screen is the godlike figure of Mr. Mark Richards, 4-time world champion with the Lord Mayor here in Merewether. And it's great to see MR looking a picture of health. He's the man, the wounded gull in the house.
He's great, and I actually encourage anyone who hasn't already done so to get onto Instagram and check out MR's Instagram account. He is one of the older surfers who has really adapted well to social media, has some great photos and writes really well articulated, interesting comments to go with his photos. Well worth a look, MR's Instagram account.
Yeah, you can't go wrong there. So you see Warren Smith in the background getting ready for the sponsors luncheon here at Merewether. And without all these great sponsors we have, including the likes of Destination New South Wales and, of course, Telstra, who are supplying the digital capacity, Luke, for this broadcast we're beaming around the world. The NBN crew are here to make us look pretty, if you like, and obviously showcase the best talent on the planet when it comes to competitive surfing right here at Merewether Beach. I'm extremely excited to be back here once again, and to get the call from Warren was very honoring and humbling, to say the very least. Now, score coming in, Luke, with 11.5 minutes for our Japanese competitor, Takumi Yasui.
As you suggested, John, it's going to be his highest scoring ride. Judges obviously liking the way he kicked the fins out through the tail and did so with a lot of control and poise. So it's going to come in at around about, well, it's locked in as a 5.17. I thought it might have even gone a fraction higher, but it's going to secure his lead.
I think potentially we often go back in our own minds and reflect on what the scores we thought were going to be that weren't. I think from mine, it may have just been, again, one of those first turns wasn't as significant as the end part of that wave. So I know I made mention to a score I thought was going to be in the excellent range, and it just came down to when we replayed it, it looked like that first turn wasn't as strong, so I sort of jumped the gun a little bit there. But still, 517, he'll put that into his keepers for the moment, and he'll move on. So Takumi Yasui into second place now with Joshua Muniz posting a 4.97, so the Hawaiian making a charge and finds himself atop the leaderboard.
Yeah, Josh is probably the most sort of power-based surfer in this heat. We've seen a lot of the bigger, stronger surfers actually perform well throughout the morning just by concentrating on probably less manoeuvres and 2 really solid turns. I think it was Joanne Daru who said, I just kept it simple out there, and his was probably one of the better performances of the morning with huge backhand cracks.
Yeah, I was just thinking, as you said it, I was thinking, reflecting back to the Frenchman Joan Daru and his game plan, which I just love to hear those words, keep it simple, right? It's the KISS theory. Keep it simple, stupid. And he went out there and did just that, and really, managed to post up some good scores. They were in the high 7s. So the Frenchman stuck to his guns. His simple plan paid off, and he is into the next round, which we will we'll see tomorrow. Because after this next heat, the final heat, we'll go straight into the Taggart Women's Pro. And this man, the Hawaiian, trying to increase the margin between those two fellas watching. Do you ever watch when you're competing? I never like to watch because it puts more pressure on me.
Well, you've got more competitive experience than me. But we were talking about this yesterday with Beck Woods, who's actually in a coaching mode now as well. And I think she was sort of saying, advises the surfers it's probably better not to. The only time I think it's probably relevant is with the final moments of the heat, and you're trying to maybe get a gauge, a little bit of a crowd reaction. If you can, through your own sort of inclination about what the score was, get that quicker than what the judges deliver it to you, because then you know what you need to do. That's the only scenario where I can see it being relevant.
Yeah, I tried to steer it as much as sometimes I would have to just take a little sneak peek. I hated to look over my shoulder or look behind me and see what the other person or persons were doing, because then it just put way more pressure on me, and I got the case of the anxieties, and I couldn't concentrate on what I needed to do, so it sort of threw me off my game. So no matter how hard it was, for the most part, I definitely didn't watch my competitors compete, and that worked for me.
I think there's some surfers who can actually flip it though, and occasionally you see those heats where surfers push themselves to a whole new level because they're inspired by what the other surfer is doing in the heat. They can't help but ignore it. They're paddling out watching it and they're going, you know what? They've gone big, I've got to go even bigger. They're dragging me to the next stage. And they're those really exciting heats that you see where, obviously we watch a lot of free surfing, but sometimes you see those moments where the best surfing in the world is being done in one of those 30-minute heats.
Yeah, true. And in some places, you just can't get away from actually seeing what the other competitors do, i.e. snap a rock to the big screen in front of you.
Yeah.
You just can't get away from paddling back out and going, oh, he did that, and I got to do that. So, you know, it's to each their own, but it's a very good point we discussed there. Right now, it is Joshua Moniz of Hawaii out in front here in Merewether, and Takumi Yasui leads the Italian, who is in third, chasing. So top two advance. Third packs his bag, gets his money, and moves on to the Australian Open of surfing down there in Manly Beach. That is, at the moment, Leonardo Fioravanti from Italy, the World Junior Champion. 4:01. Look, he needs a 4:01. I think in his previous heat, he was looking for somewhere around the 5s, and he got somewhere in the 6s, which turned the heat for him. And, you know, he's got a... He does well under pressure.
Well, here he is under pressure again. Leo looking at this wave, swoops off the bottom, puts the board on rail, fades deep, arcs back into the pocket again, looking for one strong turn here, maintaining lots of flow and just jams 2 quick turns to finish with. That's a solid wave, and I think it's going to be the 4.01 that he needs.
I think it's going to be 4.01 and then some. You know what? And I don't even think he opened up a lot. I think he rode that wave to the score. I don't mean to sound any like I'm disrespectful to him, but let's have a look. Nice big open face turn, super comfortable on the second turn, drives up into the lip on that third turn, and just goes. You know, he rides that wave. He follows the criteria. He rides the wave. He gets probably a 6.5. Well done to him.
What I think was interesting about that ride, John, and you mentioned that perhaps he didn't open right out. What you noticed was that as Leo came out of the turn, he made a decision to release out of the turn early. He wasn't winding it all the way around, taking that unnecessary additional risk, and he knew there was more work to be done down the line.
That's smart surfing.
Yeah.
Smart. And look at the end result, 7.83. So had he opened up, 2 things might have happened. He may have overturned, went out too far on the flat, lost speed, fell off, or he could have got a 9. But I think the end result was the right result. He surfed that wave very well and to the judging criteria, which is fair enough. It's totally legal. But a 7.83 was the end result. Good for him. He's in the lead. 5 minutes and 15 seconds to go. And all 3 surfers now out the back. And it's Joshua Moniz pushed down into second place. Needs a 6.84 to regain the lead. Whereas Takumi Yasui of Japan in the white you see out there furthest out needs a 6.14. And no, Leo's not waving for help. He just wants a situation update. And we see. Well, no, he didn't. I wouldn't think that would be deemed as paddling for a wave. He's just having a little look.
Yeah, I don't think he's allowed to have a look.
Yeah.
Definitely. Without sacrificing priority, and it looks like the judges have allowed him to retain it. The other surfer's looking for a wave under priority. Leo still doesn't look like he's exactly certain what score he got for that last ride. He's looking back, signaling for the score. Probably doesn't know that he just locked in a 7.83.
Yeah, he probably doesn't know. He's about to know he's in the lead, though. Coming up next, we got a fantastic heat. We've got Ezekiel Lau. We've got David Silva and Michael February. That's another truly international heat. Hawaii, Brazil, and South Africa. But right now, it's all about Italy. Leonardo Fioravanti. And this man right here chasing a 6.14, Luke.
Really strong opening turn. Love that low center of gravity through the bottom turn. Arcs back into the pocket. 2 strong turns so far. And a solid crack at the lip to finish with. So that's going to be a really strong wave. He's looking for a 6.14 to go to second. that's going to ask big questions of the judges, I think, John.
It definitely will. They will review this a few times. Let's have a look at the replay. Japanese surfer Takumi Yasui up and riding. You can see he just waits for the wave to build up. Then he produces a nice first top turn strong. Look at that low center of gravity bottom turn you were talking about. That wave just lost a little bit of steepness there, but backed it up with that nice solid closeout re-entry for a Japanese surfer. So solid surfing. Do you think there was anything amiss there?
No, maybe you could see something, but I thought it was a fairly faultless wave.
I think if he doesn't get the score, he'll get close. It's going to be either way. It's going to be well over the 6.14 or just under, simply due to the fact that I think that second turn, the wave just didn't allow that steepness, but that last turn was really the exclamation point. He really drove into that last re-entry and gave it some, and like I said, it's well over the 6.14.
There we go. It's coming in now at a 7.33, which is projected Takumi up into second place with just under 2.5 minutes remaining. So he's now in a solid position. Joshua Moniz with a lot of work to do, looking for a 6.18. Well, he's in priority position though. Which is
So 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go or thereabouts. So that tells me a few things. Well, it tells me one thing in particular, and that is that the judges are liking that very strong first turn, and the finishing off strong. In the middle is also equally as important. But what I saw was a nice strong first turn. The wave just sort of flattened out a little bit, but he backed it up with a really strong closeout re-entry. A lot of good body language, a lot of good confidence in that turn. The end result, he turned to 7.33 and is now into second place. The pressure now on the Hawaiian, needing a 6.18 here in the last two heats of round 4, the round 24 at the Maitland and Port Stevens Toyota Pro. The Merewether Beach is where we're at, Surfest 2016.
And you make a good point there, John. It looks like the judges have accepted that there is that big flat spot through the middle, and they're not expecting the surfers to be performing dramatic maneuvers there because the wave isn't standing up.
Whoa, well, the Hawaiian up late, Luke.
Big slash off the top. Great takeoff to get into the wave. Drop while it turned through the inside. Another big hook throwing. Fans of spray. Wow, Joshua Moniz. Down to the last minute. He checks the watch. I think that's going to be one of, if not the highest scoring wave of the heat, John. I'm putting it out there.
Got my vote. That will be, well, 7.83 is the highest scoring single wave score at the moment. But let's have a look at the Hawaiian. Late. Leonardo wanted that wave as well. Look at this first turn. Big snap. Drives into that second one. Third one, if you like. Of course, I want one. And a big sweeping cut back from the Hawaiian, showing nerves of steel.
That takeoff was so challenging in the whitewater. Standing up, with all that going on around you was really tricky, very easy to catch a rail. And not only that, to actually come out of it with enough speed to project into the first turn.
Well, here goes the Italian up and riding. He is currently in first, but have a look at this score on our screen that we can see. We'll share that with you right after this wave from Leonardo Fiorante. And he finishes off very strong indeed. He's trying to better that 5.33, but have a look at the scores coming in for Joshua Moniz.
Well, I haven't watched every heat today, John, but I dare say that may well be the highest wave score of the day.
I think if you're not spot on, you're probably in the 1 or 2 highest scoring single wave scores of the day. And there it is. That is going to be, well, Leonardo's going to finish in second unofficially, and Joshua Moniz with a 9.57 takes the top position. Takumi Yasui, brilliant performance, but comes up just short.
Yeah, you'd have to feel a little disappointed there. Takumi performed extremely well, a really polished performance. Probably would have progressed through a number of the other heats.
All right, well, I don't even think Joshua knows he's got the score, but he'll find out when he hits the podium, because we're going to go down and talk to him in a little bit. But right now, we're going to go to a break, Luke, and right off the backside of this break, we'll be back with more surfing from Merewether.
Need direction? Talk to our local team of accountants, bookkeepers, and tax specialists. We help clients build wealth strategies. Taggart Business Advisors, proudly working for our community.
More and more people are discovering the ease of Newcastle Airport. It's an effortless drive, cheaper parking, and before you know it, you're checking in with friendly staff. Start your trip with a smile. Newcastle Airport, now offering more services and flights every day. Newcastle Airport, connecting people, connecting places.
And welcome back to Merewether Beach, Sydney, Australia is where we're at. And of course, this is the Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota Pros Surfest 2016. John Shamoka alongside Luke Kennedy, editor-at-large for Tracks Magazine. Of course, a proud supporter of this event for many, many years. Luke, that last score from Joshua Moniz, brilliant.
Yeah, well deserved, and I think I suggest that's certainly the best wave I've seen all morning, and probably even more dramatic because it was scored in that last minute of the heat.
Oh, definitely. You know, fireworks went crazy when he got that wave. You can't really tell from where we're sitting how the wave is actually going to pan out for these guys. But that one just had a sense about it. After his first turn, you knew it was going to be a strong score if he could just hold on to the end of the ride. And talk about holding on. How about that last turn from the Brazilian David Silva?
Yeah, really powerful finishing maneuver as we see surfer in red Ezekiel Lau just in and out quickly on that one. And, you know, you mentioned sometimes when you get that first turn just right, your confidence builds instantly. And you know what? You kind of sense it. I've got the flow. I've got the momentum on this wave. I can go for it. You just have one of those moments.
Well, we saw that from start to finish with Joshua going back to that 9.57. As we take a look at this replay, this is David Silva. Look at how strong this kid is on his backhand. He just winds up. That was just a wind-up turn for this. Bang. Big backhand reentry. And just a lot of confidence. Rode out of it cleanly. That'll be the good opening score. We saw Zeke Lau on the wave behind that, just a turn, and then he kicked out. But Joshua Moniz got stronger every single turn on that 9.57.
Yeah, really built through the wave and, you know, had the important element of a really strong opening turn. Let's see what Zeke Lau's got on this one. Winding up. Another Hawaiian competitor wraps it back into the pocket. Sorry, that's the replay of his first wave. So just the one turn. But, yeah, you made the point, got better with every turn.
Well, that's right, and the Hawaiian Superman, that's his Instagram tag, I think, Zeke Lau, is out there trying to follow on from what Joshua Moniz produced in that previous heat. He's got some very good competition he's up against, and here he is one more time, the Hawaiian, Zeke Lau, or Ezekiel Lau, did so well in Karamas not that long ago, a few years back. And here's a replay of David Silva.
Watch the legs just pump like pistons for David. So there he is, gets right down low in the bottom turn and then explodes out of the lip.
Yeah, very strong. He's got that, sits low on his board. I like that. And really allows him, you know, a lot of these surfers forget. I think a lot of surfers in general, Luke, correct me if I'm wrong, they forget just how important the bottom turn is.
Sure. That's
the platform, right?
Very much so, and we've seen it in the last couple of heats with guys like you know, Josh Moniz was really strong off the bottom. Obviously, David Silva, it's really important, and you see a lot of the surfers will actually extend that bottom turn, slow it down, and then explode off the top. So you get like a really dramatic change of pace as they're turning off the top.
Well, I think if you talk to any of the best surfers in the world, you know, the likes of Kelly Slater or John Florence or Julian Wilson or Owen Wright, just to name a few, Felipe Toledo or Gabriel Medina, they will all tell you that without a good, solid foundation of the bottom turn, you get nowhere. You don't have any speed. It doesn't propel you into the next section. You just can't really do anything without a very solid foundation, which is better known as the bottom turn. So, you know, you tell surfers that, they kind of don't want to hear it, but it's the truth. You know, you really got to, you know, sort of form your repertoire around making sure you got a lot of speed through that bottom turn.
Well, it's not really a manoeuvre that the judges are necessarily scoring, but if you haven't got the good bottom turn, you can't do the manoeuvres that do score.
That's right. No speed, no turn. All right, David Silva opened up with a 6.50, so not a bad opening ride for the young Brazilian. Finds himself atop the leaderboard early days here with 19:45 on the clock. And it's the Hawaiian Superman, Ezekiel Lau, opened up with a 2.5. Has another score coming in, and it looks to be right around, well, maybe 6-point mark. So he will fall into second place. In fact, he'll move up into first place with those 2 scoring rides. And Michael February now establishes first priority, Luke Kennedy, and he's going to wait out there for a big score for his opening ride.
Yeah, and to my understanding, John, when people see Hawaiian surfers, they just kind of automatically assume they all surfed on the North Shore, grew up surfing the North Shore. Zeke, I think, is from the south side.
He is. He's from my hood on the south side, and you know, you got to do a lot more traveling if you want to surf the North Shore. But how about this lanky young man from South Africa, very talented Michael February, opened up with a few nice turns, so he is on the board. But yes, Ezekiel Lau comes from a place, his parents were dorm managers for the Kamehameha schools, so Zeke used to have a view overlooking the entire South Shore. I think he still does live at home, actually. So he's a townie like myself. Keanu Singh, he comes from the southwest side of the island, which is more towards the west, but still part of the south, in Eva Beach. And during the North Shore season, we've got to travel quite a bit to go and play with those boys who grew up on the North Shore. But have a look at Michael February.
Yeah, winding up off the bottom here, throws it up vertically and maintains his speed really well out of the turn and straight up into the next one. Great combination of manoeuvres for Michael, who's actually from the Cape Town region in South Africa.
Yeah, very good place, beautiful place down there. And with this lull here, with 18 minutes on the clock, we're going to shoot it down to talk to Joshua Moniz, maybe on that 9.57 that brought him the heat win.
Yeah, guys, I'm just down here with Josh again. I've spoken to you already this morning. You just dropped that 9.57 in the last minute and took the win.
Yeah, I got pretty lucky. The wave was super good, and I knew I just had to surf it and finish it, and I'll get a pretty good score. You can't really over surf waves right now, and I just got lucky. That wave was just super good.
Yeah, you got a 9.57. That's actually, you've got the 2 highest wave scores of the event. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, I'm psyched on that. I didn't know that. It's always good when you're getting big scores. I start to gain a lot of confidence in me and myself. So, yeah, I'm stoked with that.
Yeah, sweet. And you know, you surfed this morning. It seems that the guys are actually surfing really well in their heats who surfed already this morning. Do you think maybe that was a good thing that they cut your heat yesterday?
Yeah, I was pretty happy when they did it, but not when I seen the waves this morning. I was kind of like, ooh, I don't know, but yeah, that gave me a lot of confidence in today. I knew which waves exactly to pick, and it was so bad this morning that just this heat now, I just felt like the waves are so good, so I was pretty psyched to surf another heat.
Yeah, well, it's looking kind of fun out there, getting better. But talk to you in the next round. Good luck.
Well, very happy Joshua Moniz actually saying the waves have gotten better over the last few hours. His first heat wasn't so good, but he was pretty excited to surf in this round, so that's promising.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to Michael February, who's in this heat out around the competitors area earlier, and he made a good point. You know, he's looking at the conditions, and yeah, it's a little bit wind blown, it's a little bit onshore, not ideal, but he's saying, well, it looks like there's a couple of fun ones out there, and I think if you're going to be a competitor on this WQS tour, remaining positive about the conditions is really going to work in your favour. He's thinking, if I was back in Cape Town, the water would be freezing. So here's a positive. The water's about 22, 23 degrees. He's looking for the positives, and that can often be a big factor when you're competing in challenging waves.
Yeah, you know, and that's half the battle. I mean, obviously, you're never going to have perfect waves every heat, every event. So I often say to people who, you know, really sort of look down on the conditions, well, if you're not in it to win it no matter what, then don't even paddle out, because you got to make it. You got to make it look good, and you got to want to go out there and surf. Otherwise, it's just not worth your time or worth the judge's time, because it's going to show in your performance. So you really got to sort of mind surf your way into, you know, thinking it's good and getting those good waves. Otherwise, you're just wasting everyone's time. I think that a lot of surfers comment on how bad it is, but everyone's in the same boat.
Well, I'm sure there's lots of young surfers hopefully watching them. Well, maybe they're at school, but for all the surfers watching the webcast, You know, I remember what it was like when you'd watch surfing and the surf after you'd been watching a competition all day. You'd be so excited and so motivated, irrespective of what the conditions had been like. You'd be psyched.
Oh, I'm very much the same when I used to watch, the delayed broadcasts back in the day of surf events. You just want to, no matter what it looked like, you just want to get out there and surf. So, yeah, if you can adopt that attitude, I think it's a definite advantage. It's a plus. So you just got to, we've all surfed, waves that aren't perfect, but you just got to get out there and have fun, because that's what surfing is. Easier said than done. 14 and a half minutes to go. It is the Hawaiian Ezekiel Lau out in front of the South African Michael February, who, he opened up with a 4.5, backed it up with a 2.17, so he's just in front of David Silva, who had that 1.6.50, Luke. So it's a close heat.
Yeah, David's sitting on the highest wave score, so he's in a good position. He knows he doesn't have to stress too much because he's got the highest wave score so far. He's just looking for a really solid backup at this point. He's not chasing necessarily two waves.
And then he's in and out there. He knows he's in third priority position. He'll remain there, so he's just trying to sneak one under the boys' noses. And sometimes, you might find that rare gem underneath the priority of the other two competing surfers or the person you're up against. It does happen, and in conditions like today, it's more likely to happen because there's so much movement in the lineup.
You'd have to say, the priority advantage is not as significant today because we don't have a really well-defined single takeoff zone where the best waves are breaking. It's random, it's peaks moving everywhere, so not having priority is not necessarily such a big disadvantage.
Yeah, it's definitely helps, but it's not a disadvantage. So right now we see our final heat in the water here at the Maitland and Port Stevens Toyota Pro, all part of Surfest 2016. This event, Luke, 31 years. I mean, going back, there's been some amazing champions that have gone on to world titles and extremely high accomplishments in the sport of surfing, and all built off the back of, winning here and in other places around the world. But this historic event, this iconic event on the QS series, 31 years, one of the most long-standing events. It's just fantastic to be a part of it.
Yeah, it's a very, it's a very prestigious event, and to win the event that's named sort of, loosely in honour of Mark Richards, that certainly makes it important. To look at the winners list of surfers, that makes it very prestigious, and to look at it's had a big impact for surfers who have won this event and then gone on to do really well. So it's very significant. It's an event that punches well above its weight.
It certainly does, and it encompasses the whole community and surrounding communities. The Maitland and Port Stevens Toyota Group sponsors the High School Teams Challenge, which is going to happen. I mean, to be able to surf as a high school student in front of the world's best, that's exciting. So they really try and incorporate all of the community and the surfing communities into this one great event called Surfest. And this guy right here, Michael February, looking for a 4.34 if he wants to take the lead as he kicks out. But, you got 22 countries represented here. You've got 186 men in the draw. You've got 84 of the best women in the world. That's a lot of good surfers in one place.
Yeah, it's a really extensive field, and, it is a great surf contest, but the term Surfest is relevant. This is really a surfing festival, and the event happens in the spirit of a surfing festival. There's lots happening in and around the event. And it's kind of what you want. You want to go to the surf contest and down to Surfest, and you want to have a good time. You want to see lots of good surfing, and you want to feel like you're part of something.
Yeah, definitely. I've been lucky enough to be a part of, as you have, and a lot of people who are on the staff that come back are so lucky to be a part of this event for many, many years. As we see David Silva, I believe this is on the replay here, the young Brazilian, who's looking for a 0.73, and just... uncharacteristic mistakes. Brazilians don't fall. What happened there? Did he slip off his wax or something?
Yeah, I don't know. He kind of free fell out of the lip on that last section. It looked like he should have stomped it, but board just skidded out. So be interesting to see whether that minor mistake proves costly for David as the heat evolves.
That's right. Well, he posted a 2.87 there, Luke, so that pushed him out of third into first. Like we said before, it's anyone's heat with 10 minutes and 15 seconds to go, so the lead will change, you would think, a few times before the close of this heat. between the Brazilian, the Hawaiian, and the South African here in Merewether. Beautiful stretch of the eastern seaboard of Australia. So many waves happening up and down the coast. I mean, how do you guys keep up with it at Trax?
At the moment, Trax is probably in about 3 or 4 different places at once, trying to secure photos and stories. So we've got crews down the coast, up the coast,
Hawaii,
trying to put crews in the air, trying to get correspondence from the EICAO event. So surfing is just, it's so full on. It's such, as you say, it's a 24/7 sport now.
And the Hawaiian now up and riding, Ezekiel Lau. Nice cut back, draws once again back into the white water. Sets up for potentially a big closeout hack, and there it is. Digs the nose of his surfboard, but manages to ride out of it. A question mark around that one, but a nice, well, it'll be a nice looking photo, if anything.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that was a solid ride from Zeke. It's going to be, I hope they actually award him as riding out of that, because it's going to make a big difference. He's one of the surfers that's going to really benefit from the bigger conditions that are forecast in the next few days if he makes it through this round.
I think there's a big year coming for Ezekiel Lau. I think last year he was close. He had some good results, but I think this year if he can stay consistent, and that's the key word, consistency, right? As we see the Brazilian, who's been ultra consistent in this heat. Big backhand turn, Luke. He's gaining momentum as the heat goes on.
Yeah, very much so. He's got that good opening ride. This is looking like going into his top 2. Solid surfing from David. Just looks kind of unstoppable. Very self-confident surfer.
Look, in these conditions, I don't mean to stereotype or whatever, but whenever you see Brazil next to that person's name, they're always a threat. And they're unbelievable competitors and surfers in this type of event, because there's a lot of conditions in Brazil that are exactly the same. So they're very comfortable here in these types of conditions, as now they are in any conditions. But when you see him in places like Merewether, when the conditions are like this, he is an absolute massive threat. So David Silva, well, he was in the lead. He needed to better 2.87. He'll do that on that last ride with those big, solid turns on the backhand. Now the Hawaiian once again up and riding.
Yeah, this is Zeke Lau, just working this one through to the inside. See how he puts the board on rail. He's not doing turns on the flats. This is the replay.
Yep.
Did he surf out? I don't know if they're going to pay that as surfed out, John. Just short.
It was questionable. Well, the scores are coming in. That was probably the judges having one last look at Ezekiel Lau's last wave, as well as David Silva's last wave, where he definitely rode out of that last big turn. And similar scores there, Luke. Very similar. A 5-3 and a 5.
Yep, so David Silva just 0.3 of a point better, probably because he did make it really clear that he rode out cleanly. Not much in the first turn, really solid, fluent second turn, winds it through the flats, got the hop, and then kicks the tail up, and a foam climb finish. So really just the one big strong maneuver, and I think we might have seen Zeke's score go a little bit higher if he was more obviously riding out of that last section.
Yeah, that is 100% correct. And now the young Brazilian up and running again.
Yeah, free falls out of that first floating section, racing down the line, has the capacity to get in and out of turns really quickly, and therefore fit more maneuvers in, which can work in your favor. We talked about it earlier. You know, certain surfers will go for the 2 definitive big turns. Other surfers, because they are so light and quick, they can cram more maneuvers in without making it look forced.
Well, that's right. The judges will pick up on that. They've got a lot of heat experience under their belt, and the moment you look like you're trying to force a score or force a maneuver, they will pick up on it. And well, the bottom line is you won't be rewarded a big score. But this guy right here, love his style. I think he's got a brilliant, loose, lanky, fluid style.
There's a real swoop to it, isn't it? It's great to watch.
It is. I think he models himself partly off Jordy, partly off his own style, and that's fine. You know, you take a page out of the best surfers in the world book and just sort of add it to what you've got, and you end up with great surfing like this. Michael February.
Yeah, and that's really the art to being a good competitive surfer. It's working out how to borrow little bits from the best guys, but still make things distinctively your own.
I like that word, borrow. You're just borrowing it for a little while. just to pay the bills for just that little bit. And Michael did a good job on that last wave of borrowing bits and bobs from some of the world's best. This guy on screen, though, the Hawaiian, let's have a look at the replay here. Luke, what did he do right? What did he do wrong?
Well, he's building up for this first turn. There he is on rail again. Love to see that board on rail. Back into the pocket. Inside section sets up. Looking for a bit more variety. Can he do it with the final turn? Big slash to finish. Well, nose blow, kind of nose blow claim there. There's not much he did wrong, John.
I'm going to agree with you there. I don't think he did anything wrong. I just had to ask the question because I missed the first part of that wave. But I can say that Ezekiel Lau, you can see in the replay there, as we watch David Silva's replay, looked like another solid ride there from the Brazilian. But Zeke Lau really laying it down on those turns, really pushing that back foot. You could see it in his facial expressions. Like the wave allowed him to do exactly what David Silva did on that last turn, was really open up. And I love that about these kids. They know when to open up and they know when to just sort of take the foot off the pedal for a little bit. And both of those exchanges showcase just that.
Yeah, and I think you make a good point. It's really important as a modern competitive surfer. You've got to have gears. You've got to know when to step it up, when to pull back, and being actually able to control that is not easy. You see a lot of surfers, sometimes it feels like they've only got 2 gears. It's all on or all off. But the really experienced competitors, they look like they can kind of set themselves exactly where they want to be. They can take a risk when they need to. They can pull it back when they don't need to. And that's one of the real skills that comes with experience.
Well, you couldn't have said that any better, and I couldn't agree any more. And Michael February, well, he wants to agree in going 5th gear on this one if the wave will allow him some open face to work with. He's setting up for something big, and there it is. Nice big floating re-entry. You could see how controlled he was. He saw that thing coming from a mile away, and he just put his board in the right position. Nice little fin snap. Just a little bit of a release there into a floater. Looked great up on screen, and I'm sure the judges are going to really like it. But let's have a look at the replay anyways.
Yeah, nice projection off that first turn. Wraps just a little bit of a bog rail through the middle section, but that's not the critical section of this wave. It is right here. Throws it up into the lip. Just a little bit of release out the back, as you suggested, John. Thought we might have seen him even possibly throw down the reverse, but I think a wise move, just pulled it back a notch. Chasing a 6.7, he's going to go close.
Yeah, he definitely will go close. Little rail slide at the end there from Michael February from South Africa. But here's the scores from that last exchange. Zeke Lau getting the better of that exchange between him and the Brazilian David Silva. An 8.5 for the Hawaiian. Ezekiel Lau in the lead with an 8.5 and a 6.33. And out the back here is the South African. Nice, smooth backhand reentry, but nothing after that. He still sits in 3rd place, 6.70 is what he needs. He's got 2 minutes. And the Brazilian in 2nd place. So a lot of waves been ridden.
So what do you think with the judges, obviously, of that exchange? Ezekiel Lau significantly better than David Silva. What do we think was the main factor in it being probably a 2-point difference almost in those wave scores?
I just think Zeke had a little bit more clean face to work with, had a little bit more scoring opportunity as the wave steepened up a little bit more for him rather than David. David had to do a little bit of a series of cutbacks there, and then as he got towards the end part of that wave, it got really steep and he could perform a little bit more difficult maneuvers. Zeke Lau, you could see it in his face, and he was really pressing hard on the tail pad of his surfboard as he was driving into his 1st, 2nd, and 3rd turns, and then that last turn was just butter.
Yeah.
It just really lit it up. So I think that was the difference. That's my opinion anyways, and then I'm a terrible judge. Don't ever ask me to score a wave. I can give you an opinion all day long, but judging, nah. I'm just really not that good at it, so I'll leave it to the judges. It's a tough job, and I don't want it.
But, we were talking about Zeke, and he is one of those surfers who gets talked about as someone who could potentially perform really well at the highest level. Just a matter of trying to kind of make the most of his potential, perform in a heat scenario, and then project himself onto that elite level tour.
Yeah, I do agree. I think guys like Zeke Lau, Jean Deroux, the bigger boys, Soli Bailey, all these guys, even guys like Wade Carmichael, they can perform on the bigger stage, but they got to get there. And the way to get there, this is your pathway here, doing well in these types of events, as this guy will try as well. David Silva on what could be the final ride of this heat here, Luke.
Yeah, just winding his way through the inside. He's looking back, looking at the time. Does he race back out the back for one more? Here's Zeke with another wave, looking to replace the 6.33. Moves through to the inside. As you said, all that pressure on the back foot to throw the fins out looks really smooth and critical.
Yeah, so the Hawaiian unofficially looking like he'll take the win here in the round of 24 and progress into the weekend's festivities. David Silva unofficially in second. Michael February from South Africa in third. And there he is, the Hawaiian Superman, Ezekiel Lau. And for those of you, I know that they're probably watching on the broadcast live stream because Oceanic Surf Channel is... I just got a text message from my father in Hawaii saying that they're actually showing the Eddie, which is in the final heat of the event. And John Flores has just taken the lead. Makua Rothman is chasing. And we're going to go to a short break from live here at Merewether. We'll be right back with more surfing action right after this.
Customer service, it's the #1 priority for the Burton family.
From the exciting range of new Toyotas,
To low-cost, fixed-price servicing.
as their guest, you're always #1.
It's the Burton family promise to give you a high standard of customer service.
And a higher standard of customer satisfaction.
So when you visit, you'll get the guest of honour treatment.
That's why people keep coming back.
To Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota.
So visit soon.
Tell him the big fella.
No lane feature.
No, marks it. The big fella. Look, you.
Need direction? Talk to our local team of accountants, bookkeepers, and tax specialists. We help clients build wealth strategies. Taggart Business Advisors, proudly working for our community.
More and more people are discovering the ease of Newcastle Airport. It's an effortless drive, cheaper parking, and before you know it, you're checking in with friendly staff. Start your trip with a smile. Newcastle Airport, now offering more services and flights every day. Newcastle Airport, connecting people, connecting places.
How's my boy?
Good. So I'm going on a road trip.
Road trip?
Yeah. With my new girlfriend.
Your girlfriend?
She's great. We're going on a meditation retreat.
Meditation retreat?
Yeah. It's gonna be great.
You sorted your health cover, didn't you?
Yeah. Got NIB.
Do it for them. Get NIB today.
All right, everyone, welcome back. It is day number 5 of Surfest, and we are into the Taggart Women's Pro. It is a QS 6000 event on the World Surf League, and joining me here in the commentary booth is none other than the 3-time former winner, Beck Woods. How you doing?
Yeah, good, thanks, Terry. How are you?
Yeah, good. Yeah, you hate it when I keep saying that, don't you?
I'm like, this is, no.
It's nice. No, it's a good memories of Newcastle, hey?
Yeah, always, every year.
Have you still got all your trophies in a box somewhere in a garage or something?
Mum's been trying to throw them out, actually. So, I moved out when I was younger, and she's like, what are these things here? Get rid of them. I'm sick of having them here. And I'm like, well, when I get a house, I might want to keep some of them. So,
that's right.
So me and Dad have been secretly just prolonging that process. But, it's yeah, we'll see. We'll see who wins.
Well, I mean, the trophies are so cool these days. They're like works of art. But back in the old days, they just used to be the old gold men, and they're just dust collectors, effectively. Here's red up and into her first wave, Joanne Defay.
Yeah, Joanne up and riding with a quick start. And yesterday she had a phenomenal heat. And again, it looks like this is a very solid start for her. So she finishes that one cleanly with a few big turns out the back. Joanne, very experienced competitor. We've got 2 World Tour surfers, Joanne Defay and Laura Enever. In this heat, and the young whippersnapper from Avoca, Macy Callahan. So it's a bit of a all-out affair straight up.
It is, absolutely, and Macy will be looking to try and rattle some cages here. She's been on an absolute tear through this first part of the year. We've had a whole string of QS 1000 events that led into this 6000 event here in Newcastle, and Macy was, really, one of the big standouts in those lead-up events.
Yeah, I have noticed that she's had a lot of pro junior results as well, and there was an article in our local paper recently where she's just she's up for a world title, and I think that's just very positive. She's put it out there, and that's what she wants, and she believes that she can get there, and it'll be interesting to see how this heat pans out. The more experienced girls against the young up-and-comer. Got Laura Erenova up and riding here with a nice floating turn. And really nice finish there as well. So I'd love to see that on the replay again because I was talking. But the nice flow to start, a nice snap, and then a really solid finish turn there for Laura.
All right, well, everybody's got one wave apiece. Joanne Defay from France opening up with the 7.83. That was a really exciting combo. Second best looks like it's going to go to Laura Enever on that last wave. That's going to come into the 5-point range. And Macy Callahan has opened up with a 2.83. So Macy right now holding on to first priority. Second priority red. Third priority is black, and just under 20 minutes on the clock.
Interesting for me, we used to have round of 24 4-man heats. So this new format has been interesting, great to watch. I think it allows for more waves to be ridden and less tactics in play, so you will get the cream rising. And we see Joanne Defay with a 7.83 on her first wave. It was a brilliant start for Joanne.
All right, well, coming up in the next show, we're going to have Philippa Anderson, the local girl, will take on Ella Williams and Nikki Van Dyke. But before we go to that, let's throw down to Fiona with the winner of the last heat of the men's. Take it away.
Yeah, I got Ezekiel Lau down here. Zeke, you kind of went into the lead there in the last 5 minutes. That's kind of happened a lot. Even in the last couple of heats, the guys have been winning in the last 30 seconds. Were you just keeping that in mind coming into the last few minutes there?
Yeah, I was just trying to get myself on the best waves, and whether it came in the beginning or the end, it didn't matter. I just wanted to make sure I was on the best 2 waves of the heat, so I'm just happy that it worked out.
And you surfed this morning, you looked super comfortable out there. Do you think that was a good thing that they cancelled that heat yesterday?
This morning was actually pretty rough. Conditions were really hard. It was really windy. The wind picked up, and it was a little smaller than it is now. But yeah, it worked out for me, and I'm still going. So of course I'm happy with how everything's going right now.
And I think tomorrow we've got a bit of a swell increase. Would you be looking forward to that, or you'd rather it just stay like this?
Yeah, for sure. I'm one of the biggest guys, size-wise or weight, on the QS. So if the waves get bigger, I'm always happy. So for sure.
Okay, well, hopefully we do see a bit of size increase, and good luck in the next round. We'll see you then.
All right, thank you.
Sweet.
All right, lovely stuff there from Fiona. She's getting very comfortable with the competitors, calling him Zeke.
Yeah, Zeke Lau. Yeah.
She's on a half-name basis. I love it. Yeah, well, he is a big fella, and another big fella that was very good out here at Merewether, of course, was none other than Mark Richards, who graduated from the Merewether incubator here. It's always produced some real champions to win 4 successive world championships. That was from 79 to 82, but this is the replay for Joanne Defay's last wave. This is a great wave.
Yeah, it was awesome. She was straight up off the bottom, off the top, and a huge slashing carve there for her. And that wave not allowing a third turn, but really capitalizing on those sections as they're thrown at her. And I think that's one of the really strong points about Joanne surfing, and maybe she has been working on that, but she just surfs the section that's right in front of her.
Yep.
And I think that's just, it's easy to get runners and race down the line and just try and do one big blasting turn, and especially when you're in a contest situation, you get all excited. But Joanne, she just seems super composed. As soon as she's in a heat, she's switched on, and she always opens well, 7.83, and and she's got a 5.73 now to back it up, and that's something I've been observing with her when she does surf. Here we go, Macy Callahan on her first wave.
Yeah, well, Macy's got a nice little runner through the rocks here. The high tide was about half an hour ago, so it's actually holding up through there at the moment. Not quite that one, unfortunately. But Macy gets wave number 2 into the system. Wave number 2, by the way, for Joanne DeFay was a 5.73. And she's picked up another little frothy one there. So first priority is with Laura Enover, who's in second place, needing an 8.56 to take the lead. This is the replay for Macy.
Yeah, we've got the replay here. This wave just had a bit of a lump at the start there, and she comes off the bottom here, tries to approach that section. Nice little wrap there, and unfortunately the wave closing out, so not the best wave for Macy, but she'll be back in about 5 seconds. So.
All right, well, she's from down Voca way, and over the other side of the headland. That's where you grew up at Copa.
Yeah, the old Copa of Voca.
The hottest spot south. What did the song go? The hottest spot south of Avoca.
Oh, here we go. I've never heard that, but I'm definitely not going to be singing that one.
At the Copacabana. What a cool name for a place to grow up.
I know, it's funny. It wasn't until I travelled that I realised that Australians didn't come up with the name of the whole town, because all the streets are like, Pueblo Drive and Del Rio and Del Mar, and yeah, it was very interesting. I went overseas to Brazil and was like,
now it all makes sense. Well, I hope you're enjoying the webcast. Tezza and Beckwood's taking you through the women's heats for the rest of the day. We've got 8 heats of the girls, Beck, and we've really got some great talent coming up in some of these heats today.
Yeah, there's so many strong competitors left in this event, and a lot of girls with experience, women with experience, and some young up-and-comers. So it'll be interesting to see how it all pans out. But
nice one.
Yeah, conditions-wise, we saw that southerly last night give us a bit of relief after yesterday's heat. But you can see the conditions have changed today.
All right, well, looks a lot better now than it did earlier, let me tell you. The girls have really scored here. This is just all coming together at the moment, and Joanne DeFay making it look pretty sweet again on that one. She was looking to improve on a 5.73, and she may well go pretty close with that wave.
Yeah, that was awesome. Super strong, and I think she's on the beach breaks in France, so when she's surfing here. Solid bottom turn, really hard off the top there, nice opening slash, and no bouncing in between, straight up and over that section there. So I think she seemed like she was a little bit at the end here, like slightly disappointed, but I don't think she should be.
No, well, it'll be interesting to see what the judges' spin on that one is. So priority at the moment is with Macy Callahan, and Laura Enover is sitting in second priority. Laura is holding down second. She's at the moment had a 5 and a 0.67, and Macy's had a 2.83 and a 2.33, and this looks like it may be her best wave so far. She's got something to work with finally.
Yeah, massive opening slash there for Macy, and up and over that section there. Unfortunately, just a little bit unbalanced, hitting that one a bit late, but really nice opening turn there, sliding the tail a little bit. That seems to be one of her trademark turns.
Absolutely. What let's just have a little look at this one. Again, the replay for Macy Callahan. Beautiful first turn there. Sets it up. Just came down a little late. The lip sort of cascaded down with that onshore wind, kind of brought it down on her on the toe rail, and just kind of flipped the board over. So she'll get that one into the system. Big numbers dropping for Joanne DeFay. The judges love the combinations of the majors, and there it is, an 8.33.
Huge score. It's a massive score for 2 turns, but well deserved, I think, Terry.
Well, what we got now is a battle for second spot between Laura Enover in the black and Macy Callahan in the white. That's the little overview of the southern corner here. Nearly every other beach back in Newcastle at the moment is just it's a write-off. But here at Merewether, it does handle the southerly winds, and it's the spot that you come on a day like today, so it's worked out pretty good.
Yeah, it's worked out very well for the event organisers. I was a bit concerned looking at that north swell meeting south wind and thinking, I wonder what it's going to look like in the morning. But it actually looks super rippable, and Joanne's just massively capitalising on that with 2 huge scores, and it looks like Laura, the rest of the field is comboed here. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. It is really just a battle for second. Laura Enover goes down into third, needing now 1.13. Macy's last wave was a 3.3, so apart from the 5 for Laura, the other girls really haven't got too much to write home about, with 11.5 minutes left on the clock. As we said, we've got another great heat coming your way In the next one, we've got Philippa Anderson is going to be taking on Ella Williams from New Zealand. She's a former ISA World Junior Champ. And Nikki Van Dyke. Wow, that's going to be a good heat to watch.
Yeah, another super stacked heat. I think all the remaining heats in this round, I mean, I was amazed by round of 48 yesterday. I was like, oh my gosh, every heat seems like it's just stacked. So now we're coming down to the round of 24. I guess it's just getting harder and harder. But yeah, Philippa Anderson, local knowledge, Ella Williams, New Zealander, and Nikki Van Dyke from Victoria. So, yes.
Of course, the crowdfunding model was used to get this 6-star event up and running. Macy having a little look at that one. She's in third priority, so she won't lose anything. Yeah, so 72 businesses threw in $1,650 each, and they pulled out Taggart Business Advisors as the naming rights sponsor of this QS 6000 event here in Newcastle. Macy looking to try and get busy here. She just wants to get a bit of a roll on. Might have had some early nerves in this heat. I guess she's surfing against. This is a moment she's really been waiting for this year.
Yeah, and interesting there, she didn't have priority, so she went for the inside there, and this wave has looked like it's shaped up really well for her, allowing for a couple of inside huge belts there. So the other girls were watching on when she took off, and a nice finish there for Macy. So smart surfing there for the young competitor.
Very smart, yeah. Of course, Laura Aniver was holding priority over the field in that instance, but she was a little bit too far out. Hoya has been saying right throughout the tournament that those people in first priority are missing out on all those little inside waves, which can really offer some opportunities. Take us through this one.
Yeah, so we see Maisie here, just a little bit of a two-turn roundhouse here, looking for the power pocket, and then she's waited for that really nicely here. A searing slash off the top, off the bottom here, super strong belt.
Good.
Yeah, that was awesome. And then riding through here and finishing super cleanly. So I don't even know how she got over that section, but she did. And then nice and high finish there for Macy. So smart, very smart.
How old is Macy Callahan?
I think she's 16.
Wow.
15 or
She
16?
might even be 15, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. She is going to rattle some cages when she gets herself onto the tour eventually. I think it's only a matter of time.
Yeah, definitely.
It's a lot harder for the girls to get onto the big league, isn't it? They have less girls that they... How many girls do they take, like, fresh girls in each year?
6 from the QS.
Okay.
So there's not many spots. And then if you're competing against a lot of the World Tour girls who also do double tours, if they're not getting the results they need, it becomes really hard. A lot of CT girls will requalify through the QS, then there's only I think we've seen a few young Aussies qualify off the QS this last year though. So they are coming through, and there are spots for the taking there. So
gee, the statistics there when you break it down and look how many women surfers there are around the world, and that 6 spots are available. It's you're talking about one in a couple of 100,000 opportunities. Really, you really got to work hard, and you've got to be at the top of your game, and that's why the girls that make it there are just such worthy recipients. They've worked so hard over so many years to get that far. And, women's surfing is really going forward in leaps and bounds. All right, well, Macy Callahan is about to drop her last score. We're just waiting for one of the judges to thumb away that last score. But, yeah, it was a really good heat coming up in the next one. Got Philippa Anderson, Ella Williams, and Nikki Van Dyke. So I guess Ella Williams is the goofy footer in that one. The other 2 girls will be on their forehand, and that will give her a little point of difference. Did you ever mind it when you were... the only natural footer against 2 goofies? It seems to make you stand out a bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think on the World Tour there aren't a lot of goofy footers actually as well. So that was always a point of difference for the goofy footers who were on there. We see Laura taking off on that last wave and unfortunately coming unstuck on a big turn, and Macy having a little look at that one. Not really of consequence with the priorities set up there. But I think surfing a wave like this, I used to kind of wish I was a goofy footer because I love surfing my backhand, and there's so many rights on tour. So I think it depends, how much you enjoy surfing your backhand. But a lot of the goofy footers, they seem to just have lethal weapons when they come out at snapper. And I remember watching Bianca Puttentag out there. And she's just got such length. She's a tall surfer, and just the spring coil on her, she just goes upside down, and it's just... But like you said, point of difference. You see a lot of good, natural footers, and then all of a sudden this person going upside down, and Gabriel Medina winning the event on the Gold Coast last year. So he was the first in a while, to take out as a goofy footer.
Absolutely. I think it was a long time before that. Just a short little way there for Joanne Defay. So priority white, second priority black. So Macy Callahan, last wave 6.0. So Laura Enover now needing only a 4.31. She's still on track with Macy, but Macy's got a 3.3 as a second best wave. Laura really needs to make sure that she matches Macy wave for wave here, otherwise she'll streak away on her, and Laura will have a lot of work to do with 6 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. I think it's back to the goofies on their backhand. I think it's a much more, and even with the naturals, it's a much more natural top turn on your backhand to twist out of the lip that way and to look down to where you're going.
Yeah, late takeoff here for Macy and a nice opening slash there. She's used a priority well on this one. Looking for a nice connection there. Super smooth and nice through that section.
Wow.
Third hack there. And,
my goodness.
Completely finishes under pressure.
Well, she needed a combo to take the lead because Joanne DeFay's had a 7.83 and an 8.33. But I've got a feeling that this score is going to go in and it is going to really raise the bar for Laura Enover. Laura's going to be needing an excellent score, if not almost getting pushed into combat land. So this is going to be quite an interesting score when it comes through. But beautiful surfing, and she negotiated the takeoff really well because she took off late on that thing and there was whitewater cascading all around her, but she handled it.
Big lump there, and she got up and over it and perfectly timed first. It almost helped her for the first section there, and then timed this one really well. Nice slash there in the pocket and off the bottom, off the top with a super hard carve there. So that was a money turn there. Three in a row.
Really silky smooth stuff there, and Macy Callahan, as we said, just a very young girl from Avoca on the Central Coast, and she's been making noise here in Australia for a number of years. She's won Australian titles. She's ticked all the boxes that you would do on your way through to becoming a pro surfer, but she's won regional, state, national titles in her age divisions multiple times. She's now won pro junior events like Australasian, like JQS pro junior events, and she's also won a competition as well as her first WSL event, a 1-star. So she's slowly making inroads, and this is going to be a big score when it comes through. Judges really love that style, and Laura Enover is going to have to dig deep now if she's going to try and catch these two girls, as we see Joanne DeFay into this one.
Yeah, up and riding Joanne, nice and vertical slashing turn off the top there, and it just seemed Laura was a bit deep off the bubble again, so a bit of a roundhouse there for Joanne, and she's looking for a big finish on the inside here with a really, oh my gosh, nice release there of the fins. But just coming unstuck, but got nothing to lose. Comboing Laura at the moment, and Macy, with really big scores dropping as well. Laura's got a work cut out for her.
Absolutely. Well, that was Macy going underneath that one. We just had a momentary glimpse of Laura Enover on an inside wave, so she's obviously got one right the way through. This is the replay for Joanne DeFay. Good, strong bottom top turn combo. She reminds me, or I should say the other way around, Holly Warren reminds me a little bit of Joanne DeFay. They both got that really good, strong, natural footer, same kind of surfing style. That time round, overcooking that last turn.
Yep.
But, and then there was a wave in there for Laura Enover. We do have multiple camera angles here. Maybe one of those cameras did capture that, and we might be able to come back at it if we're lucky. Well, the boys, they have found this in the mix. Take us through it, Beck.
Yeah, Laura, in between there has found one, a nice slashing off the top, and that's a trademark for Laura as well. Roundhouse cut back and no pumping in between that, which was nice, and a really nice finish turn for Laura. Unfortunately that little section on the inside wasn't offering up too much. I know Laura can really release fins and go really hard, but I think it will better the scores that she is carrying right now.
Yeah, that's right. Well, okay, so she needed, as we anticipated, folks, she went out into third place and needed a 9.77. So we said that she might be, it might be a really high score or even a combination score. But there it is there. And this last wave score is coming through for Laura Enover. Will make things a little more realistic for her. If it exceeds the 5.0 that she's hanging on to, it will drag back down that average by the smallest of margins. But she's going to be chasing a really excellent score here, Beck.
Yeah, it looks like a really big score for Laura, but I mean there is 2 minutes remaining and she's capable of getting big scores. We've seen her do that in multiple locations around the world. So 8.77 there for Macy Callahan. That's a huge score, and it was a well-deserved score actually. That was the combination of turns that she had there and the power and the flow. So is this Laura up and riding right now? Again, she's found her feet a little bit there with a nice end turn. But yeah, 5.53. She did make the margins less there. She now needs a 9.24. It's still a big score, Terry.
That's right. So she's running out of time as well too, folks. 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining, just capturing the tail end of this one. And Laura getting real busy there. Can tell that she's starting to lift the work rate, realising that she's on the back foot. And with Macy dropping an 8.77 and a 6.0, Laura Enover is really needing to get some big numbers in. Last wave scores, by the way, Joan DeFay, 4.27, did not go into the top two. So just over a minute to go. This webcast would not be possible without our strong partnership with the gang at Telstra, who supply the digital capacity for the broadcast, which in layman's terms means that they've got us connected to the internet and they're giving it to us for free. Good on you guys.
Oh, nice. Yeah, thanks very much to Telstra for that. Allowing the live web feed here with this very, very important heat for a lot of the women who are trying to qualify. These points are very important. There's not too many events this year on the calendar, so Macy looking for another backup score here. She's already got 2 super solid scores. Hitting that one nice and high and tight, and blasting finish turn there for Macy. The first 10 was a little bit jumbled because of the section on the wave, but yeah, looking to improve the 6.0.
It'll be interesting. We'll go close, but she did have a loss of control at the start there. I think she had a little kind of a slip up, and she just had to readjust her feet to try and make sure she was standing in the sweet spot on the old wiggle stick. Here's the replay, and when she took off here, she got to the bottom and she had a... You can see just there it is there. It kind of skipped out and she just couldn't get her feet. She's trying to get her feet composed there. Almost lost balance. I think it was just the angle of the foot really more than anything.
Yep.
Then she got it sorted out by the time she got to the end.
Bit of readjustment there, but that is the end of the heat. And well, that's a big upset and a really solid win. Second place there for Macy. Joanne DeFay just dominating that heat from the get-go, but Macy showing a lot of poise and holding her composure well there and answering back to a few of Laura's scores. We see Joanne up and riding now.
Yeah, this is going to be, of course, after the fact. But it was a wonderful performance. Joanne DeFay and Macy Callahan moving on through at the expense of Laura Enover. We're going to take a short commercial break and be back with more of Surfest right after this.
Need direction? Talk to our local team of accountants, bookkeepers, and tax specialists. We help clients build wealth strategies. Taggart Business Advisors, proudly working for our community.
More and more people are discovering the ease of Newcastle Airport. It's an effortless drive, cheaper parking, and before you know it, you're checking in with friendly staff. Start your trip with a smile. Newcastle Airport, now offering more services and flights every day. Newcastle Airport, connecting people, connecting places.
Welcome back, folks. You are watching the Taggart Women's Pro, of course. This is a QS 6000 event coming to you live from Merewether Beach in Newcastle for Surfest 2016. Tessa McKenna and Rebecca Woods taking you through what will be a very good heat this one, Beck. We've got a former winner and the local girls in the water.
Yeah, former winner, Philippa Anderson. I was saying earlier, she did knock me out of one event in the quarterfinals here when we were woman on woman. And
sure.
Yeah, she was super young back there, Philippa, and she managed to get a barrel and yeah, find waves that I was like, well, where are you even finding these waves from? Her knowledge out there is just, phenomenal. And that was the year that she won it, and she got chaired up the beach. And it was a great win for Philippa. So got it looks to be a wave here from Nikki Van Dyke, a really nice, solid vertical attack there and a searing slash. Looking for a finish on the inside, coming through, lots of speed and really nice and high, but unfortunately coming unstuck. I think she might be thinking that it's a bit like a windy rincon or something right now.
She's loving it out there. Philippa Anderson also got an early wave as well too, folks. It was a 2.17. Nikki Van Dyke's first wave coming through. I really do love the way that Nikki Van Dyke surfs. It's just got such a proficient surfing style. 5.33 for Nikki. So Ella Williams from New Zealand is out there in the black singlet holding priority and needing only a 2.18. Here's a little replay of the first wave for Philippa.
Yeah, Philippa's first wave there, she did a bit of a foam clam, but not really liking that wave too much. It did seem to be a little bit messy there with a few lumps and bumps, but she's back at the back, and Ella is paddling into this one, looking to be her first wave.
All right, well, that didn't work out too good. Unfortunately for Ella, she'll slide down the priority list, and it will be Philippa Anderson next in line to take a wave here at her home break of Merewether in Newcastle. So I hope you're enjoying the action, folks, and thank you very much to all of our sponsors, and we might even go right to the very bottom of the page there, and thanks some of the supplying sponsors like Harry's Schnitzels, sponsoring the food court here at Surfest and doing a great job. There's the takeoff here. And yeah, the board just fell out from underneath her there. That's all right. Ella Williams will get back in the saddle and get back out there. Smithy's Electrical, thank you very much for all their services here to Surfest. The financial support from the Port of Newcastle has been outstanding, as has the gang at Boom Logistics. They've been there since we were back at Newcastle, the original venue, providing all the cranes and transport to set up the joint. And thank you very much, Richard Bartlett, for photography, providing some very good images there, Richard. A lot of them that get used in social media.
Yeah, the sponsors, you have to always, massive shout out to the sponsors here at Newcastle. They always seem to have Surfest's back, so to speak. And yeah, I know the women are very grateful to have this event on the calendar, Taggart Women's Pro. Yeah, interesting little while. We see a priority usage there from the surfer in red, Philippa Anderson. Nice opening turn there for Philippa. Really nice and fluent there. She's waiting for this one to wall up, and she whacks that one. Nice, good timing there, and then negotiates the shore break and rides out cleanly. So, yeah, that was interesting. Sometimes riding out cleanly is probably the make or break for a lot of surfers with this shore break here, and negotiating, that's important. So we see the replay here, and we'll watch Philippa's searing opening slash there. And this is the shore break, which can really play with your head if you're a competitor. Philippa makes sure she rides out of that one and then steps
Well,
off.
it looks like she got on her feet and then she was right on the shore anyway, and she jumped off on the front foot to sort of like as if to say, well, I finished with the wave rather than the waves finished with me. It was a pretty nice way of putting it. All right, so now in first priority is white Nikki Van Dyke. And Nikki comes in as the number 4 seed, of course, won the World Junior Championship in 2012. She hails from Phillip Island in Victoria. And she's just entering her 3rd year on the WSL Tour, but a very experienced campaigner, Nikki Van Dyke.
Yeah, Nikki, Phillip Island originally, and yeah, I think she got like 4 or 5 quarter-final finishes last year on the World Tour, so that's a 5th place, and she was sitting in 10th, so that kind of shows you how competitive the World Tour is, and what sort of results you're looking at for qualification. She was on the bubble last year, and that's a really when you're going into one of your last events, it can be quite a hard place to be in. You've got a lot of pressure on you and trying to qualify with 5/5. I just thought, wow, it's really heated up for the women on the World Tour. You have to get solid semis, making finals. You see Joanne Defay won an event last year, and I think it's interesting because I think back in the day, if you'd think 4 or 5 quarterfinals and you'd be up
That's
quite
right.
strong. But I mean, if you're looking for world titles, that's first or second. But we've got a replay here of Philippa using her priority quite smartly here on this one.
This one is actually for the judges, so they wanted to have a relook at that, but it was a nice first snap, and then throws it up and into it. They must be talking about the completion rate in this one. I reckon that's why they've asked for a look at it.
Yeah.
And you've got to be thinking that she's made that and then stepped off onto the shore. So we'll wait and see. As you were saying, Nikki Van Dyke last year was punctuated by 6 quarterfinal appearances.
6. That's, I mean, to make 6 quarterfinals and still equal. I mean, I think she finished in 10th. I was like, you know, she's had a really consistent run, but it just shows you, you know, how much the points difference between making one semi-final is and then having, you know, 6 quarterfinals. It's crazy.
Yeah, that is insane. 2014, she famously rode a wave at Bells Beach all the way into the rock shelf and then did a big face plant in front of the world just to get the score she needed to get through to the next round. She's not scared, is she?
No, and you're definitely used to those waves down in Victoria down there, and a nice opening wrap here for Nikki. We see her getting busy. She's got such a fluent style and a nice whack there on the finish turn. So.
Yeah, very smooth, and I like the hand drive on her as well. She's got that kind of nice, you know, the way she holds her hands, which is sometimes the icing on people's style cake, really.
Yeah, totally. I think hands make a big difference, and the arm throws and everything's kind of perfect and working there for her. So, yeah, nice wrap there for Nikki. We see the replay again, and this end turn here, she just precisely places it so well, and with a 5-3-3, she's looking to get a lock in a second score, and that will do that.
Yeah, it looks very cool. All right, while we're waiting for that score, we might throw down to an interview with Fiona, talking to the winner of the previous heat.
Yeah, thanks, Tez. I'm just down here with Joanne DeFay, winner of the last heat. Joanne, you grabbed that, I think, 7-8-3 really early, the first wave of the heat, then 8-3-3 to back it up. Tell me, how'd you feel after that first wave?
I know, I was just saying that at some friends from Reunion Island that's come here and that never saw a surfing contest, and I was like, it's pretty relaxing to get a 7 point at the beginning of the heat, and of course it's not the same, so you're more relaxed and you surf even better after, I guess. Well, that's for myself. And yeah, I was in the rhythm of the wave, so I'm happy about it.
Yeah, for sure, and you're someone who I find over the years you kind of get a bit of momentum in a contest and you just roll with it. You reckon maybe that's going to happen?
I hope so. I hope so. Yeah, I'm like training a lot for it, so I hope it's gonna pay off. And I'm very happy about my 2 last year on the tour, and very excited starting a third one.
Yeah, we know that you can win a contest. What would this mean to win just this contest, first QS 6,000 of the year, and then, you know, it's a little bit less stress trying to re-qualify through the tour this year?
It's true. Since I'm on the city, I haven't make a good result on the QS. Always like lose before the quarters maybe. So I'm just gonna take it one hit at a time, and I will see. But of course, it would be nice and relaxing for the last of the year. The rest of the year.
Yeah, for sure. No, that's all right, Joanne. Thanks for speaking with us. Good luck in the next round. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you very much, Fiona. Having a bit of a talk with the winner of the previous heat, that was Joanne Dufay from France. She seems like a nice girl.
Yeah, Joanne is lovely. She's always been, you know, one of the young up-and-comers, and always got a smile on her face, and always positive. Just loves what she does, and yeah, nothing seems to phase her at all. She won at Huntington Beach last year. It was her first World Tour win, and you know, interesting that she said that she hasn't had many results since she qualified for the World Tour. Really, we see Nikki up and riding again. She's getting super busy here. I don't think she had priority, so nice second snap there.
I tell you what, she is really on point here today, Nikki Van Dyke. These are some of the best turns that I've seen of the contest, and these are just throwaway waves, but she's really on a mission here today. I really like the style of way that she's got that kind of, it's like 90 degrees, the back arm with the little fingers pointed.
Yeah, I used to call it the handbag, actually. Carrying a little handbag, and yeah, it is. It's a great style to have, I think. It's balancing the body really well over the board, and we see Philippa Anderson has got a 6-8-3 for that wave where she did 2 turns, and there were a little bit of discussion about whether she completed that last time, but a 6-8-3, I think they deemed that she did, and that's the highest wave score so far, which is a nice score for Philippa.
Well, that's the beauty of having the judges have direct communication with the webcast crew, and they can say, hey, play the last wave of red, and then they had a good look at it, and because, you know, at first glance it could have been easy to say that was an incomplete move, and it would have shaved a little off the top of that score. But at the moment, Nikki Van Dyke, last wave 6.0, is in the lead with a 5.33, and a 6.0. Philippa Anderson in seconds, got the best wave of the heat so far, a 6.83. Her second best is only a 3.93, so she needs her a 4.5 point ride to take the lead. And Ella Williams, well, she's in the black singlet. She's holding priority, but she's got a bit of work to do here, and she's representing a company by the name of Surf, Dive and Fish Travel Adventures. And they, of course, picked up Ella via the crowdfunding, and she came out in the mix. And the gang from SDNF Travel Advances will be watching intently here as their girl just gets wave number 2 into the system.
Yeah, I think she kind of knew that wasn't going to be the score she wanted, so she pulled off, going to get back out the back. I think, Ella, she's had such same thing. A lot of these younger girls who are in the mix still in this contest right now. They've had solid results. I think she won an ISA World Junior title in Brazil, and her progress has just kept on rolling into each event. So be good to see Ella get one of these waves that stand up on her backhand, just to see how strong it is, because she's got a really nice backhand snap and vertical attack on her. So 12 minutes remaining. She just have to reset, I think, reset the heat and give herself 12 minutes to catch 2 of the best waves she can find out there. When Joanne did say earlier that she struggles on the QS because she's doing the CT, and sometimes it's an interesting comment. I think you put all your energy and time into the World Tour, and it can be a grueling, not grueling, but it's hard work. It's a job, and you train so hard, and you're putting a lot of emotional energy into these contests, and sometimes you get back to the QS and it's a different format, and there's 4 people in a heat, and you've just got to readjust, and sometimes the waves aren't great, and I think
and you got a target on your back.
A massive target on your back, and people love to take down World Tour competitors. So she's very emotionally mature, Joanne. I think she's still very young, and just to have that kind of knowledge. And she just said, I'd love to take out a QS. And it would take the stress off going into the certain other events, but some people thrive under that pressure. They're not getting good results on the QS, and they're like, that's it, I'm just going to go and attack the CT, and that's the way it is. So,
well, it's great to have Rebecca Woods here, of course, and Bex won the Surfest 3 times. Apart from that, had how many years were you on the tour for?
I was on the main tour for 9 years, and then 2 years trying to qualify.
Do you kind of miss it a little bit, or it's just something that you did and now your life's kind of moved forward? Or
I miss my friends. You make a little family around the world.
Sure.
I miss, I definitely, they were my best mates, and I think that was probably the hardest thing, readjusting coming off tour. Just kind of needing to refocus and closing the door and refocus energy to a new goal. That was hard. You miss your friends, and they're like your little family, really, and all of a sudden you're back by yourself and you're resetting. So travel is also the most amazing thing. And I think when I first started, we had such amazing waves on the World Tour too. Fiji, Tahiti, Maui. We even had an event at Malibu, and it was kind of in the boom era of the early 2000s, and it was just it was something I dreamed of, and to be able to experience it and actually qualify and go through each different event, it was amazing. I learned so much and grew so much. I don't know what else I would have been doing as a 19-year-old. I could have, I don't even know. So it was good to have goals and set goals and go and chase them. So
congratulations. You did Australia. Very proud, as well as your family and everyone. What was your favourite event? Did you have a favourite event you really just loved to go back to?
Fiji and Chopu. They were the 2 for me, because it was more about what you can do on the wave. And you're really challenging yourself and your skill set. I think that was my greatest kind of adventure for me. It was more about barrel riding and challenging your surfing and pushing it to a next level. And sometimes you'll be out in the lineup in Tahiti and everyone's whistling in the channel because there's a set coming, and part of you's like, I'm slightly shivering in my boots, I'm swearing a little bit, I don't know, oh my gosh, I have to take off. You can't not go. There's only 2 of you out there, and you can't pull back. So it's okay, I'm really scared, but I'm really excited. It's like, you've got this one opportunity to kind of catch a few waves without 200 million people in the lineup.
Unbelievable, and some of the best waves of your life. Interesting, you should say 2 left-handers as well, coming from a spot like Copacabana, which has a big left-hand kind of a reefy point at the north end there, and I've surfed it at about 6 to 8 feet with Bruce Turner and a few other guys, and that can be like a pretty heavy wave. So I guess growing up there would have helped in that respect.
Definitely, I think that's kind of why a a lot of the boys in that area, they're very, I mean, Matty Wilkinson comes
Sure.
from there, and you see him at Chopu. I think it's a great training ground.
Yeah.
Obviously Chopu and Fiji are different levels altogether, but yeah, I couldn't hold back as a young grom, like kind of Macy's ages. You just would get slammed by all the local boys. They'd be like,
they wouldn't give you
that?
another
can't-
set.
Yeah, that's it. You're back of the line, and you're like, okay, I just can't pull back. So
What a classic.
Yeah. So, but the women in the water right now. Ella Williams up and riding, looking to better her position right now, and trying to get busy and find just something that can give her a bit of the score. I think it's good that she's trying to move around a bit in the lineup and build that momentum. Especially not holding priority. I think it's just good to try and, like Macy did in that previous heat, she kind of, Laura was a little bit too far out the back, and she just capitalised. She's like, okay, well, they're out there, I'm going to catch one of these insiders, and I can tell Ella might be kind of thinking she's straight back in the lineup already. So, yeah, she might luck into one while the girls are being very patient out the back.
Well, you can see the girls, they've spotted a little something coming through out further. They're just trying to readjust themselves. And making her way back out into lineup, Ella Williams, right now needing an 8.63. As I said, she is one of 72 of the female competitors who are representing various businesses, through this Taggart Women's Pro using the crowdfunding model. And, of course, Ella representing SDNF Travel Adventures, Surf Dive and Fish. So Tony Vidler is the man behind that label, and they can take you to some really cool places around the world. And thank you very much to not just Surf Dive and Fish, but to the other 71 companies that came to the party here at the Taggart Women's Pro. And right now we've got 6 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. It's 3 waves apiece. Nikki Van Dyke is in the lead. Philippa Anderson in second, needing a 4.5. Ella Williams, New Zealand, needing an 8.63. And speaking of New Zealand, it's this year, of course, there won't be any event over in Taranaki at Fitzroy Beach. They just had a bit of trouble trying to raise the money for the event this year. But I did speak to Craig Williamson, who's probably watching from Surfing Taranaki. He's probably keeping an eye on Ella, and he said the contest will be back bigger and better next year, with fingers crossed.
Yeah, that's really good to hear. A huge opening snap there for Nikki Van Dyke, and there's the trademark little handbag that she's carrying as well. This wave is an awesome looking wave. Nice slash off the top there and going super hard.
Wow.
Vertical finish there, not holding back at all. I think, knowing that she is in the lead and comfortable there, it's a nice position to be in where you can throw everything at the wave, and she did just that.
Well, that was really, full-on champagne surfing right there from Nikki Van Dyke from Australia. Ranked 9th in the world after last year's rankings came out. So let's go and have a look at the replay on this one. She surfs all those great waves down south, and she's, when you've got waves that have a lot of wall in front of them, you can get a really good opportunity to get your style sorted out, and that's exactly what she's done.
Yeah, you can tell she surfed a lot of those, and some of the Woolamai beach breaks that are dished up down there. I think that's one of my favourite places to surf in Australia, but I dare say that's going to be into the excellent range that score, and we do see 9.5s dropping straight away there. So 9.43 for Nikki Van Dyke. That was a phenomenal wave selection, and she rode that one so well. So Ella Williams, again, getting busy here with second priority. She knows she needs just to get something on the board, so a nice second slash there for Ella, but not too impressed with that wave again. So she's going to get back out the back with 4 minutes. 4.5 minutes remaining. There's still time to get 2 waves, especially on this peak, but we do see Philippa Anderson. She's carrying a 6.83, nearly a 7, so she's going to try and make things a bit harder for Ella on this one.
Yeah, well, nobody knows this place as well as Philippa as far as the women's division is concerned. Philippa was looking to replace the 3.93, and, well, I think that she's going to replace that. And prior to that, Ella needed an 8.63. So if this goes up a couple of points, if this goes into the 6-point range, this is going to send Ella Williams into combo land. There's the replay of Ella's little inside wave.
Yeah, nice kind of a slow wrap there and a bit of a bank off the top there. But, yeah, again, the wave just not allowing Ella to unleash that backhand. We know she's capable of throwing. But Philippa, nice opening turn here. A little bit of a fat section there for Philippa. She's looking to wrap around here and do a nice roundhouse cutback, which is super smooth. Rebounds off the whitewash. Nice in-between turn there. Unfortunately, this wave not offering much on the inside, so she's looking to better that 3.93, and that'll go close.
All right, well, 3 minutes left on the clock. Hope you're enjoying the action, folks. It is day number 5 of Surfest, coming to you live from Merewether in Newcastle for the Taggart Women's Pro. It's a QS 6000 event on the World Surf League. 3 minutes left on the clock. Last wave scores Philippa Anderson a 4.87, so Ella Williams now chasing a 9.57. She's in the black singlet. It might just come down a little, yeah. Last wave for Ella was a 2.37. Needing a 9.33, so she's going to have to wait for something pretty special with 2:40 on the clock.
Yeah, she's gonna have to go really big to get that 9.33. We did see Nikki achieving that score, 9.43 on her last wave. So anything's possible in these conditions. I think it would be a little bit. It seems a little bit tricky out there on your backhand at the moment. We're only watching really Ella on the backhand right now, but I think it would be, yeah, interesting to kind of figure out which wave you're going to pick, because there is a bit of a lump in the face, and sometimes on your backhand it's nice to hold a nice rail and get off the top, but if it is bumpy it can be a little bit trickier. Sometimes frontside negotiating bumpy waves is a little bit easier, so maybe Ella is just a little bit lost at the moment in which waves she wants to select.
Sure.
But yeah, she's in second priority and sitting next to Nikki in the lineup now. So.
Well, from that very first takeoff, she was late into that one. The bottom dropped out, and she just fell through the lip on that first wave, so it kind of set like a bit of a bad tone for her. Since then, she's only had a 2.13 and a 2.37, so she's a great surfer, and we all know how unbelievable Ella Williams is from New Zealand. Won the World ISA Junior title a couple of years back. I think she went into that team as a alternate that year, or reserve.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, she took someone's place and ended up going through and making the and winning the whole contest. So she's a great talent, but she's got her she's on the back foot at the moment. 9.33 for black. Philippa Anderson in second. The local girl is holding on. Well, she needs an 8.61 to take the lead from Nikki Van Dyke, who's been really impressive. A 9.43 and a 6.0 with 1 minute on the clock. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, with the final countdown here, I'm sure Nikki's probably looking to have a bit of a victory lap on a wave and get herself in without having to paddle in. So Ella's up and riding right now. She didn't have priority there. Nikki kind of let her have that one. So a little bit of a fat section there for Ella, but this one looking to be standing up on the inside. A nice finish turn there. Unfortunately, the waves are running away a bit from her. And again, tricky on your backhand. Yeah, I think that's a little bit disappointing for Ella to not be able to get a wave that allows her to open up and get some of those big turns down. But, you know, still round of 24, she's done well to get here, and I'm sure she's looking to build the campaign going to Manly.
Yeah, absolutely. There's Philippa Anderson, and this will be her last wave. She was chasing an 8.61. It's not going to be enough to take the lead, and Ella will unfortunately be eliminated here. Here's the replay. You watch over the back here. Philippa Anderson in the red. She's watching this wave pretty intently. You can see her there, like, look at her keeping an eye on that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
we talked about this earlier with Shmoo and the gang. Shmoo said he hated to watch people surf when he was in heat. He never watched anybody else's waves.
I totally agree with that.
Yeah, so do I, because I always used to see other people ripping and just think, that guy's so much better than me.
Yeah, you can never. I mean, what's it going to change? Yeah, watching someone throwing fins, it's not really going to help the situation much. So it's just best to kind of focus on your own cause. And
that's right. Well, this young lady in the red singlet is through in second position. That is Philippa Anderson. Ella Williams, unfortunately, exits the competition here, and she was representing Surf, Dive and Fish in the crowdfunding model, so they won't be getting their $6,000 back.
No, unfortunately not.
I mean, they only put in $1,650, but if Ella had won, Surf, Dive and Fish would have won $6,000.
That's a great return, isn't it?
It was a really great return. That's why all these businesses came and chipped in. But awesome stuff there. Nikki Van Dyke and Philippa Anderson through. We're going to throw to a quick commercial break and come back with more action right after this. Stick around.
More and more people are discovering the ease of Newcastle Airport. It's an effortless drive, cheaper parking, and before you know it, you're checking in with friendly staff. Start your trip with a smile. Newcastle Airport, now offering more services and flights every day. Newcastle Airport, connecting people, connecting places.
Well, big pause. Welcome back to the Taggart Women's Pro. John Shamoka, Rebecca Woods. Good to see ya.
Yeah, you too, John.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, how have you been?
This is very formal.
Like, yeah, very formal there.
Yeah, very formal.
Well, why did I call you John? But no.
Just enjoying the Merewether weather, if you like. The rain's held off a bit, but the wind definitely, Beck, is playing a few tricks here and there with the guys and now the girls, but so far it's been amazing surfing. Yeah,
looks like first wave is here for Sal. Yeah, here we go. So nice opening turn there for Sal. She's picked a nice looking wave here, a little fin throw there, and looking for the rebound on a backhand. Bit of a carve there, and this was a nice opener for Sal. Yeah, that wind coming up last night, wasn't it? It was a bit of a relief after such a hot day yesterday. But yeah, southerly swell, wind hitting a north or northeast swell. It's a bit of an odd combo here on the East Coast.
Yeah, definitely. Well, you being a former 3-time winner in this event, conditions like this you would have been out in previous years. What's the trick to surviving today?
Yeah, after watching a few of the last girls, like Filippo with the local knowledge, just that local knowledge is you can't go past it. I think it's a hard wave to surf out here. If you're too far at the back, you miss the wave. If you're too far in, some of them don't line up properly. But if you know the lineup quite well, then you don't get lost. Then you can just spend a lot of time focusing on finding those waves that are the best looking and that will get you through the heats.
Yeah, well, if you're going to hear some advice from anyone better, it would be coming from yourself, being a 3-time winner. Oh, we just had a little bit of a post here by Tessa McKenna. You can go to the Surfest page on Facebook and check us out and share it, because that's a good photo.
Oh,
Jeez,
it turned out all right.
You look great. Fantastic.
Oh, thank you. So I was just saying, I just had acupuncture, so I'm feeling like a little bit spaced out right now. But yeah,
well,
Sally,
come back to earth.
Yeah, I'm like, and Sally getting a 4.5, but on that opening wave there. So Sal knows the importance of starting a heat strong and just getting scores in these type of conditions, which are quite tricky. But as this is going on, there is a huge event going on. Oh, it's finished now, Shmoo.
It is, yeah. The Eddie Cow was run and won by John Florence, just solidifying his position in world surfing as we watch the young lady Paige Harrop from New Zealand in the white. Of course, Paige, spent many years on tour. She knows these conditions in and out, and she is going to be looking for these types of waves to post some scores on the board as she makes her way to the inside. So the New Zealand surfer Paige Harrop, she's on the board, but John Florence, I mean, what a story that kid is. Yeah. I saw all these posts on social media of when he was, there's old photos of him when he was 6 or 8 years old, and now he's become this fine young man and incredibly talented surfer. It doesn't matter if it's 1 foot or 100.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
It's just crazy, isn't it? I remember being in Hawaii and contemplating whether to go out at sunset because it was quite big, and I was trying to keep my boards for the contest, and then this little kid who's like 6 runs past you, and you're like, oh, okay, well, I guess I should go out the back.
How demoralizing is that?
It was so demoralizing. It's just a really nice opening slash there for Paige, the goofy footer. We saw Ella having a few troubles there, but Paige has gotten a nice opening score here with a solid first turn, and she did manage to ride this one through the inside, hit it solidly off there, and nearly dry dock herself on really shallow sand. So yeah, Ella did struggle last heat to find something on her backhand, but Paige is looking to a 3.43, not the best wave score. So again, a little bit hard for the goofy footers, it seems right now, but yeah, early days.
Early days, and of course Chelsea Tuak of Barbados, who, from what I understand, from what you're saying, is Dad's listening to the live broadcast. So hello to Daddy Tuak over there in Barbados.
Yeah, I did. I mean, I saw on the Facebook page, and I'm assuming it's her dad. It was definitely a Tuak on the Facebook page. So if it's not dad, it's somebody who's related to her. And yeah, I'm not sure what time it would be over in Barbados right now. I think
Well,
she might be a bit
yeah,
better.
probably around 10 or 11 o'clock at night, if I'm not mistaken. But it's late, so it's got to be a family member if they're up and watching. Chelsea here, who has not caught a ride yet. She's in the red. Our Barbados surfer, and of course New Zealand represented by Paige Harab, and of course the former winner out here, Sally Fitzgibbons. Now, you know, with 17:56 on the clock, Sally early positions, she's in front. Paige Harab is second place, and Chelsea yet to ride her first ride. Sally Fitzgibbons, you know, she's making transitions here and there and everywhere. You know, she's competing on the tour. She's got her own clothing line and labels. She's on the board of Surfing New South Wales. You know, recently engaged to one of the best NRL front rowers in the business, Trent Merrin. What can't she do?
Yeah, I don't think anything.
And how does she find the time
That's
to do it?
She's always. I always see her in the social pages in Sydney, and she's a busy woman, isn't she? Which is I mean, it's awesome. She's got. She said she's put a bit of investment money into a business, a fitness business that she's looking at starting up, and. Sally is probably one of the fittest athletes that we have on the world tour, I would say, men and women.
How do you think that, I mean, obviously surfed on the tour for many, many years. How do you think that, or does that affect her preparation for the bigger events and even, you know, events like this QS 6000? Does it have an effect, or can you balance it out?
I think for someone like Sal, starting competing so young, as a 12-year-old or something, she's been to all the locations. She knows what equipment she needs, and she kind of knows what she has to do to win at different events now. And she's got that experience under her belt, and she's still so young. So I think, you know, when I first came on, I was trying to learn as a 21-year-old how this wave breaks and what equipment should I ride, and when should I get there, and all of these little things that give you results. Just the difference between that little percentage when you're up against experienced opponents. But Sally's got all of that. She's got everything. She's got the repertoire, and I think having outside interests almost allows you to have more fun with your surfing, and I think that's smart for Sal. I think it's really, you know, she hasn't won the elusive world title yet, but she's come close every year, and every year she's won a fair few events. I think, how many events has she won now? Like over 24 or something. So
yeah, she's always in the conversation, isn't she?
Yeah, she's always there.
Just picking away at it ever so slightly, and, you know, in hopes of one day getting there. And I guess what I was trying to really sort of pinpoint is that there's only a few individuals who can do it, and you made a really good point there. It allows her an out from just the competitive grind of surfing every day, you know, country to country, beach to beach, reef to reef. So she sort of diverses that with her other interests, and I really applaud and respect that.
Yeah.
For the surfers who do that, and Sally's, you know, a perfect example of being able to mix it up yet still find common ground.
Yeah, and it is, I think, having the solid support network that she's had from such a young age, and she's really utilised every avenue of the experience that's given to you. It's like a gift that's given to you, and she's really been one of those smart athletes who has just utilised it 100%, and she loves every minute of what she does, and she's such a great role model. It's, seeing her grow up from a very young 12-year-old. I think she's like 6 or 7 years younger than me, and she was such a little grommet, you know, the ever smiling grommet that would come through, and then you'd be like, oh, I've got Sally in my heat. I need to win, because it would be embarrassing if a 12-year-old beats me. But she's just grown into a really just a beautiful human. Yeah, and I'll tell you one more thing before we move on here is she's really campaigning for equality in surfing in terms of conditions and whatnot, and I respect that too, because it has been, let's be honest, somewhat of an uphill battle. But I think, you know, surely sooner than later it's going to even itself out. So she does everything, Sally, and she also goes out and wins events. What she's trying to do here, if she can get through this heat, she can move one step closer to another title here in Merewether. Of course, the Taggart Women's Pro, 84 of the best women surfers in the world. Beck, that's a big field. Yeah, it is, and I applaud Surfest and Taggart Women's Pro and all the local community for coming on board with that, because too often it's kind of been around a 60 or around a 72, and they've opened it up to more because there's so many young girls trying to come through and get points, and just even to be able to have a shot. is hard now because getting points, there's not so many events, so getting points and being able to come up against some of these more experienced competitors, that they don't even get the opportunity because they can't get into the event. So it's awesome that they've opened it up to more women. And there's a lot of, I think Silvana, Sophia and Alana may have been in that round as well. So that was pretty awesome for them that they opened it up.
So it doesn't get easy from the get-go. So at the moment, though, with 13 minutes to go, the bit of a slow start for the ladies. And now Chelsea Tuak up and running on her backhand, drives into that first section and almost gets undone there by that whitewater, but keeps it together. And she looks like one of that new young gun, that new generation. Looks quite young. I don't know too much about Chelsea, but from the looks of the surfing, looks like she's been doing the homework.
Yeah, I watched Chelsea surf again yesterday, and over the last few years, I've watched her progressing, needling her way through as a junior surfer and winning a lot of events. Her and I think Tatiana Weston Webb were kind of going at it for a bit there, and Chelsea's from strength to strength. Nice opening turn there, like you said, nearly knocking her off her ankles, but she does make a lot of turns. And yesterday I was just saying it's just so nice to watch a competitor of Chelsea's kind of age and enthusiasm. You can see it as soon as she paddles out. It's like she's so hungry and she just wants to win. So yesterday she just went out and attacked, and I think she may have won a heat with that attitude. So.
Well, speaking of attacking, she's right in front of us, Sally Fitzgibbons.
Yeah, Sally, you can see that fluency that she has. She's just looking for the little bumps and lumps that'll give her enough power to return to that power section of the wave, and she's found that and found a nice link up with a solid floater there on the inside schmoo.
Massive difference in contrast there from the young gun to the more experienced and world title campaigner in Sally Fitzgibbons. It was really, for me, on that last wave, Sally really showcased her years and years of competitive prowess and education and experience. She looked so comfortable. She looked like she was just toying with that wave. And let's watch what I'm talking about. Tell me if I'm wrong here, but she just looks so relaxed.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. Just the arm lift and then the shoulders drop down. She's just cruising. But then as soon as the power pocket is there, she's straight up and onto it. And the fluency of Sally is just phenomenal. It's next level. So.
But look how she read that last section there. A lot of people would have tried to go down at the bottom of the wave, where Sally just went halfway up. Nice big floating reentry, and that comes off the back of experience. As a coach, what would you say after that wave to yourself and to your athlete when they came back in, if that was one of their highest scoring rides?
It'll be all positive for sure. I think we're going to throw to Fiona now, and we've got previous winner Nikki Van Dyke with her.
Yeah, guys, I'm just down here with Nikki Van Dyke, winner of the last heat. Nikki, you're in a pretty comfy spot there, and you just grabbed a 9. I think 5 minutes to go or something. How was that?
Yeah, that was fun. I didn't really know what was going on, though. We can't really hear a lot too much out there. It's pretty windy, but there's fun waves, and Philip and I are kind of sitting out there, like, feeling the energy out there, and I know the eddy's on today, so that's been pretty exciting this morning to watch, and I don't know, fun times.
And how is it coming up against a local? You know, they're all down here cheering her on, so how's that?
It's so cool. I love, local communities kind of supporting local surfers. Obviously, Philippa's been around for a long time and, killing it. And as well, it feels special because you know that there's like that local support behind her. And I know she knows this break back to front, but a good wave kind of came through and I knew she won it. So.
And Nikki, I've never been down to Phillip Island, but tell me, what kind of waves do you have? Anything like this?
Well, you should come and find out. We have plenty of waves like this, beaches, reefs. We have a lot of waves, and we have a lot of wind as well, so it's pretty similar.
Yeah, for sure, feeling kind of home at here. Well, Nikki, best of luck in the next round, and thanks for speaking with us.
Thank you.
All right, well, a very happy Nikki Van Dyke there you see with the heat win. And Philip, if you've never been down to Phillip Island, I'm sure you have, but for those out there watching the live broadcast, as we watch our Barbados surfer Chelsea Tuak ride that last wave there, what a wonderful part of the world to grow up in. She's been so blessed with any type of wind on Phillip Island, it's offshore somewhere.
So true.
It's amazing down there. It's a little cold for me.
Yeah. The only thing would be the winter time. But even then, I've seen a few photos posted off one of the other surfer girls down there, Jess Lang. It's just been like, it looks like, yeah, Indo down there.
All right, well, speaking of throwing ourselves down into Phillip Island's cold water every now and again, we're going to throw back down to Fiona. She's there with the local girl, Philippa Anderson.
Yeah, so I am down here with Philippa. Philippa, you're in a bit of a, tricky situation there. You kind of had a pretty good lead on Ella, but Nikki had a good lead on you. How are you feeling?
I know. I could kind of hear it there. I got a 6, and then I just was waiting for another one to come through, and then I got an average score. And then I was just waiting in that last bit. Ella I think she needed a 9, so I was like, oh, she's definitely capable of doing it. So I just wanted to get one and smash it, but I couldn't get one. And then Nikki, that bomb came through, and I was like, hopefully she doesn't go. Hopefully she thinks it's a bad one. Then I think she got a 9. So yeah, I was kind of in the middle, but I'm really happy to get through that one.
And how are you feeling just about the Newcastle community just coming together, all the businesses, getting this event back to a QS 6000? How's that?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've surfed at 1 stars, 1,000, 6,000, so last year having it down to 1,000 was still really good to just have an event, where we can just try surf more heats and practice. That's what it's all about. But this year, having the Hunter come together and put, an event like this, especially for us, if we didn't have Surfest, we'd only have one other one in Australia, and that makes it a lot harder for us. We might not have the money or the sponsorship backing to be able to go over to Europe. So yeah, a huge thank you from me personally, just having it here in Merewether, to all the businesses that got together, and I'm sure all the girls are really happy. So yeah, there's waves, and hopefully can do all right.
Yeah, it's been pretty incredible. And Philippa, just to clear something up, there's been a lot of little gossip. I hear from a lot of the surfers that you've been receiving a little bit of attention off Mr. Justin Bieber himself on Instagram. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, that's a little bit personal. Could be a rumor, but yeah, we won't comment on that one, but maybe.
Okay, thanks, Philsy. We'll see you in the next round.
No worries. Thank you.
Good investigative journalism right there. And I tell you what, the social media channels for Philippa Anderson will grow by 10,000 in the next hour.
Yeah,
the Beebs. What do you reckon about the Beebs and Philippa? What's doing there?
I just know how much Philippa Anderson loves Justin Bieber, and I'm kind of like, you're not allowed to love Justin Bieber. Seriously, he's like so pop and so, and then I actually listened to his recent album, and I was like, it's really catchy, and you can't not like it. So
I'm not gonna lie, Beck. I'm not
You're
gonna
a
lie.
fan.
I did drive up the coast this morning, and there was a couple of Beeb songs on the Guvera
What do you mean,
app that I have,
Oh,
and yeah.
Were they your own, or were they your kids? Are you gonna hide behind your kids?
No, they were actually no, all men up. They were actually mine. So
How can you not like his new tunes?
Yeah, it's catchy, like you said. Good driving music. Anyways, that was a 2009 champion, Philip Anderson, who just might have a little connection to Justin Bieber, but we'll investigate a little bit more as the event progresses. But right now, it is Sally Fitzgibbons in the lead, and she's up and riding, Beck.
Yeah, really nice opening turn there, and I want to see that she has a searing seconds. Roundhouse wrap. It's a really nice wave she's found.
Well, she's in second gear, and she's got 5, and she's looking amazing.
Yeah.
Like comfortable, relaxed, confident.
Yeah.
Picking the right wave. She's got a 6 in her scoreline. She's got a 4.5, and I think this one will be up around that 6, maybe even higher mark for Sally, who's, like I said, she's in cruise right now. She's in second gear. She hasn't even put into third. Yeah. She's the type of athlete that really strives on knowing when to peak.
Yes, very true.
In an event, and how important is weekend? How does she peak at the right time?
Yeah, I think as we're watching here, it's just the second gear. It's a smart tactic. If she was out there throwing everything into it, she'd probably be a bit tired for tomorrow. So she's got a lot of energy in the reserves, and if she probably tapered before this event, as they say, and didn't train too hard, and is prepped here, she'll be up hopefully to 5th gear by, is it Sunday, finals day?
Yeah, that's right. So well said, and that's what you want to do. But it's hard not to sound, no disrespect to the other surfers in this heat. It's just a matter of, when you personally need to to peak and be in fifth gear or an overdrive, if you like. And Sally, with the tons of years, and even Paige, you know, you guys know and yourself when you guys need to be in fifth gear and ready to, you know, rev on all cylinders. Right now it's Sally Fitzgibbons, who's we believe is in second gear at the minute, but she's really having a great heat. Judges are reviewing that last ride, and there it is, a 7.67. She distance is herself from Chelsea and Paige. So Chelsea in second now. So Chelsea's comboed, and Paige needs a 2.57 to push out a third into second place. Priority is with Paige Harrop, though. How much of it an advantage, and do you like this new priority rope? I love it, personally.
Oh my gosh, I love it. I just, part of me was like, oh, it would have been so much easier if they had have introduced it a few years, but
I'm hearing you.
But as the vision of the new WSL, so I am really happy for the young competitors now that they have that, because it is just about surfing, and it should have always been about surfing. And there's a lot of heats that you travel, especially to opposite sides of the world, and you have people sitting on you from start to finish because they know that you need a result, and someone else needs a result, and it can be really tactical. It could be really tactical, and whereas now it's really eliminated that, and I love the new format. It's awesome.
Well said, Rebecca Woods. I could not agree with you anymore. And I tell you what, you spend all this money to go around the world in France only to have two people sit on you, and it's a waste of time, energy, and money. And the public doesn't get to see the best surfing in the world, but now we do with this new priority ruling, and it's paying dividends. I think the public wins, the viewers win, the surfers win, the event wins, because we see more surfing, more of the best surfing, less. There's still strategy, a lot of strategy involved with it, and it's still some people are working it out. But for the most part, it's a great introduction to the WSL. Well done to them. Sally Fitzgibbons is your leader here in Heat 3, round number 5. Chelsea Tuak of Barbados in second with a set of threes. And Paige Harrop of New Zealand from just over the ditch there. She's looking for a 2.57. Beck, 1 minute, 20 seconds to go. What goes through your mind knowing you're in third, you need a score? Not a very big one.
Yeah, I think Paige knows that. Obviously she's I don't know if she would know that there's a minute remaining and she needs such a small score right now, but because it's quite windy out there and you can't hear much, so I'm sure she knows that she hasn't got the best scores though, and she just needs a second wave, as we see her paddling hard for this one, and she's made her way into that with a nice looking opening face carve there, coming back to the whitewash, and unfortunately the wave not allowing too much, so only needing a 2.57. It'll be interesting to see if the judges deem that a score, but yeah, I think with such a small amount of time and not being able to hear very well, obviously with her amount of experience, she knows she needs to get a second scorer.
Yeah, she does not have much time on the clock, and she needs to hustle out there. That is Paige Harrop, who sits in third. Sally Fitzgibbons is now, well, she's in cruise control. Anything she gets from here on in will probably be a victory lap, and there she goes, utilizing that first priority. She's up and riding the young lady from Gerringong. Well, now maybe potentially residing in Penrith. No surf out there.
I don't know. That's where Mick Fanning's from too. It seems like a little surfing hotspot, isn't it?
Yeah, we might have to. She might head over to Wet and Wild over there and ride the wave pool over there for practice while Trent Merrin's on the footy field. But nonetheless, Sally Fitzgibbons wins this heat, and quite easily, I might add. She looked like she was very much in control from start to finish. Chelsea Tuak unofficially in second place. Paige Harrop in third, with 1.83 being that last scoring ride, so that's all unofficial.
Yeah,
there,
a bit frustrating there. Again, for Paige, the goofy footer from New Zealand. Her and Ella both, I feel like, just not being able to pick the right kind of wave with the wall on it. Chelsea Tuak did manage to get a pair of threes, but both of those girls probably wouldn't be that stoked with that performance, getting a bit lost at sea, and it looks like it can easily happen in the, with the wind happening and losing sight of the rocks. And
yeah, definitely. Well, a good result there for Sally Fitzgibbon and Chelsea Tuak. Unfortunately, Paige Harrop bows out of the event here at the Taggart Women's Pro Merewether Surfest 2016. We're going to cut to a short break. On the backside of that break, we'll come back with more live surfing. Stay with us.
Need direction? talk to our local team of accountants, bookkeepers, and tax specialists. We help clients build wealth strategies. Taggart Business Advisors, proudly working for our community.
More and more people are discovering the ease of Newcastle Airport. It's an effortless drive, cheaper parking, and before you know it, you're checking in with friendly staff. Start your trip with a smile. Newcastle Airport, now offering more services and flights every day. Newcastle Airport, connecting people, connecting places.
And we are back live. What a beautiful shot. Just north of Merewether Beach. I believe that's Old Bar. And Jesse Adams, who is alongside me, will tell me if I'm right or wrong, Jesse.
Yep, Bar Beach.
Bar Beach.
Up to the north there. That's the Strzelecki lookout up on the big cliff face there. And we are right back into action here. This is heat number 4 of round number 5. Well and truly making our way through these rounds here today. And we've seen a broad variety of conditions here at Merewether. We've seen in the middle of the bank, off the rocks, out the back of the ladies when the swell picked up and the tide increased. We've seen a very broad range of conditions and a bunch of good surfing.
Well, you were out there. I mean, while we were on break,
yep,
you said it was very tough, and even the local like you couldn't find anything. So that's testament to just how tough it is out there.
Exactly. I mean, there has been moments today where there's been glimpses of waves or heats where you could utilise local knowledge for sure. I mean, I watched Ryan Callanan's heat shortly after mine. It was about an hour after it, and it was completely different. It was twice the size. The tide had increased enough to move out where they're sitting right now, and that's where you can use that local knowledge to pick off the right waves. But unfortunately, when I was out there, it was just pretty much a free-for-all and a bit of a lucky dip, and it didn't fall on the right side of the coin for me on that occasion. But nonetheless, had a lot of fun.
Yeah, good on you, Jess. Well, right now, these young ladies out there, hopefully they get some luck on their side. Mahina Maeda has ridden 2 rides. One score is locked in a 5.33. Dimity Stoyle, during the break, 4.17 is what she posted. Alana Blanchard now from the beautiful island of Kauai. Has not yet ridden away. She still has plenty of time left in these 25-minute heats. So the Hawaiian sits out there. There's 2 Hawaiians and 1 Australian. Alana has no waves as of yet. You can see her on screen right there. She's in the white. And Mahina Maeda, the strong, powerful, goofy footer from Honolulu. Well, she has a 5.33, as I said, and is waiting on a second wave score. Jesse, the women's side of the draw, 84 of the best women surfers in the world, I believe. There's some powerful young Stephanie Gilmore, Sally Fitzgibbons, who we just saw, Nikki Van Dyke, Pauline Aldo, Laura Edover, Philippa Anderson, Joanne DeFay. You want me to keep going here?
I mean, there's tons of the World Tour's best have showed up this year, which is great. I mean, to even get this event off the ground and running was a huge effort. From a few people in particular. I mean, there's a couple individuals that come up with a very, very good quality crowdfunding sort of situation. We got 70 local Hunter Region businesses to dip into their pockets, about $16.50 in cashola each, and that brought us up to the total that was required to run the event. And there was actually a bit of a lucky dip. We had a lunch and drew out the naming rights sponsor of the event out of those 70 businesses, and Taggart Business Advisors were the fortunate winners of that one. So that's how we got the Taggart Business Advisors Pro. And I think it's a great initiative to get all those local business behind the event, throw in the cash, and you bring it up from a QS 1000 all the way up to a QS 6000, and look who turns up.
It's genius. It's
brilliant.
Absolutely genius, and well done to Warren Smith and the staff to. And you know what? To me, it just solidifies and validates how important surfing is to the Newcastle, Merewether, and the surrounding communities. It's so important, the sport of surfing, and you guys have for 31 years and beyond backed the best surfers in the world coming. There's been highs, there's been lows, but you guys have always been here every year. It's been fantastic.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, it's massive. I mean, I've said it before and I'll say it again. I think it's the biggest thing that happens in Newcastle for sure annually, and it's definitely one of the biggest events that the Hunter region sees every year. So to keep it running for that huge amount of time is a testament to you know, how much everybody loves it. I mean, a huge shout out also to I think it's Colin Law from the Commonwealth Bank. Cole was the driving force behind the whole crowdfunding situation. Also, Brett Derwin and Danielle McCosker, those three individuals were a huge help in getting that whole thing underway. I think the Hunter Business Board Riders had a big hand in it too, and massive effort and a great job. And hopefully we can see that build into the future, and we can you know, increase it even further and bring the world's best here every year.
Well, I got no doubt it will. This event, even when it's put on the calendar, Jesse, it just resonates with people, and as we see here, it resonates with this young lady, Alana Blanchard of Kauai. This would be her second ride, and she's really putting together some beautiful turns. How about that last one? Happy days.
Yep, last turn was really nice. Threw the tail out. Can't wait to watch that one on replay. And for sure going to be her best wave, potentially the best wave of the heat. We'll take another look at that wave shortly. She opened up with a 1-point ride on her first, and she only needs a 3.18 to go up into second, and not much more to take the lead. So assuming she'll probably jump up into the lead after this next scoring ride.
You know what I say? She's not just a pretty face. She can surf. And a lot of these girls are very much just that. You know, there's a lot of pretty faces on the women's tour, but man, they're not just pretty faces. They get out there, they charge, they rip, and they make people stand up and take notice of their surfing ability. And I think it's amazing. You know, you think women like Pam Burge, Lane Beachley, Lisa Anderson, Kim Merrig, all these names that have built the foundation of women's surfing, and these girls are just taking it to that next level, which is a true testament to how far women's surfing has come, and it's fantastic. I think it's great. So with that being said, 17:25 on the clock. The Hawaiian Mahina Maeda in the black is leading that young lady right there on screen. Dimity Stoyle and Alana Blanchard still waiting for that second wave score. Jesse Adams, 17 minutes on the clock. You're sitting out there, you know you got plenty of time. What's going through your mind right about now, knowing that you still got 17 minutes and all the balls are up in the air still?
Yeah, getting a big score on the board, I think. I mean, Dimity's holding on to a 4.17 right now. I don't even think she's going to even consider that score to be in her scoreline come the end of this heat. Like you said, just under 17 to go. First priority is with Red. She's got plenty of time, but you think, I mean, she'd want to grab a good scoring ride at that north of that sort of 6 or 7 point range, you know, in the next sort of 6 minutes. So she's got that back 10-minute part of the heat to look for a backup score. And, you know, if her first couple of heats is anything to go by, Dimity's been looking at some crazy huge scores off the rocks in those cleaner days. So some massive scores down there. I think the highest combination score of the event for the ladies for sure, and you know, definitely the biggest single scoring ride as well. She got north of a 9.5 on one of her waves earlier on in the week, so she's definitely one of the informed surfers of the event so far, Dimity Stoyle.
Yeah, Dimity, you know, the last sort of 24 months, has just been just creeping up in the radar and in the view of the top 5. And I think last year she really showcased her how much she's progressed in good fun surf as well as good surf of consequence, if you like. As we see scores coming in, Mahina Maeda's second score has taken a long time. She rode that wave some 4 or 5 minutes ago, it seems like. That's taken a long time. And Alana Blanchard, so the judges really being critical about giving the right scores.
I think they're watching the replays quite a bit. You know, I was up there briefly to help out with a little bit of beach commentary earlier on in the day, and they were watching a couple of the previous waves quite a few times. Especially if there's a weird split amongst the judges, they're really taking a few more looks at it just to be certain that they get it correct. And Batamo did say earlier on the week they're after accurate scoring and not speedy scoring. So sometimes it might take a little bit longer, but they're just trying to get the most accurate scores out as possible.
Yeah, I like that this last wave from Dimity Stoyle there. She looked like what Sally did in that last heat, really comfortable really confident. You could see it in her turns, and you know, the more heat you do, as we see on the replay here, look at this wave from Dimity Stoyle. Takes off, just a little bit of a fade, drives back into the white water, lets the wave come to her. Again, just a little setup turn, bouncing up and down. Now she finds that little bit of a steepness there on the inside, and you know, nice turn there to finish off. She completed her ride. I actually thought it was better in real time.
In real time, yeah. It's funny, you get to reflect on it. And I think the judges get to see, maybe one or two different angles of the same wave too. So you get to see a slightly side-on view every now and then as well. So they get a really good perspective of exactly what happened on the wave. It's funny, sometimes they look better in real time and not quite as good in the slower mo, but sometimes it's the other way around. Sometimes you think, oh, that was okay, and then you see the replay and you actually get to analyse it a little bit better and realise, it may have been even better than what you thought.
Yeah, well, I thought it was better than a 4.07 initially, but the judges, that's their job to put down a score, and I think they got it spot on after reflecting back on what I thought was going to be better than a 4.07. I think the judges were spot on there. 7.33 for Mahina Maeda's second ride. She's in the lead. Alana Blanchard, a 3.67 and a 5.10. She is in second place. Here's your heat leader.
Yeah, looking very strong. Backhand here for Mahina, and she's working this one through, hoping that the inside stands up for her. She gets one more backside hit and just has to negotiate a few steps down onto the sandbank there. Unfortunately, can't ride out in front of it, but nonetheless, holding onto that 7.33 and a 5.33. She's got a bit of a commanding lead happening for the first part of this heat. Alana Blanchard currently in second, needing a 7.56 to take the lead. So she's feeling pretty comfortable right now, you'd have to think.
Yeah, Hawaii is just on a real natural high, isn't it, right now? John Florence taking out the Eddie. Brock Little really looking over the boys today at the Bay. The Bay called a day. So you had the Eddie car run by the Hawaiian John Florence, and now you got the Hawaiians doing so well over here. Joshua Maniz, Ezekiel Lau, Alana Blanchard, and Mahina Maeda, to name a few, doing really well here in Merewether, representing Hawaii. And on that note, I want to welcome all of our viewers from around the world. You are live with us here at Merewether Beach, and of course, Oceanic Cable in Hawaii, I think, would have switched over from the Yeti, which they were showcasing all day today. And why wouldn't you? It was the biggest Eddie cow, from what they're saying, ever run.
Yeah, wow.
And thanks to Brock Little, the boys are saying he's being a bit cheeky. Really testing their steel. And I tell you what, the boys did not disappoint today.
Oh, it was amazing, wasn't it? It was unbelievable. I mean, there was multiple moments that were just, that blew your mind.
Absolutely. It was death-defying conditions out there. But the boys and the Water Patrol and the whole organization looked after everyone. And it was just, surfing was the winner today. And those who got to view it, whether on TV or a live broadcast, as we did here, we also won by being able to watch such incredible heroism. These guys, all 32 of them, just amazing. So well done. But we move back into competitive surfing here in Australia, Merewether Beach. And welcome if you've just joined us. This is a women's round 5, heat 1, the Taggart Women's Pro. Got the naming rights out of a hat.
Yep.
How interesting
got
is that?
Very lucky. And the other one, I'm not sure if you were aware of this one either, but each business threw in $1,650. Over 70 business chucked in to get this event happening. And so basically each business, the 72 businesses, got to pick, they got out of a lucky draw again. Out of the 72 top highest seeds, they got given a girl to represent their brand, their business.
That's
and
amazing.
Whoever wins the event, that business wins the event, and they get a 10 grand bonus back. So their $1,650 investment turns into 10 grand just because they're lucky dip. Whoever gets the top seed might be the most likely to win or whatever it is. But that's another little bonus that's thrown into the mix there. It's a really, really cool idea.
I'd love to shake the person's hand who came up with that concept, because that is just genius. That's awesome. And you know what? That just goes to show you that surfing is so high on people's radars around the world, as well as right here in Newcastle, in Merewether, and it's just fantastic. But as we see live action, this is the Hawaiian here, looking very comfortable in some trying conditions. Well, not so comfortable, but she is your current heat leader. Mahina Maeda of Hawaii leads her fellow Hawaiian Alana Blanchard with 10 minutes to go. It's the Aussie who's trailing. That's Dimity Stoyle in the red. She needs a 4.61, so that's well within reach, Jesse. She just needs... Oh, she's got first priority, so that's an advantage. So she's
next pick of the lineup, totally. And tell you what, it's been a strange day in terms of scores. I mean, I think the judges have been doing a brilliant job, but for the conditions, I mean, for the competitors today, it's been like, 4s and 3s and 2s and 3s and 4s and then 8s. And then, there's been excellent surfing in heats and then big scores. And then a lot of the filler through the middle has been smaller to mid-range scores. And I think it's just testament to how difficult some of the heats have been today in terms of conditions. I mean, there's really, really good waves on offer. But the in-between bits, I mean, people are, trying to get scores. I mean, a surfer in the calibre of Dimity Stoyle, who's been a World Tour surfer before, and I mean, 15 minutes into this heat with half decent waves in front of her, she's holding on to a 4.17 and a 4.07, which is a shock to me.
Yeah.
At paper, I'd think all three of these ladies would be holding on to 7s and up at this stage of the heat, but there's only a few, 3 or 4 really good waves in each of these heats, and you've got to be the one on them.
Yeah. How much does luck play a factor today?
I think it's massive, but I think you've also got to create your own luck. I can't remember who it was, but I heard a wise person, explain that to me one day when I was younger. You got to create your own luck, and it is kind of the same people that, for the most part, 80% of the time are always the lucky ones. You know how there's guys that are just always lucky. Like, can Kelly Slater really be that lucky? I don't think he's that lucky.
Well, if he was, you'd be trying to sort of cut off some of his skin or something that you could sort of replicate, right?
Regrow it.
Yeah, regrow it and patch it onto your skin.
Yeah.
And maybe it permeates through your bloodlines. But yeah, no, I believe you're correct. I think, champions create their own luck.
Yeah, I think there is a percentage of the pie that is probably according to luck, but at the same time, I mean, you've got to put yourself in the position to take control of that situation when you do get a lucky wave come your way, like Alana Blanchard just sort of did there. She put together a couple of nice manoeuvres. Unfortunately, had to kick out on the last section, which has been a theme for me throughout the event. I feel like you've got to really finish your waves really strongly here. I mean, that's always the theme of professional surfing, but especially here in Newcastle this week, it's been a pretty treacherous closeout section on the inside, and the surfers that are managing to stomp that last turn are getting big scores.
Well, I think Alana was done with this wave here. I don't think she needed to really try and force that last turn in. Perhaps, sort of 50-50 line ball.
Yeah.
But she had done a lot of the work previous to kicking out there. So 2 big solid turns for the Hawaiian. And scores are coming in at 5.70. So that tells me 2 things. One, she did 2 really nice turns that got her that 5.7. And the second thing is, had she went for that last turn, that would have been an 8.
Yeah, maybe, exactly. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe if she had just, lip line floated. I mean, we didn't really see, the shot was really tight, so we didn't see what was actually happening, in the foreground there. She may have been pretty much dried up on dry sand. Maybe she had to get out of there, but I mean, nonetheless, she's thrown her best score into the mix, and now she's still chasing a 6.97 to take the lead. However, the required score for that lady on screen, Dimity Stoyle, she now needs a 6.63, so she has to get a real wave with a real open face and to do some, at least, as we just saw, at least 2 really good manoeuvres, if not 3 good manoeuvres to achieve something like that.
Yeah, definitely. What Alana's doing is really surfing a smart heat and just applying a little bit more pressure with every wave that she rides. And Dimity Stoyle sitting out there with 6 minutes and 10 seconds to go now has to consider very closely when she makes a move for a wave or she actually gets up and rides a wave to consider the fact that she needs something better than a 6.63 to take that second spot from Alana Blanchard here at the Taggart Women's Pro 2016 Surfest Merewether. Beautiful. Again, welcome to all our viewers. If you just joined us around Australia or around the world, John Shamoka, Jesse Adams, and of course, we also have to thank Telstra for providing the digital capacity for the broadcast. Without them, we wouldn't be able to beam the live shots around the world and of this QS 6000. So thank you to Telstra and, of course, all the sponsors who chipped in for this event and for Surfest as a whole. It's going to be an incredible weekend. What are we in for, Jesse, conditions-wise?
Well, it's a hard one. It's such a strange-looking forecast. I mean, we've rarely experienced tropical cyclones like this one, like Winston. come all the way down the coast and then go further south and head down towards New Zealand. That's a rare phenomenon, and whether that's actually going to happen or not is still up in the air. That was looking very likely earlier on in the week, but it's just taken a little bit longer than what we expected to get down here. You know what it's like when you're looking at a forecast. Things will change leading up to the very minute. But yeah, it's a mixed ball. I mean, it is saying that we're going to get a much bigger size swell tomorrow morning from the east to the northeast, and we are going to keep seeing these southerly winds, and it's going to make for some very, very interesting conditions here. If it's as big as it says it's going to be, this is going to be a completely different looking scenario here at Merewether.
This is not common, that sort of swell and wind, is it?
No, not at all. I mean, it's super rare. I can't remember the last time I saw it big from that big from the east at all, really. And then with a south wind, it's super strange. Usually south wind, south swell, yes. North wind, north swell, east wind, north swell, west wind, like that kind of thing. But a southerly wind coming with a dead straight or a northeasterly swell, it's super weird.
No, predominantly Merewether or the Baz or whatever is a nice, beautiful right-hander. So with this east swell, as we got 4 minutes left in this heat, Mahina Maeda still leading Alana Blanchard. Dimity still chasing that 6.63. With that pending big east swell, does it turn into less from Bar Beach?
Kind of, yeah. Like especially if it's got a hint of north in it. Like I mean, a northerly swell or a northeasterly swell, or even just sort of a straight swell. It kind of it does favour left-handers. I mean, the Merewether rocks at 3 to 4 feet with an east swell on it, a dead straight swell. If there's no sand there, it's perfect. It's really, really fun. Little barrels, flat rock shelf, loves the straight, kind of bends on it a little bit. But because we've had, those northerly winds preluding the event, I mean, we've had a lot of sand build up on the rock shelf, so that's causing it to be pretty much a weird mixed bag of different random peaks. And I mean, that whole local knowledge thing kind of gets blown out the back door with that kind of thing. It's kind of a completely different Merewether today. I mean, we haven't seen this much sand on the rock shelf, honestly, for the last sort of 8 to 9 months. So a very different looking Merewether this morning, that's for sure.
Well, there you go. Jesse Adams really giving us a look, an insightful look at what we might expect to see tomorrow when we arrive down here. Don't go away, though. We've got plenty of surfing action left here in the Taggart Women's Pro. Right now with 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go, Mahina Maeda is your current heat leader. Alana Blanchard from Kauai in second. Dimity Stoyle from Australia, of course, 6.63 is what Dimity is looking for. She's down into, well, third priority, and you can already see the swell starting to pick up. You can see glimpses of it, and tomorrow, as Jesse Adams alluded to, we are going to see very different conditions out here. But that's tomorrow. This is today. Still some good-looking waves on offer. The ladies are ripping it up, and we are going to broadcast all the way till around about 4 o'clock Australian Eastern Standard Time, and then we'll go away for a few hours and come back tomorrow morning, Saturday, Australia time, and bring you all the live action on both the men's and the women's side of Surfest 2016. 1 minute, 45 seconds. Dimity, Jesse, well, she's sitting out there in third priority. The two Hawaiians have lockdown on priority 1 and 2. What does Dimity do to, well, she looks like she distanced herself from the girls. What does she need to do to find that score?
I think for sure she needs to distance herself, and I think Alana needs to get over there.
And you can see she's doing it right now.
She needs to get over it much closer to Dimity and protect that position in second place for the remainder of the heat. I mean, just over a minute to go, not a lot of time remaining. You've got to apply the pressure now and seal this one. Mahina Maeda, she looks pretty safe at the moment with a 12.66 total. And yeah, a 6.63 for Dimity. It's an ask, and she needs a decent wave to come her way. 60 seconds on the clock. She is having a look at a smaller inside wave. If this has got a little wall on it, this could be dangerous. Let's see what she's got. She carves back into the pocket, hoping this one could stand up. Another nice little wrap. Let's see if there's anything on offer on the inside here. She's going to have to go big to get the score. And she lip lines that last section. Well, she nearly went for a claim. She was thinking, maybe I got it, but I don't know if she did enough.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think it's going to be all in the first part of that wave that's going to dictate the score here, Jesse, for mine, because the finish was strong. In between was okay. Let's have a look. Let's dissect this thing. What does she have in the beginning?
Just a little rail turn there. There was kind of a little flat, that section. Another little wrap into the pocket to stay in the power source. And like you said, the strongest part of the wave was this last turn here. Nice little bash into the lip, but I think potentially, I'm not sure, she may have needed an outside manoeuvre really to get up into that, north of that 6.5 range, but it's in the hands of the judges now.
I think she definitely needed an outside turn or two to really post up that 6.63. When I think back to Mahina's 7.33 and even her opening ride of a 5.33 as we see the scores coming in, and it does look like she will fall just short of what she needs. In fact, it'll probably be a couple of points. There it is, a 4.87, Jesse. As we said before, you need to start strong and finish strong. She had a strong finish, just the start of that wave didn't allow her. No steepness in the wave. She had to cut back and wait for the wave to rebuild. So therefore, didn't get the score.
Yeah, not to be on that occasion, so we say goodbye to Dimity Stoyle. That lady on screen, your victor for heat number 4 of this round, Maeda out of Hawaii. Alana Blanchard progresses through. The two Hawaiians, it is truly Hawaii's day in surfing, and we're going to go on into the next heat. Heat number 6 will see Stephanie Gilmore, Silvana Lima, and Sage Erickson. That's a huge clash coming live to you after this short commercial break.
Customer service, it's the #1 priority for the Burton family.
From the exciting range of new Toyotas,
To low-cost, fixed-price servicing.
as their guest, you're always #1.
It's the Burton family promise to give you a high standard of customer service.
And a higher standard of customer satisfaction.
So when you visit, you'll get the guest of honour treatment.
That's why people keep coming back.
To Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota.
So visit soon.
Tell him the big fella.
No lane centre.
No, Mark the big fella. Look, you.
Need direction? Talk to our local team of accountants, bookkeepers, and tax specialists. We help clients build wealth strategies. Taggart Business Advisors, proudly working for our community.
More and more people are discovering the ease of Newcastle Airport. It's an effortless drive, cheaper parking, and before you know it, you're checking in with friendly staff. Start your trip with a smile. Newcastle Airport, now offering more services and flights every day. Newcastle Airport, connecting people, connecting places.
How's my boy?
Good. So I'm going on a road trip.
Road trip?
Yeah. With my new girlfriend.
Your girlfriend?
She's great. We're going on a meditation retreat.
Meditation retreat?
Yeah. It's gonna be great.
You sorted your health cover, didn't you?
Yeah. Got NIB.
Do it for them. Get NIB today.
And welcome back to a very sideshore, onshore Merewether Beach, but we have seen a massive increase in swell throughout today. My name's Jesse Adam. Next to me is Beck back in the booth filling in for one of the boys who's gone MIA, but we're going to bring you live action regardless from Surfest 2016. This is the Taggart Business Advisors Women's Pro, round number 5, heat number 5. Stephanie Gilmore taking on Silvana Lima and Sage Eriksson, 3 incredibly talented regular footers.
Yeah, all 3 of these girls with so much experience. I think if you added it all up together, it would be like over 20 years or something. But Silvana Lima, runner-up many times in the world title race. Here we see her up and riding right now. We're looking for a bit of a left there, but yeah, to the lady in red, Steph Gilmore. So I'm sure she's out there to looking to beat Steph.
So Silvana was second to Steph a couple of times.
Yeah, a fair few times, I think, maybe. Or, I mean, yeah, maybe 3 or so
Yeah,
times.
wow.
And, it came down to Maui a few times, and they had a really good hit out for a solid few years there. So Silvana definitely knows what she needs to do to beat Steph. I'm sure she had a few event wins over Steph, probably one of the few women to be able to beat Steph at certain locations. So, yeah, interesting hit out, Sage Eriksson from the USA, I think up North Ventura way.
Yep.
And Sage, yeah, she's been probably to Newcastle over probably maybe 8 years or so now, and always a strong finisher here. I think she's had, you know, at least a lot of semis, I remember from memory, and maybe a final or 2. I'm just trying to remember over all the years, but yeah, all 3 competitors very experienced, as we see Steph up and riding right now.
Yep, very stylish, regular foot, and she's honed her attack on some of the world's best point breaks, and it's
That's unusual.
What shines through in her surfing day in, day out, but that wobbly, wonky section has just proven to be pretty treacherous for just about everybody today. Even you know, some of the best surfers, not in the world at the moment, but nearly ever. You know, Stephanie Gilmore, easily one of the best women's surfers of all time, and even she can't deal with this final section. She just gets those 2 little wraps, hits it up into the lip, and just gets the wobble under the front foot and gets thrown off the board there. That's her opening ride.
Yeah, that the oncoming section just seemed to take her ankles out there, and yeah, she came unstuck on that one, but she'll be straight back out the back within 20 seconds. I guess that's the good thing about this location. That's probably one of my favourite things. You don't have to paddle out for 4 hours and get out the back and only have 10 minutes left. So.
Well, that's only today. We do have tomorrow where it's going to be...
Speaking too soon.
Yeah, going to be giant, and I think we'll most likely have ski assist, I reckon, tomorrow, because if it's half as big as what it says it's going to be, we're going to see some pretty solid waves on Surfest Saturday there. Wow.
Oh, wow.
Silvana was very ambitious on that, on that end bowl.
I think she knew she wasn't going to make that in the end and kind of just threw it away. But yeah, there's a trademark orange stripes on that board. Very adding to the flair, matching the boardies. And yeah, I think once these girls get up and going on this wave and find their spot, they'll get some good scores. But we're going to throw now to Fiona and previous winner. Actually, it was a few heats back, Sally Fitzgibbons.
Hey guys, I'm down here with Sally. Sal, I think you comboed the girls pretty early in that heat. How'd you manage to be on the good ones?
It was really challenging. We couldn't actually hear any of the score updates, so it was kind of back to basics. And I was just trying to be in that spot for anything that looked like it would have that opening manoeuvre, but I was kind of left wanting a bit more wave-wise. And it was nice to come in and know that I'd secured the win pretty early. And yeah, we'll just keep trying to build into the next round.
Yeah, for sure. We hope you get some. And you know, I think you've won this event before and you had that final with Dimity that year. It was pretty big. You surfed in the harbour. Are you looking forward to a little bit of swell on the way?
Oh, it was really special to get the win here a number of years ago. It's just there's so much history in the event, and even having the final with Dimmy, we had the big year in the harbour. And I remember, I think it was first heat of the day, and I'd never surfed the harbour. Jumped in, and we got the jet ski to drop us out the back, and it was raining, and there was still everyone from town came out to watch. They were all in ponchos, and yeah, it was you had to learn on the run, and such a sick wave. It'd be cool if it got to that stage again tomorrow. But yeah, I just remember the whole town kind of rallying and supporting, and I can't wait for finals weekend.
Yeah, that'd be a bit of a psych up, I think. And the girls were asking earlier, do you have any kind of superstitions, like a little pre-heat ritual that, you know, a little secret one that you don't tell anybody about?
Superstition. I guess there's a couple, but it's kind of one that I've done since I was a kid, but I always grab the sand right before I go out in the water and kind of rub it between my hands and my feet, and it, I don't know, kind of says like I'm about to enter the water. A bit spiritual, but yeah, it's kind of one my mum and dad always taught me to do.
Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. Well, best of luck in the next round. Hope you get some waves.
Thank you.
very happy, smiley, stock standard Sally Fitzgibbon's, always smiling, always stoked, and why wouldn't you be? Loves coming back to Newcastle and has another opportunity to get another special moment in some potentially, fun sized harbour waves. That could be cool.
Yeah, definitely could be cool. And the likelihood of moving to the harbour?
It's a hard one. It's a hard one to organise just in general, and then you've got to have the waves. I mean, the swell and the wind predictions. I mean, the forecast is looking like it's pretty good. I mean, it's rare to have that swell direction and wind combination.
Yep.
That swell direction pours straight into the harbour. That wind's directly offshore in the harbour, but generally you get the opposite sort of thing. I mean, you get the same winds, but you get southerly swell, which pretty much bypasses the harbour. So you need it to be 2 to 3 times as big to wrap around and somehow bend in there, which is what happens, and that's when we kind of get to surf it.
Yeah, right.
But if with the swell pouring straight in there, I mean, it's a more direct swell. It kind of the shape's a little bit nicer, and it's easier for it to get to the size it needs to be as well, because it goes straight in there. There's no wrapping or moving around something.
Yeah.
So I mean, if it's going to be as big as it says it's going to be, I mean, we're going to see some really, really good waves, whether we're in the harbour or whether at Dixon Park or here at Merewether. I think we're going to see some testing, but really good viewing.
Yeah, I think I was just having a chat to Fiona out there, and she was asking about Dimity, and because Dimity and Sally did meet, I think, the year that Sally won, but then Dim came back and won the next year, and we were just discussing whether it was on another big swell here, and it seems like every year for finals there seems to be sometimes the huge south swell that kind of times its way in for the finals and makes things quite exciting.
Yeah, and hopefully one year we get a giant south swell preceding the event, which will gut the sand out of the rock shelf, and we'll actually see some real Merewether rocks, some actual proper fun bowly waves, and I think all the competitors would really love competing at a wave like that. It's just a shame that we had 8 to 10 months of proper rocks for the last that last period of time, and then 2 weeks leading into the event we get all these northerlies and get the sand there. It just happens that quick. Literally 3 or 4 days is all it takes of the wrong wind and swell direction combo, and the sand build up just covers the rock shelf, and that's why we have this weird split up multiple peak sort of situation. Generally there's one takeoff spot, one spot to sit. Surfing does the talking, and it's pretty good.
Well, there you go. I've never had it like that. So I'm like, now that you say that, I'm like, oh yeah, can we get rid of these northerlies?
Can we get rid of these northerlies? I know it just doesn't cooperate with Merewether Beach. It loves south. It loves south swell, south wind. I mean, westerly winds or southwesterly winds ideal, but it loves the southerly conditions. So these winds are going to be helping.
Yep.
But not for a while yet, not while we're here. So we're looking to that cyclone swell coming from Tropical Cyclone Winston, and if it does eventuate and get here, we're going to see some very interesting conditions from tomorrow onwards, and just in time for the weekend.
Well, unfortunately, Sage Erickson just catching a bit of a nose there on the way down. It's interesting. Some of the competitors are now opting for the left. Is that probably something to do with the wind and swell factor right now? Or?
Yeah, I think so. I think the swell increasing. I mean, it's offering waves probably at a broader sort of part of the bank. I mean, it's not just Merewether. You can be surfing the Merewether Point, or what looks to be a point. It's not really a point, but you could surf Merewether Point right now if you'd like to. But if you want to sneak up to the beach and get a beach break type wave, go right or left, split the peak, that kind of thing, that option is there. So, I mean, there's plenty of more options with the increased size and swell. And, if you don't have priority, why not go down the beach a little bit and grab onto something and try your luck.
Make the most of it. And we've got previous heat winner Mahina Maeda with Fiona right now.
Yeah, guys, I'm down here with Mahina. Mahina, you had Alana and Dimity, I think. They're both past World Tour surfers. How was that, drawing those two?
I came across with Dimity many times out there, so it was definitely not new to me. But I guess I had a great heat. I don't know. We all had an equal opportunity out there, and I think, it's kind of like victory out sea, so it's pretty hard and challenging for all of us to go out there. But I overcame the bad conditions, and I kind of put together some scores, so I'm really happy about that.
Yeah, well, we know that you can surf well. You know, you definitely surf the best in the heat. You were, I think, 2014 World Junior Champion. Tell us about that accomplishment.
Last year when I won the World Juniors, not last year, 2 years ago, you know, I was really happy to win the title. But this year I ended up being a runner-up to Isabella Nichols. So, I mean, I'm really happy that I made the final 2 consecutive years, and I'm actually almost glad that I didn't make the final because I think it gave me a huge head last year. So I ended up not being consistent towards the end of the year. So definitely this year I'm going to work to be more consistent, and then hopefully I can make a final out here in Manly too. So
yeah, thanks for that little insight there. And you know, you're a Hawaiian. Are you looking forward to a little bit of swell picking up tomorrow?
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully the winds die down, but it seems like the conditions are going to stay the same. So, you know, definitely the bigger waves are going to be playing into my, you know, my abilities, I guess. So I'm really excited to surf some big waves and definitely compete in Merewether.
Yeah, can't wait to see you on a couple. We wish you the best of luck in the next round, and thanks for speaking with us.
Thank you.
Woo!
Classic. Girls having a bit of fun there at the end of that one. It's a classic interview. This guy Fiona doing a really good job down there, and Mahina, she's a classic. She made 2 World Junior Finals in a row. Wow, she's on the up, and Adam, she's going to be on the World Tour in a matter of no time, you'd have to think.
Yeah, and interesting she said a few of the things she said in that interview because, she came out blazing and won a World Junior title. I think she may have had, she has had a lot of success on the QS, but her results have been kind of, you know, she'll have a win and then she'll get knocked in a round of 48. And I think you can tell with competitors like that, they're just kind of finding their feet in the big scale when you hit the open women's events. You kind of have a win and then you feel really confident, you feel really good, and it's almost like sometimes that momentum doesn't reflect very well into the next contest. So we see Sage Eriksson up and riding on a nice looking first section, but that wave just not offering too much more.
Yeah, it's been a very slow first part of the heat here. Not a lot of quality waves on offer, but as you're saying, it's really hard to back up a good result. It's probably one of the hardest things to do in the world, back up a result in surfing. I mean, there's so many variables that can get in the way of progressing through. Even, you know, some of the earlier rounds, sometimes the waves just don't come.
Yep.
And you know, even the best surfers in the lineup can lose sometimes. So I mean, it's very, very difficult to find that consistency and constantly make finals. And that's what makes the people that do that on a regular basis so freakishly talented.
Yeah, so true. I think I mean, reflecting on a few contests where you do get a result, and then I think that the mind plays tricks, and Mahina mentioned that she said she had a bit of a big head after a victory.
She was probably just,
like, that's an awesome comment, and like I think sometimes you win and then you just almost put this pressure on, or you expect yourself to be able to back it up and to do it, and that you are, you know, oh, well, I just won that event, so I should, you know, this should be a breeze for me. But the level of
I'm the best junior surfer in the world.
Yeah.
I can obviously make this heat, and then you lose, and then it's like, huh?
Yeah. Huh?
What?
Yeah.
But I'm a world champion.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
the ego is
or even just confidence.
The confidence
thing.
and and what the mind tells you. Like, I think you see surfers like Sage did just get a good scoring wave potentially. Got Silvana up and riding right now, looking for the open face. Unfortunately, just booking rail there. But you see these girls in the lineup right now, they've all had really solid results and they have learnt consistency, and that is why they're on the world tour. Here's a replay.
Yep, Sage Eriksson getting a little extra turn on this particular wave, and does manage to finish up on the inside, and that's pretty much one of the first waves I've seen in this heat where 3 manoeuvres where the wave was finished cleanly and ridden out of that last manoeuvre, and there it is, a 4.5. That is, believe it or not, the biggest score of the heat so far with 7 minutes on the clock. Sage Eriksson out of the USA is in the lead. Nice. Steph Gilmore on your screens in second, holding on to some really, really small scores. I mean, her backup's a 0.97. And while this lady, Silvana Lina, although she has been busy catching quite a few waves, it's just, not a lot of opportunities on the waves that she's taken so far.
Yeah, she just almost looks like she's got a little bit too much energy, Silvana, maybe right now, and that's not really agreeing with the conditions. It's kind of, with only 6.5 minutes remaining, it's also a bit unusual for Steph Gilmore to only have a 3.67 in her repertoire. So I think kind of shows how difficult conditions are right now. And Jesse, you did have a heat earlier today, and
it was so hard.
yeah,
The
I mean,
waves are
how
just so
was
tricky.
it? I mean, I guess a lot of people out there would like to know how it was actually being in the water. And
Yeah, it's just tough. I mean, it's so hard to pick a good wave. I mean, as you can see in this one, I mean, nearly 20 minutes. I mean, 19 minutes gone in this heat, and the biggest score is a 4.5. I mean, and they've caught so many waves. I mean, Sage has caught, over half a dozen waves, as has Sylvana's caught over half a dozen waves. Steph's caught 3 waves, but yeah, only 2 of those waves are scores, really, and they're still below that middle range, and that just shows, I mean, there hasn't been really anything on offer, to be honest. And yeah, when I was out there, it was the same thing. I mean, I was finding myself trying to turn 2s and 3s into 5s and 6s. Not once did I take off on a wave and think this looks like a 5. It just
right.
none of it looks good. It was just struggle street. And well, there's Steph again, just getting the 2 opening manoeuvres and just not much happening on the inside for her. And you can imagine how frustrated they must be coming down to that 5-minute mark and nothing on offer for anybody just yet. So it's just one of those heats.
yeah, it is, and I think Steph did well with wave selection here. She did manage to get a nice opening carve there, the Steph Gilmore trademark, and going straight up into that lip and coming out of that. So that will definitely improve that 0.97 that she was carrying and make things a little bit harder for Sylvana.
Yeah, Sylvana's score requirement will increase. A 2.52 is what she needs currently, but this next score, which is going to be the best score of the heat by the looks of things, it's going to take Steph into the lead. It's a 5.33. Stephanie Gilmore into first place. Sage Eriksson back down into second, needs a 4.51 for the lead. Sylvana Lehman now needs a 5.3. So still, mid-range and below, required. So as soon as one of these ladies grabs onto something that has a nice open face on it and allows them to do more than, say, 2 or 3 manoeuvres, I mean, they're going to go up into some big numbers. Sage Eriksson, a nice little swoop on the front side and up into the foam on the second turn. Is she going to get a little bonus? And no, it's just they're running into this deep gutter.
Little gutter there, and Steph up and riding on this one. But Sage Eriksson, yeah, she's had an interesting career. Sage, she came on blasting onto the World Tour and had a fair few years on there, and then she got knocked off and decided, no, I'm not done, I want to come back and I want to qualify. And she did actually come back through the QS after the 1 year. I think it made her hungry, and we see a replay here with that, the opening, really nice extension with her front lead arm there and a foam rebound. So yeah, it is Steph Gilmore in the lead now, but maybe potentially things will change with Sage's last score.
Yeah, we'll have a look and see. It looks like one judge pays nearly what she needs. The other 2 are locking in scores. Look like it's going to fall short. Yeah, it's looking like this last score of a white's going to fall short of what is required. And a number actually just drops in for Stephanie Gilmore's last, a 6.5. So last 2 waves for Steph, a 6.5 and a 5.33, sees her, believe it or not, commanding the lead with 11.83 total. Low scoring affair, this one. Sage Eriksson now needs a 7.33 for first, and Sylvana still needs that 6.30 to progress. Under 3 minutes to go. That lady in your screen, who's been, for me, a massive standout in the earlier rounds, a very lightning fast, deadly attack of, arguably one of the most progressive lady women surfers in the world, and she's definitely got a bag of tricks that she can utilise to get a score like a 6.3 in these conditions for sure. She just needs to find a wave.
Yeah, Sylvana, interesting. You saw Steph get her 5.33, and then it almost seemed like on the way back out she found that second wave, and she almost found the bubble and the spot that she wants to sit at. And I think you need to do that on a day like today, and sometimes it takes 20 minutes to find the spot, and by catching waves, it seems that Steph's kind of found that. And we see Sage Eriksson on her backhand here looking to go vertical and hit off the top with that one, and she is looking to better the 3.93 that she's carrying. So interesting tactics there from Sage as well, just knowing that she's got a few smaller scores and wanting to build on those. But yeah, it seems Steph with a 6.5 and a 5.33 found that spot and is probably in the way on her way into the lineup to figure out where it was again. But Silvana just has been a bit lost at sea from the start of this heat, catching a lot of waves and really trying to work them. But yeah, I just feel like she just hasn't found her spot in the lineup yet.
Yeah, totally. It's just such a hard lineup at the moment to find something that's of substance and something that you can net a score on. I mean, there's something ahead of Silvana now, and she may have a look at this with first priority. She does. Let's see if there's anything on offer for her. She lays into that first turn. Will there be a section down the line for her? There is. There's a nice fan of spray coming off a rail on that one. Carves back again. Can she get a finisher here? This is going to be a very interesting wave as she lip lines that one. That's certainly her best wave with 1 minute to go. Geez, that's going to be an interesting score. Sage Eriksson on that left-hander locks in a 5.17, her best. And I tell you what, that increases the required score for Silvana to a 7.54. What do you think?
It's going to be very, very close. I feel like it's the best wave that's probably been ridden in this heat, as we see that second section, which she connected so well with and super strong. And again, third steering carve and looking to finish here, which she did do nice and strong. So that's gonna be. I'm going to call it. That's probably the score. But
yeah, wow.
Yeah, I mean, as we were saying, she was lost, but she
found one. Yeah, wow. That was like, was that lucky or did she create her own luck? But that was a great wave. And I mean, when she was requiring, I think it was a 6.33 or a 6.63 or something of that nature. I thought for sure she got it.
Yeah.
But then that score locked in of Sage Eriksson at a 5.17. And now I'm unsure whether it's going to fall into that 7.5
That's why
range.
I should not be a judge, Jesse.
Well, I mean, if they just gave it like a 7.55 or whatever, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yep.
I think you're right. It's definitely the best wave of the heat for me.
Yeah.
And look at that. She would have got the score. A 6.60. And wow, just falling, tiny bit short.
Yeah.
Now she only needed a 3.07 at the end of the heat. I mean, she just needed a backup score. I mean, that was her first real score of the heat.
Running out of time there, but Sage really smart there to get that left. Obviously, she knew she had to build, and she did 2 turns on a backhand, and that was a really smart move for her. Savannah, unfortunately, just leaving it a bit too late. She got really lost and left it too late. But great surfing there. Girls are finding waves.
Yeah, right at that back, that last 5 minutes was kind of where all the magic happened. And that sees us out of that heat. We'll go into heat number 6, where we'll see Kobe Enright, Michaela Green and Holly Warren. We'll bring you live action with that heat right after this short commercial break. See you soon.
Need direction? Talk to our local team of accountants, bookkeepers, and tax specialists. We help clients build wealth strategies. Taggart Business Advisors, proudly working for our community.
More and more people are discovering the ease of Newcastle Airport. It's an effortless drive, cheaper parking, and before you know it, you're checking in with friendly staff. Start your trip with a smile. Newcastle Airport, now offering more services and flights every day. Newcastle Airport, connecting people, connecting places.
And welcome back to the Taggart Women's Pro. We have action live right now, and surfer in red, Kobe Enright, going for broke there on her opening wave, looking for the spot. I was just mentioning to Jesse that we the women in the lineup, some have been struggling a little bit, lost at sea type of waves right now, but others are just absolutely thriving in the conditions. And this heat is going to be super interesting with an all Aussie affair. I have actually wanted to really watch Kobe Enright and Holly Warren. I have missed a few of their heats so far in this event, but they have been blazing through, and so too has Michaela Green, who has actually just been on a tear and won 2 of the previous QS 1000s on the East Coast, which is the series that's been running before this major 6,000 event has been put together by Warren Smith at the beautiful Newcastle beach. Tricky conditions, as you can see on your screen right there. The surf is building from the cyclone that is up north, and we've got a bit of a northeast swell getting hit by a south wind, and we see this left-hander being ridden by Kobe Enright right now with a huge slashing turn off the top on her backhand, and unfortunately that wave just coming down back at her a little bit too fast, but a really nice opening turn there from Kobe. Kobe obviously wanting to get scores on the board, as we saw Silvana Lima eliminated in that last heat because she kind of only really caught one wave of substance. So Michaela Green also getting busy, but the shore break getting the better of her here. We see a replay again of Kobe. Takes off, reads this wave well, comes around the section, using her arms very well and snapping off the top there on a solid looking left-hander. As we said, this swell is slowly building, and tomorrow is supposed to be really big. So we'll see if the forecasters have been right with that prediction. Sometimes Newcastle, over the years, it has offered some of the biggest beach break conditions I think that I've seen on the WQS. And yes, there's been a few adventurous competitors getting out the back and trying to make the most of the big solid walls that come at them, but they are fit athletes in the lineup, as we see Steph Gilmore coming in after that good performance in the last heat. She was off to a good start and caught a couple of waves, and it just seems like she's warming up, as we see Holly Warren up and riding the surfer in white, who had a blazing heat yesterday. She's probably loving the fact that the conditions are a little bit bigger today, as I can see with that last turn. She can throw some serious power and spray into her surfing. So yeah, as I said, really excited to see these 3 Aussies go at it. You see scores slowly dropping for Kobe Enright. Kobe has been also solid in the last few months. She's been winning Pro Juniors and I think Australian junior titles, and there's a lot to say about that in Australia with so many results. I mean, with junior surfers getting Aussie titles and winning Pro Juniors, it's really a lot of the surfers who seem to do that, they step up generally onto the world stage really well. So it's great that Kobe is now into this series round 5. Maybe it's one of her best results as a junior surfer to make it this far in a QS 6000. So she's done really well.
You'd have to think so, for sure. I mean, it's quite a few heats, and it's into the serious part of the competition, that is for sure. And I mean, pretty much 3 young ladies really in the mix right now. Michaela Green's coming off a couple of solid results on that New South Wales Pro Surf Series, a couple of wins there. She had a back-to-back run in the QS 1000s events, and showing the form going on into this round number 5 here at Surfest. And here's her second wave.
Yeah, Michaela. I think Michaela would actually also be loving these conditions. That she's from WA, and she's probably used to a bit of wind and a bit of swell. So Holly Warren, I was saying earlier, would also be loving these conditions. And I think Kobe Enright might be from the Gold Coast.
That way, yeah.
Yeah, so all the girls definitely know how to surf a solid wave face. And here we have Michaela again with the replay there, a nice wrapping carve, slowing that one down and trying not to bounce through a section. And she's kind of utilising her board and speed quite well there. She slashes back into the whitewash on this one, and unfortunately just started pulling off there. Didn't like the look of that short break.
A lot of the ladies are kicking out prior to that. I think that section's getting a bit too hectic, and looks like a bit of the board breaking material. I think it's smarter just to kick out and get back into the lineup. When you do get that opportunity to get a finishing turn, though, that is when you net the bigger rewarding scores. And just a couple of small numbers in so far. A 4.5 last of Black, Michaela Green's last wave that we just watched. That's a 4.5. She has a 2.4 as a backup score. She's in the lead in the early stages of this one. Kobe Enright with a 3.5 and a 1 point ride in her scoreline. Holly Warren has a 2.9 and a 1.5 in her scoring. So early days, small scores across the board, 17:45 to go. And, I mean, it'll be interesting to see what happens through the middle part of this heat. If last heat was anything to go by, there wasn't a whole lot of waves right until the end of the heat. So interesting to see whether these girls get a little luckier with the swell and the conditions. There's a 4.27. Holly Warren's last wave. She goes into the lead.
Yeah, Holly Warren, if that was the last one that we did see, she did one really nice big hack on a right-hander. And as I said, it's quite exciting to watch these youngsters in Holly Warren and Kobe Enright. Michaela is a little bit more experienced, and I did used to compete against Michaela. She's been training super hard, and you can it shows in her results that she's had earlier this year. I think that's the best result she's had, and she's been spending a bit of time, I think, on the East Coast, potentially around the northern beaches, and trying to get used to these beach breaks and things that get offered up. And as we see her up and riding right now with a nice carve, and unfortunately I just jinxed her a little bit. So she's been over in Manly Way, I think, or on the northern beaches, and it's showing a lot that experience that she's got. She's gaining a lot of knowledge of beach breaks, and loves the small stuff, loves the big stuff, and that board looks like it's going really well for her. So I have to say a big shout out to Colin Law from the Commonwealth Bank. He was the driving force behind their crowdfunding for the women's event here, and there was a fair few businesses who came together and came up with the money that has provided such a great event for the women. And a QS 6000 with the Taggart Women's Pro, the crowdfunding operation, they were the winners of that, with their business getting pulled out of a hat, and they are the naming rights sponsors of the event now. So it's a pretty good way to pull an event together, and the local community in Newcastle really coming together to support this event, which has been great. And welcoming Jamie Lambert into the booth. Sorry, Jamie, I haven't worked with you yet. So welcome to the booth.
Thank you, Beck. Just got thrown in the deep end.
Yep.
So here I am.
Thrown in here, and Jessie had to run off and go and surf in a charity event down the coast. So we've got right up in red Kobe Enright.
Yeah, she's been surfing good all event. I've been commentating, doing all the beach commentary. That's why I've got no voice left. But it's been a pretty tough day, like condition-wise.
Yeah.
But we've seen some great surfing, hey, like with that swell filling in.
Yeah. I didn't see it earlier today, and I wasn't really sure how it was going to be with this south wind. But here's a replay here of Kobe. She manages to get nice and high on that last finish turn, and she's trying to put a score together, coming off the whitewash there. So. How does it look from front on? Because we obviously have this vision in here, but
it's all right. They're sort of surfing like the southern part, like on rocks still, so it's pretty peaky. There's sort of the swell, a bit of both direction swells at the moment. So a bit onshore, but we can see what they're doing with the waves, getting a bit of open face, and they're getting some good scores. We saw that last heat.
Yeah.
There's a good overview there of looking north towards Bar Beach.
Oh, there's my parents.
Hello, guys.
Didn't know they were here.
Yeah, so we're up where we can see that Surfest. That's where the judges are on the left there. So you're looking straight on.
Okay. So you've got the beachfront view there, and
best seat in the house.
Yeah, right. What was there any favourite waves ridden today, or anything that stands out from any of the surfers that you commentated?
It's been pretty consistent. Sally just surfed a great heat before.
Yeah.
There goes the camera.
Yeah.
It's really hard to think of a real highlight today. I mean, I think it's just been a lot of consistent surfing, in the women's, also in the men's.
Yeah.
I think Joshua Monier's got a really good score. I can remember that was like a 9.57. I think and he's got like this is in the men's division, two of the highest scores of the event so far, 2.957. So he's in form. That's a highlight for me, wave-wise. But, just good consistent surfing by these guys getting through. This heat now. It's like Kobe and Wright is in the lead.
Yeah, we've got Kobe in the lead, and we do have winner of the last heat, Steph Gilmore, down there with Fiona, so we'll cut to them.
Yeah, thanks, Beck. I am just down here with Steph. Steph, that was a little bit of a low-scoring affair out there. You know that the swell's kind of picking up. Did that play into it all? Were you waiting for those wider ones or kind of sticking to the inside?
I felt like when I watched it and paddled out, I saw a little right-hander up towards the ladies a little bit more, but maybe I was being delusional and I tried to go up there in my heat, but it didn't really happen. So, yeah, it was just about getting anything at that point. I knew Sage and Silvana didn't have much, so it was just kind of like whoever was going to get one decent score would get through the heat. And, yeah, I didn't really get any decent ones, but I got enough to get through.
And, you know, there's a lot of history between you and Silvana and Sage. She's been on tour before. Does that ever play on your mind a little bit? You know that Silvana can pull a couple of bigger tricks out of the bag, so...
Yeah, definitely. I think Silvana, for the women's tour, is like a Felipe Toledo kind of thing. You know, she's really dynamic and she always comes out with some big surprises in her heats. And, yeah, so she's a tough competitor. And Sage as well. Sage is such a good surfer. And, yeah, you just have to be on your toes. So it's good. It's good to have a heat with those girls, you know, in an event leading up to the World Tour later on at Snapper. So, yeah, it's good to get the nerves flowing.
Yeah, for sure. And I asked about the knee the other day. You said it was feeling good, but can you just give us an idea of what kind of rehab you were doing for that?
Basically just, you know, lots of squats, all the gym stuff, all the stuff that you don't really like doing, or I don't really like doing, but you kind of have to do it. And, yeah, you feel really good after it. So, yeah, just lots of basic kind of leg strength stuff. And that's about it, really. Just eating my vegetables and staying hydrated. That's about it, really.
Sounds like perfect preparation there, I think. So maybe it's your year again, Steph, hey? What do you reckon?
Yeah, I hope so. That'd be pretty cool.
Okay, well, thanks for speaking with us and good luck. Thank you.
Yeah, interesting little interview there from Steph Gilmore. Yeah, she did take the whole year off, I think,
the rest
with the injury there. So
that's right. So yeah, good event for her to get going again and find her feet. And you know, she's surfing good.
Yeah, after that heat, it was a solid showing from her. And yeah, mentioning good experience leading into Snapper, and we see surfer in white Holly Warren up and riding on that one, but
yeah,
again the wave not really offering a second turn.
Yeah, she got a 2.63 for that, so
yeah,
not quite enough. Sitting in second, so Kobe Enright in the red is leading this heat. Not a lot of big scores going down in this heat, a 3.9 and a 3.5. Holly Warren sitting in second, you know.
Yeah, we saw this kind of happen in the last heat. It wasn't until the last 10 minutes Steph kind of found the spot that she wanted to catch scores from, and she got two back-to-back. Silvana took 23 minutes to find a wave, and Sage was pretty, she was pretty consistent. She just was finding scores and trying to build. So Steph was the victor in that one, but Steph mentioned it's a really good way to warm up for Snapper to surf against women of that caliber before the event begins. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see if that bank can handle this swell that is coming through and has been coming through up there on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, you can see. Well, I'm up on the beach there, and you can slowly building. You know, I've been talking about this all week. Like the swell's coming. Well, it's here now, and it'll be interesting to see how big it gets tomorrow morning. I'm not sure if they're going to surf straight out the front here. Maybe a bit further north. There's a good bank a bit further up where it's sort of peaking out the back.
Yep.
And there's usually really big lefts that break out there. It's between Dixon Park and Merewether, called Poggos, and it's
Poggos?
Yeah, Pogonoski's.
Oh,
That's the full name. Some guy named Pogonoski lived there, so they gave the name Poggos. There's so many names of spots all the way up.
I was laughing with Hoyo about that because he's like, there's a big rivalry between here and Dixon Park. And I'm like, what do you mean it's the same beach? And he's like, no, it's not.
It goes, I could name them all. It goes like Merewether, Poggos, Dicko, the Cliff, South Bar.
Oh,
wow. That's all on one stretch. And there's probably other little breaks in the middle.
Yeah, right.
It's a good beach though. You get plenty of waves. It's a consistent beach, kind of faces south. So, get a lot of swell here.
Yeah.
It's pretty much always a wave to ride most days of the year.
Yeah, I've found every time I've come here, it's never been flat. And
no.
Yeah, I spent 6 months kind of living around Hamilton, and every day you could surf. It was always, and there was always people out, which is nice as well. You don't want to go out there too often by yourself. But
not looking for someone to surf. Yeah, it's pretty busy area. We haven't got the big point breaks like up the coast, and not a lot of wind protected spots either.
Yep.
So it's pretty exposed. Here goes Holly now. Holly Warren in the white. Sitting in second. Just wants to improve on her 2.9. That's her second high score. Needing a 3.13 to move to first. So not sure if she's going to get it with that one.
No, but a nice.
She's keeping busy.
Yeah, 2.9. I would say she might improve, but I have been wrong on the last score. But she kind of was halfway out there. I'm not sure if she had priority, but smart surfing here from the white surfer in white. Nice opening face carve, a little bit fat there, but that's more the wave, and a good solid finish there for her, which was a smart wave selection.
Yeah, with 2 turns on that, she should better at 2.9. You'd think so.
Yeah.
But, we're not
her
the judges.
Her board looks fun as well. I wouldn't mind having a little bit of a go on that. It has a little bit more volume up the top, and I think Holly is quite a tall athlete, and her board, it looks like it's really very accommodating to conditions that we have today that are presenting to the surfers. So we've got Kobe up and riding on this one. A nice looking wave. Unfortunately, that end section not dishing up too much, but she did get 2 turns out the back.
Yeah, so we've got about 6 minutes 20 to go on this one. This is heat 6. We've got a couple more to go after this. And it's been a eventful day down here at Merewether Beach. Onshore winds. It was really howling this morning. The southerly come through at about 5 o'clock this morning. So looks like Michaela here.
Yeah, I think she's at Marg's rights by the looks of this wave, and really, really solid on her feet there, and low center of gravity stance, but the wave just coming back too hard at her, and she couldn't land that one. But she is. I mean, it's good that Michaela's kind of moving here and not getting too far out the back. She's selected a bit of a big ride as we see the replay here.
Yeah, just sort of skips a little bit on the bottom turn, but sweeps back into a nice little cutback and throws it up there again, but doesn't ride out of that one. So probably not going to get too much of a score. Holly on her last one was the same in the white, a 4.17. So she's improved her position. So Michaela is sitting in third in black, netting a 3.94. So, close. I don't know about that, just because she didn't ride out of that second turn.
Yeah, super close heat.
And
once again, it's going to come down to the final 5 minutes for all 3 competitors, and Kobe Enright is in the lead. She's had some smart waves that she selected and found a 5.83 on her last score. So was that the one we just saw where she did 2 turns?
I'm not sure.
I feel like potentially
that must have been it, because it's the last score, so 5.83. So. Yeah, just saw a quick run of that wave, didn't we? So, that's just helped it sit into first a bit more solidly. Holly Warren in second needs a 5.47 just to move into first. Michaela Green in black sitting in third, just a 3.94 needed for her. And I think a 2.77 is her last wave. It's hard to keep up with the judges. I've been up doing the beach, and it's just waiting for scores to come through and read them out to the competitors. You're like, come on, I just want to tell you. And
your competitors waving at you and getting it on, and you're like, oh, I would if I could, but I can't get it out. I got to wait for the scores to come through.
That's right. They like to take their time, and I guess, they're important decisions. They like to look at replays, etc. So
you prefer for them to get it definitely right instead of just being fast. And I think 4 minutes or 3 minutes 50 remaining for these competitors. It's gonna, I feel like it's really going to come down to who gets and selects the best wave in this final 3 minutes 40. We've got 3 young whippersnapper Aussies who are really fighting for positions into the next round, which will be round 6.
It should be tomorrow too. I think we've got 8 heats of guys. And I'm presuming the girls are going to be after that tomorrow.
Yep.
And depending on conditions, probably seeing these guys surf again tomorrow. These girls in the water.
Yeah, it's the next heat is looking to be a bit of a feisty affair as well.
Who we got?
We've got Michaela up and riding right now, and she's looking to really build on her score and nice and solid on her feet there to ride out of that little wobbly whitewash section there and cutting back into the whitewash there. But again, the wave's just looking quite difficult to surf. She did get a few turns there, but yeah, I mean, she's carrying a 277, so she's pretty aware that she needs a backup wave, but we see a really nice, huge opening snap there for Kobe Enright, and again,
Solid.
backing that up. So the surfer who is already in the lead in red, but
two good turns.
Yeah, two massive turns there for Kobe, and okay, a Gold Coaster going left.
She's not used to it.
That's a bit strange. She's finding left-handers out here, and we've got a replay there of Michaela Green. She is, I think Kobe. It seems like she feels really confident on her backhand. So she must have done a fair bit of training on lefts. There's a replay of that again with Michaela, but I feel like Michaela needs to get out the back and find more of an open-faced wave.
Yeah, it's a little bit smaller, but she did a few turns, couple of nice roundhouse cutbacks into the foam, but just under 2 minutes to go. You're right, I think she's got to get out there and, mate, you can get that score, with 1 or 2 turns from out the back. Of 3.94 is what she's chasing, so.
Yeah, very true.
But here's the one from Kobe Enright, so going left. This first turn just slides the tail and hangs in there. The fins just hang in there for her, and up again, so with another one. She just gets off that. I don't know whether she's heading towards the rocks there or not. They're the couple of Newcastle Jets players.
It's pretty cool. They've come down to check out the Surfest action.
Yeah, we always get them down here, Jets guys. Hey guys, and
enjoying the lovely
we usually
Newcastle little Merewether amphitheatre down here, checking out house surfing. I wonder if any of them surf.
Yeah, there'll be 1 or 2 would. Michaela.
Yeah, Michaela, she's decided, okay, well, I'm going to go left as well, and she did get a huge turn on that first section, but it didn't offer the 2 sections probably that she was looking for, but it was still a really big opening turn, and she knows she's only got 50 seconds remaining. She's just deciding whether to go back out the back or not. Huge score dropping for Kobe Enright on that last ride, where she did 2. They were really big turns. Replay here again of Michaela, and that's a nice slash for her backside, and the wave's just not cooperating, but she did only need a 3.94. That could go close. We'll see what the judges.
One good turn and just a couple of little ones. Kobe Enright, her last score 6.83, so we knew that was a good wave. She's pretty much in first. Not going to fall out of this one. There's about 10 seconds left and a lot of time left. And a 3.53, that is close for Michaela Green.
Just falling short.
Yeah, she needed a 3.94. So there it is, end of that one. Holly Warren finishing off. Looked like she was nice little end wave there.
Yeah, so it is the youngsters. They've made the most of conditions today, and they've found a few little scorers. Oh, actually, Kobe's that big left she got was impressive. That was some really, really awesome surfing with that combo there. So congratulations to Kobe Enright, and great surfing, and also to Holly Warren squeaking through that one. So we have a break coming to you guys. Don't leave. We've got a very crazy heat coming up with 3 Hawaiians.
More and more people are discovering the ease of Newcastle Airport. It's an effortless drive, cheaper parking, and before you know it, you're checking in with friendly staff. Start your trip with a smile. Newcastle Airport, now offering more services and flights every day. Newcastle Airport, connecting people, connecting places.
All right, welcome back to the Taggart Women's Pro. John Shamoka, Rebecca Woods. Beck, some great surfing. I heard you as I was waiting to come on aboard here. The young guns really setting the pace today, and well, it's no different. Here's a young gun right here, Tatiana Weston-Webb.
Yeah, speaking of young guns, really nice vertical backhand attack, and a few of the backhanders have been struggling a little bit, but it seems Tatiana's just decided, no, that's not going to be me, so she's attacked that first wave and looking good.
She impressed me last year, Tatiana. I mean, she's tiny little pocket rocket, isn't she? But she has a heart of steel. She just gets out there, loves the big stuff. Obviously, growing up in Hawaii helps, but she's not afraid of anything, as is this young lady right here, Coco Ho.
Yeah, Coco Ho. Needs a little introduction, deciding to pull off that one, but yeah, Coco. Yeah, she's been around for many, many years, and she's still super young. She's just in leaps and bounds over the years, has had some huge results, and I think it was interesting reading Tatiana has actually got a 5.67 on that opening wave, but it was interesting reading Coco, an interview with her, and as we see her up and riding again on her way back out, which is pretty smart tactics with a bit of a backhand attack, solid second turn there, and opting out of that one, so she's got a score on the board and she'll get back out the back, but the interview said that she hasn't really been getting scored on the World Tour last year, and she went to the judges and she was kind of saying, what do I need to do? And they said, here we have a replay again with that two-turn combo for Coco. So yeah, they said, little bit. You're not putting enough rail in the water. We don't think you're being powerful enough, and I think for a competitor who has a smaller stature, sometimes it can be quite hard to throw power into your turns because you don't have a lot of weight to throw around. And I have to say, Coco is probably the most technically complete surfer I've nearly ever seen. Some of the heats I've seen on the Gold Coast of her, you can't fault any of her surfing. It's just so explosive and in the pocket. But interesting that they said that she was lacking power. And so she's said she's gone out and got bigger boards to kind of make her surfing more rounded and put more rail in the water and try and work on her leg strength. And we'll see how that goes for her.
Yeah, I was gonna mention that before you said brought up that point about Coco going to the judges. It's very uncommon these days to actually get in front of the judges and say, hey, I think I'm being underscored here. Technically, I'm sound. As we watch this short replay from Tatiana Weston-Webb, I'm technically sound, but what am I lacking? It's very uncommon these days for them to have that interaction, it's not a bad thing to do. But Coco obviously felt she was compelled to do that because she was, oftentimes we feel, well, I was robbed on that call, but I just can't put a finger on it. So the best thing to do is go to the source of the potential problem, and Coco figured that out. Well, good on her, I say. I actually ran into Coco prior to coming in the commentary booth here, and she was all smiles. She was a little bit concerned about her brother's wipeout at the Eddie, but she was all smiles, knowing that he was okay, and she's going to go out there and represent Hawaii the best she does. But right now we're going to go down to Fiona, who's got someone on the beach.
Yeah, guys, I'm just down here with Kobe Emright. Kobe, that was actually a pretty big heat when you went in there with Holly Warren and Michaela Green. They're just coming off a couple of big wins in other QS 1000s, and how was that going into that heat?
I was a bit nervous. The waves aren't too good, and not many people had very high scores in the previous heats. So going out there, I was just hoping to catch a few and do a couple turns. So yeah.
And you came in, you didn't even know that you'd won the heat. How is it? I don't think that you guys can hear too much out there. How does that change the way that you approach it?
I couldn't hear that much. Me and Holly were trying to communicate when we were paddling back out to see if the other could hear, but I couldn't hear anything, didn't know where I was coming, so I was just
catching waves and hoping for the best.
And I mean, we're going into, I think, round 16 next. To make it this far, that's a pretty big accomplishment. You know, a lot of the girls that are left are World Tour surfers. You're only 16 years old. How's that feel?
Yeah, I'm stoked. To be honest, I didn't even think I'd make it past my first heat, so yeah, stoked to be in the next round.
Yeah, well, we're excited to see you. Good luck and keep ripping.
Thank you.
Well, that was Fiona with her last heat winner, Kobe Enright. Now, she's about 100 foot tall compared to me, and 16 years old, and the world at her feet, this young lady. I've been hearing a lot of good things about Kobe, and speaking of the world at their feet, this young lady, first year on tour, really turned a lot of heads back, and you would have watched plenty of surfing here from Tatiana Weston Webb. Your assumptions of where she's going?
Tatiana, yeah, I think, words can't kind of describe. I remember watching her as a very young, small-statured surfer, and she just has some serious heart. She gives everything in every conditions, and like you said, Shmoo, you loved watching her because she kind of exploded onto the World Tour, and she didn't care who she was up against. She just wanted to win very badly, and her confidence was beyond her years, so it was really good to see that. We see her wrapping a few cutbacks into the whitewash here, trying to make something of this wave, and she did. She kind of made a score out of nothing here, fading back into the whitewash and banking one off the top on the inside. And listening to Kobe in that last interview, she's very humble, and it's very it's almost it's typical of an Australian, as we see Malia kind of getting her first wave score here and doing a nice turn but opting out, of her second wave score. But Kobe, I think it's a little bit typical of Aussies to be humble and kind of sorry, my mic wasn't very close to my mouth there, but to be humble and to come burst into the scene. And she said, I didn't even expect to make it out of my first heat. And I think she's only 16 years old, and of course she's got a lot of experience ahead of her, but she is a phenomenal surfer, and I think she should back herself a little bit more, because after watching that and surfing her way through so many heats, and she's had some solid results as a 16-year-old, and the only way is up for her. So I hope that she grows in confidence after this result, no matter where she goes. That was a really good hit to watch from her.
I think perhaps she will. I think you really touched on a good point there, that it's often it's good to get that sort of big heat win out of the way, and it will breed confidence in such a young individual like Kobe Enright. So I think we'll see big things to come from her. And right now, Coco Ho on a beautiful looking left there. Nice snap and right back into the whitewater, and just gets swatted down the Hawaiian. All Hawaiian heat here. We just saw Malia Manuel. Malia Manuel reminds me of the princess or the queen of Makaha, Rel Sun, a lot, and it's just so graceful when she surfs, and just a beautiful ambassador for the sport, as is this young lady. Look at this replay here. She gets swatted right here. Boink.
Just taking the ankles out.
It just swiped right off her board, right at the ankles, Coco Ho. And it is Tatiana Weston Webb, one of two Kauaian surfers in this heat. She's out in front of Malia Manuel. Coco Ho just chasing that 0.68 on that last ride. She would probably get that, unless that was a 3.50 on that second ride. That might have been the score there. So she's still chasing the young Hawaiian. And all three of these Hawaiian young ladies wanting to push through into the next round. But it's only going to be two. And then we're into our final heat of the day. It's Australia v. America. And, of course, the newly crowned ISA World Champion Isabella Nichols against Bronte Macaulay of the Macaulays down there in Western Australia, and Tia Blanco of the United States. So a great way to finish the Taggart Women's Pro round of 24 for the day. And tomorrow, Beck, we're expecting some pretty different conditions.
Yeah, I've heard it's going to be rather large. Lots of paddling.
Lots of paddling, no jet ski assistance in the QS 6000 from what I understand it, unless of course the conditions are not conducive to catching your two rides. I think they'll make a decision based off that, but we'll just get up and have a look, and I'm sure the contest directors will make that decision. But it's supposed to be out of the east with a southerly wind, which Jesse Adams made a comment too that it's very uncommon to have those conditions with the big east-northeast swell and the southerly winds pushing into it.
It's almost the opposite of what we usually get.
Yeah, and again, you know, being a multiple-time winner out here at this event, Surfest, in those many years that you surfed here, Rebecca, was there any year in particular that had conditions that were just crazy out of control from memory?
Yeah, there was definitely one year where we see Tatiana up and riding right now. Nice whipping backhand attack, and yeah, not really liking that wave. She's got a 5.67 and a 4.33, so she is in the lead, and yeah, kind of building scores slowly here. Yeah, I think nearly every year, every year we've had. Well, I think from memory I've been here, there has been a swell that's come through. I don't think any of the years it's been flat, and I was saying to Jessie earlier that it's just funny, you kind of almost expect, you expect everything when you come here, and you bring boards that kind of suit every condition, and you hope that you're fit, because you need to get out the back in these swells, and utilising rips and yeah, just hoping that you make it out the back half the time. So yeah, Newcastle, it is quite exposed. There's no big headlands here, as Jessie also mentioned, and yeah, I think you just got to be on your game when you come here and realise it's a big open ocean out there.
So the words are be prepared. As this young lady is, she's a former winner out here. In fact, she won in 2014. This is Malia Manuel of Kauai. Nice open face turn. Gets out on the flats here, carves back into the white water, setting up for the inside, letting the wave come to her, and then she automatically kicks out there. So not a bad wave there for the Hawaiian on her third ride, holding on to a 3.67. And of course, Coco Ho winning in 2011. So we have two winners, previous winners out there at the moment. And of course, Tatiana Weston Webb would love to add another Hawaiian to that winners list, but she's got a few heats to get through before she does that. Here's a replay.
Yeah, that bit of a trademark again for Malia Manuel, opening whip, a bit of a cut back into the whitewash here, and looking to set up off the bottom, pulling out of that one because it went a bit fat. But yeah, Malia's just got, I was saying again yesterday, she's just got such a fluent style and such a really nice style to watch, as does Coco and Tatiana. So this is a really stacked heat with 3 World Tour competitors here, and all from Hawaii. So I think the Hawaiians would be having trouble picking, apart from their parents maybe and families, who they would be going for right now. But bit of a replay here with Tatiana Weston Webb going off the bottom, off the top vertically, really nice, and up and over. Unfortunately, I mean, I love it how she attacks. Even though she came unstuck there, it's just really refreshing to watch someone attack a lip, and you kind of have to do that at this level, as opposed to kind of avoiding the lip and coming around it. So if she did make that, it would have been a really solid score.
Yeah, she really impressed me, young Tatiana, in Fiji last year. It was quite solid, and for the last 2 years, actually, the waves for the women's event there were quite solid, and waves of consequence. You know, we saw a lot of injuries. Nikki Van Dyke, in particular, you know, face first into the reef, and it was pretty heavy wipeout. But the girls, they just took the horns with 2 hands and just rode that somewhat bull-like atmosphere out there at Cloudbreak. It was amazing to watch on television. As much as I am a fan, you just kind of cringe when you see big wipeouts like Nikki Van Dyke's, and it would send shivers up the spines of the girls that, you know, had to compete after that. But Tatiana was really impressive out there, as was Coco Ho and Malia Manuel. All the girls charged. So right now, though, it is Tatiana Weston Webb out in front with a 5.67 and a 4.33. Malia Manuel in second place, and Coco Ho down there in third, needing a 5.12 with just under 10 minutes to go. Coco in third, but has first wave priority, so she's got control of the lineup. And then she's followed by Tatiana Weston Webb and Coco Ho. For those of you in Hawaii watching on Oceanic Cable at the moment, of course, my dad's a massive fan, so big hello to Papa Shmooth over there in Honolulu. That's watching. Cool. Yeah, and the Ho dynasty, obviously watching from the North Shore after watching Mason all day at the 88 Cal.
Yeah, that was, Coco said he, as we see her, still riding on this one. Mason, didn't put his entry in because he heard he may have had a call up, and he did. And yeah, he sounds like he performed amazingly well. What an intimidating event, but it was such an amazing experience for Mason and for everyone in that event.
Well, he definitely did the family name proud today, as does Coco. Every time she hits the lineup and puts on a competitive jersey, as you see the replay here, she just lets, I think the simple thing to do out there is let the wave come to you. Don't try and chase too far forward and really lose the momentum. And Coco did a good job at maintaining her speed throughout and then finishing that ride. I think it's important, Beck, to point out that finishing the ride is almost half the battle, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, even to find a wave with, more than one turn, a few of the girls going for the huge turn out the back, and then the wave kind of just fading into nothing. So Coco did really well there to pick something that allowed for a few more than one turn. We see Malia paddling into this one a little bit late on that, and well, smashing the lip there and throwing the fins. But again, see, the annoying thing about that is it allows for one big turn, and that's kind of about it. So see what the judges throw for one big turn as opposed to a linking turn that Coco got, where she kind of made a score out of nothing and went vertical and did a few more turns.
Yeah, look at the replay though. This one turn we speak about was very large.
Yeah.
And very committed and very controlled. So the judges have a very delicate balancing act there score-wise to decipher on who gets the better of that exchange, as we see scores coming down through the channels for each surfer. So you have 5 scores, you average out the high and the low, and you get the average score there. Right now, Coco chasing a 5-1-2, but then was backed up an answer to by Malia Manuel on that really big forehand re-entry, really sliding the tail out, letting the fins get up above the lip line, controlled maneuver. But like you said, only one, as opposed to Coco, where she had multiple maneuvers linked up into that final turn.
Yeah, and Coco did get a 4.6 for the linking turn there. She needed, there has been a situation change there, and 4.6, and it was Malia for one turn that got a 4.73. So I guess we can see where the judges and what the judges are thinking with that wave score exchange there, as we see Tatiana Weston Webb finding a left, as goofy footers always do, with a nice opening slash there right back into the whitewash. And again, there's that one turn and the wave goes a bit funny and a bit fat, and yeah, I know Tatiana would be looking to get back out the back. She is in second place now, and it's a very difficult position to be in with someone like Coco Ho, snapping at your heels there. So yeah, this would have been nice if there was a second turn here, because that first turn was so nice.
Yeah, it was beautiful. Really long and extended. I think the unfortunate thing for Tatiana is that she's going into a very heavy southerly wind, and she's only, she probably only weighs about 65 pounds, dripping wet, and the wind just really caught onto her and really didn't allow her to progress into that second turn, of which you said and pointed out that would probably be a very decent score. So Tatiana has ridden a number of waves here, but the most significant ones were her third and her first rides were a 5.67 and a 4.33. She's still in second place. Snapping at her heels is Coco Ho with 5.5 minutes to go. So Malia with first priority, Tatiana with second, and Coco Ho with third priority. Well, that's interesting. We might have missed a wave there from Coco Ho. We'll see, though. 5 minutes and 20 seconds coming up. The final heat of the day between Australia and USA. Tia Blanco will come up against Isabella Nichols and Bronte Macaulay. And we'll wrap it from there and come back tomorrow. And that on your screen could be significantly different to what we see now. Could be very big bombs out the back and some trying conditions that the competitors will have to reset overnight. Maybe wax up a few new boards, maybe a step up or two.
Yeah, definitely. And I'd be, if I was in the contest, fingers crossed that there was a bit of jet ski assistance, I think. Especially now that I'm a bit older, I'd be like, oh, come on, let's just put a few jet skis in the water and drag my body out the back. It would make life a lot easier. But these girls and women in the water right now, they are very, very fit. They've spent many, many hours surfing, so I dare say they'd be a lot fitter than me right now.
I know you're doing you said your third year in osteopath degree. how important is physiotherapy and treatment after a big event, after leading into the year, niggling injuries? How important is that to a surfer's prowess these days?
Yeah, I think I wish I had had a bit more knowledge as a youngster coming up into surfing and riding, because as you mentioned, you all of a sudden you're thrown into an event and it's 8 foot at Fiji, and for me, I'd never surfed cloud break. I remember being with Sofia Milanovic, who were good mates on the tour, and she came up to me, and it was huge. Like, it was our first year there, or it was my first year there, and I just remember looking into lineup and thinking, what am I going to do? Where am I even going to sit? Like, I don't know what board to take, and then Sophie came up to me and she's like, Beck, what board are you riding? And we just, I mean, everyone's so competitive with the equipment, and it's hard to kind of have a friend when you're initially breaking into the tour, and I had no idea. It was so big in the lineup that it washed the buoy out of the lineup, and it was breaking so far out the back. I think that fitness and body fitness is something that's vitally important. I did damage my shoulder in my first year on tour, and I had to miss 2 World Tour events, and that was really frustrating because I'd kind of crept up into the top 4, and that was kind of my year, and my shoulder blew out, and then, give it another year to come back from that injury. And that was a really nice carve there from Malia Manuel. Again, she's found a wave. Hopefully this thing will link up. Unfortunately, no, it doesn't.
Wow, those first turns are just amazing. A lot of power, a lot of confidence, but yet she just can't find the link up. And that just goes to show you how tough it is out there. It looks good from far, but it's far from good in the end. But she's still managing to get a good solid score. Let's take a look at this one again from Malia Manuel, utilizing priority. She gets a lot of speed off this bottom turn, and look at how beautiful that turn is, Beck, and nothing after that.
No, nothing after that. Just highlighting the beautiful technique that she does have, that speed, power, and flow through that section there was pretty phenomenal. I just wanted to get another one so she can do 3 or 4 turns so I can just keep watching her surf. It's a bit frustrating with the conditions right now, but Shmoo, did you ever compete in this event?
Yeah, I've competed in this event many times, and it's always been a testing event for equipment, like you said, for fitness, just purely because, as well as what you mentioned, Merewether as well as Newcastle Beach, where it was previously, it really takes in a lot of swell. So there's all kinds of swell directions coming in at any one given time. So it's a testing event. You got to come prepared, and these ladies, they bring it every year. They do come prepared, but you wake up with different conditions almost every day here in Merewether, and right now with the conditions the way they are, girls are doing their best, but Malia Manuel, she leads the heat. Tatiana Weston Webb still in second. 1 minute to go on the clock. Rebecca Woods and Coco Ho still chasing a 5-4-1. But what's not in her favor is the fact that Tatiana Weston Webb has first wave priority. So Coco's got to make sure she doesn't get in Tatiana's way.
Yeah, and interesting to see where White is in the lineup, and I feel like she's moved away from Tatiana because she knows she needs a score, and Tatiana has that first priority. So she's kind of moved away from her in order to be able to have the first go at whatever wave comes her way, which is smart, but there's only 35 seconds remaining, needing a 5-4-1. She may need to do a series of turns, and actually they look like they're
well, she's just paddling in here. You can see her on screen there, the lady in white, Coco Ho, chasing a 5-4-1. 20 seconds to go. She may have one last stab at this heat if she can get under this wave right here or get in front of it. Tatiana Weston Webb, she's paddling down to the south or over to the right if you like. Coco Ho just not in position. 5 seconds to go. It looks like the young Hawaiian from the North Shore may be out of this year's Taggart, Women's Pro here at Surfest 2016, and that is all she wrote. Rebecca Woods, Malia Manuel, Tatiana Weston Webb moved through.
Yeah, exciting stuff, but
exciting stuff, and 2 Hawaiians in, 1 Hawaiian out, and we're going to go to a short break. We're going to come back with the final heat of the day here at the Taggart Women's Pro right after this break.
Customer service, it's the #1 priority for the Burton family.
From the exciting range of new Toyotas,
To low-cost, fixed-price servicing.
as their guest, you're always #1.
It's the Burton family promise to give you a high standard of customer service.
And a higher standard of customer satisfaction.
So when you visit, you'll get the guest of honour treatment.
That's why people keep coming back.
To Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota.
So visit soon.
Tell him the big fella.
No lane centre.
No, Mark the big fella. Look, you.
How's my boy?
Good. So I'm going on a road trip.
Road trip?
Yeah. With my new girlfriend.
Your girlfriend?
She's great. We're going on a meditation retreat.
Meditation retreat?
Yeah. It's gonna be great.
You sorted your health cover, didn't you?
Yeah. Got NIB.
Do it for them. Get NIB today.
Welcome back to Merewether. About 2.5 hours from the Kingsford Smith International Airport down there in Sydney. Beautiful part of the world, Merewether, just up the street, Newcastle Beach. But the Surfest is in full effect. Finals weekend very much upon us. Rebecca Woods, final heat of the day, very, very much upon us. And we have young Tia Blanco of the United States on her backhand, up and riding on her first wave. This makes to be a really good final heat of the day.
Yeah, really mixed affair here with the Tia Blanco from, I think, San Clemente. Sorry, my mouth is not working anymore. For the final heat of the day, Tia has had a few results, strong results. I think winning the YSA World title over in America. She had a really strong junior showing, and she's kind of burst onto the scenes here. I didn't know much about her, but yeah, she's kind of blasted her way through heats. And yeah, Isabella Nichols, she is also the world junior champion. We see Bronte Macaulay up and riding with a really nice turn, solid turn off the top there, and not backing away from that section that came at her at all. Bronte obviously loves a bit of size as well, coming from the west coast of Australia. That place can offer some big wind swell, and here's a replay here of Tia Blanco's first wave. She rode the rail really nicely, but snapped under the lip, which was smart here, but unfortunately just couldn't ride out of that schmoo.
Yeah, I think the pictures don't do it justice. There's a lot of water moving out there, and she's probably, again, 60, 70 pounds dripping wet, and you get consumed by all of that white water. But she did the smart thing, like you said, did the turn nice and early, under the lip, rode out just enough so that the judges knew she completed that maneuver, and she'll get a score. Her opening score was a 2.50. Isabella Nichols in the break had a score of a 3.67, a 0.57 for Bronte Macaulay on her first ride. Second ride, though, was her best so far, a 4.50 with 21 minutes on the clock. It is the young Western Australian out there in front, and she would have got a lot of guidance from Dad, Dave Macaulay, former number 3 in the world, who has been to this event many, many times. I'm not sure whether or not Dave's won this event. He's won many of Australian events, but we'll check those stats. So Bronte Macaulay out in front of Isabella Nichols, who's fresh off a world championship win in the, I believe it was in Portugal, where Isabella took the crown. So she's out there in the black. You can see her on screen just to the right. And Tia Blanco from San Clemente, as you mentioned, Rebecca Woods, an up-and-coming young star.
Yeah, I think Tia Blanco seems to be another junior emergence, as all of these girls are in this final heat. Isabella's very young as well, and she's been blasting her way onto the scene. And Bronte Macaulay is first year on tour this year. She managed to qualify last year. We see Isabella Nichols up and riding on a really nice looking big left-hander where she's done one seriously good turn already, slashing back into the whitewash here with a third turn. looking to finish strong, which she does again, coming under the lip and trying to ride out of that one, and smart there, grabbing the rail to complete that ride there. So, yeah, Isabella showing some serious composure on that final turn.
I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I think there's just slight similarities between Isabella and a young Stephanie Gilmore. She's got that long, lanky, lengthened turn. Let's have a look here. She utilizes priority. She's up and riding. Look at this backhand bottom turn. Look at the fin come out of the water there. That tells you, that indicates to me a big, strong bottom turn, which sets her up for some nice big top turn surfing.
Yeah, and even that third and fourth turn there, she's got a really nice whip to kind of whips back down the wave. She doesn't just place it there, she actually whips it back down and around, and I think throwing way more spray and fan of spray, which makes the turn look a lot more effective. So really good technique, and she's from up on the Sunshine Coast, and doesn't seem that she's slouching away from size. I used to kind of tease a few of the Queenslanders and say, you don't have any lefts, and it rarely gets over 2 foot up there, and they used to hate that. And yeah, Isabella obviously has got a lot of experience, and the Queenslanders probably hate me now. I'm just joking, guys.
Yeah, well, that's all right. They're Queenslanders. That's okay. Well, a big score coming down the pipeline for Isabella Nichols in the black for that lovely-looking left-hander. And there it is, a 7.5. She'll be happy with that one, Rebecca. And Bronte drops back into second place, where Tio Blanco's in third, but just needing a 2.58 there. She does have first priority, the lady in red. As second priority goes to Bronte McCauley. So 18 minutes and 16 seconds on the clock. Plenty of time left. But what really has set the pace in this final heat of today is that 7.50 from Isabella Nichols. She rode that wave extremely well. The judges rewarded her for her efforts. And, really seamless style of surfing for such a young surfer coming up through the ranks. And she really watched her last year at the Australian Open of Surfing, where she won that event, and she just went from strength to strength every heat, and she came up against some very big names, and it didn't seem to faze her, and going into this year seems to be no different.
Yeah, right. That's a solid result down there, and yeah, she seems like she's kind of her and Macy Callahan are two of the youngsters who seem to be kind of building solidly into the open scene, and not being too intimidated, and just kind of picking their way through, and doing what they do best, and that's surfing. They're working hard and surfing their way through this draw right now, and 7.5 is a big score for today. We haven't seen too many of those thrown down. So.
Did you used to get intimidated? Who intimidated you on tour?
Oh yeah, I think that was one of my problems. I think coming onto the tour, everybody intimidated me. They were all kind of 13 years older than me, and I respected them so much, and sometimes, I think I hadn't even surfed a woman-on-woman heat, I was saying yesterday, and I came up in my first woman-on-woman heat because we used to surf 4-man heats in the juniors, and then all of a sudden I found myself sitting in the line up at Snapper with no other than Lane Beachley.
Deep into the pool, that's where they threw you.
Yeah,
straight up against the biggest shark in the pool, right? Lane Beachley.
Yeah, I drew her like the first 3 contests, and I was like, great. I was terrified of Lane, and she was so consistent.
How did you get over that hump?
It took me a year, the first year on tour, getting to know the women and how they surfed, and obviously I had a respect for them, but I realized I really also wanted to do well, and the only way to do that is just by backing yourself, and playing your own game, and having people in your network who support you really well. And I think slowly but surely I gained confidence with that. But yeah, as I was saying, some of the young girls obviously need to do the same thing, and they will as they progress through, and they'll grow legs and gain confidence as they go. But I see that 4.5 for Bronte. That was for that one big turn. It would be nice to see her get another wave with 2 or 3 turns like Isabella's. Same for Tia. All 3 girls at the moment, I think Tia and Bronte have got the same kind of waves that Malia and Tatiana were getting with those big turns out the back, and getting rewarded for it, but only 1 turn. So hopefully they can build a house.
Yeah, well, they're going to have to build some confidence by tomorrow morning. From the indications we're getting, it's going to be quite large. We spoke about this throughout the day's competition. You can already start to see little increments of size moving through. A lot of water moving through the lineup here in this final heat. The girls handling it right now very well. Tomorrow, different story. We'll see that tomorrow. But it is Isabella Nichols out in front with that 7.5 and a 3.67. She's being chased by Bronte McCauley and Tia Blanco. And it's still anyone's heat at the moment with 14.5 minutes to go. Tia Blanco does hold first priority. That's your lady in red there, just to the right of your screen, whereas the lady in the middle in the white, Bronte McCauley, is second priority, and your heat leader, Isabella Nichols, with third priority. Tomorrow here at the Taggart Women's Pro, we move into the round of 16, and this is where I would start to look at calling potential winners, people who have stood out throughout the entire event. There's always that little wild card that comes out of nowhere, but this young lady right here, Bronte McCauley, surfing extremely fast, extremely well, and extremely confident.
Yeah, nice to see Bronte here on a left, on her forehand. I haven't seen her in this contest yet on her left, and she's got a really nice projection forward over that front leg, which just gives her such amazing speed down the line, and then she does surf the section which is in front of her, and that's an awesome technique that she's picked up, as you can see here, like leaning forward over the front foot and really waiting for that wave and then connecting with it at the right time and throwing kind of a bit more of a whip through the turn and finishing super cleanly. So that's really nice wave, and what I wanted to see. It's exciting to see her surfing. That was great.
Yeah, I think that's going to be one of the highest scoring waves of this heat. It's going to really test that 7.50 from Isabella Nichols, because when we watched on the replay, I just wanted to make sure I got it right from start to finish. Bronte McCauley got stronger, faster, better, and that's what the judges will pick up on as we see Isabella Nichols driving off the bottom. This looks like a sizable wave here from Isabella.
Yeah, unfortunately, as we've seen a few competitors, the lefts kind of seem like they're pushing with that north swell from left to the right of screen and keeps catching the competitors' ankles. We saw Steph Gilmore and Coco Ho, and now Isabella go down because of that, projecting just a little bit too close to the whitewash and snapping at their heels and flipping them off their board. But yeah, there's a lot of lefts all of a sudden.
Yeah, the girls, it doesn't seem to be, potentially the winds seem to be as strong. There's still quite a strong southerly blowing, but as you see on screen there, that's Tia Blanco. Well, she's in a bit of a spot of bother at the moment because she now needs an 8.67, a score that we've not seen much of this afternoon. But the youngster from America having a look, she's not going to let that phase her because she's going to take off in this left once again.
Yeah, it's like the left-handers are coming out of this north swell, and that one just a little bit too big, I think, for Tia. But yeah, she wasn't going to hold back on that one. I think she had priority, and she's like, okay, I just need a score now. And she's a goofy footer as well, so I think she'd love it if she could pick up one of these lefts. I think Tia has been caught again a little bit lost at sea with only one score and 11 minutes remaining. I'm sure she's after that. That might give her a little bit of momentum because she's got moving again and is halfway kind of out in the lineup. So yeah, I think it's great that she's caught a wave now, and she might pick up a few more because it might light the fire a little bit.
Yeah, 11 minutes and 11 minutes to go. Let's call it. Bronte McCauley now has taken the lead with that 6.83. She's pushed Isabella Nichols into second, so Isabella looking for a 3.83 to regain the lead. Tia Blanco of the United States, we saw on that last left-hander, still looking for an 8.67. And I mean, it's so frustrating. I know, and you know from experience, that you look at a wave, it looks really good when you're paddling into it, and you know you're committed because you've utilized your priority, so you're thinking, I've got to go here. This wave looks good, and all of a sudden it just runs away from you. I know for me it's frustrating, and for the girls out there it must be extremely frustrating competing. We can talk about it all day long, but they got to go out there and surf it. So I think there was a bit of frustration there from Tia on that wave, probably thinking, wow, this looks like a good left.
Yeah.
I'm going to take this thing and get this score, or at least narrow the margin between myself and Bronte McCauley at the time, but take off and the wave just runs on you.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, sometimes you get so excited, and you paddle into it and you think, oh my gosh, it's going to be a 10, and then you face plant or something. That's the other thing that I've done a few times because you just get too excited. But Tia didn't do that. The wave was just a nice opening hack there for her. But yeah, deciding to kick out of that one with only one turn. I don't know what's worse, when the wave runs off or you just get too excited and get eaten alive and nosedive or something like that. So frustrating, but yeah, Tia seems to be like catching a few more waves now, which is something I feel like she needed to do. But yeah, 9 minutes 30 remaining. There's still a lot of time. If she caught a couple, it wouldn't be a couple of good scores. It wouldn't be too bad for her to claw her way back into this heat. But as Isabella Nichols does have a 7.5, which is a high score, and she is sitting in second place.
Yeah, and she is going to be up and riding. Well, no, she makes a priority mistake there, so she's made a move. The judges will pick up on that, and she'll drop back into third priority. As you can see now, first priority goes to Bronte McCauley, who actually Isabella drops into second priority. Yes, Tia Blanco definitely has the ability to claw her way back into this heat. However, the thing that doesn't work in her favor at the moment is the 3.67, which is Isabella's second wave score, and Bronte McCauley's 4.5, which is her second highest score. Should those two ladies better those two scores, well, it's going to be a very difficult task in these very trying conditions out here at Merewether. But she won't be phased or disengaged from this heat, because she still has 8 minutes and 20 seconds to go. And while we have a look at this one, she could be up and running. There she goes.
Yeah, deciding to come a little bit more on the inside and try and find a wave with 2 turns, I think. And again, showing a bit of frustration there.
I think that's a little bit of lack of experience. Potentially, she's only a youngster. By being in these events and being up against the talent that she's up against out here in the lineup, it's only going to give her more experience, which will better her prowess going down the track here, as we see her up and riding on that replay, and just that one little turn, and she kicks out. So while we have a little moment here, definitely want to thank our friends at Telstra, who've supplied us with the digital capacity for this broadcast. We want to thank Oceanic Cable in Hawaii for streaming us live over there. As we see Bronte McCauley in a late drop here. Can she get around it? No. She kicks out. So again, I mean, that was a right-hander, and obviously it looked like it had potential, but conditions actually looking like they're getting quite difficult now. We had Tia Blanco take off on a really big solid wave, and then actually maybe just thinking, I might try and get a smaller one if that one was a closeout. But again, Bronte opting to go this one, but it looks really, really tricky. So it is this girl, Isabella Nichols, with a really nice looking backhand carve, and there's that whip again. She's got a really, really nice whip, and I think she has that on her forehand too, where she follows through with the board coming right around under her feet on a lot of turns, and almost like a tail slide technique. And I think she will better that 3.67 that she was carrying, and that's going to make things a little bit harder for Tia. Yeah, that's the danger we were talking about, is when Isabella replaces that 3.67 or Bronte replaces that 4.50 with 6.5 minutes to go. It will make things a lot more difficult. Here's the replay. This is Isabella Nichols in the black here from the Sunshine Coast. Very nice top turn on her first maneuver. Backs it up with a second, and then you can see the timing on that last turn there. Just before the section gets to her and makes it a little bit more difficult to ride out of that turn, she pops one under the lip and rides out of that nice sort of under the lip on her backhand. So that's going to be a very good score for Isabella, and she's going to better that 3.67, and she'll probably end up taking the lead.
Yeah, is there any way we can get a replay there of Isabella's last wave?
Yeah, well, we're just watching the replay there, and we just showcased the timing in which she managed to just get in that last turn before that oncoming section just probably swallowed her up.
Yep.
And the end result there, Beck, was a 6.87.
Yeah, that's a solid, a really solid score there.
She's taken the lead from Bronte McCauley, which means now Tia Blanco in the red needs a 7.16 on her next ride. She has second priority, so she still has time. She's still in the equation, in this heat equation here. While we have a little bit of a break in the action, definitely want to thank Taggart for their contribution to this fine event where we've seen 84 of the best women surfers in the world right here assembled in Merewether for this Surfest event. We also want to thank NBN, Destination New South Wales, Tracks Magazine, NXFM, The Herald, Orica, NIB Bank, and Taggart Business Advisors got the naming rights through a lucky dip. I love that. It's fantastic, and they must be over the moon. So thanks to Taggart Business Advisors. This is the final heat of the day. 4.5 minutes, Rebecca Woods, and we're going to call it a day for Friday and then come back. It is finals weekend.
The exciting part of the event. All the surfers who have been in form and shown a lot of potential will be in the finals. And I noticed, like, in the women's side of the draw, there's a lot of youngsters kind of still remaining in the draw, as we see even here, Isabella. And all three of them, actually, they're young, really young whippersnappers, gaining experience with every heat here. And I had a look at the men's draw. It's kind of the same for the men.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm going to put you on the spot here, and I'm going to say, give me two names for the Taggart Women's Pro. Who's looking the goods?
I would definitely have to say, Sally Fitzgibbons, after watching her in the opening heat, and that's a common one that everyone would throw out there. But yeah, I'm trying to think of a second. There's so many women in the draw, but I think that I would actually say Joanne DeFay. She's been showing a lot of form, and yeah, watching her, she just seems to have an affinity with the waves that she's picking out here. And I know she said she'd love to win a QS event. She hasn't had a strong showing on the QS since she qualified for the World Tour, and juggling both tours can be quite exhausting sometimes with so many events. And your focus does go to the World Tour, but she seems happy and she seems relaxed, and she's been picking really good waves. So I'd say, yeah, they're my two picks.
I'm going to go with Sally, and I'm going to go with that young lady right there, Isabella Nichols. I just got this feeling that she is just in sync with the waves here. But having said that, it's going to be a real test of my assumption of winners tomorrow when the waves are quite big. As we saw there, Tia Blanco just got lipped and had a go at it, but just could not ride out of that wave there. It was just a big closeout, but she went for it anyways. We got 2 minutes and 20 seconds before we wrap this thing up, and we call it a day here at Surfest 2016, and come back tomorrow with some great surfing action. I really do hope the wind does subside just a little bit, which brings in that beautiful easterly swell, which is uncommon, but could produce some amazing big left-handers tomorrow.
Yeah,
or some rights.
Or some rights. So I guess we'll just have to wake up and have a look. We see that there was a jet ski out in the lineup, and we saw a pulled out view of that, and he was out the back almost. Interesting to see where the swell's coming from. It seems a bit jumbled right now. So yeah, who are you thinking with the men's, Shmoo? Who'd you pick?
I thought today I heard Stewie Kennedy was really on fire. I thought Kanoa Igarashi surfed extremely well. Zeke Lau and Joshua Muniz.
Okay.
I thought those four guys for me were
real standouts.
Really impressive. Yeah. So I'm gonna go with one of those four. But it's a weird thing, this surfing. It's anyone can pop up from anywhere and that showcases how much talent there is on both the men's and the women's sides of the draws.
Yep.
So a lot of times we'll just pick our favorites and based on who we think is doing well at the moment. But every heat's different, right? Every wave is never the same.
Yeah, very true. And like you said, tomorrow is a new day, so it'll be interesting to see how big it is, and the paddle out will definitely be very, very interesting.
Yeah, definitely physical fitness will come into the play tomorrow. Don't worry about that, ladies and gentlemen. 35 seconds remaining in this heat, where Isabella Nichols of the Sunshine Coast is out in front of the Western Australian surfer Bronte Macaulay. And hello to Lorraine and Dave if they're down there watching. I'm not sure if Dave is traveling with Bronte at the moment. And Tia Blanco in third, chasing 7-1-6 with just 18 seconds to go. It's going to be tough times for the young California surfer with time ticking away very, very quickly.
Yeah, what looks to be a bit of a lump out the back, and there's a fast paddle going on from Bronte Macaulay, and that is 2 seconds to go. Will she get it? Dare say they may be counted. Solid off the bottom. Little commentator's curse.
Commentator's curse, and down goes Bronte Macaulay on that wave. And that is going to do us for the final heat of the day here at the Taggart Women's Pro for 2016. It's been a fantastic day for both the men and women. And we saw some great performances on both sides of the field. And tomorrow, no doubt, Rebecca Woods, there will be some more incredible performances throughout Saturday and Sunday. So if you've got nothing to do, or if you've got something to do and you want to watch surfing, make sure that you watch the live broadcast from right here in Merewether. But on behalf of myself, Rebecca Woods, we'd like to thank you for joining us. And tomorrow morning, we'll see you at 7:30. Until then, see you later.
See you later, guys.